No more games. Kneel before Zeus.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for Season 5 of PGL's Wallachia, and it is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you for the B stream. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another season of Wallachia. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. You know, it's always exciting to be casting some Wallachia. I feel like this tournament has pretty much the best group stage format, the most exciting matches. You know, this format does allow for a lot of drama as well. Every single series counts. It's a swift format, so it's going to be fun to watch. We've had a lot of qualifiers coming into this tournament as well, and it's going to be fun to see how these teams have adapted from some of those qualifiers. A few of our teams, of course, didn't have to play any of them because they're invited to the two big ones this year. So it's also going to be curious to see how they've kind of sat at the sidelines, watch these teams go on, what they've picked up in scrims. It does feel like this patch has been evolving, and it's been fun to watch that here, Mikey.
I mean, speaking of those teams you mentioned, Jonathan, we do have a list of those teams here that we can show on screen to make things a little bit simpler. And obviously, I'm not going to read all of them out, John. But like you said, there is a nice mix of teams that did have to go through qualifiers versus a bunch of teams that have already qualified to say TI, and they just don't need to worry. They've been sitting back for a couple months and relaxing. It is going to be very interesting, though, to see how some of these teams that, again, haven't been playing for the past, say, month are going to go up against the teams that have been playing in those qualifiers. Because you'd imagine that the teams that were trying to qualify to TI, you'd imagine they should have a better understanding of said meta at the moment.
For sure. And that's where, again, these adjustments that these teams will take is going to be interesting. A team like Gaimin, again, that didn't have the best thing behind before the qualifiers kicked in. You know, them adapting is going to be cool to see. We do have a little bit of our prize pool, I believe, ready to see as well. And the distribution coming in for these teams split up in Wallachia for Season 5. And a lot in line for these teams. Every single match does count for quite a fair bit with the Swifts format. So, you know, when you're thinking about netting that big prize, it's going to be a tough one, right? Like, you have to be consistent in performance. One loss doesn't end you just yet. As again, we see that distribution here, $1 million total, with first place getting the line share, 300,000, and breaking down as you go further down the list. The bottom two ending up with 10,000. Not too bad. Still something for getting in here, but certainly not where any of these teams want to be, of course, Mikey.
No, absolutely not. Certainly want to be in that upper echelon if you can here for Wallachia Season 5. And well, there you go. Plenty of money on the line here. Once again, a whole million in USD, Jonathan. Important to be specific. This is not the Filipino pesos we're talking about. This is indeed USD they are playing for. So a hell of a lot of money. I mean, who am I to talk? I'm from Australia, John. I mean, we basically got the peso now too. I mean, it's, you know, I can't make too many Filipino currency jokes. But certainly a lot of money here on the line for these teams. Again, my main point, I think it's going to be very interesting to see teams like Gaimin Gladiators who've been able to sit back versus a team like AVULUS who, you know, while they didn't qualify, John, sadly they did get knocked out of those qualifiers. Again, having those series throughout those qualifiers surely means that AVULUS may be a little bit more prepared for this series than, say, Gaimin. Though, obviously, Gaimin is scrimming this whole time, John. You know, TI is coming up. There's a lot to play for. But yeah, as I said, live games, they matter, I'd say, a little bit more than, say, scrims.
That they would. And again, that prep is going to be important here. We've seen quite a few teams surprising us in a lot of our qualifiers already. And again, with how, not really unforgiving, but how tense this format is, you will want to kind of get ready here as we do. Again, we can take a look at how that format boils out here for Wallachia Season 5. It hasn't changed too much from Wallachia, from previous seasons of Wallachia. Again, it starts off with a very nice group stage. This is a Swiss format, all matches in best of 3. So every team has this objective to try to go 3-0, or at least getting themselves 3 wins, right? Like, that's the beautiful line. That's the magic number. 3 wins overall in the groups. You have a maximum of 2 losses every single time. Once you hit 3, you're also out. The teams that do make it through go into the playoffs, of course. Double elimination. Again, all games best of 3 into the grand finals. Teams will have a shot from the upper bracket start into the lower bracket. So it's not the be-all, end-all as long as you make it through groups, mainly for seeding at that point. To have a better time, of course, you would want to try to stay in the upper bracket as much as possible. But again, this format is probably the best thing about the tournament. I mean, I love the music, I love the assets, but really, it's this format that allows the games to be super exciting, and that's where we have to see these teams perform, aiming for the 3 wins, avoiding 3 losses, a lot in line every single day.
I think the teams probably appreciate it as well, right? Because if you're an organization in Wallachia Season 5 and let's say you just win your first 3 series, you get a 3-0 already. You just know you're qualified. It's all done. You can take it easy and relax for a little bit, knowing that you've made it. It's all done. Nobody can take it away from you. Anyway, speaking of done, we do have a draft on hand right now. AVULUS versus Gaimin Gladiators, game number 1 is where we're headed, Jonathan. Again, I want to say Gaimin should be the favorites, right? But AVULUS, again, they were in some TI qualifiers. You know, they have maybe a little bit more pro experience in this meta right now. I'm not 100% sure what Gaimin have up their sleeves, John. But I'm very excited to see what these 2 teams do perform here in this best of 3.
Yeah, it should be, again, very interesting to see how they adapt here for both sides. As you mentioned, AVULUS, it's been a little bit awkward for them, right? Like, they've got Mobay back in. We've seen them play with Mobay for some time, but he was supposedly replaced by Warwick. He had some visa issues. There were some registration issues in a few of the qualifiers. So Mobay has been with the team a little bit longer. I mean, how that affects a player, I don't know. You know, being on a team, having to play with them after they kind of decide to get a replacement, playing on LAN again. It's going to be interesting to see. That shouldn't affect him, but it's always one of those things that, are you seeing the full potential from this team when they're not playing with the player they exactly want to play it due to, you know, circumstantial factors? Do you have, again, that draft already on hand, TA, Bristleback, Undying, and Death Prophet being banned out by AVULUS. So all the big ones that we've seen from those qualifiers taken out of the pool, along with Gaimin, with a Tiny, Nagasiren, and Shadow Shaman ban. The Tiny, a little bit more surprising, the team still banned it out, as I believe its win rate has been sub 50, as still mid 40s, I think, at worst, or low 40s, and at best like 49%. So still not the most winning hero across all the regions. They start off with Nature's Prophet, which should be a Soothing Sapling support. Going to be really interesting to see if that aggression from Gaimin can kind of come out. I feel like the playstyle of Nature's Prophet has shifted just a tad bit for that. We're not going to get the money tree here, Mikey, and unless Gaimin's feeling spicy. The money tree could be quite funny. AVULUS, with a Dawnbreaker, does provide some flexibility here, right? Like, this could be pause 1, as we've seen a few times now. This could be off lane. The Star Surge facet, the Solar Surge facet does feel pretty damn good. That extra attack speed from your Starbreaker is actually really impactful. So I can actually appreciate that pause 1 Dawnbreaker depending on the matchup. It's a good answer as well to Nature's Prophet. Once you say hit level 6, if the MP is trying to rotate on someone, you have that counter rotation now with the Solar Guardian on hand as well. So it's a nice answer for that, and it doesn't really care if it does get rotated on with Sprout either. So it's a really reasonable response to the Nature's Prophet. And again, you have that flexibility here for AVULUS to run it on mid and safe lane. It's pretty off lane and safe lane. It's pretty damn good in either position.
Yeah, I dare say so. Certainly a nice pick here against the pos, rather the first pick of Prophet from Gaimin. See the Doom ban out now from Gaimin Gladiators. Obviously, Doom has been being played quite a lot throughout the qualifiers we just witnessed, Jonathan, and another hero that can be quite flexible in the 1 and 3 role is that Doom, so they will go ahead and ban it here for Gaimin. AVULUS, see what their final ban's going to be looking like before we get these drafts continuing. I wonder how these kind of teams feel as well, like from these regions, about that POS 1 Tiny we've talked so much about, especially throughout those SEA qualifiers for TI.
Oh, yeah.
You and I, we only casted 1 winning game of POS 1 Tiny, John, and that was Akashi. The 1 game throughout the whole qualifiers you and I casted of winning POS 1 Tiny. I wonder if these European teams feel the same way. Do they like it? Do they hate it? I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, again, its overall win rate across all regions is still sub 50. Maybe it's a little bit higher in Western and Eastern Europe. Maybe it's just the other regions dragging it down. Who knows? But I know, at least taking all regions into account, it has been following the trend of Southeast Asia. Maybe a little bit better, considering I believe the win rate solely in Southeast Asia is a lot worse. We do get the Jakiro coming out now for the side of AVULUS. So it's a little bit of an interesting pick specifically for AVULUS, because this is something we've seen them throw onto Sibe. A big believer in that core Jakiro offlane with the extra right-click damage you get. The Dragonlance BKB build on that hero can be quite annoying to play up against. It's a lot of damage in lane. It's a lot of scaling damage later on as well, with talent spikes and just a lot of reach. So I do like this potential for AVULUS. This could just be a support as well. But again, the interesting pick for AVULUS is that that flexibility is also on hand for that Jakiro. We get the Konko now out for Gaimin Gladiators. This hero has certainly seen the spotlight for the past few weeks now, as this hero has really shined on every position. Off, safe, or mid, any of the core positions have felt great for Kunkka. His damage output can feel a little bit lackluster off a slower game, but it does scale if you maintain, say, a reasonable net worth lead. So I like seeing this into the puck as well. There's not much hard hold here from AVULUS with the two heroes they've picked already. Mid lane matchups tend to be pretty swimmingly well for the puck. I think the one lane that we really saw puck miss out on is a Lina matchup. I'm not sure if that's the way you'd want to lean either for Mobay here on AVULUS. So already very well stitched together draft, kind of abusing that lack of hard, easy control. Right now you're very reliant on the ice path to try to catch this puck out and baiting out the phase shift. So I would say it's pretty nice from Gaimin. You've got good win conditions. You've got this potential to just jump across the map. You've got two heroes that can kind of set up for that NP rotation +1 in. And for AVULUS, it's not the smoothest of times. They do pick up the Dark Willow for themselves, so that's a very stable support duo now on hand. Again, assuming that you just run Jakiro support at this point, which it ought to be, as it feels like this combination's pretty strong. Considering that, again, the potential for a Dawnbreaker 1 with a Jakiro +5, that lane is pretty devastating. I would like to see the aggression from AVULUS in that sense. Look for something else for Sibe, run the pause for Dark Willow. Very stable lane still coming in for the side of AVULUS. It's still not the most stable hold for something like the puck, but the Bramble certainly can put a little bit of a damper on the puck from phase shift. So again, you have some ways of punishing the puck if it plays a little bit too aggressive here. Quinn kind of has to watch his positioning at all times into this lineup.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Dark Willow definitely very annoying here for the puck pick of Gaimin. Don't think Quinn will be too concerned about it if he is picking up the puck for himself, which he should be. AVULUS looking for their fourth pick here. I think this should be a support Jakiro game, I might add, Jonathan. As much as I do love seeing the core Jakiro from Zibe, it doesn't really feel like a good core Jakiro game, because you have a Konko on the other end. It's going to be very tanky. Jakiro doesn't necessarily enjoy these style of heroes when it's playing core. So I wouldn't blame AVULUS for just throwing it in the POS 5 role. And it's still a great POS 5 hero, in my opinion. It still wins out every lane, pretty much. Ice Path is always going to be effective, especially against heroes like Puck. You're always going to be great against Prophet as well. You just kind of burn down the Sprout if you need to. So I think it's still a perfectly fine POS 5 game for flying the Jakiro if they don't feel confident with the core Jakiro. And I think that's probably going to be the case as they do go down the Sven route.
Yeah, it's still a solid amount of lanes coming in here for AVULUS. I feel like we have seen a little bit more of that core Sven coming in. More often than not, this hero has had a little bit of surge in popularity. It has felt really hard to play into, right? Like, it's the fact that his early tempo comes online really quick with a trifecta of items in, say, Echo Saber, BKB, Mask of Madness, and once you hit the blink on top, that kind of covers it for the Sven. He's set to go. A lot of physical output nowadays on safe lanes, right? Like, we tend to see that synergy coming in with either minus armor or just high physical base, say the Tiny, or the TA being popular. Sven counteracts both of that in a really nice way. You don't really have to worry about any of those strats here in this case, but it is still really nice to just have Warcry to really enable your entire team to just play into this. Right now for Gaimin, there is a mix of magical and physical, maybe slightly higher towards physical for burst, and the Sven is not going to care about that. He gets jumped, he has Warcry, he's going to be fine. He has a Quelling Blade, he's not going to be scared from the early sprouts that may come in here from our NP, and you have a stun lane for the Jakiro to play into. So it's a Sven Jakiro lane, it's likely a Dawnbreaker and Dark Willow lane. Both lanes are set up to be really aggressive here from the side of AVULUS, especially as you approach the level 3 mark. So I like seeing that. I think Gaimin have to be a little bit ready for that. They'll go into the Terrorblade. Into Sven, it's still fine. You have high base armor as well, but you're not going to be able to instantly kill off that Sven. For the Terrorblade in this case, for Watson, there is a lot of magical damage threat here from the side of AVULUS. Like, Jakiro and Dark Willow alone will kind of tear this hero apart. You don't really have a saving support either outside of maybe, say, the boat coming out from your Kunkka. Shifting that to offlane, I'm assuming here for Gaimin. And that can kind of delay the inevitable, but just the fact that these two supports plus a Solar Guardian on top could likely make this game very tough for Watson does cause some concerns, because I don't see the same thing happening to the Sven. The same threats aren't there.
I'm starting to feel like it might be a POS 3 TB here, and they might just play POS 1 Kunkka. So I'm kind of on the same lines as you here, John. I don't think it's going to be the greatest time for TB versus Sven, and generally with TB, you just want it for the reflection against the Sven hero, right? So I think it could just be worth throwing the 3 TB and going for the POS 1 Kunkka in this case, I dare say. See what Gaimin do want, Jonathan. You know, we don't know how they're thinking here. But I dare say it might be a good idea to just run the POS 1 Kunkka in this game. Maybe they disagree, though. The TB does have its timings against the Sven as well. Especially once, we always talk about it, once you get Skadi up on Terrorblade, things tend to become very challenging. So I'd still say the Skadi timing is going to be huge if you do play position 1 TB against the Sven, but again, I think it's not the worst idea to just run POS 1 Kunkka instead.
Yep. Still works out for that flex here. They do have a lot of room for a support pickup. I think something like Shadow Demon's still on hand, right? If we are seeing just the Troy Core, which ought to be on Gaimin. Shadow Demon's a pretty big save still available here if you'd want. You don't really have anything else. Maybe the Ringmaster, but that has, again, been a little bit lower in priority overall. I do like that AVULUS took care of the Oracle and the Disruptor, just taking care of some ways that gives them, again, a free save, some good teamfight connections with the Puck and the Kunkka on hand. So AVULUS are trying to make this as tricky as possible. Do you see the Batrider banned out in the end? And they will go for the Storm Spirit. So we're getting something especially different out. What is this plan? Offlane Puck, support Kunkka, and NP? Or are we running a support TB, which we haven't seen in quite a few months? That is very different.
I'm still leaning towards support TB then, in this case.
Yeah.
I still think support TB offers more than support Kunkka. I'd still rather Kunkka and POS 1 is what I'm trying to say. AVULUS, though, I mean, we'll see what their final pick is. They are looking for a mid laner, arguably a mid laner against Quinn Storm now. They're just going Viper. Okay. And Quinn, you see his reaction. He's not overly happy about it. I wouldn't be either, John. I think they went the Puck Storm route because they were like, look, we can just choose either one in the event. It is the tofu puck. So Watson is taking the TB anyway. There you go, John. It's a tofu puck we're looking at. He goes for the curve wall facet, interestingly. So that'll be a bit of fun to watch. I mean, I don't know. They still got Viper at the end of the day here, John. I dare say Mobay shouldn't be losing the mid lane. Though at least Storm probably maybe going to have a little bit of a better time than Puck would have because you've got the static slide. But still a pretty awkward lane here for Quinn.
That it is. I would have liked Mobay to take the other facet, the one that gives you more when you stay in Nether Toxin, as it feels like that's your main threat early on anyhow. Just a lot of magical burst from, say, the Puck and the Storm. He is sticking to the Poison Burst, so something that scales a little bit better, allows you to farm a little bit better as well. No problems there for Mobay. A really interesting draft. This is some tech that, honestly, Mike, when I look at the Gaimin Gladiators draft, I keep thinking to myself, is this Motivate Trust from like 2018? 2019 when they were running weird stuff like Storm offlane. We've got the Puck Pause 4, some tech that legitimately isn't that bad. It might be a little bit greedy in the laning phase, of course. You're going to be looking for some EXP here for Tofu, but that does allow just this one support that can be pretty mobile without having to buy mobility items up. Has really good teamfight potential, is still very slippery to take down, and it's still something that you have to respond to here from AVULUS. I like this from Gaimin. It's very different. It's very risky as well. Like if this support Puck doesn't like find EXP and find a little bit of gold, it can kind of feel lackluster, but at the same time, you can never discount Dream Coil. You can never discount how mobile he is and how much it can do. One good Dream Coil, one good Silence can kind of do in these team fights. So I'm not sure which way to lead my draft. I would say, just from a gut feeling, I like what Gaimin has. I think they're going to show some great ideas here. If they execute it, then this could start to be a thing, Mikey.
Oh, well, let's find out, John. Game 1 now officially underway. I'm excited to see what Tofu does here on this puck. More importantly, I'm excited to see what kind of item build he's going for on this support puck, because again, you and I, we really never see this. So I wonder what the item build will be here. Probably just some utility here for Tofu, but we'll wait and see. Wouldn't mind at least like a Yule Scepter, maybe a Blink Up would be nice. Any of those kind of items here for the puck. Meanwhile on AVULUS, I mean, their draft is certainly easier to execute, and I guess I'll play devil's advocate, John. I'll say that I like AVULUS's draft better, just to be in contest with you. But it is at least easier to execute, I dare say, on AVULUS's end. The one concern I do have for AVULUS is if Mobay doesn't completely wash the mid lane against Quinn, like Viper versus Storm, if you don't completely wash the lane, then I think they might just fall apart. Because that's a bit much in my opinion. For the Viper to like just not destroy the Storm is going to be maybe a little bit problematic for AVULUS if they don't get that done, as Tofu is going to be just fine to jaunt away.
The battle begins.
Not going to commit too hard for what looks to be an early fight. Just going to be a pretty easy pickup. Some poking up top, but you will get away with what seems to be a 2-for-2 overall. It's going to be happy with how that breaks out here. Looking at that mid lane, back to your point on Mobay, Mikey. This is where I feel like the facet choice might not be the most spectacular for Mobay. Yeah, I get it. No one really picks the Nether Toxin Corrosive Skin facet, but into a lane with Storm to really crush the lane, like, yes, yeah, you still get a lot just going into poison attack. That is your bread and butter. But again, like you mentioned, static slide means that you can still pump out some remnants close to the Viper if he oversteps his bounds. You can still poke back with an overload every now and again. There's potential. It's not going to be fun for Quinn no matter what, to be fair. So you're seeing the early levels. Mobay just chasing down.
I mean, he should be chasing down. He's playing Viper versus Storm. This is how the matchup is. Especially before the levels come up on Quinn. Like, you don't want him to start abusing that static remnant. Here we go. Quinn should just be dead here, maybe. But he will survive. Mobay won't dive too deep. But that's another way to play this. Just leave Quinn on low HP. Just deny all the creeps right in front of his face. That's the way to play. Just leave him alive. Let him watch.
It's going to be a painful time for Quinn. Even rune control is going to be something that they need to watch out for on Gaimin. I don't know if you can even maximize that on Quinn, as it feels like anytime he'll show, Mobay will just look to poke. We'll see if that's something that maybe feels better once he has his bottle. I don't think it really gets too much better. He might have to start thinking about, again, just soaking as much as possible, not dying at the least. That prevents a snowball for Mobay.
He might be dying here, John. Quinn, I don't know what else he can do. Like, he might just want to get the reset, but first blood bonus is pretty big to give away to the mid-Viper of all things. So you can't really go down that route either. Props to him, though. I mean, he's not doing too badly in CS. Only one CS behind the Viper. Make that even CS now. Quinn the GOAT. Let's have a look at the side lanes while we have a chance. Jonathan, of course, Watson, top lane, along with Maladich, as they are being chased by Zippe. But the Starbreaker, most of the strikes end up missing. Meanwhile, our Dark Willow getting pretty low. The Blood Grenade did land, and Desire, he's still on the run, but the Metamorphosis from Watson was available. Watson able to secure first blood on the position 1 Terrorblade. And he's going to be very, very happy with that start.
Something he really needed. Lane's going a little bit slower than you'd want in comparison to what you're getting for Smiling Knight down bot. Again, there's a lot of poke potential here for Zibe and Desire.
Oh, Quinn.
Just needs a little bit more levels.
He's trying to pull the creep wave here, Quinn. Going for the TP, stacking the wave. He misses one hit. Oh, I think he missed one. Am I blind? I think he missed uphill. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I think I saw that one miss too.
Well, Quinn's being very clever here, John. He's trying to stack the creep wave. He's trying to double stack. I like that.
Nah, yeah, it's all he can do, right? Like, again, we see how tough that lane on mid is. He just needs to try to soak, force it in closer to his tower, give him a buffer zone where he can at least find a couple of CS. Mind you, he's not taking the benefits of that early, as, you know, he's not able to just walk up still. He's going to have to try to maybe build a stack up as well, and just hope that's enough. You are still ceding the ground to Mobay, but perhaps this will at least help the creeps stay in favor to him. And again, it's going to be a slow storm game for Quinn overall. Gonna have to see how else he rectifies, because it's a clever move. It's just not leading to too much yet. Up top, a little bit more poke here.
Ran out of mana for the Starbreaker follow-up. He did have stick charges to commit, but 10 stick charges, you don't really want to commit when you have 4 HP. So he won't bother going for the Starbreaker follow-up, and in fairness, it is a level 1 Starbreaker, so the damage wouldn't have been that high. Bottom lane, we haven't really talked about this one much, but of course you've got Ace and Tofu on the Kunkka and support Puck versus Smiling Knight and Fly on the POS 1 Sven and support Jakiro. And naturally, for Smiling Knight, it's a pretty easy lane, which you kind of anticipate when you have a POS 5 Jakiro. Smiling Knight having the perfect start here, apart from not securing like a first blood bonus like Watson did. Top lane, Maladich, he will go down. Nice pickup from Zibe.
Managed to connect. Finally do have enough of that mana to get that kill onto our Nature's Prophet. And I would say for the bot lane, it's quite interesting to see how much pressure Tofu's still able to apply on that Puck. Just having this illusory orb facet with a curveball allows him to find some sneaky angles to poke onto Fly without really threatening the creep wave, without shoving it out too much, providing room still for Ace to, try to contest for last hits without losing any creeps to his support. It's quite clever what Tofu's trying to achieve here. Constantly getting some good poke out. The extra damage allows him to contest these pulls quite nicely as well, giving him actually some decent CS for his support and allowing a little bit more of that EXP to flow. I'm a little bit curious as to Smiling Knight not actually committing for too many points. He does go for the 2 points in Stormhammer, leaving it open depending on what he'd need. He's not looking for that early aggression with the Jakiro just yet. Would say the threat of a dual breath and stun. Understanding how tanky, of course, Ace is leading to that slower time. But overall, a pretty decent start for the side of AVULUS in terms of lanes. Mid lane's winning out hard. Smiling Knight's just free farming.
Ace is getting chased down pretty heavily here by Smiling Knight. They will back off a little bit. Tofu's going to return the favor here against Fly. And what a harassment being built. In fact, the torrent is not going to connect thanks to that Sprout, but they should. One more right click with the curveball, they'll get it. Very nice. They do secure the Jakiro life at the end of the day. Meanwhile, top lane, Watson being chased down a little bit. He's going to pop his Metamorphosis with the Reflection, trying to fight back because Desire doesn't have the Shadow Realm anymore, and he might just be dead. Watson, seeing the opening, will take the life of Desire away. Celestial Hammer missing on the tail end of it. Zibe unable to break the gap for more damage as Watson now trying to turn back onto Zibe. Very nice from Watson there, John. 1v2. Sees the opening, turns around, and secures another kill on his own.
I mean, if you have to throw out the aggressive Shadow Realm, there's always a window to punish back on Watson. He understands how tanky he is and how limited by mana Zibe is. Like, he does have that Soul Ring, still not quite enough to allow him. He doesn't have enough HP to kind of take that risk. Looking bot again, though.
Yeah, Ace in big trouble again. Maladich is going to be there with a very nice Sprout to block the way from Smiling Knight. Ultimately, they get close, but no cigar here for the side of AVULUS. So they will allow Ace to run away once again. Should update in the mid lane as well, John. We have peeked over a few times here, but naturally Quinn has given up on the mid lane, which he should, because it's not really going to go any better than it did. He does buy a Soul Ring, though, and of course just goes to the jungle. Yes, he's going to be behind an XP and farm, but this is the best Quinn can do in this scenario. There's not really any options here for Quinn.
No. I mean, all he can do is just again safely soak up. At least you're not bleeding out to the Viper with kills. You're not giving him freebies. Level 7 is up for Mobe, so just a quick Viper strike. You don't really have a way to run.
This is why he's jungling. Yeah, this is what happens when you're playing Storm vs Viper. Nothing he can do.
No.
Yeah, there's always that one guy watching being like, I would have won the matchup. There's always the one guy, John. No, you wouldn't.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have won the matchup. Relax.
Oh. I'm a little bit surprised Quinn goes in to just try to poke the creep wave. Tempting fate. The Arcane Rune means Mobe doesn't really lose too much in terms of mana and cooldowns to kind of still maintain this pressure. It is a good time for Tofu to at least soak up for himself, and you do have 6 finally up on Quinn.
Ooh, he's going to be careful here. Mobe. 3 heroes around. He's going to bring in his Desire Dark Willow. Tofu trying to retreat now. Gets Viper Strike and should still die, and does. Meanwhile, Maladich also in a very awkward position. Oh, and Quinn, he's not going to be happy with that. This is every mid laner's worst nightmare. is seeing his supports rotate in and feed 2 kills to the opposing mid laner after they've been forced to jungle, John. But that's unfortunately the position Quinn's found himself in.
Yeah, I mean, at the least, a little bit of a consolation prize for Quinn. He takes that bottle rune away, so he's got the haste up. No haste for Mobe to try to rotate into the side lanes. And that's a little bit of map pressure relieved. I do like how AVULUS are playing, though. You mentioned it from the draft. And I like the spiciness of Gaimin's draft, but the ease of execution here for AVULUS. The fact that you have such strong laners coming in. The fact that they're playing really nicely aggressive. They plant some forward vision already into the triangle. Spots where Quinn would want to farm. They've got independent lanes. Like Dawnbreaker and Sven aren't under any threat of dying anytime soon when you fully rotate onto mid. So there's no real kill threat for Gaimin to try to punish all of this commitment and slowing down the storm. Does provide, again, a ton of room out for AVULUS to play the game they'd want. For Gaimin, it does feel like this game is hinging on some timings now that you're trying to find on Ace, and free farm for Watson can start to build up, but even that's a bit slow.
Watson, oh, very nice Sunder from Watson. Wanted to try for the kill here against Sipe, not going to get it. Did pop the meta. Won't really care though, John. Watson's having a great old time. He's only 300 gold behind this mid Viper of Mobe, who's had the best lane he could ask for. So you've still got Watson, who's having an absolutely fantastic time on this TB. Mind you, he's the only core on Gaimin having an absolutely fantastic time, and what looks like AVULUS want to ruin that time as they're moving up top lane with a smoke. Can they find... Oh, they're going to find him. Desire running right into the primary target. Watson, no Sunder to commit here. He just has to try and find a way out. Maybe a deny attempt, but no, Mobe will be able to secure his life, and that's a very important kill for AVULUS. Again, that was the one saving grace for Gaimin right now, was that Watson was having a good game. Not so much anymore.
No. And there's really no response for Gaimin at this point. You don't have any big util on Maladich, even if he'd teleport in. Maybe a Sprout to try to heal. It's not going to be enough with the damage from the Viper. And you're forced to just kind of use that as space, right? Like to get that build-up you'd want in Ace, get that catch-up you need on Quinn. A core has to give, and AVULUS are kind of choosing their fights properly. They're slowing down top. Every now and again, they've done the damage to Quinn already. They know Ace is going to take a while with his mid lane matchup, or his off lane matchup not going as smoothly either. Into his Sven, no real kill threat. Have to be careful, Maldi.
Not slowing down at all. He wants all the kills. This is a very, very good Viper performance already from Mobe. Not slowing down though. As I say that, maybe I've jinxed the poor man here, John. They're going to jump in with the boat. Mobe going to go down. And now Quinn, he wants a bit of revenge. They will jump, fly, and fly to drop to boot. Sadly for Quinn, he didn't get either of those kills, which is a bit of a shame, but he won't mind too much. They do miss a Dream Coil. Desire able to get through the gate just in the nick of time. That's a pretty big loss now for AVULUS. Right? Like, you're losing your Viper like that, it's a lot of XP. You just gave back to the Storm, and now they're on equal footing. Not in their worth, but more importantly for Quinn in terms of levels.
Yeah, and this kind of goes back to just having rune control all your way. Maladich.
Oh, they've got him. Nice little Brambles Maze. Maladich gonna go down. Smiling Knight. I mean, all things being said and done, John, and this is the man we haven't really mentioned too much. You know, I can talk about Quinn as much as I want, but Smiling Knight, he is still completely free farming on this Sven. Complete free.
But he is. He's very close to just having 2 out of 3 of the items we talk about all the time with Sven. The Echo Saber coming out soon. Already has Massive Madness. Once you hit the BKB Blink, starts to get rough. Tofu.
He's in danger. They dropped the macro. They haven't dropped the Terrorize, though, and he's actually going to barely make it away. So Desire not seeing the value, I guess, in trying to pop Terrorize or even go in for the Bedlam damage, and we'll just leave it. It's just a pulse for at the end of the day, not too big of a deal. My question to you now, John. AVULUS in this position, like they obviously want to go for a couple tier 1 towers here, but I dare say you want to keep the aggression up. Like all 3 cores top of the net worth, you know that Gaimin can't fight you right now. In fact, mid lane, they see Quinn on the Storm again. Can they deal with the Storm another time? Brambles is going to land, terrorizes out, and yeah, this time they've got him, I think, as Quinn will end up going down, fly to secure that one. And that's why Desire held on to the Terrorize. Meanwhile, top lane, Sipper in trouble, turret will connect, they do secure at least across the map. but it is still favorable trades, I want to say, for AVULUS.
And it is. You're keeping the Storm heavily down. Quinn's trying to farm himself into AVULUS after seeing that Orchid come out from Mobay.
Mid.
Ace does have the timing.
This could be a
though.
big one. Mobay getting hit up by a Torrent boat, and he's gone. They'll lose their tier 1 mid tower, but they'll give a big kill away. My only issue is the kills keep going to the supports. Like, Tofu will pick up 700 gold for himself off that kill onto the Viper. It's like, you'd really like to see Quinn or you know, or Watson picking up that kill, but what can you do?
Yeah, it's not ideal. At the same time, I don't honestly feel like it's too bad. We talked about how greedy Puck is as a support. You were talking about some of the items you'd want to see for Tofu. Stuff like a Blink, high EXP, and the kills do allow that. I think this is a support that should kind of feed off of some of that energy as well, some of that snowballing effect, just to keep that impact relevant and hit your power spikes. So if it's going to supports, it might as well be Tofu. At least it's not too much on Maladich, as that's probably the less ideal. Although Maladich already has himself the Spirit Vessel timing anyhow, so it's not going to be necessary. A little bit of a clump up top.
Oh. The Ace, Blade Mail activated though, is going to make it pretty awkward, and we've seen this before in some recent qualifiers. John, one thing you do want to be a little bit cautious of as the Sven is not to go into God Strength and just start hitting Blade Mail heroes. Thankfully, Smiling Knight very well aware of that, as the tier 1 top tower now going to be targeted down. This is kind of what I want to see from AVULUS, right? Like, I don't want to see them sit back and relax. I think you can easily allow Smiling Knight to get all the farm he wants. Sibay can farm as well, because he can always Solar Guardian in. But if you're Mobay and the support duo, I really do believe you probably don't want to be kind of putting your foot off the gas here, John. You want to be relentless in a game like this.
That you do, and I like how Mobay is looking to achieve that. Again, he started with the early Orchid, going for the Blink next in the Viper, wants to be able to, say, Blink Silence initiate for the team, put his body forward. We have seen for the Viper, though, he's not the tankiest yet. Does feel like perhaps a BKB should be something Mobay also considers to come out, but is looking at a more aggressive build than anything that allows for a sustained fight. Just wants to be initiating, wants to get that connection with the supports. The Blink will certainly allow that once it's up and running. A relatively even game despite all of this excitement for AVULUS early on. 7-7, 1k lead coming out for AVULUS early, but Gaimin aren't exactly struggling. Outside of Quinn, like the Storm still has a long way to go. Still doesn't have that full Yule. It's not too much farm space for Quinn so far. But you have recovered quite nicely in Ace. Watson's keeping up. And you are getting good farm on your two supports. Tofu and Maladich have both been allowed to get a little bit more in comparison to what Fly and Desire have for themselves. Again, it will affect how effective they are, especially this Puck. 2,000 gold in the bank for Tofu. Could be looking at perhaps a quick blink, make himself even more slippery, harder to catch here in these engagements. Getting, say, a blink Dream Coil out, or just having a blink off from the phase shift, it's going to be quite nice as well, considering that the area hold is good, but the hard hold isn't that good from the side of AVULUS, right? Like, it's not instantaneous, as long as Tofu's very smart with positioning. This quick blink investment on Puck can pay off massively. The key thing for AVULUS is they are preventing a siege out from the side of Gaimin. They have a lot of good D-push. Fly alone can just macro power, prevent creep wave from coming close to any tier 1. All tier 1s right now for AVULUS are very healthy still. And they are still hitting some milestones. Like Smiling Knight into the BKB next, has the Echo Saber up and running, has, I believe, his Blink flying out now as well. So this is the moment when AVULUS should really go full pedal. Like, if they keep slowing down, I mean, this is an even game. This is not a game where you're necessarily in a huge advantage. You're in an advantage for tempo. You have to utilize that tempo to widen that net worth gap, to widen the map control gap even further than just tier 1 difference right now. As Gaimin are still finding farm. Watson's still building up. Quinn slowly recovering. Why?
It certainly is. Quinn though, gonna get jumped immediately, but a nice sprout out from Maladich, buying the time. Watson does need to get out of there, but he does have Sunder. So he'll be okay, as Maladich actually does TP away just in the nick of time. The poison attack damage not going to be enough. Watson makes it out to boot. So they do lose Quinn, which is still a pretty big kill here for the side of AVULUS. Still a good set of rotations here for the Radiant side. And Gaimin, I think you're back to the avoid, right? Like, you really don't want to go into these fights if you can avoid it. just get back to the farm game until you say hit the 25-30 minute mark where you've caught up a little bit. And I imagine that's probably what they're going to try and do.
That they will. I feel like Gaimin there is some pressure to look for some aggression. At the same time, you don't need to feel too pressured, as before that kill on Quinn, you were relatively even. Slight 2k advantage now early on for AVULUS. Still not the end of the world for Gaimin Gladiators, but again, this timing is starting to come together. BKB for Smiling Knight is 2 parts away. Maybe a disassembly play there if you'd want to. Don't really see Sven's heart permitting for that one. A little bit of a movement out onto Mobe.
He's done a lot of damage to him here, but they're going to try and burst him down anyway. And in fairness, he's not very tanky on this Viper. He did go the awkward route for his item build, and while it's very good against the Storm of Quinn, he's got a Yule Scepter up now, so he won't care about that as much. And I think the softness of this Viper here is kind of hurting him at the moment. Because Mobe, unless he has the Svenet up front or even Zibe on the Dawnbreaker, he can't stand back and right click over and over again. They are going to jump him eventually.
They are. And that leads to my surprise when, seeing him queue up these Boots of Travels. Right? Like, I don't feel like there's enough map movement across at all to kind of warrant that just yet. Yeah, you're playing into a puck and NP later on. You would want those travels to fix lanes. At the moment, you still have your tier 1s. You're still kind of happy. You have the Dawnbreaker who can kind of play that role. And we've been seeing the issue for Mobe getting just controlled up every single time. And that BKB has to come into play at some point. Fly?
Caught out Fly, but he does have a bit of help. Smiling Knight going to try to move in, and well, they will actually find a pretty nice kill as Fly will not actually end up dying. Ace does get out of there just fine, but they do lose Malodic. Yeah, not a big deal though. I think if you're gaming, you drop a support here and there, you don't really care. You're playing the catch-up game. It's AVULUS's game to try and chase you down in this game of cat and mouse. AVULUS, they will go after a quick Tormentor. 3 shards now for Fly. And the thing is, Gaimin, the only thing you worry about is when Roshan starts, or if they're knocking your tier 2 towers. But they're going to jump in mid lane, trying for Mobe. And again, he's very squishy here on this Viper. So maybe they've got him, and they do. Mobe is set to fall. Ice Path macro, though, making it very hard for them to get out of there. But in fact, they're going to jump back in. They'll go after Fly now, and they've even got Desire. 3 down for AVULUS. Maybe 4 now. They'll jump Smiling Knight to boot. Quinn, he's not done yet. Smiling Knight, he will be able to run out of there. Ace, oh, never mind. They're going back in. Malodic gives up his life for this one. But it's not going to matter. They're unable to continue into the tier 3 tower. So Malodic, he will die for naught. But it's still a very good fight for Gaimin. 1 for 3. They got that mid Viper again. And I'll tell you, it's really starting to feel like Gaimin, within the next 5 to 10 minutes, they might have a good lead on their hands.
That they do. I mean, they already have a slight advantage already. Again, there's still a recovery that needs to be done for Ace and Quinn, but for the most part, they've gap closed that nicely. They're doing a great job in Gaimin in identifying that weakness of the Viper. Right? If you drag more than one hero, you can't Orchid both of them. You've got that mobility from the NP to help control as well. And you are just highly mobile with having Puck and Storm plus NP that just gets on top of these heroes. They choose their timing perfectly here as well for Gaimin, right? Like, there's no Solar Guardian, there's no God Strength to play with because they just used it in the last engagement, bought into the Tormentor. So you don't really have the tools available to turn that fight on AVULUS. And that's something that they should be aware of in terms of trying to play this global presence strat up against each other. There's much more uptime for Gaimin to be the aggressors than there is for AVULUS in working the map because you are constrained by an ultimate here on AVULUS's end. Those ultimates are off cooldown. AVULUS are trying to make a play with the smoke. They've got the BKB up for Smiling Knight.
They're finding nothing. Oh, maybe they find Watson. Watson will get jumped. They've got a Solar Guardian to find as well, and Watson deleted by Smiling Knight. No BKB required, and of course Roshan should be the objective they'll take after that kill. And this is what Gaimin needs to worry about. You know, losing Watson into a Roshan, not what you want. It might actually be worth considering a steal attempt, and they are going to try, but Ace gets jumped immediately on the Kunkka, and there's no way out for Ace. He's gone. So now the vision game is kind of lacking here for Gaimin if they want to try for an Aegis steal. They do have those treants, but obviously they're not very reliable in getting into that pit. And it seems like Gaimin, they are forced to just give it up.
Maybe Tofu tries, and he is a puck with a blink.
Oh, he's trying. Yule Scepter. He's in trouble. His orb already went. He's just gonna have to find his way out of this one, and it's too late. He's down. Smiling Knight very happy now with a mega kill streak. Aegis up on the Sven. Happy, happy days.
They're playing their cards just right in AVULUS. Again, all of these timings are coalescing together. You've got the BKB done on Smiling Knight. Didn't even need to pop it for those few engagements. You do have at least one save out for Mobay. Does have himself a Ghost Scepter to try to mitigate some of that damage, but will need a full BKB still. He is holding out on the travel, so again, course correction here for the Vipers, looking quite nice as well. And I will say, I do appreciate this build-up earlier on that we saw here from Zibe. Just getting the fast Ags up. He had Echo Saber queued up earlier. The Ags has been having such huge impact with that little bit of extra sustain, the aura lingering a little bit longer. Having yourself drop down as a follow-up stun is massive. Gaimin's blessing out as well for good old Smiling Knight, as we tend to see here, Mikey.
Very scary. Smiling Knight immediately pinged out Maladich as soon as he saw that rune as well. He wanted the easy kill. He could still try for it, but it's not really worth the risk. Although maybe it is worth the risk. Jump in, Stormhammer, Solar Guardian. Never mind, John. What risk? No risk.
No. I get the confidence from Smiling Knight. Again, he's got the BKB. He has nothing to worry about. He has the backup of that Ags upgraded Solar Guardian every single time. We'll find a tier 2 bot. You're trying to take as much space away from Gaimin as possible. Watson still has that room up top, but even though this Terrorblade's number 2 in net worth, highest for his team, keeping up with Sibe and Mobe, it just doesn't feel like this Terrorblade's a threat just yet. You talk about the Scotty timing every time, Mikey. It's going to be a butterfly timing this time for Watson, which will help, but it feels like you can't stop there. It has to be that in the Scotty. You need the stat padding, you need the slow, you need the way to kite around Smiling Knight as much as possible whenever you have Metamorphosis, and that needs a lot of time. And it's a lot of space that you're giving out for all of these cores. You know, you're not allowed, you can't just have Watson solo farming now. You're sharing that with Ace, you're sharing it with Quinn, because the Storm, again, just had a very slow start on mid. And to an extent, you're also sharing that with Tofu. The lanes are being taken by these mobile supports. You don't have, like, a safe lane you can just repair without worrying about a gank here from Gaimin on the cores. Supports are eating all of that up. So it is, the resources are shrinking down just a tad bit here.
Trying to move in mid lane. Silence is out onto Quinn. He's got a Yule Scepter. He'll eventually use it. Meanwhile, Fly has been caught in a Sprout. He'll die first. Meanwhile, Mabate being jumped, but he has a BKB to try and stand his ground as they'll take down Malady. 1 for 1. But Gaimin are waiting for those BKBs to wear off. And now they will. Smiling Knight, he'll get caught in a torrent, but still has his own BKB and has his own Aegis. So it won't really matter. They'll walk out. Gaimin, they'll accept the 1 for 1 trade. And again, I think the more time they can buy, the better it is. Obviously, because they are still playing catch-up. They are going to smoke up, though, on Gaimin. But they jump an illusion. A little bit unfortunate.
What it is.
Maybe they find the real one, though. Mobay, they see him. Zip forward, but Quinn, he's out of mana. No Soul Ring to use. It might be time to just, go for the reset back at the fountain.
Ace just casually doing a little bit of Tidebringer damage through the camp. I will say, I appreciate how Gaimin's looking at this timing, right? They see that BKB used on Viper, they look for the re-engage. They know they can kind of punish that move again for Mobe without worrying about that debuff immunity. Don't find the angle out,
Ace?
but this is what you need.
Well, Ace is still being chased down, but he doesn't stick around for that creep wave. He will retreat, realizing the chase was on. Smiling Knight looking extremely intimidating right now. Miss out on the Yule Scepter, though jump is there. Harpoon out as well. Smiling Knight still fighting Ace. Doesn't feel the need to BKB through that blade mail damage either. Just doesn't give a crap as mid lane. Quinn will get jumped, but again, the Yule Scepter will keep him alive through that silence. But boy, it's just so scary right now for Gaimin. Like, you're basically stuck on high ground for most of the team now. Because it's just, anytime Smiling Knight sees someone, they're just guaranteed dead.
That they are.
Scanning.
And this Sven just has a lot of ways of chasing down with a Blink Harpoon up. Going into the full damage next, Crystallis in the backpack. Aegis is set to expire at the very least, so that secondary life is gone. And there's not much you can really do at the moment for Gaimin. Just try to, again, use what space you have, get that build up. BKB for Quinn could be the start of this storm to have a easier time in trying to work these fights. And again, this is a fresh BKB, still 9-second charge. Same situation that you have with Smiling Knight. Can be impactful. It's just a matter of just connecting the dots on Gaimin. Finding an angle somehow. Butterfly for Watson should be the launching point for that aggression if they'd want to look for it. As he is just about there with 300 gold left to farm up. And Terrorblades damage will skyrocket at that point, but that'll also just align with how close this Daedalus is for Smiling Knight. He's also just about 300 away. So yeah, you're going to have Butterfly on Terrorblade. It's going to be nice. You don't really dodge out in the cleave damage. Smiling Knight could just hit literally anyone else if you're standing close by, and you're still going to have trouble. And again, it's going to be down to Gaimin how they break out these fights, how they kite around, whether or not they can avoid, see that initial jump in, force them to commit Solar Guardian onto one,
Oh, this could
kite
be
it out.
Watson. He doesn't have buyback here, Watson. He's going to be a little bit cautious. No way to return into the fight if they want to try and force it. There's those BOTs now on Mobay as well, so a lot more mobile is this Viper. Appreciate the Scythe of Vice build up here on Mobay. Just wanting to ensure this Storm can't get away next time. So Scythe of Vice will be the next item build up for the Viper this time around, as we are going to see a big smoke up now from AVULUS. Keep in mind, there's no Aegis for this team fight. Smoke will be broken immediately onto Tofu. We'll see each other. Tofu will get jumped. They'll try for Smiling Knight. Smiling Knight for now is going to be fine. Gets his BKB off. The crew will do the exact same, trying to just kite them away. However, Watson jumped in. Maladich is going to go down. Meanwhile, Quinn at least finding Mobay. What happened? Everybody else left. They saw the BKB usage. They just wanted to kite out. I didn't quite see how Watson got involved.
I was a little bit surprised. He suddenly just appeared. I was watching the movement of everyone else. Good dodges out from Quinn and Tofu, utilizing that mobility. You lose Watson, it's just...
It's not over either. Can they try and make this a good fight for Gaimin? X is out. Smiling Knight maybe feeling like he's gone a bit too far now. They'll jump him on the Sven. Smiling Knight really doesn't want to die, but he will go down. Ace to pick up a monster kill streak, excuse me, of Smiling Knight. And now they really want to punish the side of AVULUS for all the insolence throughout this last 30 minutes. Zibe will try to find an escape route, but it doesn't seem like there's much light at the end of the tunnel here for Zibe. He's gone. Quinn will pick up another. And I think AVULUS just invited Quinn back into the game, as they will lose Tofu at least. But I think they might have got themselves in a little bit of danger now, John, as Quinn again jumping in, now into Desire. The mana just keeps coming. Desire, he'll TP away. Fly can't do the same though, I don't think. He's out of mana. Fly will die. Watson will pick up that one. And it turns out the Watson death, the Watson jump in, actually somehow ends up panning out the game. It was too much IQ for us, John. Way too far in the IQ department.
I don't think he planned it, sure, but AVULUS also get over-eager. I mean, look, they get overconfident without the Terrorblade, with the Terrorblade dying and get overconfident. They tried to jump high ground. They were still tier 2 standing. It's not an area of the map they control. They blew their BKBs early along with God's Strength. You didn't have tools left in Smiling Knight. No Solar Guardian there either in that re-engage. And yeah, it's a toughie.
Oh boy. Like I said, I think at this point you've really kind of given Gaimin an opportunity now, because it really started to feel like there was nothing left. Even you were saying like the butterfly build up into the Sven not really going to help it as much as you think, and now it feels like, well, things are getting a little bit tough. Now Watson's going for a Hurricane Pike, more kiting potential, and keep in mind that last fight he kind of jumped in while the rest of his team backed out. What happens in the next fight if they kite out all your BKBs? You're just sitting ducks after that.
Yeah. And that fight was awkward for AVULUS with only the Terrorblade kill. They were doing a great job of dodging on Gaimin, which is exactly what you'd want to do. And once you set out these BKBs, we're seeing the weaknesses, right? You're forced to wait for these timings on AVULUS. You've got your own transformation here with Sven, who's very reliant on his own BKB to run in and out, because he's melee, of course.
Can they find Quinn here?
Radiant
Roshan's up.
scanning.
If they get a Quinn kill,
Got the scan.
Roshan's basically theirs, though Quinn does have buyback in fairness. A nice scan. Can he react quick enough? Quinn, no, he cannot. He'll get stunned up, and they'll take him down the first time. He's got buyback, though. And quite frankly, Quinn might need to commit for it, because Roshan, it's too important.
And it is.
Let's
They're
see
all
what they can do
decision
here. They are going to scout out. A big dream coil. Landing on 3, forcing those BKBs out now, John. This is where it gets scary if you're AVULUS. They need to get out of there. It's not looking good, though. They'll lose Zibe already. Fly in trouble to bird fly. We'll get caught out. And you know what? This is getting kind of concerning now, because Tofu, he just commits Green Coil. You see the torrent boat coming in, and you've got no choice but to use those BKBs. Otherwise, you're just taking a torrent boat to the face.
It's much too much control from Gaimin. It's again how deep AVULUS had to commit for that kill on Quinn. They pop Solar Guardian on top. They use God Strength early. They don't instantly go into the Roche, so the window's a little bit shorter. As we can see again, they were in position for Gaimin. They have all of this teamfight control. You have to kind of nightfall out of here on our Sven. You had no choice, and you just kind of get cleaned up. Again, you didn't have your tools. Right, like you don't have that Solar Guardian to try to counter initiate. You don't have that God Strength to pressure for damage. It only had a few seconds left, and Gaimin just understand that every time. Like we were seeing it with even small stuff. When Solar Guardian's down, they're keen to fight. When BKB's down, when you pop God Strength, they know how to sit it out. That discipline is giving Gaimin a little bit more of an edge, and now they've got the 4K advantage. They've got the secondary life up on Quinn, and for the side of AVULUS, they have to play it pretty smart. Again, they can't afford to overcommit for that move. It felt like they staggered way too many spells out. You might, when you try to make that play, you really need to hold on to Solar Guardian. This is your turnabout spell. This is the one that gives you access into these counterfights. Potentially, even then, it's not so convincing with Dream Coil boat on top, but it feels like the only way. If you lose that, then just re-engages from Gaimin are so low cost. Like their cooldowns aren't that long. Dream Coil's like 56 seconds. Boat is like 70. No, it doesn't take long for them to be active again. In comparison to the side of AVULUS having to hang on for that God Strength, which they pop first over
Smiling
Metamorphosis
Knight.
every time.
Smiling Knight, you got to be a little bit careful here, sir. He's completely alone. Pings out. Quinn, he wants at least a BKB forced here. They won't catch him. Smiling Knight will be all right. At least for now, as Quinn's still having a look around, but cannot find the Sven.
I mean, that's what you need
It's
to do
really
in game.
scary for Smiling Knight.
Just force these resources out. When BKB is down or when God Strength is down, this hero just cannot play. Satanic's up to try to provide a buffer for Smiling Knight. Will help in trying to sustain through some of that damage at least. But again, it's all down to how you layer these spells. Do you manage to hold on to God Strength after Metamorphosis? Have that longer duration for yourself? Will Meta come out first? You know, can you kite that out? Can Watson find an angle in? Do you have to pop your BKBs first on AVULUS? It's all about just these approaches to fights, these angles that you need to work in. For Gaimin, with all the options they have, it's just a lot easier without having to go all in. Whereas for AVULUS, once you see that movement out from Smiling Knight, again, they have to throw out the Solar Guardian on top just to be sure they throw everything for one kill, giving Gaimin a lot of leeway. Take a tier 2 top, no problems. For the side of Gaimin Gladiators, on the side of AVULUS, all of a sudden are finding themselves on a high ground defense after having that tempo for such a long time. It's not a good feeling. It's not a good position to be in. Quinn?
He's going to see Zibe in a second. Instead, though, zip down south. He's actually found Smiling Knight here. Smiling Knight, immediate BKB TP. Oh, it's these value plays for Quinn. It's the little value plays he finds on the map. Smiling Knight having no choice but to BKB because he didn't know if his team was behind him. And these are the kind of plays that differentiate you from other players. But now AVULUS, they're going to have to be careful because here they come. They know there's no BKB up on this Sven and he's trapped. Coil is there. Tofu knows. Smiling Knight, see you later, sir.
Oh, no
Nothing to
buyback.
smile about this time. Solar Guardian could have been used, but it would have just been suicidal. It really would have. There's no point.
Yeah.
Quinn
It's just a
in
little
trouble.
too risky.
He's okay though. He's got that outward staff available in the neutral item, John, and that's a very effective item against the Viper.
And it is simple high ground to proceed as well. Again, buyback lacking here for Smiling Knight. 90 gold away. No one can have access to the bounty rune either. You're just going to have to contend with at least one rack. Still a little bit of time on the Aegis for Quinn to get a reset. Sight of Vice up on Mobe with that blink can be the game changer. It's just a matter of how do you find this angle.
I mean, if you can wait out the Aegis and go for the surprise Hex reveal, I think that's the only way. If you don't wait out the Aegis and you go right in for the Hex, it's not going to end well, I don't think. They're moving in, still waiting. Aegis has 20 more seconds though onto Quinn. Hex out, who are they going for? Torrent, oh my babe, he gets dragged back as well. Ethereal Form's not going to help him too much once it ends. He will pop the BKB. Solar Guardian to try and help Quinn. He'll happily take the reset. The Aegis was just about to expire anyway. He wanted to die for it. Zippe now being dragged back. Tries to run. BKB only helps just a little bit, not too much. As he's down without buyback now. And well, Gaimin, sure they've got no Aegis, John, but they've got nothing to be afraid about either. Maybe Smiling Knight. At least he's got his BKB this time. He's going to pop the Gold Strike. He sees Quinn jump in, terrorize out, but no, the Lotus Orb. The Lotus Orb gives him the time, but no, the Brambles. The Brambles lock him in. Smiling Knight, though, can he survive without a BKB up? Surely he can't tank it, and he cannot. He's down again. No buyback available. It's got to be GG. No, in fact, he does have buyback now. He was just a little bit short. The passive gold coming in. They will lose Desire, though, by the looks of it. Desire will go down. But they're going to hold. At least for a little bit longer. As Smiling Knight, again, trying to go in, but he has no BKB. The Sunder's perfect. GG. What a way to finish for Gaimin Gladiators. If you're AVULUS, John, this one might hurt. This game loss might hurt because it really did feel like you won every lane. And with this kind of draft, you should have won every lane. But Gaimin proving to just be too good.
There they are. And I think overall, they were just outplayed for the most part. Like Gaimin Gladiators chose fights very smart. They know what resources they had to watch out for from AVULUS. That usage of really God Strength BKB usage along with Solar Guardian, right? Once they see that, once it's committed only onto one, as we saw into that movement on Quinn pre-Roshan, the follow-up's just not there. Like, you are very constrained to these timers on the side of AVULUS. It also felt like maybe they didn't push the envelope hard enough when they had that advantage, right? We saw the quick Orchid up from Obey. They kind of found maybe one or two pickoffs with it. They go back to farming. And that farm period, again, just allowed that recovery for Gaimin. And we were talking about, like, the strengths of Gaimin running something like this Puck Storm. They're just so mobile, right? Like, you have to have that perfect initiation. You have to have that big clump up with the usage of all your spells on AVULUS. Towards the later end of the game, with how Gaimin were just kind of splitting themselves apart, you never had that big opportunity to find those initiations you'd want on AVULUS. And when it came down to prolonged fights, like, you didn't have enough control to try to catch everyone out, right? Like, trying to find this Puck, trying to find a Storm, trying to focus on Watson in the backline, just hitting away with Metamorphosis. When he pops Metamorphosis late as well, in comparison to how early God Strength has to be popped from Smiling Knight. As we're seeing again that Roche fight, where they expend everything to kill off Quinn earlier, they don't have that counterplay. They're forced to kind of Nightfall off that BKB on Smiling Knight, and it's just clean from Gaimin. They're at the right spots at the right time. They know how to play their draft, and they had a good read as to the game plan of AVULUS. Like, I mean, they still run that Storm to Viper. Quinn still has a really abysmal time, and he still has impact this game.
Hey, he had a lot of impact in this game. In fact, Quinn doing brilliant work here in this game number one. And as you're saying, like, you know, has a quick death, doesn't really care. They just wipe out Smiling Knight one last time. And props to Gaimin Gladiators. You know, that they had a bad laning start. They knew it too. You saw the faces of Gaimin after that Viper pick. They knew they were in trouble, at least for the first half of the game. But yeah, with plenty of experience, they keep them coased. They just buy more time, and Oh, there you go. Gaimin Gladiators proving to be a very good team, as always. And surprisingly enough, Jonathan, that pos 4 puck, it really doesn't end up looking too bad.
No.
In fact, it kind of looked good, I'll be frank with you. Though those dream calls from Tofu, they were fantastic.
Not they were. I mean, he still managed to farm up basically what is like a core puck in terms of build-up at the end of the game. He ended up with the Octarine, with a Blink. The AVULUS maybe a little bit awkward, would say the Hurricane Pike, but more for control and getting himself out of dicey positions. Again, theoretically, the support puck does wonders. Its weakest point is really laning because it's super greedy. You ride that out, and you get your level 6, you make some impact there. It can snowball out of control. It was perfectly built for the draft from AVULUS. They lacked that hard hold, right? Like they had area hold, which was good in trying to punish out the Storm and puck, but not really both at the same time unless a severe misplay happened, which it did happen a couple of times, to be fair there for AVULUS. Just not enough. And I think, again, it's a very interesting draft from Gaimin. I loved seeing it. It was harder to play, like you called out. Like it was much easier to play AVULUS' draft, but the moment they gave leeway away, the moment they just kind of sat back for like 2 minutes and farmed, and that's all the space you need on Gaimin. And then they start finding these angles in, and it just becomes harder to counteract what you have there on Gaimin Gladiators with how mobile and how low committal they were.
I mean, absolutely. It's really all she wrote here. Gaimin Gladiators, again, securing game 1, though thankfully for AVULUS, it is a best of 3 series, Jonathan, and it's their first series. You know, it's game 1 didn't go so well, doesn't matter. Let's reset. We'll go into game 2, try another draft, see what happens. Of course, you and I, we're going to reset by going to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our game 2 draft between AVULUS and Gaimin Gladiators.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Stăpâne, stăpâne, îți cheamă și un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our Game 2 draft very, very soon between AVULUS and, of course, Gaimin Gladiators. Game 1 starting really well for AVULUS, in case you were watching, but sadly they weren't able to keep up the momentum to allow them their Game 1 victory. Game 2, Johnny, what are you thinking we change up here for AVULUS? Do you see any drafting changes? Is it a play change, or what are we looking for?
I feel like, again, for the way you had to engage there on AVULUS, it felt a little bit all in. So you maybe spread that out a little bit more. You take some sports that can initiate for you instead of being reliant on, say, the Blink Orchid on Mobe or the Blink Stun from Smiling Knight. I felt like, again, once these cores kind of commit, that's it. You have to throw everything out, even if it's just one kill. And we're seeing that multiple times. Like in the one fight where Gaimin was dodging out, well, they kind of commit all in. They get fortunate that Watson oversteps, and they managed to find punishment there. In the kill on Quinn, it was everything flying out as well. So kind of spread it out a little bit more. Maybe a support with a harder stun. Like you had very soft stuns coming out there for the side of AVULUS, and it did work to an extent. I feel like, again, for AVULUS as well, something in the playstyle is that they draft something that's hyper aggressive, and they kind of take a little bit longer to get going than you'd want. Like you have this overwhelmingly great lane for Mobe on the Viper, just crushing Quinn as you'd expect. He hits this Orchid timing, you find one kill, then they go back to farming. They wait for like the Blink to come out. We were seeing a reluctance to go BKB as well for Mobe, trying to go for the Travels first, having to go back for the Ghost Scepter BKB, and just meant that they missed a lot of tempo on AVULUS, which the draft really needed. So I think those are like the two things I'd want to see corrected from AVULUS. For Gaimin, frankly, if you can win a game where your lanes are that, I wouldn't say atrocious, but that bad early on for you, then I think you're free to do what you want. You can run a puck 4, go ahead, feel free to do what you want. Yeah, let's look for other heroes that are kind of bad. Well, let's take the Tiny 4 back. They could make it work, Mike.
Oh, yeah, I'll say it for you, John. Their lanes were atrocious. That game number 1, and props to Gaimin. That makes the win that much sweeter. If I was Gaimin going into this Game 2 draft, I'd be like, guys, we won against that draft with what we had. We lost every lane. There's no way we lose the game if we just equal out or just win the draft here. That's what I'd be saying to my team. I'm sure they agree, Jonathan. It's not really rocket science, is it? It's quite common sense.
No. And it is. Keen on seeing how the drafts does evolve here. Again, we in the first phase of Vans saw pretty much all the popular heroes. Bristleback being taken care of, Shadow Shaman, DP, Undying. I'm wondering if one of those slide through now. It does look like Gaimin aren't keen on giving out that very least, along with the Death Prophet. So the two big ones taken care of. Batrider was a very late ban. I'm wondering if anyone would want to try to grab it early here, as I feel like that hero is just certainly too strong, right? Like it does do quite a fair bit on both facets. Stoked and Arsonist are both amazing, depending on the game. AVULUS will take care of the Terrorblade, as that honestly has been a pretty common ban from what we've seen in some of the qualifiers, sometimes even first phase, for good reason. The flex into off lane, the strength on safe lane still pretty high. A lot of respect here from AVULUS, of course, for what Watson achieved in the last game as well. So I like that course correction already. Do you ban out the Shaman again on Gaimin? You want to take that out? No, they actually banned Nature's Prophet, so no access for that on AVULUS. No fun with the Soothing Saplings and that global ganking presence that one can achieve. AVULUS wants to take care of getting Shadow Shaman, Batrider still in the pool. Those tend to be top tier in terms of some of our supports nowadays. Wouldn't be too surprised if that was what you'd gone for. TA is surprisingly still in the game as well. Or Kunkka. Like those two are certainly up there in terms of what they can do. And there you go. TA is gone. And we do get ourselves a Dawnbreaker back up for AVULUS, which I don't mind. I don't think that game was necessarily on Zibe. He was finding the good angles in. He was very patient overall until they kind of staggered all their spots together. And this Dawnbreaker is still a very strong hero. Again, the fastest choice maybe was a bit surprising. Back to the Solar Charge, the cooldown reduction over the attack speed. I feel like a lot of people are gravitating towards the attack speed just being overall better and could have been maybe a little bit more impactful. Providing that extra attack speed to stuff like, say, a Sven Viper would have been really big for that 4-second burst window. So I want to see that adjustment, perhaps, in fastest choice. Doom, left alone, is taken up by Gaimin, and I love these animations. They look even better than before, Mikey.
They do. Can't wait to see the Earth Spirit animation, John, when it gets picked up. If it, can't wait to see it. I know they've got one ready this time, John. I know they've got one ready this season. I'm sure.
Uh, can you imagine if Earthspirit is picked, the animation is like the entire screen breaking and erroring? That's it, because they didn't anticipate
what it should
Earthspirit
be.
pick. That's the animation. It's just boom,
That's
all
it.
of it's gone.
All they need to do is just put a trash can on the screen, John. That's all that's required if Earth Spirit gets picked up. Just, put a trash can on the screen. That's all that's required, Mr. Animator.
Yeah, just a rolling trash can across the screen. No flare. Just
Not
that.
even
and
rolling. Just
It's just there.
over.
You just want it there.
It's just there. Just someone kicked it over. That's what happened.
Fair
Anyway.
enough.
Final bans to come out.
Hmm.
Maybe AVULUS will ban Earth Spirit here, John, though I highly doubt it.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. If there's a team that could make it work, maybe it's Gaimin Gladiators, because Tofu can make puck support work. Why not? Probably there's some stuff like Shadow Shaman still in the pool. Again, that's a big one that we tend to see banned out nowadays. Or the Bat Rider. A little bit surprised they're still in the pool. Actually, they've been really impactful in almost every game. Maybe depending on what they'd want. Like with the Dawnbreaker, I don't think the Razor's a big threat, but it might reveal a little bit more about your draft as well if you ban it. So I would say Shaman. It's probably the safe bet if you're not willing to pick it up yourselves here. They'll take care of the puck, showing respect for that flex Gaimin pulled off in the last game. That support puck, man. Tofu, he had a pretty fun time. He was having fun.
Yeah, I liked it. I really liked it, in fact. Could be something to watch out for in the future, that's for sure. Final ban to come for Gaimin Gladiators.
5 seconds remaining.
You still got options like the Sven. You brought up the Kunkka that is also still available. Wouldn't blame them for banning either one. In fairness, we don't see many Sven bans. It is usually the Kunkka that does get prioritized.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to
They ban out the Tusk, though.
That is the one lane combination we used to see with Dawnbreaker, right? Like tag team shards, easy chase down. I can understand Gaimin Gladiators not wanting to kind of get that strong laning setup off the bat. They will go with something very bog standard here. Warlock comes back out. Good old Black Grimoire on hand to eat. Get that fast level 6. Is a pretty strong response for maybe the big clump ups you're expecting from AVULUS again. If they look to play around us, Dawnbreaker and Solar Guardian. Chaotic Offering can kind of break up that initiation quite nicely. Fatal Bonds, when they're all kind of stuck in that area trying to heal off the Solar Guardian as well, could be quite big. And again, in terms of lane, it stabilizes any lane. Warlock, it's not the most aggressive, but you can just heal up, sustain your safe laner, maybe poke back with Fatal Bonds, depending on what you have to play with. Like, assuming Gaimin flexed this Doom onto pause 1, Doom Warlock lanes, stable enough. Fatal Bonds with Scorched Earth is kind of nice. You've got a lot of healing for the Doom. He's not going to get shoved away anytime soon. So I don't mind this. It's a very stable pick for Gaimin. Doesn't show too much about the draft either.
Oh, well, that shows something for AVULUS. Marcy to be picked up here, which is not something I was quite anticipating to come out, but well, that's where they go, John. My question is, I'm guessing it's going to be a support Marcy that we're looking at. Do you assume support or core Marcy is what AVULUS have got?
5 seconds
Really
remaining.
depends. I feel like
Gladiators turn
either one's good. I might prefer core Marcy a little bit more, to be fair. I think it does feel overwhelming, especially with, say, the rebound giving you some extra unleash is quite nice, but it does have its moments in both. I think the drag along rebound is pretty cool.
10
It
seconds
is a
remaining.
highly effective hero if it can get on top, which you should be able to. I can imagine a support Marcy with Dawnbreaker in lane is actually very, very scary with all the setup you have to kind of chase down all the physical damage you have on hand. Core Marcy is less common, but still strong. I think going back to Battle Fury, going for BKB and to Bashers, really still big for this hero. It doesn't feel too bad either way. It's just maybe safer to run it on pause 4 because you still get a lot of that impact anyhow.
I'm pretty sure in past history we've seen AVULUS run support Marcy a couple times.
Yeah.
Pick Me Up Facet does seem quite nice as well. Like if you're gonna play Dawnbreaker Marcy, just the Pick Me Up Facet could be really nice. Just get the Dawnbreaker within range for those Starbreaker connections. As well as that, though, you might just run Pos 4 Jakiro here with this Dawnbreaker and have the POS 5 Marcy with another aggressive kind of POS 1. But that's where I'm kind of leaning. I think we're probably seeing a support Marcy with the pick-me-up facet, which I'm pretty sure we've seen AVULUS play before. Gaimin, they don't give a crap. They'll go straight into the leaner. We have seen a bit of mid-laner being picked up in the SEA TI qualifiers. And it was pretty much just Makoto playing it, but he was doing some fantastic work.
But he was, and the hero does still feel pretty damn strong. Doesn't really lose out most mid-lane matchups, so you're kind of fine just going blindly in a pick. Most matchups just don't feel great right now, except maybe Sniper. That's the one that maybe leans into it just okay. Still should be fairly good for Lina, but Sniper can poke back a little bit more than most, so might be considered for a ban here for Gaimin. I'm curious to see which way to go. I mean, the one nice thing about Gaimin's draft is this is an all-red draft, Mikey. Haven't had that in a while. Would be nice to maybe get an Axe on top. It's not a bad Axe game if you want to pick it early, but chances are you're looking for a support. Red support, Line could be nice. Keep it red. Nice control for, say, the Marcy jumping in.
They don't care about the color scheme, but they do go about Rider
They
Johnson.
do care.
They're keeping it up. They're keeping it up, John. That doesn't mean they care, right? AVULUS looking for their 4th pickup now. Obviously, I mean, speaking of the Bat Rider, you and I have seen a lot of support Bat Rider, and I personally think this is arguably the most busted hero in the game right now. And, well, speaking of broken, there's Tiny coming up. We'll get to him in a second. Bat Rider, though, John, in my opinion, is probably going to be the most banned or contested hero at TI. I'm going to say it right here and now. Unless it gets nerfed heavily, I think Bat will be the most contested, easily.
I'd agree, but I feel like it's a toss-up between Bat and DP. I think DP might actually be more consistently banned than Bat Rider. Overall, I can see that, but I would say it can be up there. It depends on how teams prioritize what we see, say, here and other tournaments later on, right before TI, whether or not we see an uptick.
Tiny, though, John.
Oh, no, you can take over that. I know you want to get going on Tiny. Don't let me hold you back, Mike. What do you want to say?
I'm reserving judgment, right? Because I did say, no, hold on. I said POS 1 Tiny, absolute trash in SEA. That's what I said. I specifically said I don't know how well EU's running it. I still think the hero is complete trash, right? I don't think it's going to work for AVULUS. I'm going to say it now, John. I think the hero is garbage if it's POS 1, unless it's in the right hands. But we'll see. We'll see. My prediction is still negative, Jonathan, but I'm giving leeway to be proven wrong.
Fair enough. I think it's up in the air as well where you want to run this. Mid-Tiny against Lina is a pretty rough time, but that's the one matchup that makes sense in this point in the game because of what you've picked it into. I mean, you're picking it early. You don't know exactly if you're dealing with safe lane or off lane Doom. Kind of have to just try to work with what you do have on hand. Tiny can still farm. With a tree grab into Alina, relatively tanky as a hero. Not the most armor, so the right-click pokes from Lina is still annoying. But then if you play spacing, if you let the Lina shove out, eventually you'll just be able to clear out the creeps. Maybe that's what you gun here for on Mobe. Looking for some last bans. Expecting the Doom off lane here, AVULUS is, as they are banning out safes for the Life Sealer. Same thing goes, of course, with Gaimin. Expecting off lane Dawnbreaker and a support Marcy with a Sven Ursa bans. What's left? Razor still in the pool as probably the next top hero that most people have been playing. The DOTA is the one to come out for AVULUS first. So this can be quite a nice DOTA game overall. Like that, there's no direct way of melting his mana. Mind you, if you are playing into an off-lane Doom, if he has access to the camps, mana burn creep would be kind of devastating for the Medusa even early on. So that could be one way to be annoying here for Gaimin. And I'm not.
Medusa pick a look. Didn't seem to like it very much. By look, I mean he looked quite disgusted that someone picked Medusa. Here's the Darkseid pickup from Gaimin Gladiators. I don't know. Look, the thing is, John, you know me. I see core Tiny. It's a mid Tiny as well, which I especially hate, and it's against Alina. Like CS wise, Tiny's still going to be okay. Harassment wise, it's going to be pretty rough for Mobe. In my opinion, I have no faith in this core Tiny. I don't think it's going to do that well this game. What are you thinking, John? Draft.
Yeah, I'd agree. I feel like it's a lot easier to play Gaimin's draft this time. It's not complicated. You have this really good connection with, say, Vac Wall, Fatal Bonds, Chaotic Offering. All the damage can come in from Quinn and Tofu as well. Tofu is sticking to Stoked, so we're not seeing Arsonist with, say, a support build up into Witchblade and all of that. So it's not going to be as crazy, but you still have a lot of output whenever Firefly is switched on. So I like this from Gaimin. I think for AVULUS, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of timings they're looking for. They do have a lot of AoE control, not hard control mine, but Stone Gaze, Rebound can count it, I guess, Solar Guardian on top, Macro Pyre to play with. You don't have high mobility cores to worry about at the very least. Nothing like the Storm or Puck this time. You kind of weave in and out. You can kind of root them in place with a Gorgon's Grasp as well. So you do have that going for you with a Stusa pick. It's a little bit uncomfy because I don't know if the DOTA really enjoys going late game into this, especially again, you could easily just isolate weight the DOTA. We've seen this hero fall behind before. You have some ways of getting some damage out. You have some damage coming in, especially from the Dawnbreaker. But the DOTA safe lane, it's a double-edged sword for AVULUS. Like, yes, there's no direct counter. You don't have to deal with natural diffusal blade carriers for sure. You're going to be able to feel that durability from your mana shield. At the same time, it is a little bit slow. And what Gaimin has doesn't take too long to get cooking. Yeah, you might wait for an Aura item out from Ace. But the Lina in particular, especially if Quinn has this overwhelming start up against Mobe's tiny mid, which it should, as a Lina, you get, say, quick travels timing or the Maelstrom we tend to see and things just snowball out of control. And that activity is not going to be easy to match on AVULUS. And again, they're going to have to be smart about this. They have to get as much as they can out of these lanes. The most important lane, outside of mid, just not falling apart here for Mobe, has got to be Sibes lane. Because the level 6, having access to Solar Guardian as a counter initiation tool, going to be very important if you're playing into a highly aggressive Gaimin Gladiator game this time.
30 seconds to battle.
It's so scary though, because like these mid laners, yeah, it's going to be a little bit later on, maybe 30-35 minutes in, but that Daedalus timing for Lina, it's just so devastating. Once she gets to a stage where Daedalus is up, I don't think the Medusa can contend. If Quinn's allowed to just hit her, it's going to be a pretty rough time because the damage output gets just ridiculous for these mid laners once they get to that stage of the game. Speaking of that mid laner, I'm going to say hello to Zibe. Bannerins to be picked up will be a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Gaimin this time around, so happy days. I also wanted to add, by the way, John, that the one question mark I have for AVULUS is how well this Marcy Pos 4 works. Because you do have this Pos 4 Marcy with a Dawnbreaker lane. They do go for the pick-me-up facet, so you can break the gap really quickly with this rebound and have both you and Zibe within close proximity for the Starbreaker follow-up. So I want to say this bottom lane of AVULUS should be pretty dominant. Then again, I don't know, because at Gaimin, they might just play passively. You know, Malich, he could just sit back, spam Shadow Word on Watson, and nothing might happen down at bottom.
And again, that's the most important lane to try to win out as well. Because I feel like you've got to get that fast 6 on Sibe to have a start. You do have the lane combination to try to get that done. Just a matter of, can you really run down a Doom with Warlock behind? Maybe you can punish Maledich if he oversteps his bounds at the least. We'll see later on. Having Gander at all the lanes, of course, that mid lane matchup, it's not going to be the easiest of times for Mobe. He was punishing Quinn quite hard last time. This time he's the one that's going to have to cop it a little bit from that Lina matchup for sure. That is going to be very Lina favored overall. We're also seeing some good pokes out onto Fly, as Tofu does manage to get the pullback and did go for that level 1 flame break. But the mid is going to be a little bit of a flip, right? You don't have that domination for Mobe. Quinn's going to have a lane to play. He's got the reach to punish Tiny. He's got the magical and physical damage to make this pretty painful for Mobe as well. Like we were talking about, you're going to have CS here in the Tiny, yes. But you're not going to be stopping this Lina. Maybe True Rune Control, you could. That puts higher priority on, say, Water Runes here overall.
How the tables have turned, huh? How the tables have turned. Well, this is the problem. Once you run out of regen for Mobe, either he's bringing out more or he's just tanking hits like this the whole time. Like, this is the point where now the CS slows down quite a lot for the mid-tiny, and it gets scary as well. You know, this is something we were saying over and over again in the TI qualifiers, but these mid-tinies were feeling like they were hitting a similar blink timing to POS 4 tinies we were seeing. And that could be the case for Mobe if he's not too cautious here. Because he could end up with a 20-minute blink dagger, or even just close to it. Not very fun for a mid-time.
No. Doesn't even have lane control, so Waterman's free for Quinn.
Maladich, one more, and they've got it. Desire, able to secure first blood, and they didn't even need the rebound. Desire only hits level 2 now, and will be able to get away thanks to the rebound skill up. So there you go, even at level 1, Desire and Zibe able to secure the life of Maladich.
That's what they need to keep doing. Again, this is your most winning lane for AVULUS down bot. This is the one that you can get all of that aggression lined up for. Especially while the levels are early, you don't have the highest levels in Scorched Earth from Watson to try to contend back. And you have that spacing issue for Maladich we were seeing earlier. Good punishment out from AVULUS. This does get even more aggressive, of course, as level 3 starts to come in. Get the level 2 rebound on top, that added bit of range. Make all the difference in finding the squishier backline. See if they can repeat that. Last lane up top that we haven't really mentioned yet. This is the most passive lane. It's Smiling Knight would fly up against Ace and Tofu. There's not really much to do. It's not a great Iron Shell lane for the Batrider to try to tie you in with the Darkseer. It is also just a really tanky Medusa that you can't instantly burn the mana off unless Smiling Knight overstays his welcome, cops too much sticky napalm with a flame break. Probably not going to be seeing that mistake anytime soon, though. So it's going to be your slower lane. This is a good time for Smiling Knight, at the least in terms of farm. But you're also not slowing down Ace by a huge margin, right? Like, he has himself the first Lotus. He's already has himself the Ring of Health. Vanguard not too far off. So the Darkseer timings are going to be nice. And that's all you really want to achieve anyhow for Gaimin. You get the EXP, you get the Vanguard, you get that slow, steady trickle of EXP for Tofu, maybe a couple of stacks up as well. And you're kind of golden in the top lane.
They could still try for the chase down with the Firefly Iron Shell, but they haven't quite yet because they haven't skilled up Firefly at all. It's now Tofu. He's going to move in, trying to chase down Fly on this Jakiro, and Fly may have overstayed his welcome, though he's going for the man fight, and Tofu is probably going to die, but he will secure a kill. Problem is, you gave a double kill away to the Medusa of all people, so Smiling Knight is certainly smiling at the moment.
Again, they find that angle to be aggressive. They get the punishment on Ace, maybe hang too far forward. Again, doesn't have the full Vanguard yet. The Ring of Health alone, just not enough regen with how low he was already in that lane. You're finding an early start up top, which is what you'd want to see here for Smiling Knight. Medusa does need quite a fair bit of time to really be online, and the pause 1 still needs like Yasha Manta timings to start. Not really set to launch off at that point. If you can rush Butterfly afterwards, you feel good. Again, that requires that foundation that kill might provide for them here. Bot lane, you're still looking for angles out with Desire. It goes 1-1-1, so it doesn't have that extra reach for the rebound. Does have that value point with the bodyguard, though.
Trouble. Will be okay for now, though. The heal's coming in, though he finally will go down, but Watson, looking for a big trade, should have the Dawnbreaker and will. Not really the worst trade, and you kind of appreciate Maladich hugging Watson to try and get some of those heals his way, but sadly for him, still not proving to be quite enough.
A little bit of a miss as well, just a little bit of a dispose out of the Starbreaker, it looked like, just for a moment. So a small disconnection that comes out. Still find the kill. And again, trying to go into Doom itself, a little bit harder with how tanky Watson is now. So you're still finding that initial buildup you want. Dying on Sibe does hurt. So you are getting that buildup on your Doom. You're seeing the pressure ramp up on mid from Quinn. Power runes, not in his favor.
Oh, unlucky.
So you at least you have some play from Obey at the very least. I mean, he could try to rotate. He does have the level 3 toss, level 1 avalanche. Not the best burst damage in the world. He is keeping up somewhat in CS. Like, this is not as bad as we've seen some matchups for the Tiny Go. So he's actually keeping in line for the most part. But there's a lot of flash farm available for Quinn. Again, no pressure at all. Outside of just CS coming true, you can't really stop the Lina from just getting what she wants, getting that timing into the Maelstrom just right here for Quinn.
Oh, they could find Tofu, who is actually trying to take some creeps here with the Iron Shell. They've got the rebound and the toss in. They'll go for the toss first onto the creeps and just clear them all out. And that's actually a pretty big win for Mobay. He just can happily leave now, knowing he took those stacks away. Sibe taking a bit of damage down bottom. Meanwhile, top, they are chasing Tofu once again. They see the Ancients as well. Tofu is going to tie to Mobay, so a very nice rotation from AVULUS is they'll look for Ace and just try to take away that Shrine of Wisdom.
Radiant's top tower
And they'll get away with it as Ace cannot stick around. So double shrines for AVULUS on top. Jeez, you just got all you can ask for with that rotation from Mobe.
Yeah. And you deny that flash farm we tend to see on the Bat Riders. Tofu's going to be stalled out into 6, into just Brown Boots, maybe Drums for Blink or Force Staff as well. And that has a cascading effect in just clearing out that large camp stack. You buy a lot of space for Smiling Knight, no pressure in Dedusa to just freely siege onto the tier 1. And a very free game so far for Smiling Knight. Top of net worth, not quite top in CS, but his lane again hasn't really been a problem into the slower lane for Gaimin up top. And for Gaimin, that's where your hurting point stands. This Dusa again is going to be lining up for a nice Manta timing, maybe into the Butterfly.
He's gonna get caught here. Does not get denied either. Fly actually secures the kill with that liquid fire damage. So happy days for Fly.
Dire's middle tower is under
And I really like how AVULUS, they're keeping tabs on these ancient stacks. They're not allowing Tofu to try and move in with those iron shells and help out Ace. They just continue to intervene every single time he's around the area. As mid lane, they even found Maladich. Quinn is around to try and help. Maybe they will force a fight because they do have Laguna and they'll commit immediately, but a nice ice path is going to get in his way. So he couldn't get the damage out, and now they could be in danger because Smiling Knight, he snuck up from the behind. Looking to set up, tosses in on a Quinn. Solar Guardian to follow up, and Quinn really going to regret his choices as Fly does die, but it's at the cost of his own life. And now those ancient stacks, they're not safe. Even bottom lane, the chase on a Watson. Watson will make it, but the ancients of the Radiant Triangle, they're going down.
Radiant's
So you'll lose all that farm for Ace. Meanwhile, Desire still running away, but this is all time being bought. This is all time that Watson's not farming. This is great news
And
for
it is.
AVULUS.
Yeah, they've certainly gotten a good read as to what the game plan is from Gaimin. Right, like, again, that movement to triangle, like you mentioned, they get the early wards going, the contest into the Shrine of Wisdom. Like, that decision to get aggressive on Quinn just doesn't pan out with the early decisions he made to not TP, to not rotate into the triangle to try to help out. And it's just a little bit curious as to playing into what AVULUS would want. They're set to go. Like, you've got a timing now for Mobe with that maxed out toss. There's a lot of damage that can come in. He doesn't quite have the blink yet. Did go back for the phase boots along with the solar ring. But he is already getting some effective rotations. Again, this potential to just have Solar Guardian to back you up is always a big threat. And for the side of gaming, this is where the draft will devolve into a little bit more farm.
Tofu at least denying the haste run away here from Mobe. Mobe having a very good game already on this Tiny. Definitely not going to have the too late of a blink timing, I don't think, as long as he keeps the farm game up. It's happy days for him. Smiling Knight, of course, has been ignored this whole time as well. Top net worth on the board here in this Medusa is bottom. Watson gonna move in, does go for the Infernal Blade and does have Doom up, but isn't really confident he'll get enough damage out. And without a way to cancel the TP, he won't bother throwing out Doom because he already tried this earlier. And sadly for him, of course, Zibe was able to get away the first time he committed the Doom. Mid lane, though, Quinn could easily go down if they can break the gap, and they do. Solar Guiding is in as well with the rebound. Quinn just gets destroyed. AVULUS is just so aggressive once again here in this game, too.
Yeah, and I like this course correction. And they were this aggressive earlier on. Maybe not as willing to commit all in, but this is the exact pace they need to get that tempo up. You're starting to get that build up from Mobe into the blink. He's evening out that net worth deficit with Quinn quite nicely. You're a lot more active on Sibe with these early Solar Guardians flying in as they'll find a freebie.
I'm really liking this pause for Marcy so far from Desire. It's being very impactful. Just, you've got so much mobility plays. You get tossed in, you go for the rebound in, you can have a Solar Guardian in. Like, there's just so many ways to force a fight. So many options here as they are moving in again looking for Quinn, but this time the rebound will not connect with Desire. But I must say, this pause for Marcy pick, it really is opening up the game quite a lot for AVULUS thus far.
And it is. And they're utilizing it well. Desire is just reading all of the angles he'd want. They're also making a lot of space on the map with all of this aggression from AVULUS, right? Like, you've got the freest farm in the world for Smiling Knight, still #1 on that DOTA. Yasha up, Manta not too far off into a Maelstrom. They're trying to chase. They've got the wall ready, I suppose.
They're going to drop it on the stairways and blocking the way for Smiling Knight, but you have any follow-up here. So basically going to show up, they'll jump the Marcy, Desire will die, Tofu meanwhile somehow, no, he does go down. Now the chase continues. They really would love to try for Smiling Knight, but once the golems drop, you're just kind of out of lockdown. And that might be the big deciding factor for a lot of these fights, is if you can't keep Tofu alive, you just don't have lockdown for this Medusa. Like, without the lasso, what are you meant to do?
Radiant's bottom tower.
You just have to kind of accept the pick-off game at this point. You're not ready to show up with your full lineup, right? Like, Watson still needs more before the Doom starts to come in, maybe starts to play with something else besides the Mana Burn, although Mana Burn is just so useful when you're playing up against that DOTA. You are starting to, again, try to find some stacks to work on. Ace doesn't have the full aura item up yet, so you're not in that point where engagements for game is really what you want. It has to be pick off and retreat. A little bit forced perhaps with the wall, with trying to poke for more, with the golem drop. AVULUS still punish. They've got another smoke. They don't need much to wait for. There's that blink timing for Mobe, quite quick, considering what we've seen from our Tinies in our region, Mikey. He's set to go.
It is.
And again, with all that initiation angles here, very simple to find these angles.
He's doing a very good job here, Mobe. Watson actually avoids for now. Avalanche will connect in the end, and he is just gone.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Well, again, so far, I want to say a perfect game for AVULUS. They are playing very clean in this game #2. And again, props to Mobe. I called it the hero trash jump, but this is why I kept my mind a little bit open with these regions, because so far, fantastic work from Mobe.
And it is. Like, he's playing into this combination quite nicely. I think it's also the team understanding what you have to do for a Tiny to get online, right? The fact that these supports are just running in with him, every now and again, even Smiling Knight running in to help out that Tiny, find these kills. It's been all working together for this early tempo that you are seeing out from AVULUS. Mind you, they are 4-12, but they're only less than 1k ahead. So considering that circumstance for the side of Gaimin, it's not too bad. Granted, you do have a Doom with Midas, so that might be inflating the values just a tad bit. But overall, you're not in dire straits yet for Gaimin. It's not an ideal start for sure, losing off this map control, but we saw the same circumstance in Game 1. And if there's any team that can play from a less than ideal position, it is Gaimin Gladiators. They've got the Maelstrom up on Quinn. There's some damage coming out on Luna's right clicks already. The issue is just finding initiation. You don't have that quick blink on Tofu because the stacks were heavily contested, stalled out for that quick jump in. And so you're just left without really angles to play with, and just more farm that has to come out. For AVULUS, almost the same story as Game 1. I want to say you have a bigger safety net in having DOTA on hand, so it's maybe not as high pressure, but you do want to keep that tempo up. You want to keep playing with that blink on Mobe. You want to keep trying to look for pickoffs, get some aggressive wards. The D wards have been pretty strong on Gaimin. They've got some nice security sentries around to keep track, and just try to get a handle on things on their bot jungle at least. Triangle is still heavily warded up from AVULUS though, and again, they just need to keep playing aggressive here.
Well, they might find Maladich. Should be a bit of a freebie for Mobe if he saw him, but he did not. I'll stick around, at least get some wards down to the southern side of the Radiant jungle. Jeez, they could run into Quinn too. Quinn directly south of them, but they don't see anyone sadly here. AVULUS, bit of a lost opportunity, unless Tofu will show himself on the bottom creep wave, so they do at least have something. Tofu should be no way out of this situation, and he is indeed going to die. Desire taking another kill on this Marcy. Maybe not the kill you would have quite really liked to take, but you take what you get sometimes.
What you do. I mean, again, you're buying space for all of your cores in Gaimin Gladiators, so you're happy enough with having that sacrifice. You are still getting that quick resource adjustment out for AVULUS with these kills. You might find something bigger with Quinn.
I mean, Mobe's just on the mark, isn't he, Jonathan? He just can't miss anything. Quinn finding, well, getting found out, I should say. Mobe, again, just fantastic work. And in fact, that was the an observer, what I do believe, that caught that out. So just seeing the opportunity, just chases down Quinn. Meanwhile, Maladic is trying to force in this mid 2-1 tower with a golem. A more desperate style of play, but he kind of needs what he needs. He does what he needs to do. It's not like he's going to see an opportunity where a golem drop's actually going to be any good, because Gaimin, they don't want to fight.
No. Yeah, they're stuck in a position where it's just a catch-up game. Ace is your highest farmed hero. Having all of that gold in the Dark Seer is nice. It's not ideal. The Aura build is almost done, though. Pipes up. Crimson Guard only about 200 gold off. So the double auras can start to have some impact into that burst. And that side of AVULUS is playing into. And again, you've stalled long enough that at least Tofu does have that blink. Mind you, you're still losing your triangle here.
You are. Ace is going to try to run away, but they've got the dispose and they've got the avalanche. It's very hard for Gaimin at the moment. You just need to buy so much time with this style of draft.
Radiant's top tower is
Like, you're waiting for both Watson and Quinn to be somewhat ready. More so Quinn than anything, as they are going to jump now. Maladic in the mid lane as well. But these supports, all they can do right now is split push lanes and buy time for their cores to get to a stage where they're actually going to be able to contest what AVULUS are throwing at them. But AVULUS, unlike last game, so far, completely unrelenting.
dire are scarce.
Because this is what I thought they'd be doing last game. Just chasing them down over and over again. Getting that deep vision and just not allowing the pressure to ease off.
Radiant's top
But
tower
game
is
2,
under attack.
they certainly have rectified that playstyle and they are not slowing down. Top lane though, oh, they're gonna find Watson. Watson, he might get Desire and he probably, no, in fact, will he? Oh, he barely does. Last tick does it. But it's never gonna be worth your own life as the POS one dude. Never.
No, certainly not. Again, silver lining is that he's dying very far away from tier 2s. So it's going to take a little bit of time to try to follow through into a push here, translate that to an objective for AVULUS at the least. But I don't think you mind AVULUS. They're still running across the river anyhow. Again, they're constantly on the aggressive. They're constantly looking for those kills. We're not seeing a down moment like last time where Mobe with the Orchid just kind of stopped a little bit, relaxed, wanted to work onto the Blink first, and just kind of gave an opening out. No opening so far for Gaimin. Until they find an angle. Smoke out for Tofu and Quinn. Perhaps if you get a good lasso here, you could translate that.
Oh, there it is. Prophetic, Jonathan. Very prophetic of you. Is well, the Tiny not dead yet. Glimmer Cape Yule usage is going to be out and a nice blink away. Surely not. Ace cannot believe it. He's made his run out of there. Oh, that's a little bit demoralizing for Gaimin. A very nice save, though. Fly with the Glimmer Cape, apparently enough to allow Mobe away out of there.
Yeah, I mean, you just couldn't get the damage in. Good saves. The Yule's paying off massively for Mobe. And that's their full salvo out.
Smiling Knight.
Right, like that's...
Right, this is confident. Smiling Knight is going to try to run. Thing is, you don't have the lasso on Tofu, so it's kind of hard again to actually catch anyone. The chase will continue though. Ace could be maybe looking for a back, but he's already committed that as well. As now Mobe jumping in. Golem is dropping. Is it going to matter? I don't think it will. Ace still in trouble, but they'll leave him alone. They'll chase down Watson instead. But Watson's running around a tree. Ring around the Rosie. They've got to run. And they will. The Fatal Bonds was looking a little bit too intimidating in that fight. So the fight starts off really well for AVULUS, but I think once they see a 5-man Fatal Bonds, they say, screw that. It's too much. Just too scary.
It is. That's your only turn from the side of Gaimin, having all of that splash or shared damage on hand. And I think the couple of games for Gaimin, again, not ideal. You didn't quite have Lasso and Tofu off of that failed attempt on Mobe's life. So that's not even the ideal circumstance for Gaimin in that chase down. At the least, they didn't pop Doom either. Watson held onto it quite smartly there. And we'll have that available next time. A bit of a chase Mobe. Not going to look to clean up Tofu.
There's why I don't like Core Tiny. Because you're 21 minutes in, and you can't just burst anyone down. Like, these supports will survive the Avalanche Toss combo with a couple right clicks. That's what I hate about this hero. Is you hit a point in the game where, yes, you've got the toss back plays, yes, you do a lot of damage, and yes, you're still a headache, but the feeling of being able to burst at least a support down before the fight's gone it generally disappears around this mark. They will try to hunt down Ace, but they'll miss out Sam.
Yeah, and this is the point where Mobe will start to shift more into a little bit of utility initiation, right? Like focus on the stun, try to get some toss backs if possible. It doesn't feel as pertinent yet. Maybe if you get into a high ground scenario, that's where things start to open up more for that aggressive toss back play. Whether a high ground push or a high ground defense both kind of work. BKB is being farmed up by Mobe, so at least he can maintain his front line presence a little bit longer once that's up. Seeing a lot of patience out from Gaimin. Half a minute until the full chaotic offerings back up, and they'll just go. They've got the lasso ready. That wall might get a good angle in as the Tormentor's being taken while everyone's a little bit low. Could be awkward for AVULUS if they hang on too
really
long.
Dangerous. They need to get through those twin gates ASAP. They're going. A couple left behind though. They've got 3 heroes still here. Smiling Knight. He's gonna show. He'll pop the Stone Gaze though. He's got TP. No, in fact, he doesn't have TP. Wait, did he just commit the TP?
Oh,
I think he did. Did the rebound cancel the TP?
oh boy.
I think the rebound might have canceled that TP. I could be misseeing, John. I don't know if I missaw that.
Yeah, I'd like to see that one. A little bit awkward.
Because his TP,
Good.
his TP went right on cooldown when
Yeah.
he bought another one.
Yeah, it was. I didn't quite catch it either, but a great read from Gaimin to still get that punishment. You managed to get themselves a nice aggressive ward on that location as well. And that's the big kill you couldn't afford to give out on AVULUS. This DOTA
Mobe?
does need a lot of farm. Oh,
They're going to find Quinn. This will be a big trade. Quinn gets used up trying to force stuff away. And obviously, the Medusa kill's still massive, but they trade pretty nicely here, Abby.
yeah, they trade happily enough. I believe Quinn is more of the win condition than you'd expect here for Watson, obviously, on the Doom. You're more of a tempo carry. You're more of a big front line to enable a scaling mid to kind of try to carry you out, which Quinn is. You're still not feeling great on AVULUS. Again, when it comes down to this DOTA, you want to have a full item advantage, ideally. At least maybe 2 components up. So 2 to 4k up is when the DOTA feels really comfy. At parity, it can be a little bit shaky early on. Maybe in an ultra late game scenario, not so much. But at 25 minutes in, just 1 component ahead of the next 4 at only 1k lead, 14 versus 13. It's not like that big carry DOTA that's indestructible in the game, especially when enough focus is brought out. So you do have to be somewhat concerned with losing Smiling Knight like that here on AVULUS. Gaimin at the least off that kill can't really find more, right? Like, they take the kill, they lose Quinn, they can't really take any objectives, they can't threaten for Roshan. So in that sense, AVULUS don't lose as much as they could off of that DOTA takedown. And they can kind of be happy. Ags is up in Smiling Knight, some good stat padding. The extra split shot can feel good. And the on-hit effects, obviously a big boost to DPS as well with a Maelstrom into the Mjolnir, with a Scotty later on, off it lining up nicely. But for Gaimin, I don't know, like this damage is starting to line up. Quinn going into the BKB, potentially afterwards starts for the Chrysalis Daedalus. And like you said earlier on, that's where the spice comes in. Lasso up.
Look around. And that's what required here for Fly. They'll hold out. Fly being a little bit of
Used it earlier.
He comes Mobe though. Solar got him in. They are still alive, but this could be dangerous now for AVULUS because the turnaround is here. The Fatal Bonds is out. They're all burning. This wasn't the fight to take. It was not the fight to take for AVULUS, and this is where the game officially turns. This is the fight that turns the whole game on its head. I do believe, Jonathan. I mean, you talked about the timings of Gaimin. Quinn's already becoming a problem, but the Daedalus up after the BKB, that's the nail in the coffin for me. I don't see Smiling Knight on this Medusa being able to contest it. Here's the replay. I don't even know if it was worth forcing this fight. Like, Fly's gonna die no matter what.
No.
Mobe probably thought we can still take this, not expecting the whole squad to be there. But the risk, some would consider unnecessary.
That it was. I think, again, you only lost your hero. You would have been happy because they did have to expend Lasso, so you would have had a window anyhow to play into it without worrying about Tofu's Lasso. Now you just lose out. At the least, Roshan isn't fully committed on by Gaimin. Played a little bit safe, allowing an angle back in for AVULUS, but it is also a risk with the back wall and all of this AoE. Oh my
It's
god.
so dangerous. You're finding yourself, Smiling Knight. Can he keep going? They're going to try Aegis on the deck. Smiling Knight, he does pick it up, but he's going to lose the first life immediately, it looks like. He's out of mana. They'll try to protect him through this, but it's not enough. He'll lose the Aegis now. This game, and they're bringing numbers in. Do they want to continue? Ace should go down. Avalanche out as well. Solar Guardian to fly and just kill the damn purple man. On a Watson, but here comes the lasso. Smiling Knight, he's trapped up. He's half mana already. They're focusing everyone else, but now Smiling Knight is sitting duck trying to man up against Quinn, but there's no manning against this man. Smiling Knight down. What did I tell you, John? Game-changing team fight.
And again, they take a massive risk for AVULUS to just casually try to steal this Roche back. He had a vision set up earlier, well, not quite earlier, post. After the fact, they do manage to get the vision down, and you're playing into a Darkseer in a tight area. Like that's the one nightmare for DOTA, having to fight her own illusions that she has no easy way of clearing out. No way of instantly bursting down those illusions nowadays either, at least not an easy way. And Gaimin just take control in the area. Very staggered out response, kind of pans out. You at least deny the Aegis away from Gaimin, so they can't instantly translate to a safe tier 2. Maybe a threat in the high ground, not quite coming out yet. But that's also Quinn just finishing up his BKB without having to pop it. You can start to think about that Daedalus, that Chrysalis at the very least. You've got a lot of output on Watson. He's got the Harpoon to help drag heroes back towards him. Easy pickoffs for him with a little bit more damage with that critical strike from the Alpha Wolf as well. And for AVULUS, your damage isn't fully set on Smiling Knight. As we've seen, Sibe did go for more utility here as well.
Solar Guardian is going to allow him a way out. Watson was chasing him down with the Doom ready. Harpoon up as well on Watson, so he just needed a bit of vision there, but doesn't quite get it. AVULUS, though, they are in the driver's seat now, John. They're the ones that need to try and address this issue that is gaming. He's not even rushing for the Daedalus yet. He's just going straight beyond it. You're not even at that point yet where it gets really bad against this core leader. Not even close.
Not quite. I do appreciate that, though. I think just having more poke, having a steady higher attack speed to just try to burst through, just right-click down Smiling Knight's HP, try to play off of some lucky procs, play off of that with Fatal Bonds. There's a little bit more damage, it can fly out. So I don't mind that whatsoever. They made an attempt on Fly's life, committing Lasso again, but it's not the longest cooldown any longer, especially with that 15 talent up. So still set to go here on the side of Gaimin. For AVULUS, they're just going to have to try to split this map up.
They didn't see it. He broke the smoke on Maladich, but Ace is going to run right into him. A nice blink away, but I think they saw the blink animation. Chase on Tofu. He sees the priority target. BKB up, trying to run away, and the Ice Pump. Not going to allow any more. Even Fly will make it out of there. So happy days for AVULUS. But that doesn't solve the question, the problem, John. Quinn, in the mid lane, just casually pushing your tier 2 towers. And he's sitting there asking you, what are you going to do about it? They're TPing in, they're going to try to chase this man down. Avalanche tosses out, Solar Guardian is there as well. Starbreaker to connect. Quinn is still going though. He gets the BKB off, and now the turnaround. It's looking dangerous again for AVULUS, but it looks like they will retreat with the leaner as now. No, Tofu sees the target he really wanted. Rebound will help a little bit, but not really a lot, as they are just going to die to the damage output of Quinn and Watson. And there's no answers for AVULUS, John. There's no buybacks in this Medusa. Even if there was, he can do nothing. This might be the stage of the game where you consider dropping some Gs.
Yeah, I mean, look, whenever you play against Tiny, you can never count back a good toss back. It's just that you're playing into Batrider, you're playing into a lot of AoE control, a lot of slows. It's an all-in risk for Mobe if he does get a good toss back. Even then, even if you do toss back, whether or not you have enough damage also, it's a little bit of a question that is hard to answer. It doesn't feel like you will at this point with the builds you've gone for. So, I know, it's a toughie. It feels like for the high ground defense, it's down to Mobe here with some tosses.
He's gone early. He's gone way too early here, Mobe. They don't have the damage without the Deucer up. Mobe, though, has a BKB, is able to retreat. Sibe, though, taking so much damage to the Fatal Bonds. Just look at it go, John. It's so much, everyone getting so close to dying. But they will survive. All four will make it out. And of course, AVULUS now, they are 1 racks down, but it's not the end of the world. They've still got those tossback plays you can rely on, although Mobay is going to run into Ace. Gaimin don't seem like they want to fight yet, so Ace is being targeted quite nicely here, and they will surround and take him down. Nice little pickup from AVULUS.
Holding back a little bit, going a little bit too forward there for Ace in the triangle with no one else to back him up. Didn't quite have the outpost control either, so have a nice teleportation spot here for AVULUS. Doesn't fully change the course of the game, but certainly is a good shot in the arm for AVULUS to at least try to get a little bit more of that build-up. Try to get a little bit more into buybacks as well, as they are just slightly behind on that. So lacking 160 here for Smiling Knight to have his tool of security. Speaking of...
Mobay gonna find a Batrider. Tofu though with a nice use of drop, and now this could be really bad because Watson's here. Quinn is on the right of them as well. Quinn's actually just dealing with Desire while we speak. So this team fight does continue, I think, this game, and they have no reason to retreat unless Quinn dies. He'll drop a little bit lower, but he'll still find Mobay. Going to jump in, trying to find Delena. Quinn, he will go down. It's not a bad start here for AVULUS, but they're still losing their Medusa. She's been doomed up and is slowly burning alive as they'll drop the golem to allow Watson out of there. And they won't end up finishing off Smiling Knight. A great fight now for AVULUS. I don't even know how they fought back in that scenario, but I think the fact that Quinn was split, trying to fight 3 different targets, is what cost Gaimin the most.
Yeah, they were split apart, and they were taking that fight without Ace, right? Ace just dies. He's not going to buy back for that kind of engagement without any teleportation point. You don't have to deal with illusions as they'll try an Ace again.
They missed the stun though with the Solar Guardian. A bit early. Wall down. Watson's here, though no Doom is available, so we'll have to rely on the right clicks, though it's a lot of damage anyway. Mobay is forced to BKB and run, but Gaimin Gladiators will do the same without the BKB part. And I gotta give props to AVULUS, John. Quite frankly, I thought the game was practically over. They proved me wrong, though. They've got some fight left in them.
Yeah, I mean, I would say for Gaimin, you can't afford to take these fights without Ace around. He is your aura, he is that durability. That's allowing you to play far forward. That's forcing out these nullifiers that we are seeing from the side of AVULUS and trying to counteract some of the barrier play that they've worked themselves into. You do need that Darkseer around. You want to grab yourself to do so illusion. And that has felt like the biggest thing that you really have no easy way of contending with on the side of AVULUS at this point. And having that easy setup for the Fatal Bonds does again amplify that DPS for Gaimin, that without that big vac wall and Fatal Bonds, it just feels like your output isn't as threatening. So do still have to work as a unit on Gaimin. You don't have that big of a lead that you can just easily run down right now on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. For AVULUS, again, this is allowing some good ramping up. Smiling Knight only about 1,000 gold away from full Scotty. Of course, that will mean he's going to bypass buyback, but it's the point in the game where you do need all of that farm on the Medusa to be up and running. Find themselves a Tormentor. Freebie short from Mobay is actually not too bad. Unfortunately, he isn't going to be utilizing it, of course, as the utility Tiny. It does provide a little bit of consistent farming speed as well, I suppose. And maybe some damage if you manage to find a good angle. Still opening for Roche now. Tormentor take does signal that they're on the opposite side of the map. So you manage to get yourself a good moment here for the side of Gaimin Gladiators to go into that next high ground push. And the key thing for Gaimin, as long as you play as 5 and you don't all get caught in, say, Solar Guardian Stone Gaze, then you still have a lot of play. You've got the Ags up in Maledich, you've got secondary life up for Quinn. So 2 golems dropping is going to be really, really annoying for the side of AVULUS. At the least, you have the Scotty up, more stats for Smiling Knight, but again, it's not like overwhelming damage yet on Medusa. She's not that a big threatening turret yet. She is annoying to kill, but whether or not that's good enough to find your own opportunities here on AVULUS, we'll have to wait and see.
No, I generally don't feel like there's going to be a point where the Medusa really can, you know, go for a 1v1 against the Lena, but thankfully it is a 5v5 game, John, so definitely plenty of opportunities to make some plays here for Smiling Knight to just be able to get those right clicks off, as We are seeing a big smoke on smoke. They'll break the smoke now. Watson seeing the primary target as well. They'll jump in with the lasso and the double golden drop immediately thrown out as Quinn. He'll get right to work with the Smiling Knight. In fact, he'll go after the Marcy instead. Smiling Knight, though, a sitting duck, forced to just try and TP away. And he's going to barely make it. He is going to barely make it. I can't say the same for the rest of the squad. If they do at least kill Tofu, they'll lose Fly in the process. Zibe trying for a TP, gets caught by Quinn. Quinn will take care of it. No problem here for the Lina. Positive thing is they got the Medusa out. Negative is there's 3 heroes now, no buyback available for AVULUS. And chances are, Gaimin, they'll recognize they do not need to back off.
Well, I mean, again, they still have Aegis. You don't really have too much to wait for. No Doom. It's not even the most impactful here from Watson anyhow. It's really the VAC wall that's the most important, and that cooldown isn't too far off. They have a moment to just go. If Smiling Knight dies again, he still doesn't have buyback gold.
Nice VAC. Stunned up, Smiling Knight needs to find some answers in terms of defending this Rax, but also not dying in the process. Just look at the mana pool getting depleted by Quinn. He just can't stand against this Lina. The matchup, it's a bit too lopsided. You've got to rely on some tossbacks from Mobay to put Quinn in an awkward spot. But even then, like, Mobay knows if he jumps in without a BKB and goes for a tossback, he's probably just dead. Oh. Jump in onto Maledicts. They'll try for at least an easy Warlock play, but Quinn is not backing off. Fatal Bonds was out in time. Desire's still going for the chase for this kill, and they will secure. So they'll get away with at least a Warlock kill. But naturally for Gaimin, they can just wait. They've still got 2.5 minutes here for Quinn on the Aegis. 1 Rax left. There's plenty of time for them to make their appearance up top lane.
Yeah, no pressure here for Gaimin. They get some big timings lined up as well. They've got the full Ags up on Tofu, double lasso. The lasso alone is already infuriating enough. 2 of it at the same time is just going to ruin you here.
This is scary positioning from Mobay. It's thankful that there's no wards here for Gaimin to realize he's alone. The rest of AVULUS are actually just smoked up as 3. Trying to move into that Radiant Triangle where they could find Quinn. That'd be massive. But he's got that secondary life, don't forget, so it's not going to be that simple. They'll jump instead into the mid lane where they do find Ace. Ace can be fine. Doom thrown out. All they got, it's going to be the Tiny. Meanwhile, the back wall with the Fatal Bonds dropped. It's going to be absolute chaos now for AVULUS. They've got to get out of there. Fly is down. So is Desire. They'll get the Medusa out just barely as Watson. He couldn't get the vision for the TP cancel. And I'll tell you what, John, and I know you're going to hate me for saying this, but this Warlock is making life impossible. Every fight he drops that Fatal Bonds and there's just nothing you can do.
Yeah, it really isn't. Look, I don't hate Warlock itself, it's just Black Grimoire is just boring, but the hero's sound. You're seeing the full value of it when you've got the setup. And there's just no backline jump because you have to initiate with Mobay. They'll try it.
Yeah, they're going to try. Quinn getting caught in a big vacuum. The Age is still available for Quinn as well. Zibe is gone, and Smiling Knight is looking very sad right now as he's also down. And I ask you, Jonathan, what can you do? What can you do in situations like this as Watson? He's doing something here for AVULUS, I guess. Almost feeding his life away. In fact, he does feed his life away. Quinn will go down. Maybe this is what you do. You wait for Gaimin to feel charitable. But Quinn, he's not that nice, surely. He'll go for the Megas. They're going to try and snipe him before he can get it. Ice Pump is there. Macro drop. Toss up. Quinn, he gets it in time. Megas achieved. The team got wiped in the process.
Yeah, I'd say that's somewhat worth. You know, playing into Megas is still all right for AVULUS, to be fair. They have enough clear. It's not the biggest concern. But you do get the map objectives. You're going to be stuck trying to repair these lanes consistently on AVULUS. You cut all these angles out. And for the side of Gaimin, you're feeling pretty damn happy. Hell, you know, I want to shout out for Maledicts as well. He gets the Dezun Blood right on Warlock. That's just a nightmare to play into. The AoE stun from Chaotic Offering, the extra reach from Upheaval, the reach for Fatal Bonds as well. This is the perfect thing to have. Absolutely the best times for Maledicts. This is Warlock gameplay, Mike. You sit back, you drop the golem, you drop the fatal bonds, and you hide away with your glimmer cape and upheaval. Outstanding gameplay for Malavich. That's all you need.
I think that's why they gave Warlock the Black Grimoire, John, because it's like reading a book, isn't it? He's just sitting on his lawn chair somewhere reading a book. You know, he's done his job. Yeah, the wife might get upset later on, but he's done his job, John. You know, that's what it is. That's what the Black Grimoire is. It's the book. It's the book he's reading on his day off.
Yeah, that is. It is. I still think this facet should be an innate. The innate should be integrated to his upheaval, and you give him better facets. You know, I'm just saying. Witch Doctor has interesting facets. They fixed him up. Black Grimoire is an innate.
Absolutely not.
You know?
No, we can't.
I mean, like they gave Paralyzing Cask into Paralyzing Cask. So it's like, yeah, you could do it someday. No.
I mean, we could.
Someday.
We could.
Besides eating a book as your facet, you know?
That's what all the Earth Spirit players said to John. Someday.
You can have an innate that isn't just your boulders. Great innate. Good stuff.
Uh-oh. Smiling Knight.
Are scanning.
Is he alright? They haven't noticed yet. They'll see the Marcy instead between them. They love taking down, and now the normal punch is out on the Medusa with the Doom. What are you meant to do here, Smiling Knight? What are you meant to do but just accept that you're dead? He's gone. Quinn heals up with the Satanic. He's just destroying everyone in this Lena. GG's call. See you later.
Yeah.
And sadly, John, this was kind of readable from the draft. I think AVULUS did the right thing for the first 20 minutes, right? Like the first 20 minutes, it was so dominant again. They got the quick blink up. But what did I tell you? This core Tiny, it does nothing, right? You can't burst anyone down now. The Medusa, I don't blame Smiling Knight, John. He got leaned. What can he do? There's really nothing Smiling Knight could have actually done to change this game.
No. Certainly not. And again, really good corrections on the earlier part of the game for AVULUS. They're just not able to keep that tempo up. And Gaimin, again, had a fantastic start. The big difference is Quinn has an actual lane to play with. The Tiny matchup just didn't feel good for Mobay. Look, again, Mobay did his job well. He was going in, he had that quick blink timing. They snipe out the stacks, right? They get that perfect start in the first 15 to 20 minutes of the game. It's just not enough, especially as it tapers off. Like, you just don't have that burst. You get that build up in the aura coming out from Ace. It becomes overwhelming. You're forced to go Nullifier to try to counteract. Still doesn't do enough. You take that risk in Roche. I think that's one big mistake as well here from AVULUS. Just opting to go Roche without knowing where the Darkseer is, without knowing if the Vac Wall was going to come out. And it's just costly to play into so many Medusa illusions, even though you do take this Aegis for yourself here. I think for the side of Gaimin, again, it's very interesting to see how well they play from rather awkward situations, right? Because they don't get the early game they necessarily want. They're slightly behind with a Doom, which is not ideal. Whether you're running Doom safe or off, you just kind of want that advantage. And they lose that early blink access for Tofu because he loses access to Triangle. Right? They were so smart in AVULUS. That's still not enough to stop them. Gaimin still manages to find space. They still manage to find that in the initiation angles they need. And eventually this punishment onto AVULUS is just too much. Like you were saying, I mean, this Tiny just couldn't burst anyone. I don't think, again, it's not Mobay's fault. I think he actually played the ideal Tiny game. I think just lacking something like the Octarine. But you had no other clean initiation here from AVULUS, right? Like, beyond risking your Marcy, and the Marcy mainly is follow-through control, along with the Dawnbreaker is follow-through control. There's no one else that actually starts these fights. It has to be the Tiny. Everything else comes afterwards, and it's just not quite enough when you have to throw it, again, kind of like Game 1, where you have to throw everything all in that one moment and hope for the best. But with Gaimin's draft, they want you to clump up. They want you to go all in. It's just rough once you have that spacing for Maladich, and he just manages to, get the Golem counter initiation, get the bonds, and just dances away with upheaval, hiding away, having a good time.
Yeah. I will reiterate, John. I think Mobay did a brilliant job. Like, this is how Tiny's meant to work. I just think the hero does nothing after 20 minutes. And as you saw, Mobay, he tried so hard this game, and in the end, it really just didn't matter. Sadly, for AVULUS. Nevertheless, Gaimin, 2-0 victory. John, standout player. I mean, as funny as it looks, it feels like we both agree that this Warlock was the big player here this game.
I want to say, yeah, you know what? Yeah, Maladich did a great job. He gave away first blood. Doesn't really matter. It's all fine. It's in the Warlock's game plan, right? He eats a book. He gets smarter. he gets the job done, and Maldich will get our standout player. He did phenomenal work, to be fair. Again, we were talking about that map control a little bit. The counter map control out from the side of Gaimin was pretty smart. They had sentries all over, trying to block out that vision game that you need to play with a Tiny to get those snipes. So, and of course, his positioning in these team fights was outstanding. His build-up, him managing to find the Ags as well, I think was something that just made the game so much tougher for the side of AVULUS, and again, spectacular work to Gaimin in general. But Maldich, you know, you eat that book, you feel good, you drop the golem, you upheaval and fatal bonds up, and you're happy. You've done your job. You're smooth sailing.
This is the difference between Warlock and Witch Doctor. Like Warlock, he doesn't have to do any work, John. That's why Witch Doctor got all the cool facets. Because Warlock doesn't have to do any work. He drops a couple spells and then he dies, and everything's fine. Witch Doctor, he's got to channel this Death Ward, John. He's throwing coconuts everywhere. You know, it's not easy, John. You Warlock players, you've just been fed with your silver spoon for so long, right? You get this broken facet in Black Grimoire, and you still have the nerve to act like a princess and tell us you want more. It's unbelievable to me, Jonathan. What I want more of, though, is more Dota. And thankfully, we've got OG up against Aurora Gaming, I do believe, coming up for our second series of Wallachia Season 5 for day number 1. My goodness, how exciting, John X Fire. We'll have to head off to a break, and right after that break, Aurora versus OG Esports game number 1. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
OG, a huge name inside of the Dota scene, and I'm here with one of the newcomers to the squad. I mean, Kadar.
Me?
Yeah, absolutely. You joined the squad in March. How's it been going since then?
Well, it was the trial at first. It was honestly like a dream coming true. Still unbelievable that I made it through. Still unbelievable that I'm part of this decent work. I would say it's my new house, and I hope it will be like this forever.
Absolutely. And what's it been like kind of not only joining the organization, but also the expectation and like, you know, knowing that people are kind of watching all the time, you've got the fans behind you now. What was that whole kind of shift been like for you?
At the beginning, it was like, I feel like for majority of people, it was like, who is this? Why is he there? Something like that. And then as we walk through some tournaments, as we walk through some episodes, I start reading a lot of comments, and I've seen so much support from the community. It felt so much pleasure and enjoyment to represent and to feel the support. Honestly, it's great.
That's awesome. And you know, generally in terms of like how the team's been getting on this year, you know, it's been a season of ups and downs for you guys, but overall, do you feel like you're like kind of in your best place now?
We're definitely in our peak performance. We're going better every day. We're trying to get better every day. We're working on the progress. What I meant by peak performance is that our bodies are ready to perform. Now we gotta just set up our mind to it, you know?
Interesting. So what's that process look like, and how is sort of No-Tail coming in as the coach? How's that all kind of all working together?
Norail is just a living legend. He's super wise, super smart, bringing so much energy. Just by like talking to him, small chat, you have so much energy that you can drive with it for the whole week or something like that. And having it for every day, it's an extreme level of joy and pleasure, and also you raise up your own like competition level by a lot. Before I felt like in my previous team, I felt like I'm only getting like cultured, I'm getting in a professional state or something like that. Here I'm getting in the champion state. Here I'm actually getting to feel how it is to be the best, how to be the greatest. It's amazing, man.
That's awesome. So now, of course, you find yourselves at Wallachia, big international tournament, playing against some of the best teams. You know, what are you hoping to get out of this tournament?
First of all, it's a competition on the tier 1 level versus very good teams, best teams in the world. I hope to learn a lot from them. I hope to show them a lot and get in this puzzle mode when try out our puzzles, how they solve the problems that we are gonna get. And if something is off, change it, fix it, get better at it. And yeah, it's pretty much like the common thing is when you just play scrims, when you just play your practice matches, it's usually not enough knowledge that you receive. Here is you actually put all you have, all the tools you have into challenge, and you receive the feedback from your opponents, from your team, from yourself, and you just reflect on it, move on, and get better. And hope you're gonna solve the puzzles the best.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll see how your puzzle solving is. But of course, I'm not trying to bring the mood down, but you know, the qualifiers were tough for you guys. What do you think you've solved coming out from those, and what do you think you learned from those qualifiers?
Oh, I'm gonna also say it in our debrief. I said it. Basically, it's the toughest loss so far for me, and the toughest lesson, I would say. It's the most painful and the most important, I would say, throughout last season, maybe through the last career, like the whole career. It's mostly I learned a lot of what I could have done maybe differently, what I would have felt differently. It's just shows me, it's like showed me my own reflection of what I was and what I want to be. Basically, I learned that I want to be a more open-minded person. I want to get better at certain small things in a game. Mostly just like the best experience you get, as I said, in the competition, especially when it's like elimination. It's either them or us. It's the life or death situation for us. So basically, after loss, of course, like next few nights, it was giga painful. It was nightmares. It was almost panic attacks. Just couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, really hard. But we were in a boot camp in Portugal. A lot of sun, a lot of energy, people supporting each other. It was like you went from the bad mood into supportive mood, and it's very recovering, very healthy.
Awesome stuff, Kadar. So yeah, I mean, now coming into Wallachia, obviously, a huge tournament, big names. Is there any team in particular that you really want to beat or, you know, like challenge at this event?
Now when you mention it, there is a Liquid that won the Wallachia 2 seasons in a row.
Yeah,
gotta beat them.
You gotta beat them.
You gotta beat them. That's like, you gotta take the crown.
Absolutely. All right, let's see if you can do that. Kadar, good luck in Wallachia. You seem like a really great guy. I'm really excited to watch you play at a big event.
Big pleasure.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here once again for PGL's Wallachia season number 5, and it is MLP Dota and DronXFi joining you for our second series of day number 1 between OG Esports and Aurora Gaming. Jonathan, what a series we have in our hands. Aurora going into this matchup against OG, I want to say should be the favorites based on some recent results we've been seeing, but you tell me, John, what are you thinking here with these two teams?
I think it should be a fairly interesting match. I feel like Aurora definitely is the favorites coming into this, but you can never count out OG. They had a decent enough run, a little bit heartbroken for their runs in the qualifiers. Of course, in the end, not able to close it out, but they have gone further than you'd expect. Aurora, though, this is the rising star coming out from that really strong region of Eastern Europe, right? Like, this is an org that switched locations, that has found a lot of success now with its new roster, getting that reuniting Mira and Toronto, Tokyo, and having a lot of strong players from the region on hand. They've looked good. They've been steadily climbing up. They've had great results in other tournaments already. They've been crushing the qualifiers every single time. And they have such a good idea as to what to do. Like, for their road to for their qualifier runs, they've been so strong. Like, I think in their road to TI run, they only dropped one game to NAVI. Everything else was a clean sweep. They got 2-0s, 2-0s, 1-2-1 to NAVI, and then a 3-0 over Cybergoose in the finals. Like, this is a team that you can't mess around with. And for OG, OG is just a team that's struggling to kind of find their footing, right? They're still learning about each other. They're relatively fresh. OG's gone through so many roster changes that up against the Titan, that is Aurora, it's going to be a bit of a challenge for them. They're going to need to figure things out very fast, but I was watching the content piece with Nomad earlier with Kidaro, and OG is a team that has been, you know, steadily finding that identity, steadily trying to work through these issues. If there's any team that bounces back from, say, rough qualifiers, from trying to find synergy with each other, it's certainly OG with a backing of No Tail, right? That's the kind of team that you'd expect to work through these difficult moments to come out stronger from it. Question is whether or not we'll see those results immediately after such a rough time in the qualifiers. We'll have to wait and see here.
Oh, absolutely. It should be a very interesting time to see how they do perform as OG certainly coming in with a lot to prove here, and Aurora Gaming again. Another day for them at the moment. It is day number 1, though. First series for both these teams. So you really love to start your run on a win here if you are either side. See what they can get done, as of course you are seeing some players, and we do have a draft number 1 available now between these two sides. Of course, we are still in the ban phase, but a draft now officially underway, and can't wait to see what these two teams have up their sleeves for this game one.
Aurora Gaming
Yeah, it should be really interesting to see what sort of differences or what sort of ideas they have on this patch. We still see very standard bans. OG taking care of the Doom, DP, and Undying. So you have seen over and over again, along with the Ursa. Aurora take care of that TA and Bristleback. Now it's a question of, is it going to be Batrider? Is it going to be Shadow Shaman? Those tend to be in this phase as well. Batrider is going to get the boot. And Shadow Shaman shows up for Aurora. You might as well have a bucket of chicken coming out when you pick that hero, but Shadow Shaman is there. Colonel Sanders himself with the chicken fingers on hand, or the foul play, the Hex, or the Massive Serpent Ward, which is the funnier one, but we'll have to wait and see which one Aurora would want. Still a very solid hero. It doesn't show much about your draft. Very annoying to play into,
5 seconds
and it's just, it doesn't show too much. I like it. Very safe pick, very strong hero. A very stable foundation for Aurora to build her draft around.
Absolutely. Shaman it certainly is one of the more favorable heroes right now for supports to just be first picked, and Aurora, they will take it for themselves. OG will see what they want to try and consider for their own first pick.
Aurora Gaming
They have very popular options like the Conqueror available. They're going to go Jakiro first, though, not revealing a little too much. We did see Jakiro in our AVULUS game, and you know, I think Jakiro is still very strong, even if it didn't really win out in the first series. Yeah, Ice Path always good. Laning stage very, very strong because you do have that dual breath available, and naturally the double hits as well with the liquid fire. So still a very strong laning stage, and I think it also allows you a nice way of cancelling out these Shaman shackles throughout a big fight as well, because we do see a lot of teams, you know, shackle happens and there's no cancel, and at least you've got now support and just hold on to Ice Path just in case it needs it for that moment in the middle of a fight.
You always have some way of at least stopping that control. I do like that Aurora is still looking for these supports that save, taking care of Shadow Shaman. And there's still stuff like Ringmaster or Oracle if they want to go all in and banning out some saving supports. I'm keen on seeing if that's the way they'd want to go. They'll ban out the Timber Saw instead. So just taking care of some specials, not wanting to get that onto Mixa, who had played it in, again, multiple of these qualifiers to very great effect. Just taking care of something OG's been very comfy with. Mix's pool has not been the widest from what I'm seeing here. And you already did take care of the DP and Undying on top of that. So I'm wondering what he would want. Pangolier is the one option I'm seeing if he would want to dip into it on the offlane. Could be one way to go. We'll see after OG's ban. OG, for their part, I mean, when you see the Silencer, again, it doesn't show you enough. You could take care of some of the bigger heroes. Maybe you can start to defend your offlane if you want someone like Tide. You ban out, like, say, Razor. We've seen some Lifestealer bans as well up against tanky heroes. Maybe the Sven, as that has felt like it's been rising in popularity, or the Terrorblade. Either or at this point for OG. Mid picks as well are still quite wide. Puck is still in the pool, which has felt really good, even on support, as Tofu has proven. There's a lot to consider here for OG to close out before getting on with their next pick phase for sure.
Absolutely. Final ban to go, though, for OG.
Radiant team
We'll get rid of the Medusa. Fair enough. We did just see it last series. I mean, in fairness, that last Medusa we saw, obviously very counted out by Alina, is still in the pool. OG just not wanting to deal with it at all here in this game one. What's the follow-up picks, though, for this OG side? I mean, they've already dived into that reserve time quite deep for the earlier ban stage.
5 seconds.
So a lot of thinking here from the OG Esports end of things. But it's going to be a tiny pickup that we're seeing.
Yeah, and I mean, Tiny has its place. It does feel like for OG it might be leaning towards more of a core, but I'm checking their past games. I don't actually see it picked, so there's a small chance it could be a day's support. Like Tiny Jakir support duo is not too bad. I think that could be effective, but you leave things open. This could still be your mid for Stormer. Just kind of end up with that one, or Shad with the Tiny, but likelihood is either mid or support. So you keep things flex. You don't know your mid matchup. Tiny doesn't get scared of most matchups. He will find farm at the very least. It's just a matter of finding your tempo, as we've seen in last series. And again, in all of the qualifiers we've casted, Mikey, your position is known. I mean, so we'll see if OG can make it work.
You saw last game, John. He was 9-0 at one point. Didn't matter. Aurora Gaming. they'll go into the reserve time for their secondary pickup. Maybe they wanted the tiny. At the very least, you know the first 20 minutes is going to be okay with this tiny pick. Axe will be the pickup here, and that is a very nice animation, by the way, John. I know you appreciated that one. Came out of nowhere on us as well.
Yeah.
This has been a very strong hero, this Axe pick. It's really nice right now in this meta.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think I've seen a lot of games for Axe playing into Drow lanes. It hasn't looked bad. Playing into TV lanes, it hasn't looked bad. Like this here, it just feels good, and both facets are highly impactful, depending on what you need. If you need more help with proccing your spins, you go for the higher attack speed when you call, extra armor. If you don't need that, you just get more HP with the strength facet. So it's all fairly nicely rounded to play with. They tie that in with Nature's Prophet pick as well. So you've got this a really good setup lined up for yourself. Where I think you have the Sprout, you can come in, you have some healing on hand with Soothing Saplings as well. And you have that global threat that can come out, especially as, say, you start to hit level 6 on this Axe. You can start to set up for some good jumps, setting up for dunks. Like this coming out from Aurora. For the side of OG, they will get access to the Tusk Dawnbreaker combination that we've seen multiple times before. This draws me back to almost like when TSM was around, Mikey. This is something that we saw Saberlight kind of running around with that combination. It looked pretty damn good. They will get the Sven axes out for Aurora, though, as we've talked about this hero also rising up. So I like this from Aurora. I mean, they get the Rising Stars and Axe and Sven. OG have that solid combination of Dawnbreaker Tusk. Chances are now, though, you are locking in your Tiny for mid and just running Jakiro 4, of course. Their lane setup still look pretty nice from OG. They're going to be able to last pick themselves the Shad hero, which up against Axe and Sven, if you don't ban Razor here, you're making the game maybe a little bit tougher than you'd want to on Aurora. So I would say Razor's going to get banned out. Maybe something like Lifestealer as well, or Drow or TB. Maybe, Morphling's also in that pool. So any of those like 4 heroes should be the priority. I would say Razor sliding through would be big for OG if they want that for Shad. Easy targets in Sven, easy target in Axe to sap away at. You can just kind of run around, easy enough heroes to kite around as well. You naturally build a BKB. You don't care too much about the control outside of call. So it could be a nice Razor game for OG. We haven't seen as much in games that have felt ideal. So I'm curious if that's something OG will consider. But I'd say if Razor's not banned, it's probably a very safe pick here. There are still options, though, like, say, Kunkka in the pool. I don't think it does well enough. It would feel like you lack some burst damage, considering this is Axe Sven. So it might not be the best, like, pause 1 Kunkka game. You could flex it to offlane and run Dawnbreaker 1, I suppose, but that might be reaching a little bit too hard overall.
No, we'll see what happens. I think the Razor pickup is definitely the most frightening pick that you could leave here as the side of Aurora at the very least, as we do see the Pangolier ban out from OG. OG still looking for some mid bans here against Aurora. And Aurora certainly probably thinking about the Razor ban right now, because it is definitely a little bit scary into the Axe Sven. If they do end up banning out Razor, another hero you can think about in the pos 1 role is something like Monkey King. But I wouldn't say it's the strongest position one you could pick up right now. It just kind of fits the bill against, say, Axe and Sven. But I think you still hit a pretty bad timing, though, once you hit mid-game. So once Axe got Blade Mail, you don't really care anymore about MK.
No, certainly not. It can be quite nice, though, in terms of playing around area control with Wukongs and Solar Guardian on top.
I mean, you've also got that Drow, which might just be the only choice. But then it does win out the lane against Axe, right? Even though Axe seems to be able to deal with it these days, it still wins. And it still does well against the Sven, as they do get a Storm? That was a puck, I think. No, they picked up the Storm. Okay. They picked them down at the same time. I was a little bit confused. Sorry about that. John, Storm is picked up.
Yeah, it's a pretty free Storm game. No hard lockdown here from the side of OG, especially if you're expecting a safe lane pickup. We'll have to wait and see. It does look like Aurora's maybe anticipating a shift to Tiny 1 here for Shad. Could be the way to go with a Storm pick coming out elsewhere, but this draft from Aurora is very well stitched together. Maybe in terms of tempo, it's a little bit slower for sure. Unless the Storm has a very free mid lane, you don't really have big connections to make. You could try to get aggressive with the Axe when 6 is up. The option of Drow you mentioned here for OG, if they are going to go for the mid-Tiny, is sound. I would say it's good for lane. It's not amazing for this game overall. Like, there's Warcry. You have to deal with Warcry. Your marksmanship doesn't really do anything against plus armor. Axe also gets plus armor. Not really the ones to burst. They'll go with the Underlord out instead.
Wow.
This is something we've seen a couple of times now, not just in C, of course. Shad will take that Underlord pause 1. And that is a tanky lane. It's a good way of getting yourself some control, trying to set up for chain control onto Kiyotaka later on. I don't mind it. My concern is, again, it's almost that damage issue. To be fair, Atrophy Aura is going to do a ton of work against a Sven. Like, that hero does not enjoy just losing a lot of his base damage for sure, as it just nullifies completely God Strength to an extent. So it's a pretty good answer to kind of deal with that. My concern for OG is whether or not there's enough damage, but you kind of connect that with, say, the Dawnbreaker. You get enough output coming out from there. You maybe get this tempo out from Stormer, who
10 seconds remaining.
mid lane match against Storm Spirit for Tiny isn't particularly amazing, but it is something that we've seen Tiny's just hold on to. And, you know, if you can get aggressive with your supports, you can still get some timing, as we've seen from the last game you were watching. I like the Underlord overall. I mean, it's a very nice way to close out the draft. I would still lean towards Aurora, though, Mike. I feel like there is going to be a damage issue as the game builds on. There's a lot of durability that comes out here for Aurora with the Sven and Axe, and I don't know if you have enough damage, especially since, again, you're going for solar charged here on Mixa. So you're not going for the attack speed facet. Something like the Underlord really could take any extra attack speed he can get to leverage that Demon's Reach. Solar charge is nice in terms of keeping tempo up, but, you know, plus attack speed on these global ganks potentially just speeds up that Underlord game. Not having access to that might make things a little bit awkward in terms of trying to look for physical burst here.
I'm very excited to see how this game one goes. I mean, I agree with your point. I think Aurora do come out with the stronger draft in my eyes, and I think it should be much easier to execute for Aurora as well. In particular, I'm quite worried for OG's sake in regards to the Toronto Tokyo Axe. So we've seen these axes, man. It feels really good right now, and it feels like a game where Toronto could certainly look to pop off a lot when it comes to this Axe hero. So we'll have to wait and see. It's game number 1 now, officially beginning. We'll see if Aurora can pull off the victory here, or whether OG going to start this series off in a strong fashion. And you can see the odds here definitely favoring Aurora, which is not very surprising.
Again, this is a team that's been rising up in a lot of tournaments already. Ever since switching regions, trying to sort out the roster, it's been on an upward trajectory, right? Like, it's been looking good. They've been placing really nice. They managed to get themselves into some tournaments by invite now, by pure points. So the journey is there, and it's down to OG, who, to be fair, you know, they've also shown a lot of improvement. They had a deep run in qualifiers, not getting the result they'd want in the end, but still further than I think most people would say. Most pessimists would look at this stack and like, all right, it's not going to go too far. They managed to go the distance. Now it's just about learning from those experiences, trying to, you know, close it out, because it feels like that's the one thing lacking for OG. I'm curious to see what Chad will go for. It does look like the standard Mask of Madness Echo Saber Harpoon sort of build up, as you would assume for the pause 1. So you will have ways of trying to keep dragging heroes back into the Pit of Malice, and that's the one big thing for Aurora. I do like the draft overall, but playing into the pit in early game, depending on how aggressive OG is, can be kind of nightmarish, right? Like, the Sven is easily kited, the Axe can get kited around in that area as well. But that's the one leverage you have here for OG. Your AoE control is quite high if you connect all the dots together.
All pans out. 90 runes. Bit of a fight here, it seems like. Aurora, they're going to move right into Shadow already, finding the big pause 1 Underlord. And well, with the battle hunger, it's not going to be too hard to secure, as Toronto wanted the kill, but Mira will be the one to secure it himself for the Shaman. A little bit unfortunate there for the Axe, but who the hell cares? You secure first blood. You got the pause 1 Underlord, and in fact, you might have another very soon. Kadaro going for a run. He's going to be okay. Though he's going to take a lot of, I was going to say a lot of damage. Probably not now that Toronto Tokyo has just left him alone. But at the very least, very nice start already for Aurora.
And it is. It does cop quite a fair bit of damage, considering that Mir is just trading away and Kadar's completely cut off from running back to his lane. The 1v1 lane here for the Axes. Not too bad. Shad should be feeling fine as well. There's interesting back and forth with the percent-based burn. Of course, doesn't feel great for the Axe to have to play into Firestorm. So you do need the backing of Fuchikira to try to make that uncomfy. But this is so smart from Mira. I mean, he's got the chicken fingers, man. You can't run past him.
He's actually forced Kadaro to TP to the T1 because he just would not leave him alone. Kadaro had to wait for the chicken fingers to be expended so he could TP back to the T1 and help Shad out. Shad's been alone for like 3 waves now. But it'll be okay. In the meantime, of course, we were staring at mid lane quite a lot. It is a bit of an even affair right now, and chances are that times shouldn't be overly tough for Stormer. Obviously, you do have the advantages Kiyotaka, but it can be a bit of an outplay kind of matchup between this tiny Storm. So I dare say that Stormer certainly has the opportunity to outplay Kiyotaka here, though it won't be that easy.
Certainly won't be. You're kind of waiting for this bottle to get delivered out from Kiyotaka a little bit slower than you'd want it to be on the Storm, as you did get all the bounties lined up for the side of OG. And that is leaving a little bit of a vulnerability there for Kiyotaka. But the bottle comes in. It's going to be safe. Good timing into the 2-minute mark as well, so he'll get fully topped up with a refill. Not too bad. And just have to see if he can start to drag this lane his way, as you are getting a lot more play from Stormer. Again, having those initial bounties for that quicker bottle is amounting to a better lane. Still taking Gander up top. Nightfall in this lane on the Sven should be feeling fine. Melee matchup into Dawnbreaker can be threatening. You can't underestimate tag team plus rundown with Starbreaker and the Shards eventually once you've got the levels on Daze. So there is that huge aggressive potential for Mixa. But this is still a Sven. It's really tanky. He does dip into the early point in Warcry. Just have some armor to play into all of that physical output that can threaten. And overall, if it just boils down to a farm lane for Nightfall, you're happy enough. This is what Sven wants. He wants an easy ride to Power Treads. He just wants to get to the Mask of Madness, hit jungle. Doesn't really care too much if there's a kill or not in this lane. And this is a hero that you can afford to leave for as Panto as well if you see the opportunity.
Very nice toss back mid lane. Daze saw it immediately. He's going right into the TP. That they do have Panto coming in as well, but it's going to be Kiyotaka surely going down, and he does. Daze still manning up here. Looks like Panto trying to wave him goodbye, but it's the other way around. Panto not going to be happy as he will drop to boot. OG, what a fantastic start from the mid lane.
Stormer just taking advantage of a little bit of an overstep there from Kiyotaka. And again, just the late response is out. You're not able to drag Mira in. He's playing poke down bot. You get the teleportation out from Panto, but it's not enough. Even with the Soothing Sapling Sprout, it's not a lot of heal early on, especially at level 1. So you start to miss out on Kiyotaka. Stormer, even though again the CS might not be the healthiest, just finding that kill, those 2 kills, the extra EXP you get into your 6, you're gonna feel great. Still has rune control as well, so you're always going 1-for-1 on water runes, which is not ideal for the Storm to start to get that lead. And that is a good launching point for OG. Mind you, the other lanes are still quite fine for Aurora. We've been taking a look down bot. Toronto Tokyo is still finding that farm.
A lot of damage here on Nightfall, and they've got him. The Tusk Dawnbreaker combination. Very, very potent. It's Daze immediately handing over the tip here to Nightfall.
You've done quite well.
I mean, there's not much you can really do once you're caught out by the Shards. And again, this is a combination that we saw all the way back to, I want to say, when TSM was around, when Saberlight was on it. We were quite shocked when it came in, but that combination still works the same way. Nightfall had the right idea to go for the early point Warcry. It's just not enough. And there's really not much Panto can do except try to cut them off with the dual melees. They do have quelling, so at least get through the Sprout. There's not much threat there. Nightfall just once again turn this into a farming lane. OG will have to look for that.
Daze, look at this. The aggression here from Daze. 5 minutes in, he's already been involved in 4 kills here on this task. 100% kill participation, and I mean, quite frankly, John Daze, he's just winning out every lane for them. Both side lanes just getting ahead now for OG. Even mid lane, the rotation to Kiyotaka prior to the level 6 mark might pan out as well. We've seen this one before, this time from the other way. Well, TP and Panto once again are trying to keep him alive, but a very nice snowball back in onto the Storm. Kiyotaka down. They even brought Toronto here. But the Shards block is going to be out, as Shad will find Mirror meanwhile. And I'll tell you what, Jonathan, this task, unbelievable heavy lifting here from Daze.
And it is. Like, I don't think you necessarily expect this kind of movement from a support nowadays, but he's working that map well. It's down to how tanky your lanes are, right? Like, you've got a Dawnbreaker that can stand solo to a Sven, because there's no threat until level 6 from the Sven. So you can afford to leave that lane. There's not as much pressure from the Aurora supports either. Right, like we were talking about, just the changes to NP. The threat of teleportation doesn't feel as big in terms of damage. So again, there's no real threat to kill off any of these lanes when you leave it as Tusk. And you start to find all of these openings. Right, you've got 6 kills, 6-1. Shad's having an amazing time free farming. You've got a very big slowdown for Toronto Tokyo. At the least, he has his Vanguard.
Well, again, mid lane, they're going to try to Stormstormer, but Daze is here. Daze is here. Once again, a save for Daze. I'll try to turn on him instead, but Mira now going to be slightly cautious. The Solar Guardian going to fly through. And they will find another from Stormstormer. And you don't even need to tell me whose fault that was, Jonathan. Daze wants this task. He's everywhere.
And he is. And again, the response is quick. Really good use from that Solar Guardian. Mixa has time to still secure the Shrine of Wisdom, or are not set up to contest that. I have to say, this is just really clean from the side of OG. And we were talking about this. This team recently heartbroken for the road to TI. They managed to rally through. We heard from that talk with Kidaro, just what the team kind of does to recover from that heartbreak, and they just come out stronger. This is a team that does well in those circumstances, and certainly showing up. 7-1, 2K lead lining up. This Underlord is just too free farmed. Massive Madness timing is going to be sick. Into the Echo Saber, you can't underestimate how much damage Underlord does in the early points of the game. Nightfall.
Trouble again, Nightfall. Not going to have too much help coming in. They're trying to keep him alive, but Nightfall taken down thanks to Shad. Mira not getting out either by the looks of it, as Mixer will take that one. OG, so far a very dominant start to this game one, as they are just unrelenting with the amount of pressure towards Aurora, who look like they just can't believe it.
They're not ready. Again, with the supports you have, it's just hard to see how you look for that rotation in. No core is ready to play. Maybe with God's Strength, Nightfall could try to look for some punishment, and they will drag the numbers.
It's a very good read though here, John. Like, you find a Jakiro, but it's a 4-hero rotation for this. Surely they'll find a second Mixer. Chase down, but the Sprout blocks their way. They're still trying. Here comes the cavalry. Watch out for Daze. Watch out for Daze by that bridge. Watch out for the bridge. Oh no. Even Daze, like, are you okay? You can't fight on the bridge against a Tusk.
No. You really can't. I mean, again, Aurora just have that pressure to try to play fast. I think at this point, you just recognize this is the timing for OG after this laning start. Like, you can't play into how tanky all of their cores are, into how much control their supports have as well. You just need to sit back and get that farm for yourself. As again, we see that replay. Desperate. It's just not the spot to play. You don't have any mana on Kiyotaka either.
No, it's so desperate, this kind of rotation attempt. Like, it's because they committed 4 heroes there, John, but they only got to support Jakiro. So they needed to go for more, but you give up more. Now look at this. Panto's in trouble, Chase is on. Shadow say thank you very much. I did need a bit more fun. Takes a dominating spree and see you later. Mid lane, Stormstormer. I mean, he's not really taking that much damage on this Tiny John. This is such a strong start here for Stormstorm. He's not really too scared of the Storm at the moment. Top lane, maybe they can at least find Mixer, but apparently not even that.
No.
Stormstormer again, zipped on. They're trying to fight. Stormstormer dropping low, gets the Soul Ring TP away. Both of them trying for the power rune at 10 minutes, but it will be picked up by Daze, who again is apparently just all over the place.
That he is. You have to appreciate the vision game as well. Still looking for an opportunity down bot. Didn't want to make that angle work here somehow. Although in the triangle...
I'm going to find a bit of a freebie here. Kidaro try to make it tough. In fact, he does get a nice ice path, but it won't be enough for Kiyotaka to be locked down. Though here comes Daze. Very awkward position by the staircase for Aurora. And so it will be a nice trade here as Daze, he's not done. He throws the blood grenade out, gets the Walrus Punch, and he's gonna set up for another. Well, look at that, Jonathan. I feel like I'm gonna be saying this man's name a lot. Daze. A man to remember.
And he is. And again, all of OG playing off of his tempo so damn well. I think it's just ridiculous how much they're working this map. And, you know, it's like they have the nature's prophet, right? It's like they're the ones just showing up to every lane, making all of these plays happen. It's been such a good swing. Even Shad, every time he has that Fiend's Gate joining in for those fights, goes back to farm, has a nice tempo lined up. It's 2K ahead at this point at 11 minutes in as the Underlord. A menacing hero to have to play up against. So much damage coming in with that atrophy, with that reach you have with a cleave as well. It's not an easy time. You need to wait out until some initiation's available for you on Aurora. And that's tied into Toronto Tokyo with a blink. He is gunning for the Blade Mail first. And it's just so much more farm, which you don't have the map spaces to sustain when you've got a Storm and a Sven also playing farm here.
It's very challenging right now for Aurora. They've just got to play the slow game, which is scary against this global strat of OG, especially with how fast Shad can farm with this this Demon's Reach facet. Definitely very intimidating right now for Aurora. Panther in the mid lane, chased down a little bit, but Stormer not going to see the angle once the Sprout does go down, but continues the chase anyway. He's going to see Kiyotaka as well. The Stormer, the thing for him is he doesn't really have any places to farm right now on the Tiny, so sure, you'd probably rather see him just rushing the Blink, which he is trying to do, but he'd rather do so via finding kills rather than sitting back and farming creeps, which I completely agree with in this scenario. Because I think when you've got an advantage like you've got for OG, the last thing you want to do is slow down. You really don't want to stop the moving train. Is Mira?
No.
Will be chased. Stormer just needs the vision and the reach for the Avalanche and will barely make it into the toss play. Doesn't quite have the damage on his own though. Oh, but a nice ice palm. Kadaro right on the edge. Meanwhile, they even found Nightfall. Who cares about Mira? They got the Sven. Mira's still going. He's finally dead.
Yeah, I mean, they're splitting this map so damn well on OG. Again, it's just having these options, Solar Guardian and Fiend's Gate, to get numbers advantage every single time. That it's just so easy to be at the right spot at the right time if someone shows up. It's all you need here inside of OG. And for Aurora, again, you have to somehow just play the farm game. Toronto Tokyo's been finding decent space. He's keeping parity with Stormer and Nightfall. Lagging a little bit further behind than you'd want the Sven to do, but still number 3, at least, as we will again see that replay. Just caught out. The moment you're spotted by anyone, it's just Fiend's Gate, Solar Guardian, that's it. There's no counterplay. You're just dead. You just don't have anything yet to play with on Aurora. And you have to try to mitigate those losses. If anyone has to die, at least make it the supports. Good ward game as well out from OG has been facilitating these plays quite nicely. And again, these timings they're reaching is sickening. Harpoon already done on Shad, SNY afterwards.
This will be the blink up for Stormer. If they can secure here for the Tiny, they will. Blink is up immediately. Good timing as well here for Storm. One of the better timings for these mid-Tinies we've been seeing. And I'll tell you what, this really is fantastic from OG. The performance is just too clean at the moment. Very, very clean.
It is. I love seeing this. Just constant aggression. Again, they don't quite have Solar Guardian Fiend's Gate, but in a few seconds they can get on top with Daze here.
Well, they're going to miss out on the Sven, but they won't mind Toronto either. The thing is, this Axe is so important to being able to make this comeback, and that's a very nice call with the Blade Mail out. It's just not enough yet. Toronto kind of showing you why he's so important for this comeback to happen. So it's a very nice kill nonetheless, even if you miss out on the Sven. Panto in the meantime also caught trying to run away here from Mixer. Probably not getting his way out of here, but we'll find out soon. And he's definitely not. A very nice kill here for the Dawnbreaker of Mixer. And as I was trying to say, John, unless Toronto, in fact, hold that thought, because Kiyotaka, bottom lane, almost also dropping as Stormer barely misses out, but he has a tree throw. He's just waiting. He'll throw it, and it's not going to be it. What I was trying to say, John, before all this action continued, is it's very important that Toronto Tokyo has space to get this blink, because there's no comeback without it.
No. It's down to the Axe. It's down to those blink calls. OG should understand that very well as well. Again, Nightfall.
They don't have the numbers this time, though. They don't have the numbers here on OG. Maybe they've gone too far. is they have got Mixer completely surrounded, and he will drop. Nightfall finally getting a bit of revenge on the Sven.
That's a massive kill to just find for free. Something OG has to be a little bit disciplined about.
He's still trying to hunt the Sven, just seeing if he can snipe him with an avalanche toss combo, but doesn't see him. And it seems like the rest of Aurora, they are kind of... Ooh, Stormer again.
Oh.
We'll run into the Storm. Kiyotaka, he'll avoid the avalanche. Not sure what the game plan is here for our Tiny, but he does have Shad there, who's trying to deal with the Shaman. Mirror going to be able to get out thanks to the Sister's Shroud. One of the most broken neutral items I've ever seen. And nobody will die.
If you're Aurora, that's exactly what you want. Look at Kiyotaka farming aggressively, taking space where you can.
He just TP'd as well. He just TP'd and Daze was just sitting there in Invis. Right on top of him.
I mean, that's just what can you do, right? Like, you don't expect it. You get punished. At least, again, it's just your supports. You'll take it on Aurora. At least it's not Toronto, Tokyo. The Blink's inching closer here. You're getting some space out for Nightfall. That kill catapults him back up in net worth. Still 3k behind. 3 to 2k behind, but you know, you're finding some of that build-up that you want here on the side of Aurora.
He's low on mana. Kiyotaka, he's low on mana. He's got a Soul Ring available with a mana drought. They're waiting for Kadaro, though, who's got the Ice Path ready. Oh, look at the teamwork here, John. Look at the teamwork. Kadaro just doesn't reveal himself, waits by the north, and they even think there must be a ward there somewhere, but that just was not the case.
Oh. Now they have the opening for Roche as well, but after the trap with Storm trying to steal. You do have damage with Shad, mind you. He has a lot of atrophy bonus damage on hand at the moment. This does not take too long. Look at a cleave. Look at that beautiful creation.
Yeah, don't get close to that Roshan pit, boys. It ain't safe. Maybe this is an ability Roshan should have. Like, why can't Roshan cleave like that? Bottom?
I would accept it.
Stormer, big avalanche toss combination onto 2, but he's a bit too early to the party right now. His team was not ready. No Fiend's Gate either yet on Shad, but he'll have it in 9 seconds. We'll continue the chase, hoping for a release mirror. Oh, that's a nice toss back. Stormer. Unrelenting on this Tiny. I'll upgrade my list, John. Update my list. Akashi and Storm. They're the 2 Tiny players that are allowed to pick the heroes. List is updated.
Yeah, and Storm is making it look so damn good. Up top, I don't think you win that one, Kiyotaka.
No, you don't. Not right now, you don't. Maybe ever. Don't even try that crap again.
No, Shad is way too tanky, and that is also a core issue here for Aurora. There's no one to easily snipe for Kiyotaka. You jump the supports. Maybe you could take care of Kadaro if he's isolated by himself, but he hasn't been, at least anywhere vulnerable recently. You go for Daze. He's got the Snowball. He's got some punch back. Wherever Daze is, it feels like that's where OG's looking. They're looking for this Tusk to go hunting, to get their Fiend's Gate, to get their Solar Guardian on top every single time. Again, for Aurora, the best thing coming out from these past few minutes is that their cores aren't dying. You do have that Blink already on Toronto, Tokyo, so you have some initiation to play with. It's just a matter of trying to find an angle. Heck, you're almost close to Kiyotaka's own full BKB as well. Just a little bit further away from that recipe goal.
Timing. I think with the blink up on the axe, they could think about defending this tier 2 top. They do glyph it. It's really hard to make this choice for Aurora, because unless you find the perfect team fight, that blink call could just end up getting you killed anyway. But at the same time, I feel like if you're...
Nightfall?
Uh-oh. Nightfall. In a bit of danger. Gets the BKB. Here comes the cavalry, but the Fiend's Gate was there. Nightfall. He's not looking healthy. He needs to get out. The toss is in from our Tiny Stormer. Ain't missing nothing. And sadly, Jonathan, this is your blink reveal. This is it. Mixer on a double. OG.
Man.
I mean, they're giving up nothing.
No. I really appreciate how OG's playing the small. They're doing all the small things right. Like when they're engaging onto Toronto Tokyo, a little bit of a step back from Nixa to make sure he's not caught in the call. They go back in. Like they're so smart. OG's just playing so damn smart. I mean, this is Aurora we're talking about. This is not some pushover team that doesn't get to lands. This is a team that, you know, got themselves directly into one big tournament. They qualify into a TI as well. And again, only dropping to one game. OG, they're crushing them.
You saw the odds at the start of before the draft started, John. It was
Yeah.
5-1. Pretty. I mean, 5-1's a lot. Top lane. Here we go, Aurora. Let's see if they can take this fight. Shad's gonna have a gander. Nice TP away there from Kiyotaka, realizing, you know, I don't really want to be here. We've seen this before. Kiyotaka's not had the greatest of games himself on the Storm, and, you know, in fairness, there is quite a lot of lockdown here for the Storm Spirit in this game 1. But he's got no damage on the Storm. He's gone for a BKB just to try and survive these fights. Meanwhile, mid lane, Nightfall might be forced to use his own soon, but he will not. They will take the Tormentor. Kadaro with the free shards now on the Jakiro. And Fiend's Gate, it is back up in 3 seconds. So Stormstormer can just go again. And he wants to. He knows Kiyotaka's down bottom. Avalanche is off the mark though, but he gets a Yule Scepter. Surely not enough though. Kiyotaka will be able to zip away. So remaining on the high ground though, keeping up the vision. So they will get a BKB usage out of Kiyotaka. That's about it though. That was his 9-second charge, to be fair, however.
I think that's pretty worthwhile. Again, just once the Storm drags down to 6, he's not going to be feeling great playing into these tanky heroes. You need as much duration as possible. Aurora will try to smoke up. They know there's a little bit of a split up here.
Aegis up for 35 more seconds here for Shad. Can they buy enough time? In fact, never mind. Immediate TP from Shad. Very good game sense. There was no vision to scout that out. He just knew that they were missing too long. And that really stinks if you're Aurora, because OG now smoked up, and it seems like they know exactly where Aurora went. They're going to run right into Panto or Kiyotaka, but they'll see Panto first. A freebie here for Stormstormer. 6-0-8 is the scoreline for the mid-tiny. And still just no pressure for OG. Just relax. No. Don't take it easy, but don't get too excited either. You're definitely in a pretty big advantage right now as mid lane. Kiyotaka being chased. Meanwhile, the Fiends Gate drop bottom, but we are going to see our Shaman of Mirror leave. Mid, they are looking for a call, perhaps onto Dusk, or rather Daze, but a nice TP, or rather blink away. They do jump in now with a 3-man call from Toronto, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They haven't got the follow-up to it. Oh, Panto down. I mean, Shad is just huge now. He's huge, Sean.
Oh, yeah.
He's hitting for 700 damage per right click.
Yeah, I love this. I love this Underlord +1 we've been seeing. I feel like not enough teams utilize it, but when you get a good game for it, holy hell does it seem like the most busted concept on hand. This is too much free damage. This is not tied into cooldowns. It's not tied into anything. You just farm, you get a kill on the support, you get this huge injection of damage, and you're free to go. And it has so much good late game control as well. Right, the AC's coming out for Shad next. If there's room for an Ags, good lord, you're not safe anywhere. You're gonna have to pop these BKBs on Kiyotaka and Nightfall, because just a Pit of Malice on top with a gate movement, yeah, you're ruined if you don't preempt that. So it's concerning for Aurora. The blink timing from Toronto Tokyo hasn't done much yet. He's forced to try to wait out a BKB. You've got some farm coming in for Nightfall, going into his own BKB with a Daedalus now. Already having at least the Mask of Madness Echo Saber with his own, again, BKB and Chrysalis. But even that just doesn't feel enough. Again, I was talking about OG having a damage issue. Right now, it's Aurora that has a severe damage issue. There's not enough in Nightfall. You are ultra tanky on OG as well. And I don't know how you rectify that. It feels like for Aurora, the best thing you can hope for is trying to snipe, again, some squishier supports. Probably just try to look for Kidaro if at all possible, but again, they're not giving any opportunities. And if you do commit, you have to watch the gate and Solar Guardian. There's always an opportunity to counter initiate if you overcommit on Aurora. All Mira is doing now is just trying to push in. Where's Shaman still stuck at level 9, just trying to take a tower by himself here.
Oh, Panto. Caught with his pants down here, John. Mira also being chased, but Panto's the one that's probably dead. Meanwhile, though, Kiyotaka starting a fight on the other side of the map, apparently trying to go after Kagaro, but can't even do that right now, as they just can't even do with the Jakiro. Surely they jump him again. I mean, Kadaro is still there. He'll run right into Toronto, Tokyo, and this time they've got it. But a Solar Guardian and the turnaround now. OG saying nothing comes for free in our game. Nothing. But here comes Nightfall. A big cleave as well. Nightfall, he'll find days at least. And he's got Shad on top. Oh, that is a lot of gold for Nightfall.
Oh, that's what they needed. Just an overextension out from OG, getting caught in that cliff, trying to chase down Kiyotaka. And they couldn't keep up with Daze. You know, they couldn't keep up with all of the snowballs coming in. Good cliff position for Kiyotaka. And finally some punishment out in favor of Aurora. A huge gold swing going the way of the Sven, going the way of Aurora overall. 3K in total for Aurora off of that. Now, misplay from OG. And Aurora, it's not enough to really give you full confidence, but you are seeing some angles in. You can't afford that overly clumped up nature of these fights into Nightfall with the damage he's got. And the full Daedalus wasn't up either just yet. It's going to be up in a few hundred gold as we can again take a look at that replay. They had the angles out, but they overcommit for that chase on Kiyotaka. They see him in such low mana, but the patience from Nightfall to look at that angle, just much too much. And that's the way you do it. You have to lure them in on Aurora, and they lured them in perfectly that time around.
Well, it certainly did. Aurora showing signs of life here in this game one. And I'll tell you what, Nightfall. Sure, he had the perfect lineup that team fight for the cleave, but I mean, Nightfall now full Daedalus up. He's second in net worth on the Sven, and he showed us last team fight. He's certainly got the goods in the damage department now, and that was without the Daedalus. That was just a Chrysalis last time. So I wonder if OG. I still think they need to be somewhat unrelenting with their own draft. They got to keep going. But now you've got this kind of concern of, what if Nightfall turns on us? What if he finds that nice angle again? Because it just takes a few hits with that God Strength and things just turn so quickly. Speaking of damage, by the way, John Kiyotaka, we were talking about how he had no damage earlier because he had to go for a BKB. Now he's got a full Parasmara. Imagine that.
Yeah. He's got some play on hand. Again, that kill, those kills that came out there for Aurora, just giving a massive cash injection for Aurora. Could try to play now. They've smoked up. They've got everything off cooldown. Showing on mid. OG might be tempted to try to play in.
They're trying to bait with that illusion. Stormstormer. Not going to get what he... Or did he get what he wanted? They're chasing it. In they go. Looks like they do find a Jakiro first stop thanks to the zip in from Kiyotaka. Like he'll go after the Tiny next, but here comes the Fiends get to try and bring Shad in. They'll try for Kiyotaka first. Kiyotaka though pretty damn healthy. The Pit of Malice, it's pretty nice. Shard drop as well, but here comes Nightfall.
Oh,
can he deal with Shad though? Oh, Shad! Who do you think you're throwing hands with, Nightfall? Oh my! So it's like fighting your older brother there, John. Shad's like, are you sure? Are you sure about this? Never mind what I said, by the way. I thought Nightfall had more damage at this point. Apparently not enough for Shad.
I thought he would, but again, you're running into a maxed out Atrophy Aura, losing quite a fair bit of your base damage with the talent as well. Like, it is devastating. And they were playing that fight pretty smart in Aurora, trying to bait them out, but when the gate comes in, you hold that ground, and you did manage to get the control on Shad for the moment, but yeah, not fun for Nightfall.
Oh my God.
Losing a ton of damage, even with a God Strength. It's just a counteraction, right? Like, it's Sven into Underlord. Atrophy Aura versus God Strength. With Atrophy, the way it works, it's just, you basically counteract God Strength almost. To a certain extent. You mitigate that by a huge degree. So it's not as much damage as you'd want, and this time you didn't have the lineup for Nightfall to get control.
No, I mean, it's a 40% damage reduction, and it's all base damage with the Sven. It's just so rough. So rough for the poor man. Nightfall going to work towards the Satanic now, but OG, I mean, I thought after that one bad team fight, maybe Aurora were going to show us a big comeback here in this game one, but not yet. We haven't seen many big calls either, I want to say, from Toronto. Like, he's finally got his BKB up on the Axe. We did see a couple nice two-man calls. But I want to say every fight we have seen recently it has been pretty challenging for Toronto because again, you're against an Underlord. Peter Malice is every Axe's kind of bane, and he just has not been able to get within range. Maybe even just the Jakiro DPS proving to be a little bit too much for him to get that blink off his bottom. Another freebie here, Stormstormer. He's going to find Panther. And Nightfall's got to be careful down bottom because they're all coming. Or at least Shad is. Here comes Daze as well. They could try for a cheeky kill if Nightfall was still around, but he does lead into the mid lane instead.
Look at this damage.
Look at the damage. Oh my god. Ice Frog, have some shame. What's wrong with you? Whose idea was this? Have a bit of shame.
Oh, it's so funny. Oh, it's so funny. I love Underlord. This hero is so good. Look at that. I mean, look. If you recall, like 3 years ago or so, when it was Underlord Raid Pack, I would rather have this, Mike. Wouldn't you?
Of course.
There you go. That's the counter
John,
argument.
You could compare anything to Raid Pact, and I'd tell you I'd prefer the anything. Trust me, anything.
That's why, if you can't have the damage mitigation with Atrophy plus Raid Pack, you're gonna have this. A huge amount of right click with Atrophy. That's it, Mike. That's a trade-off. And it's a trade-off I'm willing to take. You know, maybe Underlord, that's one more thing, right? We were discussing these sneaky heroes that are slowly coming in. We've had a little bit of that Underlord creep in, even from, like, say, DL26, right? It was a hero that was being picked there. It was being picked in qualifiers. But not many teams have mastered that. Shad is showing us why. This hero is a menace. It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
I've seen it so many times, and every single time I still have the same reaction. Like, what is this garbage? Nightfall, he might be asking the same question, John. Nightfall's in trouble. BKB pops, God Strength is there, but it's nothing. It means nothing. Daze just gives him the uppercut. See you later. Knocks him right out of the ring. You might want to call it. I'm being straight up here, John. They might want to call this game 1. It's too much.
Yeah,
Nightfall just died to what I believe was a Tusker Walrus punch at the end. It's just, what's he meant to do?
Not much. And you know what? Shad wasn't even instantly into that fight this time around. You know, that was the ideal initiation for Aurora. It's still just not enough output. Even Stormer doesn't melt to that reflect damage on the Blade Mail. Mid-rack set to go. Aurora 37-8. No one, I don't think, would have thought about this. Again, you looked at those odds earlier from 1xBet. This is not what the crowd was expecting either. And OG show us why they're the king of mentally bouncing back from, you know, rough results. Again, the qualifiers weren't great, but they're good here.
I think it must be
so
me.
far.
I'm the common denominator. Every time I cast, they seem to pull out this magic because we do go into the storm. Hirotaka gonna go down. Tell me I'm wrong. Every time we cast OG, they play like it's TI again. I swear to every time. Here we go, top lane. Shut up, John. Shad, he's gonna get shackled up. Peter Malice is down. Panto in trouble. Panto dealing with Daze at the moment, is going to survive. Daze now in danger, gets called up by Toronto, but they can't even deal with the Tusk. Finally they will, but Shad, look at this Unlord just run everyone down. Oh, Mirror's gonna barely be alright. They've got Mega Creeps in cover. Call out again from Toronto. Means nothing. They should at least have, surely they have Kadaro.
Mirror?
Mirror's gonna die. Kataro. Alright. Nightfall will jump in with God Strength and get a touch. But he's got no God Strength now.
No.
I mean, you can just come back if you want as OG.
They could. They'll hang back. They'll play a little bit more farm here. And get that build up 39-10, 22k lead. Happy death time for Aurora.
Oh, I love
a rough game so far. I mean, look, if you can find the angle somehow with Nightfall, if you can take these fights piecemeal,
yes, John,
you can't do this, can't do that, but yeah, if you isolate them somehow one by one, like you're kind of getting isolated on Aurora, that's your way back. I don't see it happening anytime soon. Tier 2s are still up, even if you take a full win. With buybacks being quite okay right now for OG. I know what you can do. Aurora, they have to work a miracle out, Mikey, and for OG, well, they just have to keep trucking on. Full Abyssal Blade out now. for Shad, going for a swift blink afterwards. He's feeling great on this Underlord. Has the additional root duration as well at 25 now. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like this, you know, it's like Sven saying, or you know, a team saying we have Sven at home, and their Sven at home is Underlord, but it's actually better. It's actually better.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Chad, gonna show himself down bottom. I mean, again, they're not out of the game yet here, John. Aurora, they're holding out. Megas are up, but they don't care. In goes the call. Problem is Aurora's punch immediately out because Dave's had it right clicked anyway. And, well, they're going to get him. They do take down Dave. It's a good start now as Aurora. They're going to chase for more. Looking for Storm on that Tiny. Solar Guardian to fight through. Will make life very challenging now as Mixer trying to go after Mirror on the Shaman. Will ignore him, but they've got Nightfall. Oh. Nightfall again. He'll barely survive the Satanic. It has been popped. It'll give him a secondary chance as they do find Mixer. It's a good fight so far for Aurora. They've got 2 for 1. They'll find a 3 for 1 now. Stormer is down. Nightfall can finally get to work. They'll take down a 4th. Aurora, though, gotta watch out for those T4 towers, boys. Nightfall will jump in.
Yeah. I mean, that, again, that's the ideal circumstance we were looking for, right? They come in piecemeal on OG. One by one, they drip in. And one by one, it kind of falls a little bit apart for them as they maybe play overconfidently in that area of control, do get punished, or get to hang on. That's a 5k gold swing in favor of Aurora, so they're getting somewhere, Mikey. Nightfall, he's got something in mind, going for a Divine Rapier after the Swift Blink. So we'll see again. It's just a very staggered out initiation, right? They don't get caught in Solar Guardian. Yeah, you get a good pit out, you're getting some good focus fire from Shad, but you are getting just cut off by Toronto, Tokyo, and you're not able to follow through. And getting that window of opportunity onto Nightfall, and he gets that reset from the Satanic, and again, you're just split apart at that point for OG. Very well played out to Aurora. In buying themselves some time, they need that, I would say 2 times over, or 1 time over if they get Roche here.
Are they actually going to make a comeback? Because I think once he has the, like, Nightfall with the Divine's actually kind of scary. He's going to have a Swift Blink up, which is pretty scary in and of itself. They're up against Megas, so chances are pretty low, but we've seen bigger comebacks. Hell, we saw OG make bigger comebacks, John. They should know of all people.
Yeah.
They should know.
Yeah. I wonder how No Tail's feeling watching this one. Might be a little bit... I wouldn't say it's nail-biting yet. If they lose the next one, that's when you get really nervous, I think. The next fight with Roche is definitely what sets that tone. Find Panto, he's trying to just farm away, but it is space, and given for the team. Try to work that map, get some vision down as well. And really good setups coming out from Mira to actually watch that top jungle. And the Ags now, getting more utility out from Aurora to get that hold, like the AoE Vortex on hand. This Roche, you have to be a little bit careful on OG, because this is where it can all go wrong with, say, a call and a big electric Vortex.
Roshan rules to let him know. He's going to show off the AoE Vortex now. Walrus Punch, though. Kiyotaka, he gets the BKB, but not like this. He'll get the Zip TP. He's all right. He's all right. He's got time to get back here, I think, but Roshan's going down pretty quick. And it seems like the rest of Aurora, they've kind of just let this one go. Storm is actually looking for Nightfall here. Nightfall down bottom. He's not expecting it. The Fiend's Gate will come in as well. We'll try to BKB with the Solar Guardian. Gonna land right on top of his head. Nightfall. He needs to man fight this one out, but he's got no targets. He's just a sitting duck. Oh, he's got no buyback, John. He's got no buyback.
Oh. Yeah, he brought out the
Megas, John. It's pretty hard to defend without him.
No. He's your damage. I don't think you have enough without your Sven, without Nightfall. I mean, you have some poke. Maybe the Blink Call is going to be nice from Toronto, but without the right clicks from Sven, this is a tough one to watch. And it's not like you're close to buyback. He bought out that full Swift Blink, take a risk.
Yeah.
I know it's going to take a miracle. Again, if Aurora maybe breaks them apart 1 by 1, it's going to take a lot longer without the Sven, but perhaps It's a
It's
tough.
gotta be.
I don't see it.
It's gotta be like a vortex into a big call or something. But you need this Sven. You need the. I don't see the damage. Where's the damage gonna come from? Well, here it comes.
Lord.
You've got Stormstormer coming in. There's your big call out, but the damage output surely not gonna be there. It's Toronto getting annihilated by Shad. Absolutely destroyed. Tier 4 towers going down. They'll try one last time. They'll get the Aegis of Shad. He couldn't give a crap. You're still lacking damage without Nightfall. They haven't got it. Ancient exposed now. The Vortex in from the back. They're still trying. Kiyotaka at least trying for a Jakiro. He can't get it though. The Solar Guardian's there. Meanwhile, Shad finding the Shaman. They will take him down. Kiyotaka in trouble. 10 more seconds here for the Sven, but it's 10 more seconds too long as they're onto the Ancient again. GG is called. OG. They will take game 1 against the odds. And I'll tell you what, Jonathan, I am very impressed after this game 1. That is a very, very clean performance from this OG squad.
And it is. I love how they're reading this patch. I love how they're playing super aggressive. This is what we've seen a lot of the successful teams in qualifiers do. Right, like go back for tempo setting pause ones, have some good connections between all your cores to play around the 10 to 15 minute mark, and just run down from there. I think the one exception outside of that game plan is just how well Daze played. I think he has to be our standout. This Tusk just set up everything, and there were a couple of good moments for Aurora, sure. They were finding some isolation, they were finding opportunities when they were piecemealed up, but when OG wasn't broken apart, coming in one by one, that's a different story. This is the one where Nightfall felt confident. They won the previous fight, but look at the direct 1v1 against Chad just wasn't working out. And again, OG, this is not the result anyone would have had if you were to ask someone a week ago, a few days, yesterday, if you asked someone, how do you feel about Aurora versus OG, they'd say 100% Aurora with how well they've done in Lance. But OG, again, they've been on the rise. They had that deep run in TI Quals, didn't quite work out. This is the kind of team that learns from mistakes, that learns from that lack of maybe understanding each other and continue to build up. And those results are showing here. Whether or not they can maintain that into game 2, if they can still run an aggressive draft, who knows? There's only so many bans here that Aurora can make. But I think this is already just a great sign of life from OG. And for Aurora, I mean, this draft looked pretty bog standard outside of maybe that NP support that a few teams have been dipping into, which has not felt the most impressive at some points, right? Like it's been a little bit back and forth. We're seeing, again, the slow trickle in fight here.
I mean, it's not the draft. We both agreed the draft looked really good before the game started. We can't turn around now and say the draft's bad. I gotta say, I think OG just completely outplayed them here in this game. And it goes back to this task. He really was that good. Just every lane was won thanks to Daze on that task. And I really don't believe there was any drafting issues from Aurora. Sure, you can make the argument about the Prophet, but we are seeing it a lot now with this support meta of Prophet with that new facet. And yeah, I think if you're Aurora, you might have to question how you're going to win out these lanes. Maybe watch out for that Tusk being given away for the next draft, because Daze literally won them all 3 lanes. That's what he did.
That he did. And again, like it goes back to the glory days of the pause 4 rotations, right? Like that's what we used to see, not as often, and he makes it work quite well here for OG. He's got to be our standout. We've talked about him so much. He did all the work in the laning phase. He does all the big saves towards the end as well. Gets all the big setups. He dictates where his team will Fiend's Gate and Solar Guardian onto. Daze was just a shining star. And again, this team, OG, has just looked fantastic. They've grown. A lot of people had their doubts, about the big orgs and the new rosters they're fielding. OG looking like they're coming out on top so far from those teams, at least for now in game 1. Question now is, can you maintain that into game 2? Aurora is not the kind of team that'll sit back and allow this kind of game to repeat itself. They will learn, they will look back, they'll look, they want to play fast, we'll play faster. And I think that's where OG will have to really deliver the goods. But already, again, fantastic performance in game 1 and Daze. You can't let him have Tusk, and you can't let Stormstormer have that Tiny either, as again, one of the only 2 players we've seen really work that Tiny to its full effect. So I'm keen on, I want to see how they adjust for Aurora. Yeah.
He's on the list. He's on the MLP guest list for the party. That is the Tiny party, John. There's only 2 players so far on that list. Akashi and Stormstormer. Congratulations. You got the award from me personally. Anyway, that's game 1. OG now 1 game away from securing a 2-0 victory. You've said it many times, Sean, Aurora's not going to make it that easy. They're not going to make it that easy. Game 2 is going to be a spicy one, I think, here between Aurora and OG. Of course, we're going to head to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our second game of this best of 3 between OG and Aurora Esports. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 of this best of 3 between OG and Aurora now back underway. We're into our Game 2 draft. And of course, in case you weren't watching Game 1 and wondering what happened, OG did actually pull off a pretty dominant victory against Aurora Gaming, against the odds, which were around 5-1 in that first game. So pretty insane from OG. Very clean performance. My question now to you, Jonathan, is number 1, what are Aurora changing? Number 2, can OG keep up this clean performance?
I think OG can. My thing is, if Aurora start to play faster as well, I think that's where things get interesting, because it felt like they had no early answers with the heroes they had, right? They needed to sit back and farm with X. He does need like the blink timing with Blade Mail. You have to get all of that done. So it does lead to a slower start. They do get access to the Bat Rider, so it's left unbanned the first phase, so that could be one way to kind of get things going. Bat's early presence is pretty nice. It still does need to wait out, you know, like a blink to really be fully effective, sure. But even in lane, it does do a lot of work. So I like this for Aurora, shifting things around. For OG, I'm wondering if they'd want a save. You don't have the Shadow Demon option. There's an Oracle, of course, on hand if you'd want that. Ringmaster's still there as well. And even stuff like, say, Omni-Knight Core or Abaddon Core could be the way to go. So I don't think the Batrider is the be-all and all. There is enough room here for OG to try to draft against it. The question is, what's their initial answer to the Batrider, right? Like, normally you would see Shadow Demon, but it's not there. I think the next best bet has to be either Oracle or Ringmaster. I feel like the Ringmaster's been pretty ignored in the past few weeks. Every time we've seen it pop up again, though, it still has looked pretty impressive. So I wouldn't fault OG if they'd want to go into that, but certainly something to save you from at least the lasso to kind of counteract that early bat pickup here.
I really like this Batrider hero, John. I do believe it really is one of the strongest heroes in the game right now. It's like OG. Gonna go for a Jakiro, which also has a nice animation, Jonathan, I might add.
Mm-hmm.
Which team are we casting that's gonna pick Earth Spirit, John? I wonder. Are we gonna ever see the... Can we not just play the Earth Spirit? Surely they've got one, John. Can't we just play the damn animation?
And just trigger Earth Spirit? I don't know. I don't know if you could force out the animation, you know. I feel like it responds to what's picked in the API. I don't know if you can force an API trigger. It would be funny, as we just trigger Earth Spirit all the time. Whenever you mention it, you don't just trigger Earth Spirit. Just to show you, the animation. Maybe it's getting cooked to something amazing because it's so rare. Could be the way to go, Mikey.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe turns the entire screen to stone and burst open. It's like Earth Spirit in deafening volume, just to wake people up.
Rare as hen's teeth, Jonathan, as they used to tell me back in the day. Rare as hen's teeth.
Never heard of that.
I'm waiting for you to ask me
cool.
what that even means, John.
Yeah,
hens don't have teeth, John.
I mean,
that's
yeah,
why
exactly.
It's rare.
I know what it means. I'm just like, I've never heard of this thing. Is it like an Australian thing? Is it like
it is
a thing that I just don't know because I don't speak English?
Well, I mean, I think it's an Aussie thing. Maybe the English could take claim for it, which, the English do that a lot. But, it mostly is an Aussie thing, Jonathan. I'd like to say.
Sounds amazing.
It's not too hard to understand, John. If you open the beak of a chicken, you'll notice that they do, in fact, not have teeth.
Yeah. It's hard to think about birds not having teeth, but there you go. Who would have thought there's nothing under the beak but the beak?
I'd imagine it'd be harder to think about a bird with teeth, Jonathan. Could you imagine it?
5 seconds remaining.
Pretty terrifying.
That's what I thought, John. That's what I thought.
But if do pterodactyls have teeth? Or is it just one big beak?
Well, hold on a minute. Can you prove they existed, John?
Wait.
Radiant team.
What do you mean? Are you saying like the fossil arrangement is wrong and it's just a made-up creature?
No. I'm not saying. I'm not that guy. I know what you're thinking. Don't drag me into that territory. I'm not one of those cuckoo guys. All I'm trying to do is make a stupid joke with you, and now you put me on the defensive. You put me on the defensive because I know where you're going with this. No, John. We're stopping the conversation. I'm not a flat earther. I'm not into that crap.
No,
Don't even
it's not
start.
that. I was saying, but there have been dinosaurs that were just mistakenly arranged bones, right? Like don't actually exist. I was trying to. I'm not digging that deep, Mikey. But some dinosaur arrangements were wrong. What's not wrong is Tiny coming out for OG, as you mentioned. Stormstormer, one of the few people to make it work, right? You did say he's on the list. He's on the list.
He gets in. Security's not stopping Stormstormer from picking Time.
No.
Not while I'm on watch, John.
Certainly not. Whether or not it works this game, who knows? I think you're kind of set up to try to bully that lane a little bit better here on the side of Aurora. They get the Magnus out as well. So there's a lot of repositional plays here from Aurora. Flame Break, Lasso, the Skewer backs are going to be big. You've got big team fight as well now with RP on hand. I'm loving this from the side of Aurora. I think the Magnus has felt amazing in games where it can get off to a good start and can have that impact with no worries. Let's say no counters in like the Rubik that is less popular. No silencer perhaps. Could be the way OG will want to go. Take the Shadow Shaman now as well. So back to that good old Chicken Man once more coming out.
I can't
Lovely
believe
hero,
the animation's
Mikey.
not like a bucket of chicken. That's a big... The animation should be literally him spilling chicken as he runs past the screen.
Yeah. Just all the hexes. That's all he needs. The Chicken Man. But I like this. You know, like it's Batrider and Shaman, I'm assuming, as supports. Maybe you could flex Batrider as a core. Like if you run Batrider mid here for Kiyotaka, Stormstormer is going to be crying. That lane's not going to be too fun for Tiny. So I think that's the preferred way to run, but what we've been seeing is mainly the Batrider support, of course. Outside of, I want to say, like, Bob and Mac playing Batrider mid hasn't been as common, so don't know if Aurora will really go left field like that, but it certainly could be quite the exciting possibility. Just, you know, Stormstorm is not going to have a fun time. They still have the space now to flex Tiny on support, though. For Daze, I feel like the Tiny's not as effective as the Tusk, which was banned, but it can still be that big rotational support. And seeing how Daze played, I would feel like he would be a decent Tiny player, at the least. So you can still shift that way, depending, again, where this Batrider ends up. Have to be a little bit cautious in the draft here for OG. A lot of discussion with old Coach No-Tail. Get the Timbersaw in. It's not the cleanest Timbersaw game yet, but you are into Magnus, so that already feels somewhat nice. It can also go into Aura for you. Chances are you'll just go for like your quick BKB Kaya, maybe something like your Ags instead of BKB could be applicable as well, or Lotus Orb could be really nice this game. So I don't mind this from the side of OG. It kind of cuts off as well access to like Sven because you're playing into Timbersaw, and just rips those strength heroes apart. So some of the durability play you might gun for here on Aurora is taken out just by virtue of this hero existing. So I like it. It's a very good kind of block pick as well. Tend to see that Timbersaw banned out if you try to save it as a last pick. It's not the cleanest Tim game yet. There's a lot of control. So it's not going to be the smoothest fight. I'm trying to weave in and out, and it looks like they are cementing that Tiny as some sort of core with Dark Willow being picked up as well. So you don't have that instant, say, blink, skewer back cancellation, say a lift or a hex, but you do have area control, right? Which the Dark Willow, you know, you set preemptive Bramble Maze down, can kind of cut that off. Your lanes look decent enough. I'm curious to see if OG will stick to that Stormstormer Tiny. As again, it can have some pretty weird matchups. And they'll go with the Abaddon now on the side of Aurora. Nice stable sort of pause one. It ties in really great with the Magnus too. Like that is terrifying. That's a good amount of damage up front with a Radiance build up. Hard to kill, hard to burst. Sure, the Timbersaw will still enjoy committing onto the Abaddon to a certain extent. It's not going to be a very easy kill to find. And I like that from Aurora. Just having a way of playing the long game still is quite big here.
No, that Abaddon pick, though, pretty scary if you ask me for OG. One of the heroes as well that Tiny really just hates playing against. Because you can't burst down Abba with Avalanche Toss once borrowed time's up. You know, he's going to be able to save his allies most of the time with the Photic Shield. Really, really ugly hero for the core Tiny matchup. I'm wondering now for OG, like, you see the POS 1 Abaddon, what do you think? Like, well, what's the kind of carry you're looking for now against this hero? Because every time you and I have the pleasure of casting position 1 Abaddon, it feels like you can't beat the damn hero once you enter the mid to late game.
Yeah. I would say the go is Razor. Like that's the cleanest option. You banned out the Ursa. Maybe a Lifestealer as well. I feel like that's less recommended. Here it just hasn't felt amazing with how many nerfs it's gotten. We've seen a couple of it. Corpse Eater, it looked okay. We'll have to respect Bandy the Underlord, as again what Shad did was just insane in the last game. I think Razor is your best bet, right? Like Razor will have to go BKB. He's still going to be a sitting duck for the lasso and the RP, sure. But if you just run down and link up the Abba after, say, Skewer is committed, you're going to be happy. There's not going to be damage coming in. You're going to be fine in playing in a wide AoE. So I think that's what they could go for. They are banning out mid, so they're expecting just, again, Batrider support. Puck and Pangolier being taken out of the picture. Does leave options that beat the Tiny by a big margin, like the Lina, if you'd want that. Again, Batrider flex on mid is still there as well. Lina probably does enough, though. So you can just go like a Kiyotaka Lina. Maybe Quap, but Quap a little bit less clear-cut. This is not a bad Storm game either, to be fair, if you want that for Aurora. I just think you want something that bullies the Tiny harder. So, yeah, I would like to see a switch up. They banned a Quap just in case there's flex. Again, Lina's an option here if you're expecting Tiny mid. You have last pick overall in OG, so you could try to surprise them if they do go for something like that, Lina. You know, get Tiny safe for Shad, try something else on mid. Could be something to consider for the side of Aurora in this last pick. Oh,
Pugna. Wow. Pugna makes its appearance here for Aurora Gaming. Not what I was anticipating at all, but love seeing this hero pop up. OG still looking for a position 1 on their end of things, Jonathan. I'm kind of sitting here wondering where they go. Terrorblade's there if you want TB.
Seconds remaining.
You've got the Sven option if you want Sven, though neither of them feel that great against ABBA. I'd say the TB probably. Oh, there it is, Lycan. You know what? Who needs to fight, right? Shad goes into the wolf form, kills everybody else, leaves the Abattoir last. That's the idea. You know I'm a big Lycan fan, Jonathan. I get very excited when I see this hero. And of all things, it's a POS 1 Lycan.
Yeah.
How great's that?
I like this. I'm very excited to see this from Shad. I'm really interested that he's sticking to Alpha Wolves as a POS 1 as well. I feel like POS 1's the one position where you can make an argument for pack leader for having that extended shapeshift duration with each kill. But man, there are some juicy targets for the Lycan to eat up here with the Alpha Wolves, right? Like the Pugna alone, he's going to have to keep decrepping himself in the jungle. No, Mira's going to be easy pickings as well. The Bat Rider, maybe not as much, but you can't underestimate just the impact of these wolves once they get the level. So I like seeing this. I think you have some backline weaknesses here on Aurora that the Lycan can abuse and can eat up. You've got enough front line to kind of sustain that too here.
The scary thing, though, in fairness to Aurora, the scary thing is you've chosen POS 1 Lycan into a Pugna. So Nullify is probably going to be very, very, important here for OG. But until you have that, you've got a Pugna you're up against. There's a Bat Rider that can lasso you in wolf form. There's a Shackle of Shadow Shaman in wolf form. So there is still a lot of answers from Aurora. This isn't by any stretch a free Lycan game. In fact, I dare say it's arguably a hard Lycan game. I just really like Lycan, Jonathan. It gets me excited.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I think it's not the freest, but again, I'm just thinking about like what Alpha Wolves does in game. What it does is just tie up these supports, make it really uncomfy for them to even just farm jungle, which is what you'd want to do for Kiyotaka. Yeah, Panto can save, but chances are you're working the map. You're not sticking. This Pugna core is not going to be sticking around trying to, or Panto, Pugna core. It is the support Pugna, and we do get the mid Bat Rider. But again, you are going to be able to hunt those backlines. The issue is, with the Bat Rider mid, I'm not sure if Storm is going to have himself a fun game. Like that is the concern. We were talking about that in draft, that flex for the Bat Rider onto mid lane up against a Tiny. With Arsonist, that's not a good time. And I don't think Storm is going to have the same timings he had last time. We've seen this. We've seen Mac go to TI with us. We've seen Bob crush lanes with us. This is brutal. Mike, this is so fun. I mean, if Kiyotaka has that start, man, this is insane.
And for the viewers that haven't seen the Shards Bat Rider with the Arsonist, I mean, it won't look good at the start, but once you get that Shards up with a Witch's Blade or whatever the hell else he wants, it gets pretty dumb how much damage this Bat Rider can deal. It's pretty dumb. I like it.
It's beautiful. Ice Frog's finest creation. He's going to be the scaling damage as well, Kiyotaka.
There's no way Bat Rider's making it to any game at TI. I'm telling you right now. It can't happen. The heroes, unless it gets nerfed, it's too damn strong.
Yeah, I think we have like 3 heroes that I think are just always going to be banned. In fact, I can see it happening here in Wallachia. It's going to be Undying, DP, and Bat Rider. These 3 are just going to be banned every time, for sure.
Yeah.
And maybe you can sneak Shadow Shaman in. It's probably lower priority as teams want to try to pick it up. But those 3 for sure aren't sliding through. They've just had too much impact. And we'll see. Again, this game looks pretty well set for Kiyotaka. Just needs to kind of get that ball rolling here.
Oh, Daze. He'll get into that Shadow Realm. He'll be okay. Chase will be on for a little bit. Panto just going to continue the harassment, but obviously no kill attempt here really, as they do get a 3-for-1 on the bounties to start for the side of Aurora, so a better start for them this game around. And we do get the pleasure of seeing those Lycan Wolves from Shad being ultra annoying. Toronto's lost so much HP already down to this bottom lane. He'll be okay, but this is actually going to be the most disgusting lane for this Magnus, man. What's he meant to do?
Not much. Maybe try to just soak some EXP. There's not much that
oh my God, he's so
Mira can really do as well. Yeah, no.
He's so annoying. Oh my God.
Yep.
Send
And it's just the level 1 wolves as well, right? Like, it's not even like level 2, level 3. When you get to level 5 wolves, that's where things are interesting. And then with that hightail up, with a hamstring and hightail into 6, like, that's when things really get annoying, even for the cores. So, gonna start to bounce out later on. We're seeing a little bit of a struggle for
Mira
Mixa
dead?
up top.
Mira might just be dead, though. Barely survives. One uphill miss there on the double attack. Still trying, but has to give up this time around. I know we keep talking about the bottom lane, but it's just, this is such an atrocious lane for Aurora, this bottom. I'd be very surprised if Toronto comes out, you know, farmed up on this match.
Yeah, I think for at least for Toronto Tokyo, he did go for Eternal Empowerment, so he's going to be able to farm that jungle quite fast. And to be fair, I think his bot lane is going a lot better than, say, the top lane is for Mixa. In comparison, that Timbersaw lane is just not fun right now at all for Mixa. There's a lot of magic damage that comes in. The Nether Blast spam is annoying. You can't really deal with that as a Tim at any point in the game. You can't really threaten onto the Abaddon early as well.
Stormer, he's gonna survive. Bottom, Kadaro in danger. They find first blood here. Mira able to secure a massive pick-off down bottom lane, and that's huge, John, because that lane, it felt like it was going to be just the most depressing lane for Aurora, but they still managed to find first blood anyway.
I think it's the difference in how much laning presence you have. Sure, you're feeling uncomfy, but you're still getting the pulse back, right? You're not being contested too hard. You're getting the lane equilibrium towards your own tower, so there's some free space to soak. There's the threat of skewer back as well. Makes it a little bit hard to just constantly run at Toronto Tokyo. Again, you take this context of this bot lane with a comparison to top, where it's a nightmare right now for Mixa. He's not really able to apply pressure. He's forced to go for the chain reactive armor just to sustain up top. They're trying to pull consistently with Daze. That's all they can do. As Panto's putting in a lot of work to just make it annoying with the blast and with the potential chase down with a Curse of Avernus along with a Withering Mist. It's a lot of healing reduction early for Mixa, which you kind of hate to play up against as a Timbersaw, right? You're relying on reactive to maintain laning presence. So in that context, I mean, this is a much better time for Toronto. This top lane being slown for the Tim, a delayed Kaya timing, it's going to feel awful for OG, and that's, you know, we were talking about this Timbersaw having to pick up the pace. It doesn't feel like this is the kind of game where you can get that done. Just very smart overall from Aurora with the last pick Pugna to counteract this.
Oh, Daze in danger. And he does get taken down. A nice aphotic shield out from Nightfall to finish the job as they're trying to trade here on Mixa, but Mixa, he can't keep going. And this is the big difference between game 1 and 2 is Aurora. They're winning every single lane, apart from maybe the bottom, but even that's an actual pretty even affair for Toronto. So unlike last game where you saw OG win out all 3 lanes thanks to the Tusk of Days, so far it's a really great start for Aurora this time around. So pretty different story from game 1.
And it's going to be a slower ramp up for OG. Maybe a little bit of a quicker one from Aurora. Just because, again, they've got ways to play fast with that Batrider here from Kiyotaka, who has had a splendid mid. They're trying bot again.
They are. Skillback was there, but Mira, he's actually the one in danger here as they will chase him down with the Wolves and Shad. Mira's going to try and continue fighting back. Gets a treant, or rather a tree down with the Tango. They'll continue on to Kadaro. Kadaro still alive as Mira finally will go down. It's a 1-for-1 trade as the Wolves will continue on to Panto. And Shad, he wants to see if he can keep this going. I don't think they'll have quite enough though. Maybe once those level 5 wolves are up, you can start to play these real shenanigans, but not yet. Just a 1-for-1 trade.
And it is. I think that's the one thing as well when you're kind of running the safe lane Lycan, you do have to get some points in the Feral Impulse, so you lack out and say maxing out just the Howl and some Wolves. You're not going to be able to kind of just rush that for that impact. At least you do open up some space top, although they are still set to be aggressive.
They sure are. They're going to go on Daze here top lane, and Daze doesn't really have many ways to play out. He'll go down. The chain missing from Mixa as well. Not going to make things too comfortable for him. Nightfall gives him another tap on the backside on his way out. Aurora again just uncontested at the very least this top lane. They are well and truly having the best start they could ask for Nightfall, and well, you've got to be happy about that.
not just for Nightfall, of course. Again, the mid lane's just a complete washout now from Kiyotaka. 27-5, sure, you're not too far behind in CS here for Stormer, but you're not really getting aggressive angles. He has to walk back as the power rune spawning in as well. So a freebie for Kiyotaka. A haste rune would just lead to an instant kill anywhere on the map. That is something to watch out for. A regen rune.
Skewer away Toronto. He's still going to die. They will indeed find a regen rune mid lane for Kiyotaka, so it's not all doom and gloom for Aurora. Toronto certainly being focused quite heavily now as they will try pressuring with the siege creep at the 5-minute mark. And I mean, you do have a Lycan after all. You can get some pretty decent damage off onto this tier 1 tower with your Jakiro. Toronto's going to TP back in to try and defend. Wave out, but the push, maybe it gets stopped. And it looks like, no, they're just going to tank it. The creep wave's coming. They're just going to tank it. Keep the siege creep alive. No need to back. In fact, now Stormer's here. They're going to find Panto. Thank you for the Decrepify, he says. This Panto, of course, will go down. Days to pick up that kill. And the tier 1 bottom tower is indeed gone. Even the Shrine of Wisdom, they'll take.
Mixer.
Top lane, though. Chase on to Mixer. No way out for the Timber. He will die. And that'll allow Aurora to take the opposing Shrine of Wisdom.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing a fantastic job on OG to take map space early, but you are really sacking Mix's lane. Like this Timsaw, again, his timings are all thrown off. Still stuck level 4, matching like the enemy supports now on Aurora, who are actually slightly ahead, as Mira's about to hit 5 with a Shrine take. And it's gonna be rough. A lot of this game has to be on the back of Stormer and some early levels from Shab. Again, we were talking about the potential of the Alpha Wolves. Once you hit level 4, level 5 Wolves, things do start to get interesting. That's gonna have to be the one to buy you time.
They're gonna try for Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka, though, looks like he wants to be the aggressor here. He does have Lasso available after all, and he's got that Arsonist as they are gonna pause. A little bit awkward. Looks like Shad maybe having a few lag issues here. He'll give the go ahead. So Kiyotaka probably going to second guess trying to go for a lasso here. Doesn't have the flame break to knock back anyone either, so probably not worth his time or risk. They will retreat, but 8-minute power rune. Does he get lucky? He does. Shield rune for the bat rune.
Yeah, big difference compared to what we were seeing from OG last time for Stormer having that early rune control. Not quite there for a Tiny. Heck, not even a bottle out. Just going for the soul ring.
Mid lane.
Big forward.
Again for Kiyotaka, who's being so aggressive still on this bat. Trying to find an angle for that initial lasso. And it's classic Bat Rider play. You just want to get an easy kill with this lasso opportunity. They do at least find Kadaro, though Kadaro going to get a dual breath before he dies. Meanwhile, Shad does actually TP in. He's got a wolf form, but they've still got lasso here. Shad, he'll break the distance, though. He'll make the gap. As Kiyotaka could be in a bit of danger. He'll micro the wolves on top. They'll decrep up Kiyotaka, chasing down the Lycan. Shad really playing on edge. His avalanche toss is going to be up, but the shield rune keeps him alive. Stormer, he can't get the damage off. Now the shackles to lock down the Tiny. Shad has to come back in. The Curse Grab to lock down the bat, but they'll chase down the Shaman instead. Mirror, he's still going to make it out though. It's Kiyotaka turning back around another time. Just this shield rune making it so he's just so tanky. And Days will be left behind as Aurora. They'll get away with murder.
They will, but for OG, I think the blessing in disguise there is that you actually have a lane to play for mix-up, right? Like this Timbersaw actually can just run the solo lane up against Nightfall, try to soak. There's a huge level deficit still running there. You are at least trying to recover a much stronger start for Aurora as we're going out of the laning phase now. All three cores in a very good point on farm. Shad kind of bisecting that just a little bit, right at number 3 on the Lycan. You are seeing some of the shortcomings of going for the Alpha Wolves in this game, right? Like, Shad's early presence with Shapeshift isn't actually that high without the super-powered Wolves up. Now, they're not chasing at max speed, they don't get the bonus critical strike either. You just lack some damage until levels are up.
Chase on a Kadaro, but the Ice Path makes it a little bit challenging to go for the lasso opportunity. In fact, never mind the lasso, he was just trying to chase him down. It was on cooldown anyway, that lasso. So nothing coming out for Kiyotaka. He'll find an Arcane Rune instead. Like you said, Shad, not really ready up until those wolves are maxed out to to get involved and be a menace. He is going for the armlet build, by the way, on the Lycan, so not looking to go any kind of long distance items yet. Just going for the armlet to be able to fight with his team where necessary. Of course, Nightfall is remaining completely uncontested on the Abaddon while all this is happening, John. Unsurprisingly, nobody wanting to deal with the Abaddon at the moment. And, well, that's quite scary because Nightfall, he's already 300 gold away from the full Radiance being up. Which is kind of terrifying if you're OG. But mid lane, this could be terrifying for Aurora. Pass back on Panto. Panto will die. Kiyotaka and Mira, though, they're going to smoke up. They know the Lycan's down bottom. Toronto's there with an RP ready. Be a very easy committal if Shad does move in for the RP once again. Meanwhile, though, Avalanche is out. Stormstormer cutting off the smoke rotation. Kiyotaka now being chased down with the Bedlam out from our Willow, but he wants to try and escape, as it seems like Kiyotaka more than happy to take the life of Daze. Meanwhile, Stormstormer, though, looking to move back in as here comes the Wolf form from our Lycan. Shad right onto the bat, but there's your RP committed. Toronto gonna save the day for his Batriders. Will just skewer him back by the Roshan pit, forcing Shad to run. They will at least secure the life of Mira. Shad, still in danger, does make his way up. Kiyotaka, though, continuing the chase. Could at least try for a Jakiro play. But no, thinks better of it. That'll be the end of that. He would at least have a nice amp damage rune for himself on his way out for the bat, so still happy days here for Kiyotaka. And like I said, John, this whole time, while Shad's running around, Nightfall's been farming. Now Nightfall's chasing him down, and he might actually have a kill here, I think.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, he's got it. Shad will tie.
Oh, boy.
And that's not a good sign if you're an OG fan.
And it isn't. 6-9. Nice scoreline out for Aurora. Finding an angle out, though.
Certainly, Kiyotaka, he'd be a big deal, but they get him into that ethereal form with the Decrepify, so Kiyotaka's not dying yet. Maybe soon, though, as they do try to move in again with this tiny, but Stormstormer is going to burn alive. Kiyotaka. Oh, he's off to a fantastic start this bat, John. And we've seen how stupid they can get as the levels and farm do come up. He's already got the Dragonlance going. Like, I get real afraid as the farm keeps coming for Kiyotaka, because this bat at some point he's just going to be uncontestable. Move on to Pano. The Wolves should get the job done eventually. And they will. Shad with a kill.
I'm a little bit surprised Shad didn't just go all in for the Summon Wolves. And he has to go back for the Feral Impulse. That's just the leveling restriction, back-to-back skills, but he does need those higher level wolves. You're still not seeing the full impact yet. There you go. Level 5 wolves up. They've got the hamstring.
Lane. Here we go. Chase is on. These are still level 4 wolves chasing down this Shaman, by the way, as they are going to pick up Daze. Daze unable to get the Terrorize off. Nightfall, again, has the Radiance up now, and he's the scariest man on the map at the moment, by far. And OG, stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. Don't really have any kind of gameplay they can make, as Toronto jumping in with his new blink up, trying to go for a quick kill onto the Timber, not able to find it though. Here comes Nightfall. They'll jump Kadaro immediately, and it's already a mega kill streak for Nightfall. 5-0-2 on the Abaddon, completely uncontested. Right into the tier 2 top tower. And this almost feels like Aurora trying to prove a point, John.
Yep.
They're going quick.
That they are. Again, their lineup doesn't need to hang back and farm, although they could easily do that as well. But why would you? You have so much to play with. I mean, Nightfall still has borrowed time. There's no threat for him dying anytime soon. The Wolves, if they run into Nightfall, the Radiance Burn, and mitigate some of that chase down play as well that Chad wants to do. Shad, speaking of.
We'll go for the quick TP out with the Dark Below. Daze, though, will die. Meanwhile, Shad! Oh, Kiyotaka, I mean, I'm telling you, this Batrider, dude, I'm telling you, this hero, people don't understand just how broken this hero is yet.
Yeah.
And he hasn't even got the shards yet, John. It hasn't even started.
No. He doesn't need it yet, until he gets some extra attack speed to go past the 20 cap. That's when it gets really dumb. But sieging is going to be really dumb once you have that, of course. And it's just set to get worse. 7-15. OG, I don't think we fully caught that in camps, but Shad literally died to just right clicks and a flame break. And just the Firefly, but no lasso needed, just good old right click trade from Batrider. Not a fun game for Shad, and maybe a little bit of regret, because again, with the Alpha Wolves in this game, it takes a little bit of time for you to get aggressive. It is impactful, but you're seeing some issues trying to chase Pokemon.
Yeah, maybe they can find the bat. This will be a big one. Kiyotaka in danger, but the Aphonic Shield, no, it's not enough. Nightfall, though, he's going to try and trade. Chase down on the Stormer. He does get the Tiny at the very least. Terrorize not making it quite in time to save. But it's a much better trade. Well, I say it's a better trade. Mixer also died, which kind of makes it a little bit less good. But the Batrider, it was worth a lot of money. So you'd probably be pretty happy with that as OG. Maybe not so much because you lost your Timber across the map while it was happening.
Not so happy. Happy enough, I'd say. But you need more on the side of OG. Again, the impact of her Timbersaw is not even there. Mixa doesn't even have the full Kaya up. It's been a rough game for the Timb. Overall, like, he's hanging right above Daze's farm in terms of net worth. Like, that's how bad it is for Stormer and Mixa. They're barely above the net worth of the supports right now. So you only really have Shad. It feels like he's in a comfy spot as they're keeping up that aggression.
Yeah, there goes one. Here comes the second. Kiyotaka with a very easy double. Meanwhile, Nightfall is getting chased down on the Abba. He still has borrowed time though, and he is easily going to pop it off, but they do get the Yule Scepter off to make it a little bit hard for him to regen as he will continue to run, but here comes the RP. Toronto's in. He's got a couple. They're still trying for Nightfall, but it's too late. Triple kill for Kiyotaka. Oh, the TP, Shad. He's okay. They didn't have the spells to throw out. No skewer for Toronto, but now he has. Chase on for Stormer. They've got another one. Stormer, don't even try. Not even close.
No.
And, you know, I don't want to be that anti-hype guy, John. But Aurora, they are well and truly in control of this game. And as a Lycan enjoyer, John, I can tell you, this feels like an impossible Lycan game now.
That it does. I will say, I think it's just difficult to see how well Shad can start to hunt down these heroes with the maxed out wolves. I think that's a concern, right? Because the map is not in your favor. You're being pushed back extremely hard. You didn't manage to get presence out from your team. I think that's also a big hurting point. Mixa just had no game. You need, if you're running the safe lane Lycan, or even just, you know, this Alpha Wolf Lycan, you need to have one lane in your control. They haven't really found that. They found bot tier 1, but it's not really an area you hunt in. Top tier 1 still standing, very healthy as well. You lose your mid too fast. So trying to pick off the supports just doesn't feel easy for Shad whatsoever.
Shad, run, Shad. Shad, run. Get out of there, Shad. Now, does this look balanced to you, ladies and gentlemen? Does this look fair? It doesn't look fair to you. Shad's still going to be alive. Surely not for long, though, as they do take him down. Kiyotaka, no fear in the world. Has lasso, by the way, because he just doesn't need a pop it against this Lycan. There goes another double kill for Kiyotaka. Why not a triple Kiyotaka? Why do we stop at 2? Let's make it 3.
Give it to him.
Oh, he doesn't need it.
No, they won't.
He doesn't need it.
Batrider. You know, the first time we saw this, Mikey, I was harping on about that arsonist, and now everyone's doing it. It's sick. It's great. This is what you get from the pubs into the pro games. This is the nightmare that you have to ban out every single time. Very funny. The funny thing is, I mean, if you're playing against it, if you're playing it, it's a dream. It's a free game almost.
Well, nightmare before the shards drop. Now the shards are coming. I mean, if that was a nightmare before, what's this now? Where are we at now, John? Where have we entered?
I don't know. It's a place that you wouldn't want to enter for sure. The infinite stacks and the napalm, the sieges that come in. Towers don't last too long to this hero. It's
that's
beautiful.
My favorite part.
It's beautiful.
That's my favorite part of it all. Is that the towers, like watching the towers get sticky in napalm and just melt. That's my favorite part of the whole thing. That and Roshan.
It's so funny. Oh, it's so funny. I swear you could probably solo Roche as well with a smoke. Get some initial stacks up, and when smoke breaks, right click it.
Look, he's got the
You know?
he's got the searing signet with the unleashed as well
Yep.
on the Bat Rider. How great's that, John?
The
How
beautiful.
amazing is
Oh yeah, the beautiful damage. Oh, here we
Lasso
go.
out.
Look at that.
Yeah. And
Perfection.
dazed, confused, and dazed, if I do say so myself. What a hero. What a hero.
Yeah.
Perfect neutral item for it as well. I mean, you know what? We may as well just go back to the Fade Grenade, John. Take me back to
Yeah,
Fade
exactly.
Grenade, Bat Rider. Just take me
Yeah,
back.
bring it back. That is so dumb. Mixa, look at this.
Look at
Tanky
this.
Termisan. Not
Look at
so.
this.
Not so.
Tanky. What are you talking about, John? Chase on a Kiyotaka now. Shad, you got to be a little bit careful here, sir. Shad, he's just going to run the other way. He knows better. These bats aren't safe, John.
No. I mean, again, the wolves do good damage. It's just you have no way of really utilizing them in Shad. He's just going full right-click Lycan. You might have been better off with Pack Leader again, just because
There we
it
go.
feels better to play right-click Lycan with that.
Radiant
Look at this.
scanning.
What's
Roshan
it?
happening?
Oh yeah.
How great?
Yeah, no.
How great is this?
Look, more than 20 stacks. I want to mouse over
we
that
go.
damage at 21, 210 bonus, 230 bonus, 260 bonus, 270 bonus. What an amazing hero.
31 stacks.
300
Roshan
bonus.
still happening. OG are trying to get to Roshan. It's still happening. It's 45 stacks now on Roshan. He's taking a lot of damage. He's done 500 extra damage from this Bat Rider. Big jump in
Stormstormer,
though.
yes!
Stormstorm has
He
got
did
the
it!
Aegis. Stormstorm has got the Aegis. Oh, but he's been RP'd. He's been RP'd. It doesn't look good anyway. Kataro and Mixer, they're both down. Stormstorm trying to get Mirror. He's not going to get that either. Well, that was a little bit anticlimactic, wasn't it, John?
That it was. But hey, they got that
Shad.
move in Chad. No, you
This
can't
one,
man
Big
fight
John.
this Chad. No, you can't. You can't, Chad. You can't. No.
This is the best
No.
hero. This is the best hero.
It
I'm
is.
telling- GG. Yeah, I agree. I
Yeah,
agree.
no,
Thank
good.
you, OG. Yeah,
Oh,
they
this
don't,
one.
OG's not. They know. They know it's over. It's
Yeah.
over. I mean, look, quite frankly, I think Shad wanted to call it literally like 8 minutes ago. This
Yep.
Lycan game was over. Lycan's just one of those heroes. It works or it doesn't. And then when it doesn't, it really doesn't.
That it doesn't. I feel like maybe if you picked the Lycan earlier, you picked a different safe lane for Shad, had Mixa run Lycan off, you could get away with that. Because I think Lycan off still has a game going for Alpha Wolves into bad matchups. I think that still works. WS has proved that works. But this time, on safe, it's just a bit of a gambit to run Alpha Wolves safe lane. Right? If you don't hunt those supports, you don't have that snowball, you don't have that shape shift if you're not on Pack Leader, and it was a lot to ask for from Shad. Again, they draft beautifully on Aurora. They get access to very stable lanes, and they get that shift in the Bat Rider. It looked like OG were not ready for Bat mid. Right? They were banning out mids. They didn't expect it. I guess they didn't see this too much in Europe, but this is certainly something that has been popping back in. It's the tech, man.
I genuinely can't believe this hero just keeps getting through. Like, surely it's first phase ban material at this stage. Like, every mid Bat Rider we've seen, you and I casting, like, it just doesn't lose. It can't, and the thing is, you think, oh, but if we drag it out late enough, maybe we can beat. No, it gets better.
No.
It keeps getting better. MVP wise, John, do you have an MVP here? I feel like everyone played fantastically. Is it just Kiyotaka? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, it's got to be Kiyotaka. Purely because he's playing the Bat Rider. That's it. It's the Bat Rider show. He ran down mid. He bullied Stormstormer. He made him cry, dishing the damage back from the last game that he experienced. And yeah, I mean,
What a photo.
look, he's got that big
Kawaii.
smile. That's the kind of face that a man who plays Bat Rider has in this patch. That's the
yeah.
look.
Just the psycho right there. He's got the Joker face.
Yeah,
and
psycho.
Look at that.
That's it. That's all. That's what you are. And like, I want to go back to your point. It's not just early game. We've seen late game bats. We've seen Mac go for like Moonshard. What do you do against that with Moonshard and Parasma? You don't do anything. You just bloody die. It's just so dumb. It's such a great hero. And for once, it's one of those heroes that's busted that I find acceptable because it's funny. It's busted because
funny.
it's busted in a funny way. Every hero should have something that makes him busted like that. We need more of this. We don't need to know. No, this is my point, Mike. Before we can go, a hot take. We shouldn't nerf Bat Rider. We should buff heroes to be as broken as Bat. Wouldn't that be great? Find ways to make them even more busted. That's DOTA.
I'll accept every hero as long as it's not Warlock, John. Because Warlock's too
Yeah.
strong.
Oh, he's too strong.
Dude, the Black
he eats
Grimoire,
bugs.
I mean, you can't.
Oh.
You can't give him more, dude. The Black Grimoire, it's too much. It's too much.
They
What do you
won't give
mean?
him
He can
more.
hit level 6.
They wouldn't.
He can hit level 6 by 11 minutes. What do you mean? Are you crazy? Get out of here! No, we're not buffing war. No, we're not buffing war. It's too much. Anyway, we are going to a break because we have Game 3 coming up in this best of 3 series between OG and Aurora. So we'll head to a break and we'll be right back with our third game of the day. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Să Uiraș de os, uiraș de soc, muzicei cu foc. Când abate plângea, răzbate șuile, să strânge pe mine, mă plânge cu lacrimi de sânge.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 of this best of 3 between OG and Aurora Gaming for day 1 of Wallachia season number 5. Jonathan, we've gone all the distance. Third game here between these two sides. OG again, game 1 they looked amazing. Game 2, Aurora said, no, we're not having that. We'll finish the game in 20-something minutes. I think it was 22 minutes maybe. What do you think OG need to change up now?
10 seconds remaining.
I think they had an interesting idea in the Game 2 draft. I think maybe it didn't translate well to what Aurora had. I think they were just trying to play their own game, not considering what they had to deal with, right? Like the Timbersaw lane for Mixa was just
10 seconds.
abysmal into Abaddon. The last pick, Lycan, theoretically you could have picked off some supports, but you had a slower start up against the Magnus. You were trying to poke. There was some fun stuff at level 1, sure. But as the game went on, you were losing out too much on your mid and off lane to have that space for the Lycan to hunt with the Alpha Wolves. So I think just adjustment in draft for OG. They've shown us they can play up to the tempo of Aurora. They just need a draft that supports that. The last draft did not quite do it. I'm surprised Bat Rider isn't respect banned here by OG, considering Aurora and the flex they have with Bat. I wouldn't expect anything less from Aurora than to just go back into it, because frankly, it wasn't even about the lasso. It was just about lane domination on mid, and just, again, just the complete and utter insane amount of damage that hero has. See it again. Again, no surprises, because why not? This hero is just so damn good. Again, I'm curious why OG did not want to ban it out. And they go back into Jakiro as well, which, you know, mind you, didn't feel too bad there from Kidara. I think it still does a good job. It's just that, why would you let Bat Rider through? It's just, you've seen what it did in game 1. Maybe you think you get a better laning matchup where you force the Bat Rider to be support. Perhaps that could be OG's idea. But you have to assume it could be mid. You cannot pick the Tiny and feel safe here on OG.
I don't think they will. I'm pretty sure OG are going to try something a little bit different here up against this Bat opening. I agree with you, though. I think teams are slowly going to start banning this hero out, or first phase picking it themselves. The issue obviously being there's a lot of heroes to ban, Jonathan, sadly, and not enough positions to ban them in. So you got to let something through, but the Bat Rider is certainly a pretty devastating hero to allow. And the worst part is as well, it's not like you can't run support Bat. Support Bat Rider does the same thing if you really want it to. I mean, yeah, our Pulse 5 Bat Rider players have been going stoked because they don't need Arsonist as a facet, because Bat Rider is still very effective without Arsonist, but you know, we have seen, what was it, Shanks was playing Arsonist Bat Rider in Pulse 4, and he was able to just carry the game for his team as well. It's just a matter of time with this hero right now.
Yeah. And Liz. So I wouldn't mind if they went for Arsonist Pause 4. I think Stoke is the one that makes most sense. They'll steal the Abaddon away. So they'll have their own tanky front line now on the side of OG. They have a way of dispelling off a fair bit of what the Bat Rider does, at least. You have a save for the lasso. So they do get something to save into the lasso, which they didn't do in the last game as well. Maybe that's enough. I certainly don't feel like it would be. As again, the Bat Rider is just... Like, look, even if you get the Aphotic Shield off, if this Bat Rider is right-clicking or still finding a lasso, like, it's all down to when you use the Aphotic Shield. The Bat Rider still has stuff you can do. So I don't think it's that worrying for Aurora. You could just shift it onto support like you mentioned here, Mikey. You wouldn't have any problems there. Maybe even off lane could be viable. I think laning into Abaddon's actually not bad, because you force him to just pop Aphotic and you're like, all right, you popped it, I'm going to napalm you again, and then I'm still going to run you down. You know, you have to really be... You have to get a lot of value from your Aphotic. It has to be into when Flame Break's committed, but at that point, you get enough napalm stacks that I don't know if it's feasible to kind of think of that timing. So there's a little bit of back and forth mind games there if you are laning the Bat into the Abba lane now. We'll have to wait and see. Or again, with Bat Rider on hand, you're not showing too much. Shadow Shaman's still there if you want it again, and I wouldn't mind too much if Aurora just went back to it. It's such a stable support, plays nicely with a bat, even as a bat 4 or 5, can kind of line up nicely with a Shadow Shaman. There's been a couple of things that I'm surprised we haven't seen more of here in Wallachia Day 1. I feel like Witch Doctor is something that's kind of ignored a little bit more. We do get the Ricky coming out here for Aurora. So this is one way to kind of mitigate some of that save with a Shard. You're going to be able to block off, of course, with the Untargetable on that Ricky. And I like it. It does make it harder to also consider stuff like, say, other saving supports that kind of want to throw stuff in. Shadow Shaman, Oracle. Shadow Shaman is banned. Oracle, Ringmaster. So it's a clearer-cut game for it to play what they want. And we have seen what a strong Ricky start does. You know, you get snowballing. It's kind of like a Slark. You deny vision, you get your Shard, and you can just have a good time here.
Absolutely. Aurora, they're going to think about this third pickup now. The Ricky support making its appearance. You know, you never know with this hero. It's a scary one. Especially with that damn Shards upgrade. It terrifies me.
Radiant team pick.
It's unbelievable the things you can do as they do go for an Omni Knight who just jumps right into action. My goodness. This is another hero we saw during some SEA qualifiers, I think it was, John, and this could be a POS 1 Omni Knight we're looking at.
Yeah, I think it matches nicely into Abaddon. They both kind of try to achieve the same things, really durable tempo cores. There's a lot more output on the Omni Knight, though, with his pure damage, so I like it for Aurora. I think this could be a really good run-you-down kind of draft already from Aurora. You have your own save with a Repel. And again, you have this Ricky that can be disruptive to the backline, prevents saves from coming in. Has a devastating silence you have to play up against. Maybe the lanes feel a little bit more awkward for Aurora, considering you will have a support Ricky. That tends to just have to pull and soak EXP. They will go for the Storm Spirit on the side of OG. So maybe anticipating Batrider mid, trying to mitigate that a little bit with a theoretically sound matchup. I think before you would feel good into Batrider because of your slow on the Static Remnant and the Overload, along with a Coddle. So you do have the battery coming in. Even though Recall was nerfed down a fair bit, this is still effective. I don't mind that from OG. Whether or not it's as good as before, probably not, but it's still a huge amount of mana sustain for the Storm to play with. So I think it can pan out.
I don't know how to feel about it. Like, the recall nerf is one thing. I don't know. Is the battery enough with Storm anymore? Is because it was so strong back before they nerfed recall a little bit. It just felt so broken. This Coddle Storm. I imagine it could still look, extremely broken. We'll wait and see, Jonathan. As Aurora, they actually ban out Underlord once again. It's not wanting to have to deal with that from Shad, which is absolutely fair enough. See what OG want to try and focus on. I think they are looking for mid bans. I even say mid should be a mid bat rider we're looking at. I don't know what they're banning here, OG.
Yeah. Like again, I'm working on the assumption that it's either a mid or support bat. That's your flex. It's likely just a Ricky 4. You get the Ricky Darkseer lane on hand for Aurora, which can have some play. At least once you have some levels up, you will still be pulling for the initial waves. You have the Omni Knight 1, so you are looking at potentially the mid. Depending, again, you could try to ban out some supports if you feel threatened by any. Maybe the one sensible support ban is like Shadow Shaman, as it is a big nuisance. I'm curious if that's the way OG thinks, or it'll just take care of the matchups for the Storm. There's still stuff like, say, Lina on hand. They already banned out the Puck. Lina or Quap can kind of play into Storm, as we've seen before. Again, if you're assuming it's a Batrider support here. And for Aurora, it's just a matter of, again, safe lanes. Maybe they're assuming it's just the Abaddon off coming out here for Mixa. So you can get something else for Shad. Into a Darkseer lane. You can kind of take what you want. It's not the worst lane to lane into, considering that it's going to start slow. You could look for some punishment. But chances are, you would want to run the Coddle 4. So you run the Jakiro 5. A stun setup lane could be a nice kill opportunity onto the Darkseer and a Ricky early on. Something like Sven could be nice. It could be maybe annoying later on with, say, the back wall. Lasso, there's some ways of kiting around. But I think laning-wise, it should be fine. If you wanted something like Sven. If it's not taken out by Aurora, could be some way to go here.
Aurora
Could be.
Gaming's turn to ban.
See the Disruptor ban out now from OG. It's not 100% sure where anyone's laning. They'll ban out the Tiny and Disruptor. It's a bit of a mix as Aurora. One more ban to go. Still looking for arguably the position 1 ban of Shad. I automatically assumed it was going to be a POS 1 Abaddon earlier, but could be different. We'll have to wait and see.
Remaining.
The thing is, if you aren't going POS 1 Abaddon, that means you're probably running POS 1, rather Core Jakiro, which don't know how to feel about it right now, I'll be frank, John. I think it should be a position 1 Abaddon.
You could offlane, right? Like, you could just shift Abba off and still run Jakiro Kotl supports. Go for something else for Shad.
Aurora Gaming's turn to
And that's one way to flex. They are considering that. I think that might be the way to go, because into a Darkseer lane, Abaddon's just okay. You know, you're not bullying that lane. Not really going to run it down. You could, but it's not really a stun setup lane. You don't care too much about the Withering Mist here on Darkseer. Ban out the Ursa, which is one other scaling core that can play nicely into the Omni Knight that doesn't care too much, that has really good stat res. So what does that leave? Stuff like TB still in the pool. Morphling's there as well, if you'd want that. Morphling turning into Omni Knight sounds pretty funny. They'll get the Ember out, so it is a Batrider support here. And you've got a matchup that is pretty fine for Ember. We've seen a few more mids go for Chain Gang. And that is something that, honestly, I would be fine to see it here. I'd be fine with seeing the Chain Gang coming out. Just hold the backline quite nice. Matchup into Storm, you're likely just going to get
remaining.
the Flame Guard build up anyhow, without the double impact. So I can see Aurora swing that way for Kiyotaka, if you'd want to. And we've still seen double impact Embers, of course. And for OG, again, it's safe lane picks, Morphling TB, maybe a Drow if you'd want that, but there's already some jump here. So I'm curious to see what they'll take.
I'm thinking about it. 7 seconds reserve time here for OG. Oh boy, here we go.
Okay.
Oh, the Troll Warlord makes its appearance. Look, I don't think it's the worst game for Troll carry. I mean, it makes sense into the draft of Aurora. You know that I have zero faith in this carry. I do think it's a good game for Troll carry, John. I just have little faith in the hero.
Yeah, I think it's still a little bit strange for hero. You do have bad influence, I suppose. So you have a little bit of that old battle trance coming back in. I feel like it is fine. I think the issue we saw with the Troll last time we saw it was a double dip into, say, Battle Fury and Ags. I think it's either or. We've seen carry players play with Ags as a farming tool anyhow with lower cooldowns. And I think that's the direction to go. It makes sense into the Omni Knight. You're going to be able to dispel off all those saves here from the side of Aurora. And you can kind of run with it. At the least, you can start to drag heroes in to help this Troll as well with recall. So you can try to get it out of dodge. It's going to be interesting to see how that kind of works out for Shad, considering, well, he can just kind of try to get kited around. There is a lot of value here for Aurora, though. Again, there's a lot of backline jump. Mira with a Ricky can kind of ruin this game, especially once the shard is up. Makes it impossible for the saves to come in. And for OG, that's the timing they need to try to stall out, right? Like, they need to abuse these weaker lanes that Ricky certainly does have on hand. It's not the strongest laner in the world. It might be a little bit more menacing with a Darkseer in hand, to be fair. Like, that lane does kick into gear by level 3. So I will say it's actually not the worst Ricky lane we've seen. But they have to try to work against it. And for Aurora, I like their scaling. I like their lineup. I think this Omni Knight Pause 1 is almost, you know, it's not as menacing as the Underlord Pause 1. It's just a lot of damage still that you have to contend with.
It's very scary.
And I mean,
yeah,
you know,
it's very scary.
running, it really is. Running an Abaddon, a melee matchup into it's just not going to feel great. Like, if you stick around, you know, you've got the Degen Aura running, Omnipresent as well with how it works. Just more damage comes out when you do toss the hammer out. Not going to be too fun of a game for Mixa, and we saw what happens to Mixa when he has a rough time. Last game was completely sacked and had no impact. If his Abba goes off to a slow start here, could be the same result if they're not too careful in OG.
I certainly agree. The one thing with this last big Troll as well, like, he's going to win the laning phase, or at least he should win the laning phase pretty easily. The combination of Troll and Jakiro is pretty devastating laning-wise. And I do think it's a good troll game. Against, say, Omni, Ember, you know, all these heroes, they don't exactly like the troll. But it can also kind of work the other way, John. Like, you've got Guardian Angel and Omni Knight. Troll doesn't necessarily enjoy not being able to do any physical damage for that amount of time. Could kind of work against you. Here we go. They're going to see Nightfall himself. A lot of heroes here. He will go right into the repel. Not quite the skill you'd want, but who the hell cares? He won't feed first blood.
Yeah, I think that's actually a pretty decent win for OG considering. Forcing out Repel level 1, it's a long cooldown. You're going to have a pretty decent level 1 lane to play here for Mixa. So you don't have to worry about the Purification spam or the Hammer of Purity coming out when you come into CS. And that actually gives you, again, that crucial timing to at least hit level 2 here on the Abyss. So a pretty nice forced movement out from OG. Let's see if they can kind of capitalize on it. We are taking a look at that mid lane, of course. We've got Stormstormer up against Kiyotaka on the Storm Spirit versus Ember Spirit matchup. And this is a Chain Gang Ember, so you should expect max out Flame Guard, going for a 1-1-3 build here on the Ember. There's it's still a pretty nice lane for Stormstormer, but chances are you're not going to completely bully out Kiyotaka, as once the Flame Guard goes up, more shield up, shouldn't be too worried about the magical damage from Stormstormer. So a magical back and forth should still be better for the Storm, of course, overall. And Kiyotaka should, again, find a way to play this lane once he hits level 3. With level 2 Flame Guard up, does at least maintain parity there for the Storm. Let's see if Stormstormer can get more. And this is a better lane for Stormstormer than it was in Game 2. Not quite as menacing as his Game 1 for sure. This one's a lot more even. More even in Game 1 at the very least, but still rougher for Kiyotaka.
Oh, Mira lost the creep wave. Mira lost that creep wave. Very nice defense here from Kadaro. Toronto's trying to skip anyway. Skip the creep wave altogether. Lane shenanigans all over the place with all these creeps. Look how much Shad's got now. Shad's going to be very happy on that troll. Just a bunch of creeps for the troll Waller to enjoy for himself. Meanwhile, top, Panto dropping low, trying to go after a kill for Daze. And Daze, well, he's looking like he's not making it out. Panto securing first blood on the bat right.
Nice easy chase down. You're not quite connected when Mixa to try to get the Aphotic Shield off, so find out opportunity. Nightfall does go for Purification at level 2, so again, no threat with a Hammer of Purity, but Purification alone is quite a fair bit of damage in trading. Again, we are seeing shenanigans still going on. The bot lane is going a lot better for Shadow. And with that initial pull failing, you don't have any CS on Toronto, Tokyo. Having to drag this creep wave all the way back will finally get some farm and EXP for himself. But a slow start in the offlane is kind of painful down bot. More painful than I would say up top. You are still getting some presence out for Mixa. You are still getting EXP and some gold buildup. But this bot lane is pretty damn slow for Aurora. And with a Riki on hand, that's just not exactly what you'd want to see. As again, these two heroes are very reliant on EXP to really get going. Just no presence whatsoever. Really good job done by OG to contest every single time.
Well, it is. Chad's still having a fantastic time down bottom, and this is the one thing that the Troll really excels in again. The laning stage for the Troll Warlord, never really that hard. It's a very strong laning heroes. They are trying to move into Toronto, Tokyo now. Jump in from Mira. They're not actually trying to go for any kind of kills. They are keeping Toronto very uncomfortable though on the Darkseer. He's only got 3 CS thus far on said Darkseer. Mind you, obviously it will probably start to escalate once he hits that level 3. But it's been pretty uncomfortable, and by the time he hits 3, it looks like Shad's going to hit level 4.
Yeah. It's just going to get harder to try to run down that timing with a double level 2 Iron Shell, which you do have available in Toronto, Tokyo. Level 3 is up, as you mentioned.
Daze. Aphotic Shield's going to save Daze's life. Panto, he's just such a menace. Like this support Power Rider with sticky napalm spam. It's just so much damage for poor old Daze, and he just can't do anything as the Coddle right now.
No. You really can't. I mean, you could at least try to blinding light him away, but the cooldown's fairly long. You don't have the smoothest chakra connection here with Mixa on hand. I do appreciate Nightfall did, again, just kind of go into Purification. Still no Hammer of Purity. Just looking to win out the trades. Ensure that he's always healthy, always has a way to back up his bat if it starts to drop low. And just play the safe farm game anyhow. Oof.
Days. Foddick should gonna buy him some time. How much is the question, and not enough is the answer, Jonathan. Is Panto gonna be... I don't know if you can chase this. This is scary for Mixer if he's not too cautious. Because Panto's gonna turn on him. Just like this. He will be able to look to escape and does make it out. Playing a little bit on edge here is Panto. At least for your Keeper of the Light's sake, like Daze is gonna come in full HP, full mana. So, you know, he's got another chance here at life, Jonathan, on this Keeper of the Light, but chances are the laning stage not going to feel that much better for him as time does go on.
No, it's kind of a struggle for both the offlanes. Again, it's maybe a little bit slower for Toronto Tokyo in comparison, still sitting at 7-2 in terms of CS. The mid has drawn a little bit more even. Stormer does have that slight advantage as you'd expect on the Storm, but Kiyotaka does actually go for a 0-2 tree build, so still emphasizing the slight along with that Flame Guard. No early chains, which means the level 6 impact is not as maybe ridiculous without the added presence of the chain gang. It's still gonna have that decent enough level spike up. You already have the 6 on Stormer, but again, you don't have the connections really lining up. Only Kidaro kind of working his way onto mid to look for those power runes. See whether or not they get lucky. Good rune here can kind of open up the mid, as we've seen time and time again.
Oh, Kiyotaka's gonna get lucky for himself. A regen rune on the Ember. Really enjoyed that as Stormer, but he's not going to have the opportunity. Thankfully, he's got a Coddle, so Chakra Magic almost just as good. Top lane, they'll try again onto the Abba. Chase does continue. Mixer, he's still okay though. Zip in. Stormer. Gonna try and get something going for his team, but he's out of mana. Chakra Magic will be applied, but he's out of mana again. Nightfall, though, he's also out of mana, but that doesn't matter, John, because he just runs away. Bit of an awkward rotation now from Storm.
Yeah. Doesn't have too much left in the tank. At least has the Chakra to kind of try to run back in. Miss out on an opportunity. It is kind of awkward to make that movement top. Maybe he's trying to relieve some of that pressure on the Abba, for sure. And it feels like the kill opportunities are better bought, right? Like, again, with how slow the game has been for Toronto Tokyo and for Mira, you have a better shot at trying to pin up that Darkseer, get that kill, get some early Galvanized stack. So, a bit of a missed opportunity overall. I will say Shad as well. He is still going back for the Battle Fury, so kind of fitting that trend we saw with the Troll last time, where it was Battle Fury along with Ags, which is fine if you get that timing right. You will farm like a maniac. You will still have the Dispels on hand. I just worry whether or not it's fast enough, considering movement top.
Oh, top lane. Mixer being chased again. No level 6 yet here for Mixer. He'll be forced to TP away, but they've got plenty of damage. Nightfall will secure the kill with the Purification, and Panto, of course, says, guys, you want more? The answer's going to be no. They don't want to dive tier 1 towers. They don't want to create openings here for rotations. As mid lane, Stormer also being chased down here by Kiyotaka, who apparently is having a great old time on the Ember. And this is where that previous rotation from Storm may come to cost him, because Kiyotaka sounds from the top of the net worth board. Storm going to find himself an amp damage, which is very nice for the Storm, but he's out of mana now. He needs a way out of this scenario. He will pop the Soul Ring. And that'll be enough. Kiyotaka also in danger, has 1 charges if he needs to. He'll hold on. It looks like he's probably going to be okay. They will commit the Dual Breath. Not enough, though, for Kiyotaka. He is okay.
Not able to find the openings here on the side of OG for some punishment. Still sitting 0-3. The best lane they've had, again, is this free time for Shutdown. But, and again, this investment control will pay off. With the Battle Fury timing lined up the way it is, it's going to be relatively quick here for a Troll. But there is still recovery space happening here for Aurora. Toronto Tokyo still has the jungle that he's been playing in. You're getting some decent EXP out on Mira. So you are getting some points built up on your support Ricky. And your top lane still holding on fine. And Nightfall, no threat onto him. Doesn't even need Guardian Angel. Has the level 2 Hammer of Purity now if you step too close. And there's always a little bit of concern with all of the pure damage that Omni Knight has to pump early on. So I'd say, again, a very strong early start for Aurora. For OG, it's a lot better than Game 2. And Mixa does have some build-up coming out. Going for the Blade Mail. Can't afford to go for the Greedier Radiance, considering, again, how slow his lane is. But at least we'll have some presence out this time around. My concern is just how much you're able to get out now for Kiyotaka. Because he does have the value point in the chains. He's got the remnants ready. He tosses one out. Gets big teamfight control. Big setup for, say, eventually a vac wall from Toronto Tokyo. With a smoke on top. Becomes a little bit of a nightmarish scenario for OG once those moving pieces come together. It's going to take a little bit more time. But certainly this game pace is playing into that timing for Aurora quite nicely. For OG, it's still about that build-up on Shad. And even then, it's like you say with Troll Mike, he can push towers, he can siege, he can be a little bit of a threat, but for him to be a menace takes a little bit longer than that for sure.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He's trying. I wonder how concerned Aurora are going to be about this Troll. Because he's just been free farming the whole game. Like, Shad's pretty close to the Battle Fury timing now. Definitely pretty fast. If I do say so myself, as they haven't really paid any attention to Shad this game. Mid lane, Kiyotaka going to rotate. Trying to go after Daze. Not going to get so lucky this time though, as Stormer does just move in. But that T1 mid tower is going down pretty damn quickly thanks to this 10-minute tight siege creep timing, as they will move in again. Chains out. Stormer getting silenced as well. Oh, and that's another big pick off here as Aurora find a mid T1 and a mid Storm while they're here.
Finding everything they can take. Mixa just a little bit slow on the TPN, couldn't quite come in. Tried to save with the Aphotic Shield just a little bit late. And Aurora are happy, taking control of the triangle, looking for a little bit more.
They are. Mixa not going to get chained. Neither will Daze. The thing is, they can't really do anything about Kiyotaka and the gang.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And the big positive right now for OG is obviously still the fact that Shad is completely ignored on this Troll Warlord and has the full Battle Fury on the Courier as we speak. So there is that going for you, but it really doesn't feel like Aurora are at all concerned about this pick, this Troll Warlord here.
Radiant's
Mid?
bottom tower
In
is
fact,
under attack.
it was mid, but he'll be okay. The borrowed time does pop. Kiyotaka unable to finish the kill.
Not quite. Mirror keeping track, can't really look for a pick off. Getting a lot of value from the Riki, not enough sentries to watch these rotations.
Again, wall has been dropped early. Toronto trying to turn this one as they get the silence again here with Mira. Stormer will die another time. Mira always lurking. Skadara will also drop Aurora, taking a very easy 2-0 fight.
Dire's bottom tower is
And I mean, this Riki, these support Rikis, John, they can be terrifying as is. But oh, Mira, he has made life already pretty damn challenging for our mid-storm.
And he is. Again, just not giving any angles out. You're going to have to try to work into a BKB at that point. It's still a long ways to go until that happens for Stormer, of course. And it just all goes back to this investment on Shad. It's all for Shad to get the Battle Fury Yags. Mind you, again, that timing's pretty damn good. But you're not even playing into all of those issues anyway. You're not having to deal with Guardian Angel, and you're not having to deal with Repel. So, even if they come in, even without those tools, they're doing good on Aurora.
Nightfall's going to get spotted rotating down bottom, but Kiyotaka's also here, and I do believe they saw Shad there for a second, so they'll jump in with the chains out. Shad, he does have Battle Trance if he is allowed to pop it. Problem is he was silenced, but he's going to get it off now, trying to fight this one out, but can they kite him? Kiyotaka in danger, actually somehow survives thanks to the lasso. The lasso of Panto, it came in just in the nick of time. Kiyotaka, he was one hit away from dying. He'll go down anyway to Mixa. The chase does continue though. Kataro able to survive a little bit longer, but not for that much longer as he's down a boot. At least Mixa is proving to be a little bit scary, but how scary is the question? Borrowed time is now popped and they might just go back in. Why not?
Well,
almost getting destroyed by the Illuminate, but not quite. They'll make it out. They'll take down Daze while they're at it. And it's a 4-for-1 trade in favor of Aurora.
that is. Mira's just running around with the Iron Shell poking onto Mixa. Should realize, of course, that the little Aphotic Shield HP was draining down, and a 1-10 start, or already onto the double digits, 4K up. Again, for OG, it feels like all their hopes and dreams are on Shad. to deliver the goods with the troll. The Ags is one start. I feel like it also has to be a BKB almost on this troll. It comes in, maybe with a shard as well. Kiyotaka, just so aggressive.
Kiyotaka, nice easy one of the Katara. Tips out from Panto as well as Kiyotaka now really starting to heat up on this Ember. Shad gonna know he's around because he saw the Remnant fly out of the triangle. Now gonna try and start with Stormstormer. You don't have the worry of the Rikyu right now. Mira, he's across the map, but it doesn't really matter because you don't have the lockdown either for Kiyotaka. It's like, yeah, you survived, but you're not really getting anything for all this trouble. And this could be the story of the game for OG if this keeps up, is just the kind ability in the lockdown of Aurora. Like, it's just, they don't have that on OGs. Now the chase continues for Mixer. Mixer will try and turn a little bit onto Mirror, but again, can't do much. And to make matters worse, John, Nightfall's got the full Radiance up now.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, he's got that early presence out now on the Omni Knight. The mischance going to feel really awkward for a troll up top.
They're moving in. Ice Path macro has been dropped. It's not really doing too much work yet. They'll try for Mirror, but a nice Spring Strike away. Stormstormer wants to keep going, but I think he has to be a little bit cautious. As Aurora, they might try to turn with a couple rotations. Right now for OG, they are lacking just a little bit of damage on their end of things. They'll get a T1 tower though, and it seems like they should be okay, as Mirror gonna get spotted by Daze. Daze can't do much about it. They are still recalling more people in though. In fact, Daze is going to our store. Never mind.
Just keeping them topped up, keeping that gas tank full. 1-1-1 or 1-11 right now for Aurora. 5k advantage being worked out. Even have the blink up on Anto, so initiation is lining up. And for OG, it just doesn't feel like they have a clean angle of attack just yet. I look at Nightfall just running in with that Radiance. No concern. Has the value point in Guardian Angel now. Killing them off not going to be easy. Shad.
Ice Path is decent, but Shad is just getting deleted. Just deleted, Jonathan, as they also find Kazaro. Daze now getting a tip. That's not very nice from Panto. Daze will get the tip here on the Coddle, and it's a 2-for-0 trade again from Aurora. A very one-sided affair. And this is kind of my issue with Troll, John. It's just, you top net worth from the map. Battle Fury was like 11 minutes into the game. It's all perfect, and it just doesn't matter because you're just going to get kited every time you go to a fight. And even with the Ags up, I still don't know if it matters, John, because you still have smokescreen on Mirror. It's not like the Ags is going to fix that.
No, it certainly doesn't. You're going to need a BKB on top, and that, again, that's just 4k more gold you have to wait for. And that's time and space Aurora is not giving you. They're just constantly on the aggressive. They've taken control of the triangle to clear out the camps. They've got good wards, really nice aggressive wards, right in front of the tier 2 as well to spot out smokes. OG, I'm not sure which way you go. And they're trying to go for the Radiance on Mixa. So Radiance to counteract with Radiance can be one way of thinking about things here. I just don't know if that's going to be enough at all. I don't feel like that's even a threat to the side of Aurora at this point. I think they're just looking to run in. Maybe jump forward. Kidaro.
Nice and easy. Not much he could do. Panto having a great old time on the support Bat Rider. This is why, again, I think this hero is completely busted, because it doesn't matter what facet you choose, John. It's still really damn good. You know, it's still just broken no matter what you choose.
And that it is. And the output in stock is just really damn high.
It is. Mid lane is where we're headed, Jonathan. Shad is going to show himself. Mirror standing by, gets a Yule Scepter off onto Shad. Mirror's just... I feel like Mirror's just being the biggest troll in this Ricky. Speaking that, like, first the Iron Shells is following people down, now it's just Yule Scepters into nothing as they do finally go onto Kadaro. Kadaro, we've seen this one before, he's not making it out. Meanwhile, the lasso, though, it's caught another. Daze also caught as Panto just waving him goodnight. 1-16, 9k advantage for Aurora. And currently no hope for OG in this game 2.
No.
Excuse me, game 3.
Not quite. I mean, you're going to have a BKB and Stormer, at the least. There's going to be a lack of damage. Has to come in from Shad. Shad, again, is going for the Ags into a BKB. The Dispel's going to be good, but still need the BKB on top of that. And it's a ways off. It's going to be like a slow process in trying to hit these spikes. If you do manage to stall to that point, though, there is some play. Once you have that double BKB plus the Ags on Troll, there is play that happens. It's just you need to wait 4,000 more gold on your Troll to get that play going. And I just don't know if you have that time.
They're going now. Toronto, he's going to be the one caught out of the Darkseid, but he's actually pretty tanky with that Pipe Halberd up. He's not going to die that quickly. He really is not going to be dying that quickly. As OG now need to try and retreat, I think, because here comes the cavalry looking for the big fight. They'll still try to jump mirror, but the tricks of the trade can allow them a way out. They will chase here with Mixer, but Mixer dropping low on Soft gets the borrowed time. They'll jump Panto instead. Panto surely set to fall. Illuminate will connect, so he does go down to the back. A nice start for OG. But the fight continues now. Kiyotaka takes down Kadara. 1-for-1. Zip in from Stormer. But he's got no mana. He's gonna die. Can they get Kadara the surge away? Surely no, the purification. No.
Oh no.
No. Kadaro's out. Shad's in. Shad. Well, he's got Battle Trance, John. I don't know what that means exactly, but he's got it.
Yeah.
There it is in all its glory. Doing absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's as good of a start as you could have hoped for from OG. A little bit staggered out from Aurora. That's your Ags reveal out on Shad now as well, with a little bit of that Dispel's kicking in. Just really not enough. There's no follow through. You still need the BKB. Need some protection here in these fights. You don't have that BKB on Stormer. And for Aurora, oh, you know what, Mikey?
Oh, leave him alone, Kiyotaka. Leave him alone. It's the Flame Guard and Iron Shot. He's just standing there and letting the Iron Shot Flame Guard damage do the work.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Why not? He's even got the blink up to be extra mobile here in Kiyotaka, which is kind of insane on the Ember. A little bit of an unhinged build. But if it works, it works. You know, if you're ahead of enough, yeah, why not? Zip around, be all over the place. Hard to catch out. Get a little bit of a pause out from Nightfall, I believe. Yes?
It's like that time I bought Blink on Animage, Sean.
Oh, yeah. No, I think the story used to have for that one. My cousin used to buy it on Anti-Mage Mid. It's kind of stupid, but it actually worked. We won. That's amazing.
Genius.
It was like
people thought AM Diffusal Blade was stupid, John.
Yeah.
What happened to that?
They did. That's legit. That's the way to play. I will say, I think this pause is a tactical one on Aurora. They're discussing how to hit the reverse 3-2-2. They're 2 kills away. Scoreboard's lining up for the meme. A little bit of a discussion out. As Nightfall says, Mike, no, they're discussing that. We get the go-ahead. They've painted their targets bright red. Just need to find 2 kills.
3-2-2.
And not drop a death. 2-2-3 will come in. The reverse.
Okay. No, the reversal is rare, John. It's a rare one. Bottom corner. Looks like we might... Just a few wards being placed by Kadara. I mean, they don't really have any gameplay right now, OG. It's all just the farm game at the moment, and hope you get somewhere eventually. I'm just trying to like figure out some items that Shad can actually kind of abuse here on this Troll Warlord. Obviously, the BKB is going to be very effective for the Troll, assuming he gets a chance to pop it with all the lockdown that Aurora have been providing. But even with the BKB, like, I just don't... This hero, it's always the same. He pops Battle Trance, he gets kited, and then nothing happens. It always feels the same. I wish they would change Battle Trance. Just change it. Nobody likes the spell. Get rid of it.
Yeah. See if they find a kill.
Here we go, jump in. Kiyotaka with his blink daggers in, John. He did use the blink, by the way. Quick go, Shad. Lassoed up. Battle Trance. Yeah, there it is. They'll drop the wall as well, John. Look at that, Jonathan. Look at all the damage. Look at all the damage.
Oh, we got it.
What a great hero.
I mean, it is.
Oh,
Beautiful
boy.
2-2-3 scoreline. Or happy. I mean, Kiyotaka's just running in through tier 3s. Who cares? Look at that. High five. Oh, that's evil.
Yeah, Taka, stop. Stop.
That's evil.
Enough. Enough.
Oh, he's so evil.
You've already ruined my damn pubs with this blink dagger. Nightfall, do you need a microphone? Is that necessary at this point, sir? Is it necessary, Nightfall?
Well, probably not. I know what you can do on OG at this point. Ricky Shard is up, so untargetable, it's there now. Not that it's a big factor anyhow. We're not really seeing Mixa get in position to try to get a Photic Shields off. So it's just a little bit of a bonus out for Mira in this game. OG, and they have 1 BKB up. You are about 2,400 gold away from Shads. I just don't know if that's going to do anything. I mean, again, the idea with the troll, we've seen this troll into Omni before. It is sound, it's just... It's not enough in a vacuum. And your supporting elements around this troll just have not hit their strides. Let's say. Blink up for Mira now, even more mobility coming in for the Ricky. So much vision, and you can only have so much sentries in the game. Only so much.
He's down. Toronto looking to block the way. Vacuum back down. Oh, there's the shards on Ricky. So happy days in case you want to save some teammates. Good luck with that. This is the part where the Abaddon just feels useless now, John, because you can't even Photic shoot your teammates anymore. It's just... It's debilitating. Look at this. Nightfall's just chasing him down. They've got him too, by the way. Mixer's caught. The Degenera won't let him escape.
That damage.
And Nightfall... the damage. It's so stupid. So dumb, this Omni Knight carry. It's so much damage.
Yeah, you gotta love Omnipresent. 20% damage amp for free. Just like that. Free real estate. 325 Shad. We'll get recalled back at the least. Won't be in a dangerous part of the map for too long. But it's 3 to 25. 25 minutes in. 18k up now for Aurora. For OG. And I'm trying to look past this BKB, but I don't see anything. Maybe if you can get more damage or say... I don't know, like I'm trying to think. It's a bit late for Defusal. You got a freebie for Kiyotaka again. Sniping away at Kidaro. Too late for Defusal on Shad after the BKB. Crystal is daedalus, sure, but I don't know if it even feels good enough. You know, it's like... It doesn't feel like it would be. It's just a hard game.
Possible game more like it is Shad. Shad is caught. Yeah, hard's one word and impossible's another, John.
Yep.
I think I prefer my word. It's looking pretty hard. 19k advantage now from Aurora. Top lane, Toronto's just watching Mixer. Here comes Mira to help out. They'll drop the wall, vacuum back. He's got Stormstormer to help out, but he's just zipped right into the smoke screen. BKB eventually forced. They'll continue just trying to chase them down. Here comes Kiyotaka though, and that man is just terrifying. We're gonna have damage room. He's gonna take down the Coddle very, very quickly. Daze is gone, and now they've got Stormstormer.
You didn't see that coming.
I wonder if you consider just calling this game as OG.
Yeah.
I think, you know. Yeah, go on.
I think you would. I think you would. You don't have relocation plays or, you know, like repositional plays that tend to be one of the best ways to come back in a fight. We're not seeing Aurora split off enough that you could get like enough pickoffs on supports. Did you start to claw your way back here? Like, look at the support difference. Panto and Mira are 8k gold, matching Mixa's farm. Daze and Kadar are half of that on their own support matchups. Like this, that's how one-sided game is going already for Aurora. And for OG, I mean, no props to them to hold on. Probably just wait out the BKB, try to fight with that. Maybe your troll can start to hunt with the BKB battle trance play, perhaps. If it fails, or if you don't find anything, I think that's a sign. Aegis is going to go the way of Aurora as well. A secondary life up for Kiyotaka. So it's do or die now for OG. Down to this Ags. Down to this BKB on Shad. Has to have that impact. It's got to do something.
Daro's just not having a game, is he?
No.
Daro, 10th death of the game on the Jakiro. Nothing he can do, mind you, John. Nothing Daro can do. Just every time he's seen by Miro, they know it's a freebie. And, well, I think Aurora think this game 3 is a bit of a freebie, John, because it is well and truly just pure domination. There's your BKB up on Shad. That might be the item they've been looking for a last-ditch attempt at trying to salvage this game, because they're onto the high ground anyway. So this is your chance to try and show off that new BKB usage. But my problem still stands. You can pop everything. Nightfall's just going to use Guardian Angel, and then nothing happens.
I mean, again, with the Ags, you could dispel. Perhaps that's her idea. It's tough, though.
Okay. Here we go, he's going to try it. He's going to jump in straight away onto the Bat Rider, but everything's fine as the Guardian Angel is popped. Lasso out, Shad, he's going to be saved by the Aphotic Shield, still trying to move in, but there's no targets for him to aim, and his BKB's about to wear off. He's still got the Battle Trance to play with, though, but it's just so awkward. What's he meant to do? Chase is on. Kiyotaka's still just kiting in and out. They'll go after Days on the Keeper of Light, trying to find the easy support pickoffs. Flame Break from Panto. Now the Smoke Screen drops. Shad does eventually pop Battle Trance, but they just yules him up through it. He might at least find Mirror. They will take down Panto, but the Battle Trance is wearing off in the game. The game is also wearing off here for OG. They'll take him down. There goes Kadaro. It was a better fight. You know, the BKB made a difference. It was better. I don't blame Shad at all, John. I just think this troll pick is so bad. It's just so bad. As a rampage from Nightfall. Not even the pick. I think it was a good draft, a good draft pick, John. I just think the hero's just so bad.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is most of the time when you see Troll, it is into that Omni Knight matchup for the idea of the Ags doing a lot of work. It certainly does. It's just so easy to kite. It's such a slow build-up. And I feel like going back for Battle Fury and Ags kind of stalls that timing out a little bit too much. And Aurora just had the ball rolling from very early on. Sure, the impact of Toronto Tokyo in the bot lane was slow. You were giving Shad pretty free time, but they understood it's a troll. It's going to go Battle Fury first and then into the Ags. We haven't seen anyone deviate for the Ags rush we used to see in some characters like, say, Natsumi. Not something anyone does nowadays. So because it's so stalled out, you don't need to worry about that dispel. You don't need to worry about his early impact. And you can just run and gun. The top lane as well for Mixa. Again, a very slow lane for the Abaddon. Faster than Toronto Tokyo, sure, but just completely bullied out by this Omni Knight carry. And this early tempo core for Aurora just doing a ton of work. And for OG, a rather unfortunate start. It looked so good in game one. They were kind of crushing it. That Underlord pause one from Shad was doing a ton of work, but never got access to it again. And again, I'm just surprised OG give out Bat Rider. It wasn't really the biggest shining star in this game, but it was still having that impact we saw from the hero from game two. I feel like that hero just has to go. I think OG learned maybe the hard way that Bat Rider is not something you can afford to give out to most teams with how strong it is as it stands. And for Aurora, I mean, they get things going, right? Like a 2-0 or a 2-1, a win is a win. You're going to move on in this Swiss format group 1-0. You're 2 wins away from making it into playoffs. You set a good tone to kick off day one here in Wallachia. And they're feeling good. Maybe game one, a little bit of a wake-up call, sure. Game two, game three, certainly in their control here, Mike.
Oh, absolutely. Props to Aurora. Fantastic performance. Obviously shaking it off after game one. And, you know, props to OG as well, John. Obviously, game one was a very clean performance from their end of things. And obviously, they've got the right idea. I just think they versed a team that was just substantially better here in this series. And we'll see where they go from here, OG. Of course, plenty of series to go. It's just their first one of the whole tournament. Props to Aurora, though, again, proving that they are the stronger team here today. And, you know, Bat Rider, it's a hero. Troll Warlord, also a hero that probably shouldn't be picked up anymore, John, because they've got to change this troll. This troll hero is so bad. They've got to change. Like, it's got to be like when he pops Battle Trance, he's got to, like, stun everyone around him or something. Like, everyone has to get netted or some crap. You know what? Like, why not?
Yeah.
Why is it when why is it not everyone gets it snared in a radius when he uses it? Or something like that. Surely something
Yeah.
like that. John, MVPs, I want to say it's just Kiyotaka.
I'd agree. I think he made all the big plays. I think this investment on the Blink actually really paid off. Just having this
He
way
died.
of committing without.
He died once.
Yeah,
You know?
he died once, but you know he still made it work. He had a good lead. He went for the chain gang. He was giving the control for the team, and he was kind of dictating the action. Wherever he'd go, they'd line up with him. They'd look for the kills and play off of that tempo that the Ember was giving them. So I think Kiyotaka did a fine job. I think he's showing us why chain gang again is starting to be the preferred facet for the hero. It has been doing a lot of
there
work,
he
as
is.
always
The
caught
psycho
off guard
himself.
by his picture. Yeah. I mean, he is. Look, that's the guy who buys Blink on Ember. That's exactly their face in your
Yeah.
pubs. That's him.
I mean, but I'll tell you what though, like that Blink with Chain Gang actually feels like it makes sense.
Yeah.
Right? Because
It does.
It's hard to react to it. It's really hard to react to a blinking Ember with Chain Gang. It actually feels pretty legit. Jonathan, with that is it for you and I. Of course, we've got some pretty legit casters coming right up. I believe Snare and Wagamama will be taking over for us. So thanks everyone for tuning in. We've got 2 more series. Don't go anywhere. We'll head to a break. We'll be back with 2 brand new casters with 2 brand new series. We'll see you then.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Despite forming a little later in the season, Aurora did not take long to break into the top pack of teams, and now they're here at Wallachia trying to get themselves a top place finish. I'm here with Panto. Panto, how are you doing and how's the season been?
Hello. Season was like start not best, but we becoming better and better, and now we qualify on all main tournaments this year, and we're very happy. And now we're in Wallachia. There is a lot of new teams on this tournament, and for example, OG, we're gonna compete against them, and I think game's gonna be really interesting, and we will see how we develop our new strategies and new skills on this tournament.
Do you find a lot of value in playing against teams which you don't really play against that often compared to just playing against like the very best teams?
I think it's really important and really enjoyable. You're not only playing against teams who has to create strategies, because they if you just write on paper, they're a little bit not that skilled as top tier teams, but they can show really good strategies, and they can also really prepare for the tournaments. Like you will gonna practice in the 40i, and you're like, okay, this is my tournament, we're gonna show 100%. But for teams which not qualified in this tournament, they have only this tournament, and they're gonna show their best performance. And because they have to do it.
So when you're coming against these like smaller teams, which maybe aren't doing as well this season, are you always giving it your all, or do you use it as like a kind of testing ground for new ideas, or do you just come at them with like everything you've got, bring your best ideas, and see what they do?
For me and for my team, I think we're gonna be showing our best performance and trying to not show all strategies at the beginning. But maybe we will understand due tournament that our best strategies not that good.
That's cool. Because you guys have always been on the forefront of like developing new ideas, I think, especially with Nightfall in the carry role. He's been picking up like Omni Knight, Dawnbreaker is one of the first players to do that. Why do you guys like being so flexible? Is that Nightfall's decision? Is that a team decision? Or is that just how things have worked out?
And Nightfall wants to develop some new heroes, and the team are always ready to try. And if you also didn't mention Doom, for example, nobody played Doom carry, and everybody stopped playing Doom position 3. But Nightfall was really thinking that this hero is strong, and we were playing. And now it's like meta hero, Doom. Yeah. Everybody likes to play position 1 Doom.
And also in the qualifiers you had recently, you kind of made Death Prophet look like one of the strongest heroes in the game right now. Without giving too much away, what do you think the big heroes of this event are going to be?
Maybe it can be X, for example, because in pubs people start picking this hero not only on position 3 but also position 4. And I think this hero can do something unique. And also people start testing a lot of heroes, and you don't have much bans in first stage for every Imba hero. So how it's gonna be, like there is a new hero first pick Imba, and you need to create counter to it because you don't have enough bans.
Looking at the broader picture for the year, and also coming into the last part of the year, there's been this sort of really strong pack of like 6 to 7 teams, including you guys, who are capable of beating each other, but always it's like a couple of these teams are going to be in the top few places. Why do you think that is this year? And firstly, why do you think that is this year?
You need to go through a little long pass. For example, only NAVI Junior, I can say, because they started 2 or maybe more years ago, same roster. They changed only position 4, and they were losing, and they bam, they qualified. And also on previous tournaments they beat Falcons on game which they were eliminated, and they show not only new strategies, because if people watching qualifiers, they saw how they create new heroes, and it's really interesting to watch. And also they have a lot of high ranks in team. It means that they in micro also very strong, and it's really hard to create one team with people who are really strong in micro, and also they understand macro at high level, how top tier teams.
How do you feel about this event? Like, what would a win at Wallachia actually mean coming into those final events of the year? Because it's kind of like, it'll give you a huge amount of confidence, I'm sure, but also kind of put a target on your back. Is that something which concerns you at all?
Our practice before tournament, our suffer. It's always no pain, no gain, and through pain we'll gain this win, and it's really good. And for me personally, I never win once, so it's gonna be really good.
Excellent stuff. All right, you're coming for first place. Panto, thank you very much for coming to talk to me, and good luck here at Wallachia.
Thank you.
Astea să li spui, iar la cap să-mi pui uiraș de fac. Uiraș de os. Uiraș de soc, muzicei cu foc. Când abate plâne, răzbate șuile, să strânge pe mine, mă plânge cu dacă ai zări, dacă ai întâlni, măicuță bătrână, din ochi lăcrimând, pe când alergând, de toți întrebând, și la toți încânt. Cine a cunoscut, cine mi-a văzut, mândru ciobănel, tras printr-o inel, chițișoara lui, musticiara lui, perișorul lui. Ura câmpului, Dumioara mea să te îndori de ea și să-i spui curat că m-am însurat cu o pată de crai pe o gură de rai. Te facea măicuță să nu spui drăguță că la nunta mea căzută stea că am avut nutaș, face cortenaș, preoți mulți mari, să le miși. Stele făcălii.
Welcome back one and all to PGL Wallachia Season 5 as we continue our group stage action. Of course, we're going to be giving MLP and John X Fire a break after they've blessed us with their dulcet tones, but we have an even greater blessing because for the first time in like 2 years, I'm with my man Waga on the mic. Oh gee, it's been so long. How you doing, gang?
It's been a long time since you and I get cast, but it's always fun. I'm doing great. Happy to be here for, the start of this group stage. Some exciting stuff to see which team is going to establish themselves. But I hope you're ready as well for what these teams are going to bring, because we got some spicy matches.
We definitely do. BetBoom Team taking on the side of Edge here. Going to be a very intriguing matchup because, of course, Edge are not qualified for TI, but BetBoom are. And this is the moment we have to start making these deep runs. We've seen over the past couple of years, teams like Team Spirit, once you get closer and closer to TI, they just ramp up in their performances, get themselves into the appropriate form. However, this BetBoom team, one thing that's always concerned me is the skill is always there. The strategies are always there. The playstyle is always there. But is the team cohesion, is this team now mature enough to be able to handle some of the difficulties that come with the LAN environment?
Yeah, that's actually something that they sometimes have been struggling on. Like, all of them have great ideas, but not always coordinating towards each other in some games. I do think that they do a great job, though, on the supports to kind of glue the team together. The individual skill of their core players in particular shines so much, but I think the supports can really lead the team there. and make them strive towards the same goal. And BetBoom, they have been doing really well. In Dream League Season 26, they managed to get a top 2 placement, did fantastic there. On the other hand, we have Edge here coming in, definitely as the underdogs into this matchup, as they, in Dream League 26, placed dead last, and they also did drop out first in the EWC qualifiers. So it has been tough, but now we've got, you know, Puppy here in Edge.
Yeah, not just Puppy, we also have Parker here. And I think the difference that this is going to make, the last time that a South American player won on LAN was Parker with Heroic when they played at a PGL Wallachia event, able to get the W towards the very end. Obviously, that was a while ago. Things have changed drastically within that roster. But, you know, I've always felt that, especially for competitive players, winning is a habit, that you need to win, get that taste of it, and then also feel the disappointment of not being able to achieve it again. So, Parker, and I still think he is still, in my opinion, one of the best mechanically skilled carry players in the world. The only other carry player I think is on the same level are Satanic, Yatoro, Pure. These are the names he's in contention with, and he gets his signature gyrocopter at the start of the draft. It's going to be an exciting game from Edge for sure.
Oh yeah, a hero that he has innovated on a lot before with interesting item builds, obviously having the disassemble mechanic on this hero as well. Quite interesting to see what he's going to do there. And speaking a little bit more about Parker before we really get into the thick of things here with the draft, I think having Puppy and Parker together is a great idea because Parker, his biggest enemy is himself. He is a self-sabotaging player in certain aspects, and I think Puppy is the type of leader who can actually bring out the best in players who otherwise might, you know, not be as disciplined as they need to be, and Puppy can bring that.
I mean, the Puppy training camp has pruned a lot of players over the years. Let's just compare Eternal Envy with Puppy and Eternal Envy without Puppy, and you can see the kind of influence this guy can have in the game. Of course, they have to deal with this absurd hero right now in the Batrider. We don't know if this is going to be the Kataomi Batrider. He plays that very well. When it wasn't even in the meta, Save was still playing Batrider every other game. GPK is very good on this hero as well. Right now, where do you feel like the hero is best suited for purpose, especially as a first pick?
I'd probably say mid, honestly. Like, I've seen a lot of Batrider mid lately. I've played against it a lot as well. And it just is really oppressive in laning stage. Can come out with a fearsome tempo. And it does become really, really oppressive. The thing is, though, like you mentioned, the hero's crazy flexibility. Can be played mid. Pos 3 is really, really good as well. And either support role kind of works. So this is a non-saying first pick, which makes it difficult for Edge to adapt. They just know, okay, there is a Batrider, so maybe you will prioritize Abaddon or something like that to get the Aphotic Shield to dispel the Lasso or Sticky Napalms. But other than that, you don't really know where he's going. It's going to be tricky to set up lanes.
I mean, BetBoom could also do what we saw in the previous series from Aurora, where they put the Abaddon on their team as the carry, in tandem with the Batrider to make sure that you have the save as well as the aggressive potential.
Yeah.
So for Edge, what are we going to show outside now? First support of the game. There's no Undying, there's no Rasta, so some of the bigger heroes are gone. I could see some Tusk coming out. They could just go for the Abaddon heads up. We've seen Jakiros as well. And they just pick up the Dark Willow. So we'll get the Fear and put down the Brambles to make it harder for the Batrider to maneuver.
Yeah, we've seen Willow played so much lately. She is very, very strong ever since her innate buff that she gets extra regen. That had a massive impact on her laning stage sustainability. And from BetBoom, they go ahead and get themselves an AoE disabled against her. Always good to have. The Axe can call her out of Shadow Realm. And not a terrible hero against Gyrocopter to have later on in the game. Some way to lock him down even when the BKB is available.
Dude, this hero terrifies me. Not Axe, Nature's Prophet. I want it to be deleted from the game. Like, the reworks and stuff were necessary to make it less oppressive as a carry, but then they made it like a S-tier support now. What the hell? Provides you so much movement around the map. You know, sometimes in these earlier portions of these games, when Batrider Axe are trying to make things happen, they sometimes feel like they don't have all the damage just yet. Well, with Nature's Prophet, you'll never have to worry about that. He'll always be there.
Yeah, I do like that they're drafting some heroes that are sensible against natures, though. You get Beastmaster, who can cut down the tree, so Sprout isn't going to be a problem for him at any stage. He can also save teammates from the Sprout. So, of course, having Quelling Blades is great, but having another way to get out of it is always nice. And the Beastmaster, great disable. Now you have two BKB piercing disables on Edge as well. They have the Tusk Punch and the Beastmaster Roar. So no matter what carry BetBoom are going to go for, it's going to be hard to keep them 100% safe. Now that you picked Bat and Natures, which are not really saving supports. As opposed to Edge, who have Terrorize can be great for saving people, and the Snowball is one of the best tools in the game.
Dude, these lanes look terrifying from Edge. Like, Gyro, Tusk, Dark Willow, Beastmaster. Good God. I don't want to play in this early game against BetBoom. I think maybe that's one of the things BetBoom might be allowing this draft to go like this, because usually this is a team that dominates from the early stage. Like, they do really well in the laning phase. They sort of remind me of like Prime EG back in the day. So I like this idea from Edge to try to rattle them where BetBoom are usually generating their winning chances from.
Do we get the BetBoom Clinks here is my question, because they're playing against Beastmaster, and it's always been used in the recent patch as a counter to Beastmaster to just get the Clinks, a way to kill the boars in laning stage, really just stunting his early game on Beastmaster. It's definitely a possibility. BetBoom also have run Clinks a lot in the past.
I wouldn't be too upset by getting the Clinks. I mean, Barrage, if you do get it, goes through the Shadow Realm as well to be able to damage onto the Dark Willow. You can build into some massive burst later on, which can damage into the Gyrocopter. It is a bit left field. If this was Xtreme Gaming, I would definitely say they were going to go Clinks for Army, but they go for the Crystal Maiden right now, so Batrider's going to be a core for sure in this game.
Yeah, it's looking a whole lot like it. Very, very few people still play Nature's Prophet core. It can be done, so that's still like slight flex they have, but I'm with you. I think it's Batrider core for sure now. With like maybe a 10% chance they actually run a carry Nature's Prophet still, just because of the tempo it can bring. If they're concerned about going late game into Gyrocopter.
Is this Maiden about what you were talking about earlier with being able to deny that Beastmaster is creeps in the lane?
Yeah, it's similar, right? You can frostbite the boars, very easy to bring them down that way. And overall, I'm still a big fan of Maiden. I know a lot of teams don't run it, but you know, it's mostly certain players that actually will play it. Usually I look towards Snaking, you know, he's the one CM player we get to really watch a lot of games from. But she brings a lot of utility in the early team fights. And if she does go unchecked, the freezing field can be a team fight turning ability.
Well, least surprising thing I've heard today, a mid player enjoys when he has Crystal Maiden in the game. Okay, bro.
All about that mana.
Okay, bro. For Edge, where do we go now? We still probably need a mid hero for them. BetBoom Team will be opening up the next phase of drafting with their carry pick. Unless they can play, no, there's no way Nature's Prophet's going carry. And I want something that can deal with the Gyrocopter to actually fight him head on. You mentioned the Clinks earlier. I wouldn't be too unhappy to see a Sven. I think Sven could be pretty solid here in tandem with the Crystal Maiden lane. Old school kill combo. Also, neither of them will really be bothered too much by the Beastmaster harass as a result.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And the big reason why it's so nice is that Warcry will actually make Gyrocopter struggle to kill your entire team immediately. If you pop Warcry in the start of a fight, Gyrocopter's flat cannon doesn't just delete everybody. So that's a very, very nice tool to have. And Sven overall has been just owning so many games that we have watched. The amount of damage that he has had, you know, Dream League Season 26 or EWC qualifiers recently, he just looked like a fantastic hero.
I mean, we have the next series involving Nigma Galaxy. I guarantee you Sven will be picked or banned in that series if Ghost has his way. Guaranteed. Yeah,
that's a big hero to look out for there. But getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, first we gotta find out here. Edge ban out the Ringmaster. So they have a very different take on this. They're expecting that this is core bat and core Nature's Prophet. Carry Nature's mid bat. I mean,
something else we didn't mention about Edge as well is not just having Puppy in the team. Sunby came along for this adventure as well. So this is the brain trust that generated many, many, many years of continued success for Team Secret. So they must have something cooking with these bands. BetBoom though, they'll just come back for the Wind Ranger now. Is this going to be carry Wind Ranger for Pure? I haven't seen that in a while. Or do you think it's going to be Nature's Prophet?
He's played Nature's Prophet carry a lot in the past. I know he likes to farm, right? Pure is one of the greediest carries that you can look towards. Always liked having those farm accelerating abilities, like either Doom carry or Nature's Prophet carry. So I think it's going to be him. But the Wind Ranger looks more like it's just going to go towards support, something that BetBoom have done in the past a lot as well. The question for me, though, what are Edge going to snag up as their last pick? It's kind of difficult to find a hero that lanes well against Bat and also works well for them. They banned out the Emperor themselves. It would have been a good fit otherwise.
What are the mid heroes that are left? Storm is still in the pool.
Yeah.
And yeah, just go
I
Storm.
think they needed some hero that can jump in and play aggressively because Gyrocopter wants some space and you need some instigator to the team fights for Dark Willow and Tusk to gank around and get kills.
I like this. It does open up the map for them somewhat, but they have two supports on the side that can play extremely well with the Storm Spirit to help set up kills on the map. BetBoom, They do have some ways to lock down the Storm. You know, Axe Crystal Maiden can be somewhat annoying if Save is nearby as well to supply the additional Shackle Shot, Power Shot combo. However, you can outplay them. This is one of those Storm games where I hope he's sitting up in his seat right now. It's not going to be an easy one, but certainly one that he can take over the game if things go well enough in the early game for Edge.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. And I think the mid players' games here is going to be more important than ever just for the dynamic of the picks that they have. Batrider getting off to a good start is almost crucial for BetBoom with the draft that they're running. I do like Edge's draft. I think Storm Spirit was a good last pick to get something to pick off the Nature's Prophet when he pushes and farms. You have that massive mobility. Overall, looks really well-rounded. Both teams have pretty solid drafts. I would give, just draft-wise, minor advantage to Edge. But obviously BetBoom are the favorites going into it. So I don't know. I think it's pretty 50-50 from the draft setup.
One thing I do know for a fact is that Edge are not going to be playing this. This is not a farming game from them, right? With these kind of aggressive lanes, putting a Storm Spirit at the end of the game, you know, they could have gone for somebody who wants to soak up more farm in the mid lane, but they're like, nah, gang. We're getting levels and we're killing you. That's going to be the name of the game from minute 0. And they can accomplish it. Even at level 1, there is some kill threat from these heroes, but especially at level 3 in that Beastmaster Dark Willow lane, things look quite terrifying. I'm going to have fun with this one. I am with you that I also give Edge a slight edge in this particular situation. However, BetBoom have proven in the past that they can make some of these off-kilter drafts work. I will say though, let me not lie to you, Waga. I want BetBoom to lose because I don't want Nature's Prophet carry to come back into the meta. So please, do it for the pubs. Go down, BetBoom.
Yeah, honestly, Nature's Prophet, I've seen enough of this hero. He feels like the golden boy, you know, the favorite child of Valve. He's been meta for so long. I'm honestly completely fine if we get rid of him for a little while. You know, the reworks and whatnot, he's still so strong. Interestingly, it's still soothing saplings, even as the carry as well, so he's going to go for that extra bit of healing. Very nice for some sustainability. Kind of OP facet in my opinion. It does so much for your regeneration.
I guess as well, one of the things that can happen if he's playing this carry is it makes it easier for Kataomi to leave that lane sooner, to go assist on the bottom side of the map. He knows that the Nature's Prophet won't need to constantly ferry and regen, just needs like 1 point into the Sprout and he should be okay.
Yeah, see both teams kind of setting up here and waiting. Looks like we're going to have the late smoke, the common play for all Western European teams, it feels like lately, and adopted as well by Edge here, of course. I've seen some
I'm waiting to see what's the next innovation for these smokes. Like, when's going to be the no smoke meta? Or we smoke at 0, or we just walking straight right in front of you and say, oh, now what? What are you going to do?
Yeah, we've seen, there's a little bit of smoke at 0 and then just run and hold every single high ground, right? Like, you put people on every single ramp and just break the smokes from the enemy. But I don't know. It feels like the teams have a very good thought out process here. It's hard to play against. Right now we are seeing a split up from BetBoom though. Gotta be careful on the CM. Can always get caught out. Not the fastest hero.
That same CM though broke the smoke on the Tusk while her Observer Ward is on the high ground, so she gets out scot-free. This ends up being a 2-2 bounty trade. And laning phase is going to get underway soon. The Gyro's in an interesting position, though. You might just support bottom. Okay, he was thinking about maybe approaching the wave, but he'll just port. It'll just be a normal start to the game.
Yeah, and we see bottom blocks happening by Save. He's making sure this creep is going to go under towers. Parker heading over to try and counter that by bottom blocking dire creeps. I don't know if he's in time to get a hard enough block, though. It looks like it's going under tower. Trying his harvest. Oh,
he actually did it.
Crazy block mechanics there.
Parker, God, man. What a legend. So, I do think the lane that's probably going to be of the greatest import, like you're saying, is this mid lane, right? The Batrider Storm Spirit matchup. As a mid player, what can we expect from this?
Definitely, I think this is the most important. As the Storm should be struggling early on due to a sticky napalm being so oppressive. On the other hand, though, getting magic stick charges as a Storm, you have great outlets for that mana pool to keep spell farming. So I think Batrider can maybe find a kill here if he, you know, plays the lane well enough and kind of backs it up on his side of the lane. You need to get back to your high ground, basically, if you're GPK in this game. Then you have kill threat.
Bottom lane, some more pressure being applied towards Save, but Parker doesn't have a point into the Rocket Barrage, so there's no way he's going to approach next to an Axe to try and put out the damage there.
Level 2 timing is very big for either side here. Obviously getting the counter helix as well. Axe becomes much more oppressive in lane.
He just zoned out a little bit by these ice shots. Parker throws in the flat cannons, but he just wants the level 2. Will achieve it now.
So far, GPK is doing absolutely amazing on the Batrider, by the way. He is expected to win this lane, but 10-5 against 4-0. This Batrider is really keeping the Storm pinned down.
And PP is not really able to approach at all. Look how far away he is. He's chewed through all of his regen, but top lane, we might need some regen here as well for Pure. He's taking quite a lot of harass. The Dive Hawk was out. Unfortunately for Edge, Michael doesn't have the range to close in with the Shadow Realm hit just yet. He's too far and too healthy, so the Nature's Prophet will live.
Yeah, he's gonna live, try and heal himself up a little bit, but they got the Hawk at least, so get some extra bounty and gold there. 30 gold for killing off the Hawk.
What's going to be the build for this Nature's Prophet? Has anything changed with the hero being reworked, or are we still going to have the same things we used to see from him prior?
I think the Mjolnir Rush is still very good. It might go up because run down.
Main Parker gets saved a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. Nero able to draw the first blood. Puppey unable to find revenge as save. Just gets himself away from these ice shards.
Look at all those creeps low HP as well, right after. Losing all those creep wave getting denied.
You love to see it if you're a BetBoom fan right now. And unfortunately, they're also putting pressure up in the top lane. Look how low Vitaly is at the moment on his Beastmaster. And he's currently being out CS by the Nature's Prophet as well, which is something you don't always get to see.
Beast is a hard hero to shut down in lane, and Komi sees a chance to go onto Willow, who has cooldown W.
He's gonna find him. They got him. Blood Grenade, a right click from the Sprout, and they do manage to get him down. Also, why the hell does Sprout do damage? I don't understand, but it does.
Yeah. I'm glad I'm not the only one who's irritated by that, but Sprout is one hell of an ability right now. You get healing, you get damage on the enemy, hold him in place, click him down. So fantastic.
What's not fantastic is what's happening mid for PP. He is getting demolished, my friend. 18-9 on the Batrider, 11-0 on the Storm. He's gonna hit level 5 while the Storm is still level 4 right now.
Yeah, and the Batrider has achieved what it said he needed as well. Pull the lane back, get on your own high grounds, and now if Storm, we had him earlier. Storm Spirit steps up. He's gonna struggle to get back to safety.
Man, Vitaly is riding the edges here in this top lane. But he does now have this Helm of Iron Will, so becomes exponentially harder for BetBoom to realistically kill him. Should be able to maintain his presence in the lane, get to that level 6. That's the one bright spot, right? If you have a Beastmaster in the game, even if your mid lane is not going so well for PP, at some point you will have 6, and you can just show up to where the Beast is, pop roll, get a kill guaranteed, and that'll bring you back into the game as the Storm.
That's gonna be his way back into the game for sure. He needs to get 6 back to base and then TP out gank. That's pretty scripted. That's what most Storm Spirits eventually do anyway. But in this game, more than any, you know, he has 0 denies to his name. He's getting almost doubled on last hits. It's a tough time.
Yeah. GPK, the scary part about this is we still actually haven't seen the Batrider get scary yet. Like, he's still in the early days. We're gonna get to those maxed out napalms with the arsonist facet. Bottom lane. Puppey could be caught out here. Very nice dodge on the power shot, so looks like he's gonna be fine.
Yeah, it was good reaction. Saw the power shot immediately. Quick dodged it and gets to safety. Still though, they're looking for whatever they can do to extend their advantage down bottom. With Vanguard now, Axe is starting to cut the creep waves, which is normally what we see. Does allow, of course, Jacob to farm quite safely too, but Axe can take advantage of this and go into jungle and farm extra camps.
Unfortunately, not too much that Puppey can do about this, but he's staying around in case a snowball is required. Might actually see him take a twin gate rotation here. He's heading over towards that area. They almost... Yeah, they actually have it. He's half HP on Pure. This is the time to get a kill.
It really is. See if Pure can read this gank. They don't have any vision, so we'll have to rely on his intuition. He's backing on the tower.
Unfortunately, they also don't have mana too much on Puppey. He took the Bramble Maze. Pure now finally revealed. Puppey throws in the Ice Shot. Not enough mana for the Snowball. Shackle Shot connects in onto Puppey with the Power Shot too. Pure is taking so long to die. Eventually, he does fall. However, revenge is quickly coming from the side of BetBoom. Batrider making his first rotation of the game. Looking towards Puppey. This is free eats. Getting some nice, very rare walrus meat into his mouth. BetBoom get a very nice rotation top of the bat.
He says it's a fruit bat, but really it eats walrus. Whatever you want. Meanwhile, Katomi takes the time to stay on mid and get some experience while Lasso is still available. So Batrider now going for this Wisdom Invasion play. 7 minutes coming up. Wants to get in position. Even has the Illusion Rune, so very hard to fight him.
He is scouted though, they know where he's at. There will be a Bramble Maze dropped around him. Michael is trying to hold him in position, and Vitaly and the crew are coming. GPK might not be worth the experience, my friend, but Pure is coming to assist him right now. Sprout and a power shot. Michael is gone. They threw the lasso out onto Vitaly as well, and with the Storm Spirit showing up, PP trying to turn the side around. Amazing shackle tool from GPK or from Save to hold him down, but it's not going to be enough. They end up losing Vitaly. GPK, by some miracle, is still alive, putting in the pressure onto PP. The Storm Spirit cannot escape this. He will end up dead. GPK gets a double, and they still get the Shrine of Wisdom. BetBoom Team wreaking havoc in the early game.
That is monumental for them. They also got the other Wisdom Rune. Meanwhile, with the Axe being completely safe, they didn't lose anything. Massive move, and there we see the power of that mobility. Nature's Prophet TPing over. But yeah, Batrider just standing his ground. Interestingly, going for this 0-point Firefly build. I wasn't sure about it at first, but that extra point in Flame Break is pretty nice. More damage, more ticks. You know, the extra burn tick benefits a lot from the sticky napalm.
I mean, this napalm as it stands right now, once he gets this D-Lance, I'm not sure if he's going to complete the full Witchblade that we sometimes see, but either way, he's going to start stacking up to the point where he doesn't even need Firefly. Just raw right clicks with the napalm will be enough. Here in the mid lane though, first freezing field of the game, Kataomi drops it onto Michael, who was trying to escape with the Shadow Realm. And that's one of those ultimates as Crystal Maiden that you're honestly begging for a chance to actually get the full channel on the spell. It rarely ever happens.
Yeah.
So he's just like, thank God, bro. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, it's nice. And that's one of the benefits. They picked the CM into the Willow. Willow relies a lot on being, you know, untargetable, but CM doesn't really care. You have Crystal Nova and Freezing Field, so still capable of slowing you and dealing a ton of damage. So Shadow Realm is not some guaranteed safety. Haste Rune on Batrider, by the way. That is a scary thing to see. They know about it, but while he's on the mid lane with a Haste Rune, means he can show up anywhere so quickly.
Yeah.
And already top tower is starting to be eyed up. Beastmaster nowhere in position to defend this.
Save will just throw in the focus fire. Make sure that they get the damage out. There's going to be the glyph popped by Edge. And they're sweeping over with both supports here, thinking about mounting a defense. Kataomi, he finds the initial frostbite with the power shot too. They're running very low on this Dark Willow. She will drop a Bramble Maze behind her, but here comes GPK, hasted up on the Batrider, gets the lasso out onto Puppy. Now he does have Firefly, utilizes it to kill off Michael. Puppy trying to run, but he knows it's in vain. Pure able to bring him down with the Wrath of Nature. BetBoom getting 2 kills, now thinking about stealing some stacks.
Man, the
on the bright
Beastmaster,
side, the tower's still alive though.
He was
That's
2
something.
experience away from level 6 there. With a Batrider diving his tier 2 tower, he would love to have Roar, but 2 experience points, man. He could not keep the Batrider in place, no way for him to punish. If he did have it, Storm could have TP'd over, quick kill on the Batrider, but every single deny matters, and we get to see it here.
What happened to Vitaly? Like, he was doing okay in the laning phase, CS and experience-wise, but these last 2 minutes, he's like made 0 progress on the top side of the map.
I think the rotation, when the moves started coming in towards top from both the supports of Dire, it became hard. And that first move by Batrider as well, TPing in to punish. You know, he's probably sitting there saying mid difference right now as the Storm hasn't really made his presence known on the map. He's just been jungling. I said he needs to go for, you know, back to base, TP out, find a kill. He's now in the same position where he's looking for. He's pinging top. They want to get a kill somewhere with the Storm. Finally decides to TP mid. Don't think they
Part of the problem, they don't have any wards out, right? Like, they have 0 offensive vision. They will find Kataomi in the river. Crystal Maiden, unfortunately for them, gets saved by a Sprouts, dropped by Pure. So now a fight might be going against the side of Edge. They need to get out of here. Dark Willow, she's inside the Shadow Realm. As she comes out, she's going to be in danger. She dies almost immediately. Vitaly does drop the Primal Roll onto Pure. And here comes Ziplin from PP, looking to try and bring down Pure. Parker also made an appearance with the call down of the Gyrocopter. Unfortunately, Parker may die for this, as he's eating a focus fire right now. And he does end up losing his life. Double kill for GPK. However, now GPK is finding that he's somewhat alone here. However, all these heroes are so low on the HP that they're just getting ticked down by GPK. Look at the arsonist damage. Miro now finding a call out onto the 2. The snowball save will be there from Puppy for now, but he cannot save them from the dunk of Miro. That's 1 down. Miro wants a second. He will not get it because Puppy rather gets burned down by GPK. Wagamama, we are now seeing 11.5-minute rampage in a professional game of Dota 2.
Yeah, what did I say? Batrider mid is pretty good this patch. Seems pretty
It's
nice.
okay,
I mean,
it's okay.
all credit to GPK. He played his lane amazingly, chose the right times to join the side lanes and so on. But dear God, Batrider is so oppressive, man. Once he gets that 5th level and sticking napalm, look at the damage. He did 4,200 damage in an 11-minute fight. That's absurd.
Oh my God. Dude, he's 9-0-4, 12 minutes into the game.
This is his game, 100%. You can see the start there, what happened to begin with. Willow getting caught out, and then it was just a pick-off after pick-off. It was a nice attempt, though. Gyrocopter came in, he had cooldown on Flat Cannon at first. He couldn't really dish all the damage he wanted to.
Well, on the bright side, it shows that the proof of concept, we can kill Pure. GPK is another matter entirely, but, you know, one problem at a time.
Well, Nature's Prophet realizing this decides to just go and farm in the jungle for now. As back in live, we have a catch on the Tusk in the jungle. Looks like he is going to be a victim of the dunk.
Well, that's the Blink Dagger reveal from Miero. The crazy part is he did not have the Blink in that last fight, and they still mopped it up like this. Also,
Yeah.
Miero, I like him. He's an honorable man. Left the rampage to GPK. In my pubs, my offlaner would have stolen it for sure, bro.
100%. I would have stolen that for sure. He's Axe, you know? You want to get those dunks. You want to get that armor, but nah. Maybe when you play with GPK, though, knowing his, let's say, mental state, it's not the player you want to steal a rampage from, you know? You don't want to have some issues happening.
You want those woohoos that we just saw from him directed towards the game and not looking at you and be like, ooh, bro, what the hell are you doing?
This is looking like a fantastic game for him already. Axe so massive. CNT is top to solo defense.
Okay, she will draw in a roar as well from Vitali, but she might not actually die for this. Wanda, they can't kill position 5s anymore. Kataomi still alive, eventually will fall, but the cost was going to be Vitali's life, and with the call from Miero catching both him and Puppy, it's going to be a 2-for-1 special. Kataomi, God, man, that bonus armor from the freezing field just keeping him alive.
Yeah, that was really good. Like a bait setup, right? He knew that he wasn't going to die to one hero only. They would have to commit a bit more. And playing under the dire towers right now is just not the place for Edge. They're so weak. They need to make some 5-man ganks or something to turn this one around. And we've been talking a lot about how Batrider and, you know, Nature's Prophet doing really well, but this Miero Axe, he's enormous. It's another good call.
Speaking of him, he's already getting another dunk. Michael is down. PP trying to at least get revenge onto Save here. However, Pure's already TPing in. Save, he found the shackle shot. Pure coming in with the right-click damage, but Parker's made his place known as well. With a big cooldown, with the flat cannon going, trying to bring some of these heroes down. Miero is extremely low, will finally end up taking a tumble. However, the big shackle shot coming in, and the GPK damage make sure that they end up losing 2 on the back edge, and now Parker has no place to run. He ends up dying. Pure offensively TPing in towards Puppy. Won't be able to catch the Tusk, but now connecting potentially onto this Dark Willow. The Shadow Realm will be there. However, Puppy, as he tried to save there, might have put himself in mortal danger. The right clicks are coming. Michael cannot get out. Pure will get his due. He'll get his kill. And BetBoom will win the fight 4-1.
Another dominant fight by them. And one thing that really stands out to me, by the way, the entire fight, GPK had his ulti. But he has great self-control when it comes to when he wants to use that lasso. Because he realized, okay, Gyrocopter is not running away from me. I have the sticky napalm chasing him down. Like, there's no way for him to escape. There's no force staff and saving items yet. So he just held that instead of using it kind of needlessly to get a kill. I think most players would just have lassoed the enemy carry right there and say, okay, I got him, guys, let's kill him. But GPK has good understanding of what he needs to commit to win a fight.
The scary thing is it's gonna get worse. He's about to pick up the Aghanim shot, so...
Oh yeah. And he will start burning buildings then as well, not even just heroes. And of course it does give him the no stack limit, so you can do some fun stuff with that. Great against Roshan as well, and just deal some heavy damage.
Well, somebody has to go scout where the enemy is. Today, that dubious honor goes towards Puppy. And he pays the price. Another kill going towards Miero on this axe. He is now...
Absolute beatdown.
19 coats of bloods, what?
Yes, 7.6 armor already, and keep in mind these 3 red back in the scale. Oh, a goal on carry.
This might be the big catch. They found Pure. He's all alone. He's away from the team. You were talking about this in the draft. The Storm can actually find and kill the Nature's Prophet, and he finally is able to make that happen.
That's massive. Really good for them. A little bit unfortunate. Willow was the one to get the kill, but that also does help her get towards her Yule Scepter, so might actually be nice in the end.
Top lane, Nero, he went in onto Vitali, but this could be a setup. Unfortunately, the shackle shot from Save was absolutely perfect. It stopped PP from putting in further pressure onto Nero. So they get the free kill onto Vitali, and they should be able to get out. Oh, nice call from Nero, also preventing Michael from TPing out. Axe God in this game.
Yeah, he's just running the show now. I mean, we have multiple showmen, I guess, in this game. The Batrider is doing whatever he wants, but Nero is playing really well with his supports at this moment. Always running towards the enemy, staying aggressive. At the same time, we see Parker sometimes realizing that, you know, the safest space on the map might not be on my side of the map. Perhaps go and farm on the enemy side a bit. Sticking around.
So what's the next step for Edge right now? What do they need to be doing to get themselves back into the game?
I think they need to play towards the first support items, which I guess the only way you get these items is by actually grouping and getting some kills. So you need to really pair up and allow your supports to have a game.
Well, Vitali is not having a game right now, as he's going to get his ass dunked on by Miero once again. Killing spree for the Axe. Casual 10 armor harvested at 17.5 minutes. Seems fair and balanced.
Yeah, he's getting to a real unkillable state. Unfortunately, they do have some big magic damage in the team, but they also have a fair bit of physical. The Gyrocopter Chrysalis build is not going to do a lot of damage into this. And it's time for Roche. They're calling that, you know, they want to build that advantage even more. They have great heroes to get an Aegis on. Get on Batrider and you can dive a bit more.
On the bright side, this time that they're going to spend getting Roche will allow Parker to finish off having his Aghanim Scepter on the Gyrocopter. So, we do have the key item for him. PP will just be able to finish off the Kaya as well.
40 stacks of stick napalm. We see the best Ursa impression going on here by Batrider as he beats down the Roche. Okay, get the DD room.
You know, I feel like they need to nerf sticky napalm, man. I need to buff it, sorry, need to buff it. Add some attack speed slow as well or something.
That's true. I was confused at first, by the way. I tested in demo mode, and it looks like Sticky Napalm double applies. But that's only when you do it to a dummy target. If you do it on enemy heroes, like it doesn't trigger twice on enemy heroes, but it does trigger twice on dummies for some reason. So, in case someone thinks there's a bug with Sticky Napalm, there actually isn't a bug with it. It's just a bit confusing.
Well, this seems bugged though. This looks bugged. I don't know about you, Ken. But if I'm watching a Batrider soloing a tier 2, 19 minutes in with just Shard, that does seem a bit stupid.
Yeah, not even popping off the DT rune as well, realizing that, okay, this tower is just disappearing. Pretty sure, you know, Batrider, if he has someone to help tank the tower at least, he could just take down tower through the backdoor protection. Like, imagine with Lycan Wolves tanking the tower using the evasion. You could just solo a tier 2 tower through backdoor protection pretty early in the game, as long as the enemy don't want to fight you.
Oh, Edge still seem like fighting is anathema to them at the moment. Desperately waiting to they need 100 more gold, then you'll have the D-Lock and Ags on the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, they're close to a lot of items. The Glimmer Cape is super close as well, but Vitali not gonna have any fortune.
Very far from his team. He does have the Helm of the Overlord at least. The Bramble Maze does connect onto 2, however, it took them way too fast to kill him. So his team can't arrive in time.
I mean, you're pretty okay with that at least. When you're this far behind, if you get a kill, at least when you get ganked, you know, multiple heroes invested their time, you get a kill. Unfortunately, though, the rest of Edge were running towards that, hoping to turn it into a fight. Now we see them smoking towards mid instead, saying that, okay, midwave is going to push. Maybe someone will show up there.
Man, actually, Pure is there. Pure's going towards the rune.
Yeah.
Pure might actually get caught and killed. He does not have any defensive items here. Does have the Aegis, so he has 1 life. But they don't seem to want to commit on top of this Aegis, so they're going to let him go. It's actually unfortunate because they definitely could have killed him before the team arrived, but probably still the safe play given that they don't have aggressive wards on the other side to know where BB are.
Yeah, they just didn't see anyone, right? If they saw what we could see, which is, okay, Dire is pretty far away, nobody's TPing yet, then maybe they would have committed for it, but without information, such a hard thing to commit to that move. And meanwhile, we see BetBoom just go and take themselves Tormentor, get the shard for Wind Ranger. One of the better shards in the game, in my opinion, to get on supports early on. So good when you're ahead, at least, like this.
Yeah. I think it's a super solid shard, making the chase down potential even more oppressive than it already is. Now, with this Aegis into BetBoom looking like they want to pressure on the bottom side. The whole team is here. They even actually scan out onto Vitali, but they don't want to chase him. They're actually going to back off.
I think they're playing towards their own timings right now on BetBoom as well. They have Map Stall coming up soon for the Batrider. BKB is 1,000 gold away for the Axe, so I think they're playing a little bit safe. If they're going to take a fight, they might want to lead it with Nature's Prophet going in with Aegis. Be a bad target to go on. Both teams kind of slow down the game a little bit.
I will say, these kind of games where I think BetBoom look at their finest, when you have GPK just dominating in such a fashion that you sort of forget about Pure. So you're like, oh, by the way, we still have to deal with the most farmed hero on the map, this Nature's Prophet that has a Mjolnir, D-Lance, Manta Style, and with a alert Essence Ring. Oh, okay, so we don't have enough to worry about.
And now he's eyeing up that tower as well. With the Aegis for 1 minute, they don't really want to go on him, so he can easily just lay into the tower. Once they see that no one's defending, they're just going to go up and help him in. This gives them, you know, much needed seconds to keep farming here. The Gyrocopter wants the Hurricane Pike so he can get himself to safety in these fights. A little bit disappointed he's not committing for like a higher damage build when he's far behind. Sometimes Pike feels like it's just gonna end up being a loss anyway. You know what I mean? Like you don't have enough damage to burst people.
He won't have the damage to burst people. He won't have the BKB to get through this magic damage of the bat. I don't like it myself, but we'll see how it works out. As Pataomi gets zipped upon by PP, and they are able to get down the Crystal Maiden very quickly. Save. Drops a Shackle Shot onto the Storm Spirit, prevents the further dive. He's able to run away safely as well. So it's something, it's something. Might not be the most, you know, but it's still honest work for Edge.
It's a clean pick, and when you're 16,000 gold behind, even a support kill gives you so much gold. So they're happy with that, taking over the bottom area a little bit, and getting closer towards every single needed item. Looks like he's thinking about Blink Dagger on the Beastmaster over the BKB. He has both queued up right now, has enough gold for a Blink if he wants it, but seeing those heroes, if you don't have a BKB, you kind of just die, right? Like Batrider will just make short work of you.
Some of those awkward games where if I get BKB, I still get called, like what Miero's doing to me right now. I probably still end up dead. But if I don't get BKB, they have Shackle Shots, they have Crystal Maidens, they've got this crazy Batrider.
Yeah,
damn if you do, damn if you don't.
Like, it's too much lockdown. They're considering mids. Batrider is too hard for 2 heroes to burst though. There were 3 of them, maybe they could have tried for him. Oh,
Radiant Scan top will actually
mind,
connect.
I like what he did. Parker, instead of going for the Hurricane Pike, like I said, didn't really feel a fan of it. He goes for a Satanic instead. So more of a fighting item and a great item to have against Axe to not die to the Blade Mail Call immediately.
Also, do not be seen from BetBoom that their damage output tends to be quite sustained throughout the course of the fight. Having some sort of sustain for yourself is necessary in this game.
Yeah, and this opens up him going towards heavier damage items later, which he queues up a Rapier. So I think we see the game plan here. What Edge want to do, they realize they're really far out in this game. They're struggling. And if they can hit the timing of getting that Rapier timing, then it is possible for them to turn the game. Also cool, they disassembled the Crystalist to get this Satanic as soon as possible. He's going to repurchase the Crystalist now, but he won't have the safety first.
BetBoom are coming forward, trying to find somebody on the high ground here. They don't have wards inside the base just yet. They're going to skirt onto this river down bottom, but nobody is showing. Pure is, of course, bringing in the wave at the moment, destroying some of the Beastmaster's creeps. Bye-bye, Satyr. Thankfully, though, for Edge, they were safe enough.
Yeah, I think they're mostly herding safe into their base. You know, they're trying to force them away. I think BetBoom want to wait for the Roche. This is a good move coming up from Edge, so they put that back at him.
He doesn't have anybody nearby, and you're trying to finish off this Blink Dagger. You will not be able to. Ooh, nice pick off. 10 godlike streak ended. Look at the gold that Parker picked up with that.
2,000 gold for 1 kill. They had everybody there for it as well, which more heroes you have, the more gold you get for a kill. So making sure everybody gets a piece of the cake is really nice. That allows them to go out on a map as well. The Batrider dead for 30. Gives them a little bit of a timing to get into the Ancients area. Jara trying to make the most of that. They got the kill on the Gyrocopter as well. That is exactly what they needed. Every bit of gold injection you can get to Parker right now. He is your win condition.
Am I crazy in thinking that once they get the BKBs on Storm and the Beastmaster, hopefully on the Gyrocopter as well, that at that point, a lot of this 15k gold lead maybe gets shaved in half?
It will kind of work that way, but there will be the worrisome part. The Nature's probably soon going to get to a Butterfly. You see supports getting run down. The drinking buddies actually run away from this. 2 drunks running for safety. Just hobbling away from this fight.
2 drunks running away from the bill. Like, we need to get out of here, dude.
Yeah. But yeah, I think overall, if they can get to those safety items, it's going to be a very nice power fight for them. I respect that Vitaly went for the Blink Dagger over the BKB in this game on Beastmaster, recognizing that, you know what, the big way to turn the fight around, or the game around, is to find those Blink Roars, like they did onto the Batrider down there. But the concerning part is, there's already Eagle Song and Pure closing in, just 1 item away now, once he picks up the Evasion or the Claymore.
Not good news if you're a Beastmaster that has went for the Overlord build. But his team is going to smoke right now. They're going to angle towards where Parker is at. And as they sweep here, Miro and Kataomi are right ahead of them. What they don't know, though, is that so are Save and GPK. This is a very dangerous place to be right now for Edge.
Good power spike to play into, though. He can buy the Daedalus, and he does do that. So Gyrocopter, quite ready to take a fight. I'm sure he wants to go now. Joining the smoke.
Unfortunately, I think the power shot from Save just clipped him before he got smoked. So they know that a smoke is coming towards them. So that's why BetBoom themselves also smoke up to try go for the wraparound.
Yeah, they're looking for anyone they can find, but in the end, they're gonna just play down instead. And they're going for the Wisdom play. BetBoom with a good read saying, you know what, 15 seconds for Wisdom. Someone's gonna go there for sure. When you're this far behind, you will get experience. And Willow, she's about to walk into Vision.
Oh no. I think the courier sold her out as well. But oh, they went right past her.
Wow, they don't want her. They want more.
Yeah. Vitaly, he's getting away in the trees. Puppy's gonna be the one that gets scouted. GPK, all right, he lassos Puppy. Does get rolled for his efforts, but they'll happily let this one go. Unfortunately, this is the bigger prize. PP caught by Miro and the gang. This axe just wreaking havoc upon Edge at the moment. Puppy doing his best to try and TP out, but he cannot do it. However, while this is happening,
Pure
gets killed off. How did that happen?
He just TP'd into 3. He didn't expect there to be a Gyrocopter as well, I guess, but he did have a ward that got dewarded right before. I think a little bit of miscommunication perhaps, as the Batrider was busy chasing after a Tusk, didn't want to go on the same target. And that does slow down their ability to take Roche, but doesn't take away the ability, as Batrider says, watch this, can build up some stacks on this poor Rocha. Oh, he dispels with the Roar. That's nice for Roche. He got a counter move. Now he just needs to wait 60 seconds to do it again, sadly.
You know, looking at how much longer the Roshan takes without having Pure around, makes you really think, man, if only PP didn't die in that last fight. Imagine his influence in this area right now, how long this is taking.
Yeah. With the regen rune as well, could have been a thing that he could have gotten his hands on, would be nice for him. Obviously Storm, big fan of the green rune. So Aegis on the Batrider. At least, I guess it's not in the hands of Nature's Prophet, but is it really better for them that Batrider got it? Because he's also a devastating tower pusher with his building damage. Oh wow, more chop shop going on. Yeah, the observer pointing out as we have a disassemble on the Daedalus to turn it into an MKB to deal with the evasion from the butterfly that's just about to be completed.
How can you not enjoy watching Parker play Dota?
Yeah,
no,
he's a
it's
creative
so much
man.
fun.
And this is only like Gyrocopter shenanigans, right? Normal heroes can do all these crazy disassembles, but Chop Chop is one of those innates that a lot of people look at like, isn't that useless? But it's really as good as you make it to be. If you find the creative moves like this, then it can be really nice.
Well, once he finishes off the Daedalus once more, he'll angle back in for that Hurricane Pike. However, he might not have the time to finish it because Pure just finished the Butterfly. They have still this Aegis on the Batrider. We almost have at least a Sanj on the Axe, so could see them start to apply some pressure on the map right now. I don't think they just want to sit back and let Edge come back into the game farm-wise.
Yeah, he's going for the Kaya Sanj build. It's a build that really helps your mana pool, but also increases that dunk damage, your spin damage, all your damage really is benefited greatly from this. And this is in favor of the Octarine Refresher build that we've seen.
Oh, GPK getting gone on. There's going to be the Gale Force, but they want to try and bring down the Aegis first. GPK running low, he will die. However, Miro got the call onto Vitaly on the back edge. Not soon enough to save the life of GPK. Shackle shot was there. Vitaly caught in with Kipi. What a long duration on the Shackle from Save. Enables them to find the kill on Vitaly, and there is no buyback available for the Beastmaster.
That's rough. Even if you glyph, he's gonna keep building those stick and napalm stacks as well. Tower is just falling so rapidly.
But here they come. They don't have an Aegis on Pure, remember, so they might try to kill off this Nature's Prophet. The Force Buffs are there to get him to safety. PP getting lassoed in by GPK, and he's gonna die. With buyback available, he could try and deploy it. Let's see what BetBoom Team decide to do. Pure goes home to just replenish his health, but he'll TP right back in. Whilst GPK is on the front lines, beating into the melee barracks.
They're sacrificing the racks. They don't want to buy back the Storm. But this is not going to be the end. The push is going to continue, I think. 35 seconds on Storm. And if he's not pulling the trigger on the buyback, they're just going to eye up the next lane.
Yeah. Brambles out onto Pure right now. The right clicks are there. They drop the fortification. And they really do not want to buy back on the Storm. But BetBoom being disciplined. They see that the timer is a bit too low. No reason to take any big risks. We've already lost our Aegis. We've gotten enough. Let's just get out safely.
Yeah, they also have cooldowns. Beastmaster respawning with his ulti available. Lasso is on cooldown. It's a smarter play to just back up and spend your money. They just made a decent chunk of gold by taking out the mid lane. The Gyrocopter again has the Daedalus, so his damage is decent, but we see that last fight, the save from just Hurricane piking to safety, Glimmer kept coming out from the CM. He struggled to keep dealing damage to Nature's Prophet. So they really need to get in there with some dusts, and unfortunately for them, they don't have a great nullifier purchase hero. So those save items are going to be massive this game, especially for stack.
One thing as well is that fight is going to be very different the next time, because now Vitaly has BKB. That fight went to hell because him and the Storm Spirit both got shackled almost immediately. If he's able to actually move around in the fight, present a different target, allow the Storm Spirit to actually be more active, things can look very different, you know. If only he had it before they lost the lane of Rax, but they'll take what they can get right now.
Yeah, the potential is there. They have good bursts. The only problem is, you know, getting a hold of people and not letting them slip away like what we saw there. Unfortunately, losing a lane of Rax, it's not the worst when you have Gyrocopter and Storm. These heroes are amazing at pushing out lanes, in particular Gyrocopter. But the push is coming down bottom already. This could look to turn into something more.
Nature's Prophet was eventually forced to actually level up his Nature's Call. He didn't want to have to do it, but it's other stats to put up.
Yeah.
Going on to GPK, they find him with the leash. There's going to be a very nice terrorize. Unfortunately, it's on the wrong side, and the Glimmer-Slayer cape also keeps him alive. Pure now posting up. They're taking out this Ancient Prowler. Not going to go all the way for it. They'll just happily poke and prod at these racks while they're here. GPK and the gang, they have the racks. The question is, can they get out? Poppy, very nice eye shots. It's onto GPK, however, so he'll just firefly himself to safety. There's a call, Miro getting in onto the Gyrocopter. Immediate slay for Poppy, going back in onto the Axe. Where is the follow-up? Parker, isolated right now, activates a Satanic. He has been hit with the lasso, though, and he's losing so much HP from the right clicks of Pure. He's gonna end up dead. Double kill for the Nature's Prophet. And there's no buyback available for the Gyro. There's no racks down bottom. And Wilder, I don't think there's a game anymore. BetBoom Team looking slated to secure game one. Well, well, well. 2 Rain of Racks. It's rapier time, isn't it? Man. Poor Gyrocopter. Things though could be worse. They didn't get completely megaed in that situation. They don't find themselves completely overwhelmed, so they can still play things out once they get that rapier as well. Task right now. Lotus Orb complete for Puppy. He's in the situation that he can apply some additional save for the moment.
Hello. I believe my system gave me a little boot there. But should be back.
Hey,
not sure what happened, but it looks like we still have BetBoom in a strong lead.
Okay. Is there any hope of them actually stopping this push? Like, and if so, what's the route of attack that they need to go for here?
I think they have to somehow get the Batrider. Like, he feels like the strongest threat, but he's so tanky with his Ultra, so I don't really know how they should put it together. I mean, maybe you need to use Storm's mana, get out, get back, get some Fountain Heal, and hope that you can like bring them low in 2 waves. There's also an option that they just sack the lane and say, you know what, play against Megas, but now they're gonna go up and look to get behind. Big wraparound. Could find Axe here.
DP. And then the Dark Willow, they get their smokes broken by the Axe, and Axe jumps in immediately onto the Dark Willow. She is ducked down. Michael, no buyback available. In the meantime, the Batrider with the amplified damage was finishing off the top laner Axe. It's now 4 Megas that Edge has to deal with, and the rest of BetBoom are still in the base. They have no intention of leaving right now. They want to end the game.
Yeah, going for more. Just letting Nature's Prophet push, the safest way to do it, sitting behind him. And it's a hard question to answer as well. What do you do about this?
Well, what you do is you get caught by Miro. Snowball save will be there for Poppy, but he brings them right to where the Batrider is. Batrider, though, gets immediately Primal Road by Vitali. Can they bring down GPK? No, the saving 4 stars keep him alive for now. In the meantime, Parker getting eviscerated by Miro and save. He goes down without buyback. A dunk onto PP to make sure he suffers the same fate. Vitali, at the very least, able to blink back into the base, but nobody else can do so. Miro kills off the last one of Poppy. GG is called. BetBoom Team secure game 1 in emphatic fashion on the back of the crazy GPK Batrider.
Dear God, man, that was such a dominant game from them, and I don't think I've ever seen an Axe be that big as well that early. Like, he ended the game with 72 armor passively when he didn't use Berserker's Call. That is some crazy stuff. 43 stacks on his dunks. He was all over the place. But yeah, like you said, all of it comes back to the start of the game, right? The Batrider on the mid lane got off to a fantastic start, joined the side lanes, had good impact there, and found himself an 11-minute rampage, just GPK on fire.
Oh, nice pun because it's a Batrider, right? Okay, that makes sense. I think the big thing as well about his performance on this bat is it made so much space for Miro. Like you were mentioning in the game that Miro just got to sit bottom. Even look at this replay. He's just casually farming triangle. Yeah. It's a €9 fight top and he's like, I don't think my team really needs me here. And turned out to be correct. When he eventually shows up, they clean up house, but he wasn't necessary. Right after this, he already had his Blink Dagger, right after this fight. So at this point, he has 10 armor and a Blink 11 minutes into the game. Just makes things so much easier for you. And then it sets up the conundrum that we were talking about, right? Do we buy BKB or do I buy Sustain? If I buy Sustain, there's too many spells to avoid. If I buy BKB, Miro just calls me and I die anyway. Just a catch-22 of epic proportions here.
Yeah, definitely. We see him running down poor Michael. Even the Sister Shroud can't save you. There was a little miss coming out, but Batrider just cleans up. See some happy reactions after 11-minute fight. I think the thing about Batrider for me is this, that he has so much damage while also being pretty damn tanky and having some of the best mobility in the game. It's a hard mid-hero to deal with.
What's interesting is that he actually ended the game with only 3rd in the cores of damage from his team, but I would wager that most of that damage came in the earlier portion of the game. As the game went longer and longer, it felt like he wasn't really needed. Like they sort of turned him into the turret hitter. They're like, listen man, Nature's Prophet doesn't have Ironwood Treat. We need someone to hit the buildings. Go make it happen. He's like, I got you. Don't worry about it. He ends the game with 19,000 building damage. You can just see the switch in how they played it. Even this fight. GPK, the main damage dealer from earlier, he's outside the base. Now it's Miro and Pure who can play on the front foot and actually kill off these heroes right now.
Exactly, yeah. But, I mean, the building damage of Batrider is also this sort of inevitable threat. He just keeps laying into your towers and you need to kind of go on them. But then we had that strong counter initiation coming out all the time with the Axe jumping the key targets. Miro, he always finds his man. He's so good at reading where he needs to go in the team fights. And yeah, BetBoom just with a very impressive show. We did rate them as the, you know, the updogs as I call it. We have the underdogs, we got the updogs. They're definitely the updogs in this matchup. Edge need to figure out a way to get a more stable start to the game. I think mid was just too much of a disaster. You can't let GPK have Batrider and not have a solution for it.
Given that they do have Dark Willow Tusk, was there any potential of them actually making mid-lane rotations instead earlier on? Not waiting for PP to live his lane, but instead trying to supplement him in the mid against the bat?
I mean, maybe, but there's also a fear that, okay, we gank mid, but then the Firefly might be there and he just flies over those shards. So it's not the best heroes to gank him. And Storm before level 6 is just a liability. And by the time Storm hit level 6, it was already kind of too late. We saw those top lane moves already happening. Batrider starting to have impact. So yeah, this first phase, first pick, Batrider ended up being our MVP, and I think that means you didn't address the problem big enough. I said, you know, maybe get some Abaddon to dispel and some stuff like this, because the sticky napalms, they build up, man, and in long fights, you take way too much damage. We saw them just turn fights 1v3.
Well, GPK, you had an incredible game, my friend. Lots of damage being dealt, good GPM, good XPM. I hope you had fun, because there's a 0% chance you're going to be allowed to play this Batrider again, or at the very least have this degree of impact, not just in this series, but for the rest of the tournament. That's one of those games that other drafters will be looking back to and addressing what they do from the mid lane bat. Of course, it's not over just yet. This is still Edge that has Poppy and Sunbee as the brain trust, that has Parker, one of the highest skill carries in the world. So there's a lot that can still come from this Edge squad right now. Of course, we'll give them a little bit of time to prepare for that second game. So we're going to be going to a small break, and when we return, game 2 of Edge versus BetBoom Team here in the group stages for PGL Wallachia Season 5.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Oh
se crească ficiorul. La 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 la. Paparul de rude, paparul de rude, stai în sus și ude, stai în sus și ude. Ude cu căinița, ude cu căinița, se crească fetița, se crească fetița. La 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 la.
Welcome back, one and all, to Game 2 of BetBoom Team taking on the side of Edge. And so far, BetBoom Team have Edge on the ropes. It is looking very, very dire, but they can still make this comeback happen. There is still an opportunity for a Game 3. Wagamama, Pac-Man God himself, talk to me about this. If you are the coach of Edge, if you had to kick out Sunby and say, I'm taking the reins, what adjustments would you want to have made in the draft right now?
I'm not sure, honestly, what they can do to stop it, but I do know that the most important thing is going to be shutting down GPK and getting some momentum in play from your mid laner. Because last game, we didn't really see PP get involved until quite late. Much more activity coming out from GPK. I think partly, don't give him Batrider, like straight up, just don't let PP play against us. That it's so oppressive. It's actually going to be BetBoom though, banning it out. But ultimately, maybe more plays towards those water runes even, maybe the 6-minute rune, you know, really hammer down some oppression and trying to turn that mid game or mid lane around.
Well, like you said, BetBoom already banned out the bats. They've actually taken out the, I think, in my opinion, the best laning mids at the moment, the Batrider and the Death Prophet. So Edge, since they have their first pick, what I've been seeing a lot is that the team that has first pick would often ban Storm in this position, but they ban the Brewmaster, pick up the TA, and I've often seen the team that has second pick in this position, when Death Prophet, when Batrider have been banned, you can cover up to the puck ban in phase 2, this is when they'll pick up the Storm. And from what we saw in game 1, they're clearly not afraid of having the first phase be picked up with a mid laner.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility. I do like the opening from Edge though. TA is still extremely good in the current patch. The changes that she had, the nerfs that she took, are not enough to offset how strong she became when the refraction cooldown went down. She is a hard hero to deal with on that safe lane. And Brewmaster is one of the few heroes that she really struggles against in lane because of the high evasion and him having ways to get through the refraction as well. BetBoom open pretty standard though, just taking a Shadow Shaman, one of the heroes that has been played the most on support lately. He has been banned so much, picked so much.
5 seconds
I do really like that we're seeing more of the Giga Snake facet as well. It's starting to come into the Pro Dota more and more. Not everyone is on board with it, but I've seen quite a few games already of pros using it.
You see, the reason I don't like the Giga Snake, it reminds me too much of the Ironwood Treants from Nature's Prophet. I'm like, you know what? These super strong summons, maybe it's a bad idea. Rather have lots of weak ones that I can live with.
At least it's an ulti, right? Like, that makes me feel more okay with it, because when the Nature's Prophet sent in his Ironwood Treants, you know, it felt like an ulti, but it didn't cost him anything. But Shadow Shaman, at least it's a commitment, so I'm more okay with it then.
That's a fair point. You don't have to worry about some level 25 treants every 30 seconds. That's a fair point.
With the Undying Band, though, we're not going to have the full stuff on the ground strat, which used to be a thing quite a while back. The Shadow Shaman, Undying, you know, get some Pugna in there, and suddenly there's just too many things you need to hit. It can be very irritating to play against. It's going to be a casual Shadow Shaman who can slot into a lot of drafts. Good for pickoff, good for push.
I like that Edge actually banned out the Beastmaster as well against the BetBoom team, given that when you do see these Beastmaster Shadow Shaman lanes, your map decreases in size very, very rapidly, and it's not the most fun lane for the Temporal Assassin to go into either. You naturally assume, you know, easy way to get rid of the ball quickly, but those poison stacks get really, really annoying very, very quickly, and if you ever don't have refraction in that lane, with Beastmaster Shadow Shaman, you would definitely die.
Yeah, I think one of the big things is that Beastmaster already has a little bit of lockdown, and then with all the control from Shackles and Hex from Shadow Shaman, it can be very hard to move at all, and even a hero with good survivability like TA cannot escape that eventually. And Miro plays a crazy beast. He's very, very good at that here. So some attention being given to him. I think BetBoom might prioritize getting him a hero before, you know, any more offlaners get banned out, as we already have Doom, Brewmaster, Dawnbreaker, Beast, all these heroes gone.
We could see his Underlord, we could see his Axe again. It's going to be the Axe, okay. So yet another hero that can be quite decent against a Temporal Assassin, in particular because, you know, Maelstrike will not protect you. Axe is just like, stay there, bro, I'll be right back. Just to make sure I always get that catch. Blade Mail is also super solid against TA, just given how much absurd damage he likes to leash out. I like this Axe overall.
Yeah, it's a volatile lane though. Axe can be good against TA, especially later on. It's super nice, but in laning stage, if TA gets a strong support pairing, she can bully the Axe quite a bit. The Maelstrike hurts a lot. And Shadow Demon comes out. That could be the post 5 coming out here for them, and a hero that actually trades quite decently into the Shadow Shaman.
It also fulfills the thing you were talking about in game 1, where once you see the Axe come out and the enemy team doesn't really have saves, now they have a definite guaranteed every single time we should be able to bail somebody out of being dunked on by the Axe.
Yep.
And this ultimate Shadow Demon Purge is super good against heroes that are wholly reliant on their blink daggers like an Axe.
Yeah, that's very true. And you can continuously just put those Shadow Poison stacks on him. So I like it as a good call as a support here. Even though we don't see a lot of Shadow Demon in the current meta overall, this might be just what they needed. Clockwork as well. So they have great vision tools from the supports. And then TA with traps as well. I already see a massive vision advantage for Edge in this game.
And in the last game, that's what we were primarily struggling with, right? We saw so many smokes from Edge that just went nowhere because, like, where do we go? Who do we go upon?
Yeah. But now you have rockets, you have Shadow Poison, which can be great for scouting high grounds and just checking where people are. And then TA traps, of course, gonna cover the field.
I'm intrigued by this Clockwork. We don't get to see this hero all that much. However, I think the one big difference, if it indeed is going to be Puppy on this hero, is now they also have an additional tool of being able to start fights. We saw in the previous game they really struggled past the point because it's like, well, if we don't get the Blink Roar or if PP doesn't go all the way in, we kind of have no tools to have engagements on our terms. So at least you have something like that on Clockwork. However, you do need heroes that can follow up. TA can do that somewhat with the Blink Dagger, but I need the mid hero to also be able to have that kind of immediate presence in the fight.
Yeah, that's very true. We see the Sven and the Natures being added into the mix here, getting a lot of damage, of course, coming out from the Sven. This could be just their safe lane straight up. The Sven with a +5 Nature's Prophet, going to be really good for holding people in place, and pretty hard lane to harass against. Clockwork kind of struggles against this long range of Nature's Prophet, plus you have to buy a Quelling Blade to deal with the Sprout all the time.
Lots of sustain in that lane. Also throughout the game, I'm kind of worried now about some of the damage output that can come from the TA. She's not going to be enough by herself, going through the Warcry, going through the Berserkers. So Pango does give you some more chaos, a little bit more damage. Crucially, before this, they didn't have an easy way to get to the back edge of the fight, pick off this Rasta, and then move on. Now the Pangolier can provide you for that, sort of break things up for BetBoom so they don't just all collapse on you in one big ball.
Yeah, the good thing is they do have Shadow Demon, so at least before the shard comes in, the Sven Warcry can be removed at those crucial timings when you want to burst one target. You're probably going to Shadow Demon ulti them anyway, so then TA can kind of have full damage output going. And Pango overall, I think is a nice mid hero to pick up for Edge. They don't have the last pick, so might as well pick the mid hero on the 4th pick here. That's quite likely BetBoom would cover and ban out a few of their important heroes.
There is a non-zero chance that this is actually not a Pango mid and that they put the Pango off lane and they pick up Ember. Because I'm looking at Monkey King being banned by BetBoom Team, Edge themselves now banning out this Huskar. Yeah. To me, this feels like they're setting up for an Ember Spirit pick. These are the kind of heroes I would remove if I wanted that for myself.
Yeah, definitely. We have all the Spirit Brothers are available still, and I think BetBoom for sure want to get one of them. The problem is here, if you as Edge pick up, maybe the Ember to try and get some activity, get some action going, then there could be a, some matchup that you still struggle against. And you're still picking it into a Shadow Shaman. So Shadow Shaman, Axe Call, Sven Stun, and then possibly something like a Storm as a reaction. It's difficult.
Dire team ban.
See, it's going to be a Tide Hunter ban from BetBoom, so they are running under the assumption that this Pangolier is indeed mid. For Edge, like you said, all the Spirit Brothers are still in this mix. Last game in the final phase, they did ban a Queen of Pain for Edge. I don't think that's going to be the option for them here.
Yeah, I mean, Queen is still good into BetBoom's heroes. Like BetBoom could play Queen and it could be quite nice for them, but they're going to ban the Puck instead. Makes sense. They're going to play some control here. Oh, it's Magnus. So not one of the Spirit Brothers.
I mean, it still could be flexible between the Pango and the Mag, right? Even though it's much more reliable to have the Pango mid and the Magnus off lane, but you can fix it around. I do like the Puck ban. That's one thing I was going to say next as an option, given that you are playing with Pango, TA. Neither hero really enjoys dealing with the Puck. So, solid ban on that one. Where would you prefer to see the Magnus with how things are set up right now?
Probably rather have him on the off lane, I guess, and have the Pango mid. Just because I really like getting that Pango ulti as soon as possible. I think Pango's level 6 timing is more important than Magnus. And as for the lane matchups themselves, Magnus does quite well together with Clockwork in lane. You can sometimes catch someone in the cogs, then you can skewer them to bounce them, you can do some shenanigans on that lane. Whereas Pango, yeah, you can fight with Clockwork, but you don't really have direct synergy.
I'm I'm also just looking at the contrast between this draft and their last one. In the last one, it was only really PP that had like direct reach with the Storm Spirit. In this game, I see two heroes that are definitely going to buy Blink Dagger in the Magnus and the TA, and then Clockwork Pango that'll just have their own mobility tools. So it's not going to be like them coming into the fight in dribs and drabs like we saw in game one. They're going to be on it. They're going to be on your face trying to beat you down very, very quickly.
Yeah, and there's that Queen of Pain that you mentioned before that they banned out before, but the Queen with all these control heroes inside of BetBoom is going to be a nasty thing to play into, and it's going to be PP on the Magnus going against GPK's Queen of Pain. Definitely not an easy lane to play. Magnus does have a ton of damage, but still doesn't have a good way to harass the Queen in the laning stage. And if he decides to go Shadow Strike build, you know, get 1 or 2 points in that, it can be hard for Magnus to stay safe in the mid lane.
Which lane is worse? Like, would you rather be Pango mid versus Quap or Magnus mid?
I'd rather be Pango, I think, because Pango has 2 abilities that both easily do damage to Queen, whereas Magnus, you really only have your Shockwave, and you might be maxing W anyway, and the chance that you're going to cleave down a bunch of Queen's HP is pretty low. Like, his main play here is to shove the lane. You just try and kill the creeps as fast as possible so you don't take a bunch of harassment. Because blinking, you can't really do the common Magnus thing of skewering the enemy under tower, because he just blinks away. He's going to be fine.
Yeah. We have seen a couple of Queen of Pain games where the Quap will skip out on the blink, play a bit more aggressively in the lane, but especially in scenarios where there is a Magnus, I do think the one value point into blink will certainly be worthwhile to be picked up by GPK. Does give them as well some of that magical burst damage, because if you look at their draft before this, they didn't have the best magic damage. You do have Wrath of Nature, you do have Rasta spells, but this will help quite a lot. The question is, will this help enough, Mr. Wagamama? Do you believe that this is going to be the draft that propels Edge into Game 3?
I'm doubtful, but I do like what they did with supports. I really like the Shadow Demon and Clockwork pickup. I'm just not really sure that Magnus was the last hero to glue this all together. So I'm going to be a non-believer. I'm going to be on BetBoom for this. Their draft looks very easy to execute. And you know me, man. I love easy to execute, simple drafts, because that's what ends up working really well.
Well, Parker is playing his signature TA. Well, there's a lot of signature heroes, but this is very high up there. He won a tournament on this hero, so his team is looking at him like, carry us to victory, brother. Do the right thing.
Yeah. His lane will be probably the most important. I normally say mid, you know, as a biased mid player, I normally say mid is the most important lane. I think this time it's not true. I think TA needs to have a good time against Axe, and like I said, volatile matchup. Axe can get bullied by the Meld Strikes repeatedly coming in.
Late smoke from Edge. Doesn't seem like they have that much appetite for wandering too far away on the map. Just want to make sure that they secure this bounty, get a bit of vision. Now, even later smoke coming in from BetBoom Team, but I think they're going to achieve a similar objective here.
Yeah, you see all the players kind of gravitating towards those high grounds and ramps. As long as you stand on a high ground and ramp, you cover that the enemy are not making an invasive move. Of course, we know both teams are playing pretty chill. We just Parker moving up. He's gonna break his smoke, but by doing it so aggressively, he kind of claims this room. You know, just running up saying, okay, it's mine. In the end, 2 for 2. So, fair start. We want a clean fight, an even fight.
Nothing below the belt.
Yeah.
No eye gouges, nothing like this.
Exactly. Tuck your thumbs in.
Do you watch any combat sports at any chance?
Oh yeah, I used to love watching UFC. Used to watch a lot. I actually practiced at UFC, or not UFC, MMA. My brother is a MMA instructor, so yeah, I love that. It's fun.
Nice.
It's also a good way to get outlet, you know. When you play Dota, yeah, you gotta have an outlet for your rage at some point, you know.
You know, back when I used to train, actually, now that you mention it, the training sessions after a rough day of Dota were always the most exhilarating, the most rewarding.
For sure. Oh wow, I'm looking at the mid lane closely, and beautiful first pre-play by GPK. Just absolutely stellar stuff. 4 and 3 and tons of harassment to the Magnus. This lane already almost unplayable. Like, he almost won the lane already. It's basically over.
Yep. How is PP supposed to approach this here? He's already chewed through so much regen, and he's very far away from having the bottle as well, so it's going to be a very tough time for PP in this mid, and GPK looking set to have another banger performance from this lane.
Yeah. This is also where PP's starting build has me wondering a little bit. He went triple branches plus Quelling Blade and Tangos. That's a really expensive starting build that takes longer to get your bottle. So we'll see if that's going to cost him. That's another really crisp, nice 7 and 5. Just doing great so far. On the side lanes, we have a bit of trading as well, but the level 2 power spikes haven't really kicked in yet.
How are things looking down bottom? Michael's gonna get himself caught in by a small sprout, but that's just to prevent him from dragging the wave away, allowing Pure to mute back. So Pure's happy, he's chilling, just playing Sven. You know, last game he pretty much got to be ignored half the time. I doubt it's gonna happen this time around. Sven does command a bit more attention, but he's having a good time so far.
Yeah, he's off to a nice start, and this is what Sven really wants. If he gets off to at least like level 4, level 5 maybe, without getting pressured too much, then he can start popping into jungle with power treads and just cleave through the jungle so rapidly. At the same time, the Clockwork trying to pull creeps and set up the lane to be decent for Vitality to get some farm.
Other side of the map, mid, GPK made the aggressive play towards PP and almost died for it, but does have the bottle, will sip it up. Should be able to get himself back into a decent position.
And we're 230, 240 now, and the Magnus does not have bottles, so couldn't get a refill on either of these runes. And now Nature's Prophet threatening to come in. Even if he doesn't, this just puts that thought in Magnus's head, like, okay, gotta be worried about that too.
Yeah. Finally, he has enough gold to purchase the Blink. We'll see if he ferries it over immediately or if he wants to wait a little bit.
The bottle.
And there we go. He buys it, it's coming over.
Sickest timing, the 3 minutes.
Oh, did I say Blink? My bad, my bad.
Yeah, no worries. We see a Queen of Pain, you know, it's the easy slip. Think about the blinks. And he's doing what you talked about as well, doing the no blink build early on just to be as strong as possible to oppress the lane. So only using the level 2 Shadow Strike and the Scream of Pain for now, holding a skill point ready to get blink if needed.
Down bottom, Kataomi inside some power cogs right now. Michael looking for this kill. Nice little movement through the creeps to burst out the battery assault, but eventually they do find the kill. Top lane, they're looking towards Parker as well. They want to get the Templar Assassin called in by Nero. The spins are going to be there. Parker not dead just yet. Michael comes in fresh off of getting the first blood, gets the 2 hero power cogs, setting them up to get brought down, but they need more damage. Parker can't get close enough for fear of dying, but at the very least they do pick up save, and Parker stays alive.
Parker's gonna be completely fine, but Miero also not doing too poorly in this lane. Getting a lot of CS as mid lane. We see him just barely getting away to safety on PP. He's gonna have to run back to base though. That was again water rune denied, so the rune control. I said we need to see it coming out from edge, but instead it's gonna be BetBoom who say, you know what, let's just really not let PP have a game.
Damn, poor PP. Level 4 on the Magnus, 11 CS to his name.
Versus the 25
you might need to take out a home loan, brother.
He's got more denies than Magnus has total denies and last hits right now. That is just very tough times.
Top lane, they did bring 3 heroes here for Edge, but unfortunately they couldn't find anybody. So it's a lot of time being wasted by these supports, and a lot of experience being sheared away from Parker as well.
Yeah, this is pretty rough for Vitality down bottom. Meanwhile, can't easily step up and get some farm. He has nice last hits for now though. As we take a look at mid lane and see the 3-point Shadow Strike. So this is very personal, you know? This is when GPK says it is just about shutting you down. Normally we see Queens sometimes skip the Shadow Strike altogether to just get the early blink and scream maxed out so you can farm really nicely. But this is not about that. He wants to keep Magnus irrelevant in this game.
I wonder what happened at breakfast between these two. It's only a game, GPK. It's not that deep, bro.
And now with level 6, you know, Shadow Strike doing the burn damage, but then he's ulti ready.
He does, but PP, ooh, does he get a counter kill? GPK, no, 9 HP. But the Queen of Pain will live. They're coming in with Poppy. He was hoping to throw in some demonic poison in, almost connected onto the Queen of Pain, but she's gonna be fine. Magnus dead. It cost them Kataomi on the other side of the map, but that's a trade they'll take.
At least the rune spawn top, so Shadow Demon gonna deny that rune away from the Queen of Pain. You know, something going their way on mid lane. Unfortunately, Magnus gonna have to TP back mid.
Yeah. GPK, level 6, while this Magnus is still level 5 right now. Doesn't even have boots to his name. Game is so hard.
Just gloves. He knows he needs to farm to get back into this game, but with the maxed out Shockwave, not maxing the W, even going jungle is not gonna be that rapid at this stage. 7 minutes is creeping up on us, and I don't really see Radiant invading. They could TP over the Nature's Prophet, but if you TP into a clock, it's gonna be, you know, certain death too.
I mean, look, this mid lane is a disaster, yes, but the overall game state is not as bad as it could have been, right? At this point in game 1, Batrider was already starting to make big invasions with the expectation of getting kills, and he got them very easily. But I don't think that as well as he's doing in the mid lane, that GPK feels quite so confident at this stage, moving around with the Quap, given how much more fragile she is than the Batrider.
Yeah, it's at least more of a slumbering period. He wants his Dagon. That's going to be when the Queen of Pain starts really eyeing up those side lanes and looking for, you know, more snacks than just the Magnus. He already has the Voodoo Mask ready, so a little bit of spell lifesteal to offset that Masochist. I think this is a mandatory build if you play Queen in current patch. With Masochist, you just have to get the Dagon, so very unsurprising to see this. TA.
You see now? There's going to be a banishment onto save, but the Kata only comes in as well. They want to try and get something here. Nero, able to find a perfect call. He's inside some power calls, and Michael is beating him down with the help of Parker. Poppy is still alive, and eventually they end up killing off Nero. Now dragged back with the shockwave. PP wants the first RP of this game. Won't even bother for it because they already have the free kill on the save, and perhaps Kataomi. However, Michael doesn't want to chase too deep for this one. 2-for-1 exchange. GPK though comes in. Again, he wants to put the screws onto PP and he'll succeed in doing so. The Magnus ends up going down. It's 2 for 2, but GPK is the big winner of all of it.
Yeah, GPK is going to be very happy with another solo kill. Heading back, the rune is actually spawning opposite side again, so GPK with a bit of misfortune so far this game. As Puppy should be able to deny this one, or even pick it up himself. Queen Blink. That's the downside, right? You have only one level Blink because of this hard commitment into the Shadow Strike. Probably wouldn't have got it anyway, and he's gotten value from the Shadow Strike.
Yeah, for sure. Well, on the bright side, PP did not commit the RP before he went down, so they still have that available if they want to make a move somewhere else on the map.
Yeah, and he can start popping into jungle and farm like decently now. He has the power treads coming out, so you know, we've been pretty doom and gloom about his state, and he is definitely the core who's struggling the most in this game right now. But he's not super far behind to the point he can't do anything. Mag can always farm jungle.
Also, unlike the previous game, Edge still has a lot of real estate to play with. Their towers are still up, their map advantage is still looking solid, they got their shrines. And Vitaly is having a much better experience, much better go of things as the laning phase breaks down.
Yeah.
Jess wants to finish off his Spirit Vessel, and then him and Michael will probably start making plays on the map.
They are starting to open up that tower as well. You see Axe popping into farm some ancient camps, but meanwhile that bottom lane being pressured by the two supports and the Pango, and no reaction to it right now. BetBoom's attention is elsewhere, farming their stacks. Axe dangerously low. Who's gonna die here? He did not expect the Petrify to be off cooldown.
Somebody needs to send him a tip ASAP. Down bottom, they're coming in, they want Vitaly. Save. Gets him with the Hex, with the Shackle. Pure even pops the God Strength for this one. Vitaly though, still alive for now. Gets off the Rolling Thunder and he's good. A lot of times wasted. In fact, he's not just good, he's turning around because Michael has shown up for this fight as well. The Rolling Thunder doing quite a bit, but he doesn't want to overcommit for this one. They will just thank their lucky stars that the Pango is still alive and Edge will get out to safety.
Sven ended up holding his stun just a little bit too long, allowing the shield crash to come in there, giving him all the extra shielding from 3 heroes being nearby. So Vitaly happy to get to safety. He's going for this Vessel build that we've seen more and more of lately ever since the Vessel was changed to be more stats. Core heroes are looking at it like, yeah, that's pretty good. I'm a universal hero, get a lot of damage from it.
Bye-bye, Kataomi. Michael finds him in the trees, kills him off with the battery assault. Do you think, actually speaking of the Vessel, is he gonna follow that up with the Crimson God? I've seen quite a few Pangos do that lately as well.
It could be. Oh, we have a goal on the Magnus again.
Caught again, GPK is here, Sonic Wave is up, but the save from Puppy bails him out of trouble, and now GPK is the one that's in trouble. PP happy to drop the first RP of the game right on top of his head, and Save can do nothing but join his compatriot in the grave. Beautiful response by Edge. Puppy showing why we put such value in the Shadow Demon in that one moment right there.
Yeah, both the supports showing their value here. Recently we saw the Clockwork 1v1 and kill the Nature's Prophet, and then good reaction here with the save coming in. And Queen ulti on cooldown also hurts him quite a bit.
You know, whenever I cross with Lizard and he sees Queen of Pain, he always has a glimmer of hate in his eyes because he's just like, this is one of those heroes that the game can be going perfectly for you. Then you die twice and the game just ends. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, that's sort of what all Queen players kind of know as well. And we see GPK with the region rune diving in for Puppy.
I don't know about this one, gang. It's going really far for this kill. Parker now shows up as well. If Parker was there just a moment sooner, might have been able to get the kill, but instead he shows up to find the deny. Wastes GPK's time here in this mid lane.
Yeah, wastes his time a little bit, but it does mean that he left the top lane. So Parker now sitting on mid. This gives Niero more time to work towards his Blink Dagger up top on the Axe.
They might fight for this Arcane Rune. GPK comes to steal it away from DP. Couple of spells, he's right down to half HP, but now Michael, long range hookshot on to save. With a few Melt Strike hits from Parker, they are able to find the kill. Michael, though, in danger because he did eat a blood grenade to the face. But with Puppy being nearby, they should be able to secure his life, even through the Shadow Strike. I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, disruption as well, just keeping him alive. He has Tranquil Boots, so he can heal up quite quickly. Might actually just think about going base, though, when he's this low. He'll stick around. Doesn't want to give up too much control. But this is a lot of time that Niero has just been doing whatever he wants, and with a chipped vest axe with Vanguard, farming fast, looking at the tower as well.
To be fair though, the person that left that lane vacated, Parker, is still by quite some margin the net worth leader in the game.
Yeah.
Farming some ancient stacks right now, has the Desolator flying out as we speak. So this TA is so far making really good advantage of the space being afforded.
Yeah, he's enormous at this stage. He's really, really farmed. And I think maybe a good call to go towards mid. We talked about the importance of trying to get a game on your mid player and shut down GPK a bit. So making rotations towards mid, getting it denied, you know, forcing some extra pressure onto the rune control as well is always a good idea against Queen, to try and not give her free reign over those power runes, because that's when she takes off.
Parker with the Deso, Spark of Courage, doesn't really want to be involved in the game just yet. Now we'll see if he's going to go straight to Hurricane Pike or stop over for the Blink. It's going to be the Blink Dagger, so the age-old build for this Templar Assassin. The old ways have not abandoned us.
Yeah, this is the old bread and butter from Dota 1 days, the Blink and Deso. Only modifications, the Dragonlance, of course, too good to pass up, get that bit of extra range. 14 minutes.
Smoke up right now, BetBoom, because they have Blink Dagger on Miro. I think they want to do something with it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
GPK gonna curse that the rune spawns bottom again. Flock is gonna be happy though.
Also, unfortunately, Save did go for a regular mass open wards. No Giga Ward this game.
Yeah, not going for the big ward. I'm disappointed. I think the thing is that Shadow Shaman without the ability to hex on auto attack is so much weaker in lane that pro players, a lot of times value early game more so than anything else. If you get off to a good first 10 minutes of the game, it doesn't really matter what power you're missing out on that you could have had later, where obviously the Big Snake is a lot nicer for pushing base, refresher, etc. But it's all about getting off to a good start.
Edge are trying to get off to a good reveal of this Blink Dagger on the Magnus. Unfortunately, the same issue that plagued them in Game 1 plagued them here, the lack of vision. However, like you said, they have the kind of supports that can help them gain that. The Rocket Flare scouted out the GPK Queen, forces him to blink back, and that'll secure the space for Parker to take the Tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they can also invade here and try and play some deep vision. They got the ward. Oh, actually pull it.
RP, they got him. They get the connection. Do they have the right-click damage? Of course they do. PP able to get that kill. I really want to see his face after securing the kill on the Queen of Pain. He must be elated after what was happening in the early game.
After that start, getting something going for you feels really, really nice. It was 5 years invested though. Meanwhile, the sides of the map being farmed a lot by Radiant, so they have to pick up the pace even more so on the side here of Edge, but that is a monumental pickoff.
They're actually coming bottom through the Twin Gate. They have Axe with the Blink Dagger. I want to try and jump on somebody here. Vitaly will be the one that gets shown, but Puppy is here, immediately in with the disruption. Vitaly, can you get off the Rolling Thunder? There's the shield crash, followed by the Storm Hammer. He's still alive though, inside the wall trap. They want to find this kill. He's just not dying, and finally he does end up taking a tumble. Edge were unable to respond in time. Parker wasn't here, and now Miro, feeling emboldened, wants to go further for the chase. They catch up to Puppy. They are going to be able to kill him, but with the drag back onto PP, maybe Miro should die for this one as well. Parker, battery assault onto Kataomi. This Nature's Prophet can't do anything. Puppy, by some miracle, is still alive, putting poison onto Pure, and now Pure ends up dead. Very big kill there. Blink away from the TA before she can end up dying to the axe, as the rest of BetBoom Team at the very least claim the life of Michael. So it's a 4-for-1.
Yeah.
Very close for Edge to get a bit more.
I'm not going to go up that high ground as well, respecting that going into TA trapped area could be dangerous, but what a beat down there. Unfortunate for them on the side of Dire that they didn't have the hook shot ready. They used the hook shot to get the pick off on Queen mid, and then he could have stopped the Shackle coming out bottom when they changed on the Pangolier, but he didn't have the hook shot, just like 10 seconds cooldown as the Pango was being held in place. You can see right here when the Rasta comes in and disables. Here, Clockwork is in position, but he couldn't do anything to stop it. And then they all just too far out, and Axe, turns one into more, and the Skewer, honestly optimistic, I think, pulling the Axe back. You don't really have the damage. TA isn't there.
They really did do their best. Parker was eventually able to show up, and we did get to see what can happen if Parker does have a little bit of time to throw out right clicks, but not enough time. If he was there slightly sooner, if Vitaly survived slightly longer, many things could have happened. But Dota's a game of margins, and this margin favorable for BetBoom Team.
Definitely. I think right now at this stage of the game, TA is like posting about 30 or maybe 40% of her team's damage. Like, she's such a big chunk of their damage output in team fights. So if she isn't there, yeah, you have all these control spells. That's nice, but you don't really have a way of finishing off heroes.
Can we actually see that stat, like damage stats done so far in this game? Well, maybe after Nature's Prophet dies, because they really want this kill, and they should be able to get him. Kataomi, he will endure a roll right now from Vitaly, and with Parker closing the gap, that is a dead Nature's Prophet. Nice and clean.
Quick takedown right next to the tower as well, so they're going to get the tier 1 tower. Edge playing a lot better than what we saw in game number 1 as well. A lot on the back of this, cohesion that we see. They're running more together and making moves. Sure, you're committing a lot of heroes, but they're also finding kills for it, so it's really worth it.
Okay, so it's coming from Vitaly. Actually, some of the least damage that we're getting from the Queen of Pain right now, or the TA, excuse me.
Yeah, I meant more like the potential damage outputs. The damage done so far, of course, is going to be pretty low since he's mostly been farming, but in a team fight, I think he reps a lot of their potential. Oh, they smoke right under a ward. This has been spotted.
Yeah. They know this is coming. They vacate the pit for now. They know what's happening. BetBoom will have the smoke popped onto GPK. And look at people hiding with the melt strike. They're going in onto GPK. GPK is gone. No buyback for the Queen of Pain. They also committed the Mass Serpent Wards and the Wrath of Nature. How can they do for the rest of the fight? Sage able to get the shackle down onto the TA, but it won't matter. And here comes PP, finding a huge RP on the 2. Both of them gone in the blink of an eye. Pure was hoping that he could come in and clean somebody off on the back edge. Instead, he just finds himself dying immediately. And his death will precipitate a Roshan going towards Edge. This game firmly in control of the Dire side at the moment.
Oh, they're even looking for more. They might catch this Nature's Prophet. He has the skill. Oh, he can't do it. But they do have the Scepter, though.
Yeah, Michael finished the Yules. Parker now on a killing spree. Bro, man, this is a TA now with Shard as well.
That fight we saw, he had Shard on TA, and they had great positioning. Multiple traps down. You can see them. Because of the vision from the mid-ward, they took high ground, and Queen is completely unsuspecting of what would happen there. She didn't think anyone would be in that location on the high ground that they basically should be owning. So the mid-ward revealing the smoke gang completely set them up to take an amazing fight. And what we talked about in game 1, then it was BetBoom who had the vision advantage, but now playing pretty blindly going in here, not knowing what dangers lurk.
TA traps, demonic poisons, and speaking of Clockwork, also throwing out the rocket flares, he's also able to throw out these hook shots, set up Save for a kill. And you know, with the amount of abuse that Save was putting onto the supports in game 1, this must also feel very satisfying for the support to set up his kills.
Oh, definitely, 100%. And now, getting picked off right outside the enemy tier 2 means Parker's just gonna easily take down the tier 2 tower. Getting a lot of stuff done, and there's a timer for BetBoom. They basically need to get this BKB completed on Sven as soon as possible so he can take the fights. Like you can say, oh, they have hookshot and they have max RP. Sure, that's some BKB piercing stuff. But if you don't have a BKB on Sven, you just get randomly disrupted or pushed around by clockwork. Like you cannot fight without it here.
The worst case scenario, what ended up happening to the co-op, right? If Sven is also one of those carry heroes that need spells, and speaking of Sven, in the top lane he's been caught. Pure doesn't have a BKB, doesn't have any allies nearby him. Here comes GPK, big sonic wave, but it's not gonna be enough because Poppy blinks past it, gets out the disruption onto Pure, and this Sven is going to die. Parker gets the credit for the kill as well.
Yeah,
Edge just playing the entire map expertly right now.
They did see Vitaly TPing out, and it was a really slow TP. So Axe set up a catch onto the Pangolier, but they just didn't have the damage to bring him down. Unfortunately, didn't have a way to punish the fact that they catch him right outside their tier 2. And Edge playing with urgency right now. I love to see that they're immediately stretching to get right on the enemy team's base. Like, look at Parker's positioning. He knows he has Aegis. He wants to take away all this safe farming grounds from his enemies.
Look how farmed he is. Blink, 20 Deso charges, a D-Lance Daedalus. Holy based.
I mean, he's 7k ahead of the most farmed BetBoom player. It is absurd lead right now.
Well, on the bright side, that does mean that most of this lead is sitting on him. So if BetBoom kill him, then the fight is even.
Yeah. They just need to achieve that little thing. So I think for now, with the Aegis for 2 minutes, they need to basically just tide it out. I am curious to see if they want to force people home, go high ground, you know, try and extend on their lead, or if Edge are going to back and play it safe. Looks like they want to go for the mid-tier 2 tower instead, get all the outer buildings.
What's going to stop them? Parker doesn't even have to wait for the creep wave to arrive. Just starts beating into it as it stands. It did use the Wrath of Nature to clear out most of this creep wave. However, they also now get vision onto Pure. Sven was trying to farm the enemy triangle. Well, they probably wish he was farming somewhere else, as he will end up losing his life. Vitaly brings him down with the swashbuckle. And they also caught Save. He was coming, hoping to try and save his compatriot. Instead, just ends up giving a kill to Michael.
They're finding these pickoffs while they're going for tower as well. Everything just coming up their way. And timings. It feels like BetBoom are just trying to hold down the fort right now. They're building items. They want the BKB on Axe. They want the BKB on Sven. Queen of Pain is working towards the Kaya and Sanj. And without these item timings, I think taking a fight feels impossible. I do like the decision that he went for Gold Scepter on Queen, so he has some way of surviving if TA punishes with a quick blink.
Well, TA has access to a full Hurricane Pike now, and she's gonna get a bit more gold because Michael has dutifully set up a kill onto Miro potentially here. There's the silence from the TA trap, nice little blink away.
Oh, the
will still
Croaker.
end up dead because he got betrayed by the creeps. This always happens, man. These goddamn new ancients always trying to make sure that nobody can shine.
They could have stunned the TA, but they were like, nah, you know what? You're the one we should stun. We're gonna stun the poor guy who's trying to TP out 1v3. These creeps, man. The jungle bites back.
Edge bites back as well because they are shaving through BetBoom Team. It's 11k gold lead. Perhaps not as stark as it was in game 1, but the recovery options feel a little bit more difficult, right? Because in game 1, you could sort of see what needed to happen, even if it didn't happen in time. But here, what on earth do they do? As we have now another hookshot, they get forward onto save. He at the very least draws away an ultimate. Now we see GPK hoping to try and find some revenge on the back edge. Instead, he just finds a Rolling Thunder into the face. Vitaly might have stuck around too long. He gets silenced himself right now. He can't get out. All right, I think you need to tip him for that one because he could have gotten out perfectly scot-free.
Yeah, definitely. He overestimated his team's potential there. The rest of them wanted to get out after, you know, the fight started out dragging a little bit too long.
But it's all good, gang. We're going to get the enemy offlaner now as well. Hashtag calculated. I was just lulling them into a false sense of security, bro. That's what the play was about.
Yeah. I love this observer word, by the way, from Dyer. Do you see the puppy word? It is some of the least vision. If you click it and see, it's the least vision I've seen a word give, I think, ever. Have you seen a word that sees less than that?
I don't think I ever have, actually. Kataomi. He's gonna die here to Michael. Well, but the one bright spot is that it doesn't see the most. It's going to see the Queen of Pain right now.
Yeah, it does.
But it also means that it's very hard to de-ward this particular one.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people do walk by that little spot. It just looks really funny. It looks more like a sentry location. But it does get them some pickoffs.
So, Pure trying to finish off his BKB. How big is the difference that BKB is going to make to his fortunes in this game?
I think pretty massive, because before that, even just Pango can hold him in place forever, it feels like, with his shard, with his blink. But now you have something to break out of that. You kind of force PP to land an RP on you. And if you don't get RP'd, Sven can actually burst people really, really fast now.
And to be fair, they still have the Demonic Purges who's going to present some difficulties for him.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
But now here they smoke. BetBoom Team, they want to reveal this newly minted Blink Dagger with the BKB to follow it up for Sven. Let's see who they can find. Unfortunately for the side of BetBoom Team, everybody from Edge already going to safer pastures.
Puppey
This
is trying
Observer
to
will
smoke
scout
break.
out both of these supports. But it gets dewarded immediately.
Oh, and these rockets, man. The Aghanim Scepter Clockwork is just laying in the barrage from far away, the rocket flares. Ton of vision for them.
Nero was in the triangle right now, but he had to leave. There were traps everywhere. If he didn't, he would be dead right now, but thankfully for him, he did. But unfortunately for the team, the smoke... Oh, gonna catch Vitali. Finally, at the very edge of it, they do get a grab. Pangolier will end up going down. The kill goes the way of save, and that is, you know, given how the game has been unfolding, this is pretty good if they can all get out, and indeed, it looks like they will.
Clockwork shaved his beard a little bit there on the Nature's Prophet as he TP's out just barely. Oh, just the shot. Gets to safety, but meanwhile, Queen of Pain finding the, you know, can split push the bottom lane. Pure using the top part of the map. They're doing a great job for the situation they're in. Like, BetBoom are still in dire straits for sure, but they're making the most happen.
Yeah. See Kataomi split pushing right now, trying to do his best Admiral Bulldog impression.
Yeah. He's working on an Aghanim Scepter on the support Nature's Prophet. Quite interesting to see. He went for the Vessel and Orchid, which I really like. Great aggressive items to try and find those pickoffs, and already got some value against the Pangolier. But now getting some root as well, which can be very useful.
Emblematic of the state of the game that we're in, GPK deems it safer to just Sonic Wave the wave than show up and kill it himself.
It's a long cooldown. He's not level 20 yet, so using the Sonic Wave there. 80 seconds still cooldown, and Roche getting started by Dire.
This is about to fall here. We'll see if where they sweep towards. Oh, they just got vision of the Sven in the top lane, but he's already out. He's TPing. The rest of Edge, they're actually going forward. They don't want to go into the background. They want to try and leverage this Aegis to get some more building damage done.
Yeah, and importantly, force people home. Because I think Edge, they know what's going on. They see some split push happening all the time down bottom. They know that they're farming the edges of the map. So you basically have to come knocking on the high ground and, you know, force people to come home and defend. Otherwise, this Queen is just ramping up towards their Shivas. If she gets that, she'll have enough armor to not get burst quickly by the TA. Even helps a lot against Pangolier's damage, all physical.
Her and Kataomi were also able to eventually take down the tier 2 tower, so the space that they opened up on the map was not in vain. Some additional gold for themselves. This is good signs. Kataomi's been scouted underneath an observer ward, but the rest of his team on the side of Edge are right in front because they need to defend against the push.
Kataomi
now does get jumped. Michael is there, but now they know that there's no clockwork on this jump. Kataomi turns his attention back in towards the clockwork. Clearly not enough damage to solo kill him just yet. They are fighting mano a mano. There's the Sprout. Michael with the Yules. He's actually running out of HP. He needs to get out of here. Does have calls and battery assault ready in a moment, but with PP being here, they will not be necessary. However, I do think that the Nature's Prophet will feel good because that move has zoned at least temporarily Edge away from the high ground.
It did. Yeah, the fact that Magnus had come over there as well. Nature's Prophet showing to be quite tanky with the Ogre Club and the point booster. A bit too much HP.
Magnus might just die. Magnus might just die. Nero gets the jump, gets the grab. There's the blow up, and Magnus is gone.
Nice takeout there. They are getting spotted repeatedly though. These rockets keeping tabs on them. TA tipping over.
Oh, hook shot on the clockwork. He connects directly onto the axe. Two-shotted by Parker. Now Parker turns his attention towards the Shadow Shaman. There's a double kill for the TA. The silence onto GPK. He'll be able to blink away with the Ghost Scepter, but he's being chased down. His life is forfeit. He'll end up dead as well. 3 for nothing, so you got the Magnus, but at what cost on the map?
Yeah, Pure was hanging up, looking for a chance to turn it around, but they didn't clump up. They're doing a great job on the side of Edge, not to have everyone stand next to each other and get punished by Sven Cleave. Still staying pretty spread throughout these fights. Massive pickoffs and still 2.5 minutes on this Aegis, so this is definitely going to be the high ground attempt coming in, but look at them, cheeky rats, splitting the top wave, mid, there's snakes here, and Sven is cutting it.
Yeah, but sadly there's a Siege Dragon in the base right now, so somewhat immaterial. They don't even drop the Roshan's banner. With all the really dangerous heroes at the moment being dead, they just feel free, take a melee barracks, blink out to safety just before the heroes respawn. They might even stick around for the tier 3 tower as well.
Yeah, gotta push even more. Already got the melee racks, the important racks on the top lane. And now mid racks falling. Queen does not want to buy back into this. If she does, she basically says, you know, whatever to my item progression. This is super already. But this TA shows no sign of stopping. 1 minute, 40 seconds. She can go to the next lane. And don't have that good options to deal with her. There's Shadow Demon behind, protecting her.
They're gonna try and call her right now. She is hexed though, so the blade mail damage doesn't come through. That was some anti-synergy save. Sort of messed up the initiation, forced to buy back. GPK in the meantime, hook shot in from Michael, sets up a very easy kill. Sven onto the TA, they're able to take away life number 1. GPK buys back as well, he does have access to the Sonic Wave. He drops it onto the TA, but Parker got off the BKB. Now outside of the base thanks to the 4 stops. He will be safe for now. Miro was looking for the core, couldn't find it. TP gets the RP now out onto the TPK. But Pure is able to jump in onto the Templar Assassin, kill her off, save. This time the Hex is good. Make sure that Parker goes down too. Kataomi almost died, but Vitali doesn't have enough damage to finish him off in time. Able to get caught up to by Pure and the gang as they finish off the Pango. All 3 cores dead from the side of Edge. The high ground is defended. It was an expensive hold, but in the end, it's a hold nonetheless.
Yeah, it was really, really big. Sven finally got to do what he wants to do. Just lay in the auto attacks in this fight. And TA, a little bit too far forward, perhaps, for even the Shadow Demon to try and save her. They had Lotus Orb, had the disruption, but even with the second life, it was hard to keep her alive when she's standing all the way down there. Gets pushed even deeper by the Sonic Wave as well. Hurricane Pike to low ground was nice, but then you see the bravery here, just linking into everything. And they staggered their blinks. They blinked into Queen of Pain first. RP got pulled, and then back in live, we actually have more action. Look at catch Destiny.
Yeah, we do indeed. But okay, they're gonna hold off until we can finish the replay, it seems like. Michael goes in. He's about to get caught actually by the call. Gonna be some salvation provided by Puppy here. Michael's still alive. As he comes back in though, Pure jumps on top of his face, wants to bring him down, but the Yule Scepter keeps him up. Puppy does down the back of the fight to GPK, and now PP can't get either. He has been silenced, he has been killed. Kataomi with the Orchid putting in the work.
Magnus does not have buyback. He spent his money earlier. Massive pickoffs. I don't think they're gonna commit for the push here though. Just be happy they forced the buyback, got kills. Dude, you cannot count BetBoom out. They were so far behind and struggling in this game, but now winning a second fight after first good one. Kataomi does get quickly disposed of here by the TA though.
They swung 10k gold in literally 90 seconds. That's something.
That's some good GPM coming in.
But despite that, Sven is still 10,000 net worth behind the TA.
He's gonna need more exposure to that high GPM, okay? TA has been rocking that GPM basically for the entirety of the game. She's pretty far ahead and accelerated. 10,000 lead. And she's queuing up the butterfly. I think that can be a real nail in the coffin kind of move. You get some evasion and Sven can't just go on you and burst you anymore. So then what kills the BKB TA with Shadow Demon protecting her while she has butterfly? Like the question is getting harder and harder. It's a puzzle that keeps evolving.
It's fine, brother. Don't even worry about it, gang. Kataomi already has Orchid. He's just gonna transition that into the full Bloodthorn. We pop that on the TA. She dies to all the damage, bro. There's no worries.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, I like the positivity. There's still ways. You gotta see the vision. And vision, an important thing right now is Axe has a high ground ward covering the triangle area. The scan
Radiant
does
scan
reveal
connects flush onto Michael. They might try to jump him. Michael realizes this. He's trying to get out right now. Miro's chasing him. Miro's gonna find him with the call. So they should be able to net themselves a quick kill on the clockwork here. The question is, will Edge come in to defend this? And they will. Vitaly and the gang, they show up and they blow up the Hex, and he's not done. His Rolling Thunder finds save. Fortunately for Kataomi, he decided to change directions before going all the way forward. Otherwise, they would have found 3 kills for themselves here.
Still a long death timer. They know that Rasta doesn't have buyback. He committed it in the previous defense. So this is actually a big timing they can exploit. 80 seconds. I think more importantly, perhaps they will just use it for the Roche. Of course, they have TA in their team, so we'll know when the spawn is in 20 seconds. Potential spawn will start.
I think maybe the one thing they might be reticent about pushing now with is they had to pop BKB on Parker to get those kills. So
yeah.
Need him to stay as defensively sound as possible, as he does not have anywhere close to the money required for buyback.
That's true. His expensive buyback is not that easy to pay for anymore when he farmed this much.
Ah! Yo, Roche, why are you doing Edge dirty like this, gang? Almost a max respawn. What?
It's gonna take a while. Not coming out quickly.
Oh,
so
do you see some a giant small that just got picked up by the TA? So her damage output is just skyrocketed as well.
Yeah, she has so much. The giant small with the tough enhancement as well. That's some other big item being picked up. The Destined Bloodright on Axe. That is a lovely item to get. Extra AoE on the call.
Throwing in these rocket flares, getting vision.
Oh,
High ground, tier 3 tower taken.
Not easy to stop the TA from pushing like this, but TA, with that Aegis, do you really want to overstay here? Feels like a risky move to try and go for the mega creeps without it, so they're gonna back out. Ooh, Nature's barely gets to safety.
Okay. The rest of his team, though, are hoping to catch somebody off the back edge. But unfortunately, like you mentioned, Edge deciding to play safe as long as they do not have this Aegis. BetBoom Team, though, also realize how important the next Aegis will be towards potentially just ending the game. And they're already getting some good positioning in the Aegis area so we can fight for it. Blink. Oh, Michael getting caught again. Ah, but pure pop God Strength for that one. I'm not sure how much worth this is. Save, get a nice hex out onto Poppy. Now with the God Strength, maybe they do want to take this fight. Sonic Wave going forward. Poppy still alive, not dead just yet. TP getting the drag back out onto the Shadow Shaman, bringing him toward Parker. Parker able to get the kill, and now Parker right-clicking onto Kataomi as well. That is 2 for one. They dive high ground. Kyo trying to TP up, but he found himself getting interrupted by the Yule Scepter. And with all of these right clicks from PP, the RP as well, he ends up going down. Parker gets an ultra kill as he right clicks GPK. What an RP from PP. What a roll from Vitaly. And what a game from Edge. As GG well played is called. We are going to a game 3. It is not going to be easy for anybody.
Big play here by Edge, managing to turn the game around after the first game of the series looked really, really rough. This game number 2 on the back of Parker and his TA just being absolutely, stellar. 17-1 and 13, fantastic play by him. I think the big key though for me this game was really the supports. They changed up their support picks a lot, picking heroes that are off meta but good against the heroes that they're seeing on BetBoom. And this Clockwork and Shadow Demon, they were having a lot of impact. In particular, Michael on this Clockwork. He ended the game 9-4 and 23. I felt like he was always at the right place at the right time. Just impressive stuff.
I think for me as well, one of the big changes due to this support duo, when they showed up middle to save the Magnus's life, that was a big turning point, right? Because he dies there. That would be his 3rd death in the early stage of the game. Instead, they keep him alive. They kill GPK. They allow him to get his ultimate. And I think it's a snowball effect from what we saw earlier on. And crucially, man, this time Parker had a game. And yeah, this year he showed off why he's allowed to be picked first phase for the side of Edge whenever Parker wants it in the game. How much damage did he actually deal out here? Oh, just a casual 41,000 damage.
Yeah,
not bad, not bad.
In a game that wasn't even that much damage dealt overall for other players. Like the closest second is at 23,500. So that really puts in perspective. He was almost doubling the second highest damage, which actually came out from an unexpected Clockwork. Was the second highest damage in this game. Pretty interesting, and that's obviously why I was praising him a lot as well. He was definitely having some massive impact on the clock.
Yep. Also the vision that he was finding throughout the game, right, with the constant rocket plays. I like the fact that he went for that super early Aghanim Scepter, realizing just how much of a difference it could make. And not just getting the vision. How many smokes? We saw at least 2 different smokes where BetBoom actually had the right idea of where to go. Rocket flare hits, blink daggers are disabled. Oh, you can't do anything, just have to back off now.
Yeah, very, very impressive against the blink users. This is the one fight where things started going really well for BetBoom again. They were 17,000 gold behind before this fight started, but you know, they managed to just pick apart the pieces, got rid of the TA, and then the damage just wasn't there to turn the fight around anymore. But every fight where TA wasn't burst quickly, like this final fight, then she just shreds people. Look at Axe, by the way, in a few seconds here, and look at Axe HP, boom. Like he lost half his HP from one side lane hit because it was a Daedalus crit from a support, and yeah, I mean, you just can't fight against her at this stage. She's way too strong.
She also had that young melt bash hit, and the final RP, whew, PP must be feeling himself on that one. He's like, lanes don't matter, baby. It's what you do in the game overall. So Edge, they take us to the brink. I think for BetBoom Team, of course, they know that these kind of games do happen. We can recover in that third game. However, they're probably going to be feeling that on the map, they had some real issues with vision, and they can't actually give up the vision advantage. I think that's been the determining factor across both games. And even though BetBoom Team on paper is the more skilled team, it turns out you can't outskill yourself, or you can't use skill to get yourself into a better position when your strategy, hero-wise, doesn't allow for it.
Yeah, it's like having a really, really good, we were talking about martial arts earlier, you know, imagine you're a really good striker, you really know your stand-up fighting game, but if you're blindfolded, you're gonna struggle to land your hits, you know, like it's still hard when you don't know where your opponent is. So obviously here we have the stand-up player, Parker. What a fantastic performance from his TA. He got involved a lot. We saw a lot of early rotations by him and joining his team, and I think the cohesion difference in game 1 to game 2 was what really won the game for Edge.
Yeah. Well, we'll be seeing if that cohesion can carry over into game 3, or if BetBoom Team will be the ones to give us a new look for that determining game at the end of the series. Remember, this is a switch stage, group stage, so you literally cannot afford any losses this early on into proceedings, so you need to get this W. We'll find out if it'll be Edge, if it'll be BetBoom, but we do know it's going to be some amazing Dota. We'll find out in a couple of minutes, so go grab some water, and we'll be back for game 3.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
BetBoom are a team which had been consistently a huge contender throughout the year, and I'm here with Katomi to talk about their season and their expectations here at Wallachia. So firstly, welcome back to Wallachia once again.
Hello, thank you.
So how are you feeling about BetBoom at the moment? You know, you guys have been on a pretty steep upward trend recently, I would say.
We had some ups and downs recently. We played Dream League with Standing, where we got top 2. So it basically like it also was not real tournament because there was no two teams. I think Spirit and Tundra or somebody else. And this tournament there is no power vision, but we back together as full roster. Gonna try our best.
Excellent. So what would a win here at Wallachia mean for your team, you know, coming into the end of year and those big end of year events? Would it give you confidence?
Yeah, of course. Just as I said, last tournament we played not together. Now we back as full roster. It will mean a lot if we get some good plays right here before the Riyadh.
And how has the year been for you in terms of like, you know, actually playing the game? You know, like how has it been trying to stay on top of the meta and keep up with the other teams and everything?
For me, I'm just learning more post 5 heroes, making sure I'm doing like good job, like basically following my gameplay.
Excellent. So in terms of like learning new heroes, that's something you kind of like doing? Do you like that process, or would you prefer to just kind of play what you know?
No, I really like new heroes. I really like to play new heroes, try out some strategies, some new heroes. I really don't like this last patch meta of G hero operation. I really hated it, and now it's much fresh to play that.
For sure. And who can forget Warlock as well? Yes. Everybody's favourite player. Do you like playing Warlock?
No, not at all.
Don't think many people have come in here and said they do. So, I mean, what about your team in terms of like developing, you know, trying out new ideas? What does a process look like? Let's say someone has a new idea they want to try out within the team. Who has to clear it? You know, like how do you approach it? Do you play it in scrims first? You know, what do you do?
If somebody have some good idea, the heroes they try out in pubs first, and then they come to team to discuss. We have a lot of just team talks, DOTA talks about heroes and strategies. And basically, if somebody notices some imbo hero in pub, they're like, "Oh, this hero is imbo, let's try it." And then we try it in scrims and see how it goes.
So with this tournament, there's a pretty deep team pool, you know, some teams which we haven't really seen much of throughout the year playing at this tournament. Do you like playing against those teams and like kind of seeing some fresh perspectives, some fresh ideas?
Not really. Like basically our team is just about playing the strongest teams out there. We don't scream tier 2 teams, we don't scream like any team below top 6 EPT points. So I'm just looking forward to play these tier 1 teams like Spirit, I don't know, like Parivision, Tundra, like, yeah.
That's interesting. Okay, so you just like to play against the best and you just play against them again and again, and you think that's the best way to make your team as good as it can be?
To learn, to just build up confidence inside of the team with each win versus these big teams. Yeah.
How's the team kind of morale at the moment? You know, how's everybody feeling within the team coming into the end? Is there a lot of confidence, or are you kind of, you know, very pragmatic?
We did good on last Dream League.
Yeah.
We happy with our performance right here. We standing. So after Dream League, we had some week of scrims. I will say it was pretty successful. We're pretty confident. Like everyone is in chill. In zone, and we're ready to slay them.
Excellent stuff. All right, very good, very good. Looking forward to seeing how you slay and seeing if you can get that top spot. Katomi, thank you very, very much, and good luck here at Wallachia 5.
Thank you.
Uiraș de os, uiraș de soc, muzicei cu foc. Când abate prietena, răzbate șuile, s-o strânge pe mine, mă plânge cu lacrimi de sânge. Iar dacă ai zări, dacă ai întâlni, măicuță-i bătrână, din ochi lăcrimând, pe când mă alergând, de toți întrebând, și la toți zicând, cine a cunoscut, cine mi-a văzut, mândru ciobănel, tras printr-o inel, tițișoara lui, musticioara lui, perișorul lui. Ura câmpului.
Welcome back, one and all, to Game 3, the finale of the series between Edge and BetBoom Team. And so far, it has been a back-and-forth affair, with each game kind of being a stomp in either direction. But I think, Wagamama, the main thing that has characterized this series is the team that has first pick, leverages that first pick for a crazy core hero, end up just dominating the game. Will that carry over into Game 3, do you think?
Yeah, we had the Batrider in game 1, absolutely just shining. We had GPK running around killing whoever he wanted to. And then game number 2 that we just saw Parker with the first pick TA. We're not going to have a repeat of that, even though they do have first pick again. It is already banned out by BetBoom, so we'll see what strong heroes there are. Obviously, it can't be the same as first or second game. Both those heroes already removed. But Edge, their opening pick, gonna have to reveal it now.
Could be Ember Spirit, could be Underlord, could be Magnus. Okay, go Magnus. I mean, PP did do decently well on the Magnus. The laning phase was incredibly rough, but after his team got him through that point in the game, the map opened up quite lovely for them. And of course, it is still a hero that they can flex, right? Vitaly can play this one as well if needed.
It's also one of those things where GPK is now a little bit shook because he absolutely destroyed mid lane super hard, and still it didn't work out. That's always a hard feeling to deal with. It's like, okay, I see the Magnus. I know I can do well against him with Queen, but, you know, is that the right approach now? Do I need to do something else? What's my impact going to be in the game? It can have you a little bit double guessing your supposed role, basically.
Yeah, that makes sense. We'll
win lane, lose game.
The old ways are coming back to us right now. What do you think is the most win lane lose game hero in all of Dota?
Most win, that has to be like Viper or Huskar. Viper probably takes the cake for me. It's always been this, you know, he guaranteed wins almost every single matchup. But then it's like you get a transition as a Viper from laning to actually playing Dota, and that's where most players get confused, you know.
Let's just say in the last couple of years, there's a reason why XM is the only one that's reliably able to pick up the Viper.
Yeah, now that you say it, actually, I haven't seen many players play that hero in such a long time. Early days of Dota, we saw a lot of it, but yeah, the last 5 years, honestly, haven't seen many Vipers. And I'm not sorry about that. I just want to clarify. I'm completely okay with the Poison Snake being gone. Whoever decided to give a snake wings, you know, a horrible idea.
It's one of those things where, honestly, I really enjoy playing Viper, but I hate watching Viper games. So I'll let it rock. I'll let it be ignored, get some free MMR for myself when I do play like Fling the Hero.
Yeah, BetBoom also wants some free MMR and perhaps free advancement here as they pick up the Shadow Shaman. Always a good hero to have. But last game, I mean, I really was more on board with Edge we were doing on the support role and getting some saves. And now seeing the Shadow Shaman with the Shackle, already looking towards those heroes, the Shadow Demon, the Tusk, the potential, disjoint on the Shackle.
I think the Shadow Demon was good enough that Puppy is definitely having that conversation with the gang.
Yeah.
You're like, guys, we can make this one work. That was so solid. When they're going to be picking first out of BetBoom, so they can actually decide afterwards if they see that there's yet again some hard initiation, maybe some Axe again. I don't think they'll go for Axe, but one of those style of heroes, then the priority of the Shadow Demon ramps up quite heavily.
You know what hero is also a little bit flagged on my radar, just seeing these two opening picks? A Rubik. Like, yeah, actually pretty good for either team, right? If you play into Shadow Shaman, you can steal Shackles. It's just an amazing spell to have. But likewise, it's historically the best counter to Magnus. So a hero that you could think about a little bit. Would be awkward for BetBoom, though. They would have a double range support, which some teams really like, having that melee support to go in and start stuff.
I could see it. It is one of these heroes that's also very, how to say it, not necessarily finicky, but you have to be extremely confident on your Rubik play as a player to know that I can reliably get the spells that we need. I'm not going to mess up my telekinesis. I'm also going to be very patient with my Fade Vault, so I only use it on the carry as he's coming in to dish out that massive damage. It's a hard hero to play in this current meta, but with the right spells, it can look really good.
Yeah. He's like a high risk, high reward type support. It can work, and when it does, it looks amazing. But more often than not, you want to play something reliable, like the Shadow Shaman opener here by BetBoom. Just a hero that hard to have a hard time on. Oh, Shadow Shaman and Shadow Fiend. They were going for a Shadow theme here. Snare coming in. The SF.
Now I really want Shadow Demon. Now you do have to pick Shadow Demon now. Yeah, there we go.
They're denying the Shadow theme. Genius drafting, honestly.
Also, Shadow Demon. So here's the thing. I was actually having an argument with Lizard about this when we were doing TI quals. That I genuinely feel that SF carry is underpicked right now. Like it's got a lot of potential for the hero. However, one of the reasons it doesn't get picked, there's too many support duos that sort of ruin the hero. And Shadow Demon absolutely ruins you. Like, it turns you into nothing, right? Because Shadow Fiend is not like, say, a Lina, a Drow that wants to stand in one position, just lay out the right clicks. You kind of need to be able to move around, to lay out your spells, avoid some of the more dangerous aggression coming in from edge. And Shadow Demon Clockwork basically make that impossible throughout the entire duration of the game.
That's very true. Demonic Purge is great against SF, and you can potentially save people with the Disruption as well if he goes in, especially if it's a carry build that doesn't have the Kayasha necessarily. The SF ulti can be quite slow, easy to Shadow Demon ulti into. But there's also a possibility that they just put this mid, because going Magnus against an SF mid is maybe even more difficult than against Queen. The Shadow Meyer facet was buffed. The slow on the races, easier way to say it, it is really strong right now.
My only concern, if they do that, then pretty much all your playmaking is going to have to come from safe lane or carry. Probably safe lane or off lane, excuse me. Probably off lane. I don't know if I really want my Lycan as the off laner to set my whole team up for me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I would rather prefer like a active playmaking mid to create the space for us. I mean, right now, at the very least, they do have objective take through the goddamn roof, right? Shadow Demon, Shadow Fiend, Shaman, and Lycan. Buildings will be knocked over very quickly. Roshan should fall extremely fast. And if the Shadow Demon ever gets caught by himself, he dies in like a half a second.
Yeah, some enormous minus armor coming in from Shadow Demon, or Shadow Fiend and Lycan together. The Howl is going to really bring people low. So this is looking like a physical damage strat coming in from BetBoom. The Rasta wards are going to be very happy with all this minus armor as well. So Edge, they have to be prepared that this is going to be a heavy, heavy physical commitment. Most likely BetBoom will bring a third core that is also physical to just dip harder into that value.
Slaughter, that's the hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Slaughter is the way for BetBoom, because you definitely want a hero that can still go forward, create some space for you, happy to initiate, happy to be the first man in, and still be able to set up more. So I think Slaughter, also if it's Slaughter mid versus the Magnus, that's a matchup that Slaughter is happy to play into all day, any day.
That's very true, yeah. And mid is the best place for Slaughter ever since the changes as well. He gets a lot of armor in the river. TB comes in for Edge, so smart call. Like we mentioned, they have a physical damage strat. Parker, one of his absolute best heroes, is the Terrorblade, and it's the highest armor carry beside Morphling that you can get your hands on. So he generally does really, really well against these Lycans. And SF is a little bit trickier. He still does a lot of magic damage.
On the bright side, when you do pop reflection onto the SF, you get the aura back in your direction, which is super solid, very underrated.
Yeah, getting those random auras just by pressing Q, one of TB's big power spikes. I mean, that's why we saw him played a lot as support even before the 9 class style. It was still the just take people's aura.
Edge are going to be the ones picking out of the phase right now to probably pick up, well, to decide where Magnus goes. For now, they ban out the Axe, so Miro is going to be forced to play something different. I'm still quite bullish on him playing the Lycan, Pierre on the Shadow Fiend, and then GPK getting something more active mid, but we shall see. Especially with the Sniper ban. That feels like that's what they're telegraphing to me.
Yeah, I think so too. Sniper ban is also a little bit safing since they're running what looks like a push timing early game strat, taking those towers with the Rasta Snake and the Lycan Wolves coming in as well. So they're trying to protect it now by removing some of the best defender in Sniper.
Radiant team ban.
No Sniper, no Tidehunter. Okay, I mean, Tidehunter is one of these heroes. If you're running a physical damage strat, the 30% minus damage reduction is something you absolutely cannot afford to deal with, so that makes sense.
Yeah. Also, he's just a counter to Lycan. Lycan struggles a lot against Tide for multiple reasons. The Shard is one of them. He can actually slow Lycan down, and while Lycan can attack pretty fast, he doesn't instantly get rid of the Shard, and that little bit of time might be enough to just screw you over. Not to mention your Wolves doing no damage at all to Tide.
Edge take out the other hard counter towards the Terrorblade in the form of the Brewmaster, so trying to set up Parker for as good a game as possible. And now the question is, what are Vitaly and PP going to be playing? All of the Spirit Bros are still in the game, and some of their hardest counters are removed, but there is still puck, so it could be dangerous to go for some of these heroes.
You know, it's interesting to me to see the Axe and Brewmaster ban, because I just know Miero plays a crazy good Lycan. It's one of the best heroes, and they're saying that it's not Miero on Lycan right now, and I mean, yeah, there's the possibility that they pick those offlane heroes, but I really think it would have been Miero Lycan no matter what, so this is probably BetBoom feeling pretty good about themselves, basically getting more options because of these two bans.
Nah, bro, this is what happened, right? Parker's like, listen, as long as you ban Axe, Brewmaster, I actually don't care what else they play. I'll be good, bro. Just get rid of that. They pick up the Beast. They put that in the offlane for Vitaly. Yeah, bro, you'll be fine. Now he has attack speed behind him. He's going to get some creep auras for himself in tandem with the Presence aura from the Shadow Fiend and the beef up from the Empower. He'll be fine.
They just need to keep him alive, right? One disruption into a Sunder can turn the entire team fights around. TB is going to be the focal point a lot of the team fights, and if SD can just save him, or Magnus or Clockwork, they have a lot of great heroes to jump in and just bail him out. It's going to be a tiny last pick.
Okay.
It's going to be carry. Okay, so it is GPK mid SF, which PP on his Magnus, I mean, if he had a hard game in the previous one, I think next game here is already looking so scary. GPK already smiling a bit to himself. He knows how this matchup is.
I don't know. I'm like I said, I am a believer, an underground believer in the carry SF, but I am an overground non-believer in the mid SF.
Okay,
I'm just looking at their draft right now for BetBoom, right? Where's the map movement coming from? So after the laning phase breaks down, they want to make a move somewhere, get a kill, turn that into a tower. Yes, I do understand they have a lot of like low commitment poke and prod at the towers with this draft, but simultaneously, if the game is going even enough that they have to take fights, Pure is not going to want to buy an early Blink Dagger on the Tiny. It's going to take a while for Shadow Shaman to get there. I don't know, it just feels like it's a bit all in this death ball type of strat right now from BetBoom Team. It feels like I'm seeing a draft from like 2014 Vichy Gaming.
It definitely is. But on the other hand, I know what can happen with GPK, and game number 1 we saw what he can do as well when he had one of those heroes that just gets a really good start. And the Shadow Fiend caster build, I have seen a lot of success of it lately. So I'm actually going to be a believer here in the SF. I think it's going to work out. The lane is amazing. If he gets Kayasha in a reasonable timing, it can be hard to punish him. Even if he doesn't have some other setup, he just blinks in with a Kayasha ultis. It can be hard to react to in time.
That it can be indeed. Of course, to get to those kind of items, you will need to have a dominant start in the laning phase. So let's see what he's got on the SF for GPK up against PP's Magnus for the second time in a row. Of course, the momentum after game 2 certainly lies in favor of Edge. But I think this is the kind of draft for BetBoom Team that if they get a roll early on, it is kind of unstoppable at this like 25-30 mark when the Terrorblade still wants to be farming and they're barreling down on your tier 2, tier 3 towers.
Parker and Miro just having a little bit of fun with each other there before the game starting, saying good luck mi amor and good luck amigo coming out. So good friendships between the teams, it seems, as they are gonna face up again on the safe lane of TB, the off lane of Lycan. This is gonna be a rough one for him. Generally Lycan is hard against TB.
What I actually want to see some positive words between GPK and PP. It's just bad blood in this mid lane, bro.
The moment you said GPK, it doesn't matter between who and GPK, as long as GPK is involved, there will be no positivity, man. I had people explain, I think it was Stormstormer explained to me once, he was like, well, GPK is one of those super toxic guys in a pub, but then you meet him in real life, it's like, it's all just how he acts online, you know, it's all banter kind of thing. Like, he says things that are unhinged, but then you meet him and he's actually really chill. But, yeah, I've seen him say a few things to me or to others.
Yeah, I chopped it up with GPK once. Yeah, let's just say it's not just the online bans. It's not just the online bans.
Okay. I think it's, you know, rite of passage. Everyone has to get flamed by GPK. It's your rite of passage to the Dota scene.
Well, GPK, we'll see if he can put on another clinic in this mid lane. Despite the fact that they lost game 2, he has not lost a single lane today. In fact, he's just been dominating against PP. And now it's going to be another lane matchup that he should be favored in. However, don't really get to see Magnus versus SF all that much. So the ancient wisdom might not apply as it used to.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do. So actually a first blood for Puppy. This 3-hero approach, setting up the surprise. And this is one thing that they can do, the Shadow Demon plus Clockwork. Really strong gankers level 1, using the Metamorphosis for big damage.
It did come at the cost of having to leave Vitaly alone for a wave, so he was being completely zoned by Pure and Kataomi. But nonetheless, getting that first blood makes it worth it in the end for Edge. Who got the actual kill? It was Puppy. All right, that's good stuff.
Yeah, Shadow Demon can get a little bit extra gold for himself early on. Already, I said the Shadow Demon trades pretty well against the Rasta, but the Lycan Wolves are trying to offset that balance a little bit, just helping save out.
Also, the Lycan went for pack leader in this game instead of going for the Alpha Wolves, so I think that lends credence into what we were talking about, that they really want to play this game up-tempo.
Yeah, the pack leader is so strong. In general, it feels amazing to have it. And later on, can be a threat as well. Go on, Beastmaster.
Vitaly eats a blood grenade. He's getting ran down. He does pop a very big stick, but it might not be enough. It's not. Kataomi finds the final right click. Pure, it was very funny to watch him just not able to hit anything, but Vitaly still goes down.
You know, this is where I will say a controversial thing. Oh, hold up. I'll wait with that.
Hold on. Halt the controversy, because Save might end up dead here, eating a lot of damage. He does manage to pop the stick. Parker also falling a bit low right now, thanks to Miero, who summoned some additional wolves. But Parker will be able to grab a Tango, still has 5 1 charges, so he should be fine.
Yeah, he's fine, but it's pretty low. They're going to go under tower and try and deal some more damage. Save coming in with the threat of the shock, has the blood grenade as well.
And Puppy doesn't have mana for the disruption. Parker could be in some trouble here. Reflection was popped though. That's going to give him enough space to break away here. Save is the one that's in trouble right now. Does drop the shackles as a blood grenade was on top of him. Self-destruction from Puppy just to buy some more time, but his life will be eventually forfeit. Miero claims the kill.
And that's the power of having a double creep wave pushing in under enemy tower. You know that they're going to be busy, preoccupied trying to get the last hits. They can't really fight back against you so well, so great move by BetBoom there. It's up top. Some just scrappy fights non-stop. CM is going to run to safety of the creep wave. It's going to be Dire claiming the healing lotus on either side. I was going to say my controversial thought, so I'll go back to it now and say that my controversial take is that even as a mid player, I still think CMs should go QW level 1, level 2. I see some CMs skill up Aura on level 2, and I honestly hate that. I love the Mango play and getting kills early. She is one of the strongest fighting heroes if you have the mana pool to use your abilities, so buy a Mango and just spam those spells so you end up getting kills.
You listening, all your mids in chat, huh? You listening. Help secure your team's lanes, not just your own.
People pinging the CM like Arcanora not learned, you know. Like, nah, dude, you gotta win your lane first.
But to be fair, even wouldn't you level Arcane Aura because it's GPK mid? I don't think you can get away with not leveling it.
You gotta give him extra shadow races.
There we go.
I mean, you definitely want it eventually. It's just, you know, level 1, level 2, the power spike of that Frostbite Crystal Nova. I really love the kill threat that it brings.
Speaking of GPK, he is the CS leader in this game right now, 10 up on this Magnus. To be expected somewhat, but PP is still getting levels. He's not dying. Yes, he's being massively out CS'd and denied, but it's not nearly as bad as it was in game 2, sorry.
I actually think he's doing pretty well on Magnus, even though this matchup is so horrid. He does have 17 CS, it's not too bad. Side lane.
Ended up dying on the other side of the map while there's a small skirmish happening bottom. They're going towards Parker here. He's eating a lot of damage from Nero. He's hoping to chase him down, but Parker immediately just gets rid of the Lycan Wolves. He understands where the threat is coming from and he will live. Top lane, Vitaly has already had to watch as the Clockwork went down. Clockwork is returning, however. Michael going to be able to catch Pure.
Got the wind lace.
Pure a little bit too fast. Can't catch up.
Yeah, boots on Tiny. No boots yet on the Clockwork, so hard for him to get close. And that is a strong stacked small camp here. You got the Vuls plus the Ghost. This just clears your creep so fast.
Yeah. This wave is not long for this world, but Michael will try to steal away some of the CS as well.
Go and farm it. Easy with the wild access, so you can prevent a lot of future grief there, making sure that there are no waves being denied.
Also put a lot of harass back towards Pure, who is thankfully sitting with a Healing Lotus and a Magic Wand, so he should be fine. But he is quite low. If they had one more hero here, they could try to go on him, but I think Poppy's priority will just be protecting Parker at all costs right now.
Yeah, after the previous game, makes a lot of sense, right? After his performance on the TA, he definitely wants Parker to do something similar this game. Attention towards mid though, save. Looking for an angle. They have the SF ulti ready.
Yeah.
If they can get close enough.
Save gets him. There's the shackle. CPs are coming in immediately. GPK going for the razors, but he doesn't go immediately for the ultimate, so they're able to get PP out with the assistance of Poppy. Shockwave will drag GPK underneath the tower. He'll eat some pot shots. Ultimately, those should be fine. Top lane, they're going for Vitaly now that they know he doesn't have one of these heroes ready to help assist him. The toss-up, couple of right clicks, and the Frostbite holding him in place enables Kataomi to get on a killing spree.
Yeah, Vitaly off to a pretty rough start again here. Mid.
Oh, mid. GPK with the amplified damage rune, they get the kill. They were hoping to try and debate and turn around, but instead he's the one that's putting in the pressure. Poppy only now pops the magic wand. He didn't have any mana, so he couldn't actually do anything just yet. Very unfortunate timing to go for that move.
Yeah, the D rune as well, they have to respect it a little bit. At least SF doesn't really have a creep wave to push the tower. As they pull the creeps away, the tower is going to stay intact while the Magnus is respawning. And the 7 minutes coming in, and CM got some sneaky ideas, but the boar is going to spot her. I think she's in danger here. Michael, nearby.
Is she dead is the question. Divehawk will be there. Michael just cannot close the gap. Divehawk again. Pure. Nice avalanche. Just to separate the space a little bit. One more wild access. Almost brought Kataomi to the brink, but ends up walking it off.
He desperately needs boots on this Clockwork. Finally gets them now. Got them delivered on his courier. If he had it, I think he would have caught up there, but unfortunately didn't have it quite yet.
So we're here 7.5 minutes in. BetBoom Team do have the net worth advantage overall. What's the next move from them to try and solidify this advantage? Is there some items that they're waiting for before they can do anything? We'll talk about it in a second, because top lane, Kataomi running away. This time, like you mentioned, there are boots available. He catches up. 2 heroes within the cogs, but where is the damage? Kataomi will fall, but with GPK showing up, Michael follows him shortly into the
3
grave.
seconds for stun.
Pure just waiting for one more spell. Avalanche is back up underneath the tower. They still get it.
A nice takedown there. Can be very happy getting the punish as the aggressive move came out from Radiant, but backfires on them with GPK on the SF showing up. Does give time for PP to get a haste rune, at least on the Magnus. So now he can maybe look towards having impact if something happens on the side lane. But yeah, I was going to say that I think the ultimates are going to be the big thing to play towards. Now we have the Dominator.
Hold on. Ultimate middle. That's what we want to see. Cogs will hold GPK underneath the tier 1 tower. Got no way out of this one. Poppy even TP's in just to make sure. So there's PP able to get a kill. Now he activates the haste rune, so maybe we'll see if he does anything with this.
Yeah, that was really nice. And meanwhile, top with RP on cooldown, Pure is trying to pressure, but there is Roar. And the wraparound is coming, so I think he has to back up. TB actually swinging through the gate, thinking about it at least, but he's gonna stop. As it's going to be Dire Heroes heading towards bottom instead. Both teams thinking about opening up the safe lane towers.
Parker's already trying to back here. He could get scouted out by some Lycan walls, but he's playing so safe. He doesn't see anybody. He sees his team pressuring top, but nobody's coming up to take any creeps on the wave. So, play is quite safe. He gets out, and this rotation from Pure gets wasted.
It's a disciplined play to stick back that far. And Pure is gonna just head back to his top lane. Michael almost connecting to the CM there.
They have Puppy here. They're actually thinking about going in. Michael's coming for the backstab, but immediately they realize it's a mistake. Too many supports are here. Hex out onto Vitali. Kataomi though also eating a battery assault, so he's falling super low. The save with the toss back. Shout out Pure. But now we might not have anything to defend against the Terror Blade as Parker goes in with the meta. Pure though able to run away from any of the disables that they have. They catch up to save. They're slowing him down. He throws back some shackles though towards Vitali, who also gets connected into with the frostbite and ends up dead. Puppy could not save him. No spells available, not much mana either. GPK now is caught inside these cogs. He's in trouble. The right click coming in from Parker. That would be a dead GPK Shadow Fiend. PP looking for some more though. With the shockwave, they go forward. They're able to bring down Kataomi. Save shackles him up right now. And they finally are able to clean up this Magnus. It's 2 for 3 so far. They're chasing for more. Avalanche will connect. Nicely done. Puppy knows that his life is forfeit. At least gets the bounty reel on the way out. Not going to be able to buy out anything, but will at least waste their time before dying.
He goes for the neutral camp, but not going to make it all the way there as Toss stops him in his tracks and just brings him down. In the end, a lot of return kills, but getting the kill on SF, I think, was really important, slowing down his progress a little bit in this game, as he's going to be an important hero for Dire to play around. Looks like he's going for the Blink Dagger Rush build, by the way. He has it queued up right now, so not going for the Kayasha Rush by any means.
Not just queued up, my friend. It's flying in at the moment.
It's coming now.
They're pressuring the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. They should grant the gold for the full Echo Saber onto Pure. A little bit more opening on the map. And of course, closer we get to the Helm of the Overlord for this Lycan. However, the one drawback of these kind of plays is Parker quietly amassing a ton of gold. And we've seen what can happen when these are the circumstances of the early game.
Yeah, he's finding his farm for sure. Attention is being given to other heroes. He's finding a lot of jungle free time, and that's all you want as a Terrorblade. Just give him a little bit more time. He's going for the Yasha into a Dragonlance. We'll see where it goes from there.
Bottom. Kataomi gets caught. Vitali's in the vicinity as well, so they would love to be able to find this kill, give this Beastmaster a bit more presence in the game. Save will find himself getting roared, and the Vitali roar will actually get the damage to kill Kataomi. Puppy saving his support or clockwork for now, but with the appearance of Miro, it's not going to be good enough. They've already managed to kill off one. They're chasing for more, but everybody's back. In the end, yes, you end up losing 1 for 1, but Vitali had to commit roar for that one. You'll take it as BetBoom.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it did cost them the Lycan ulti and the snakes coming out from Rasta as well, so they committed something as well, but definitely gonna be happy as long as the Beastmaster is not getting stuff done on the map. And Beast getting a pretty damn late timing on this Dominator. He went Mana Boots into Dominator. He is pretty far behind his counterpart, who is closing in on the Helm of Overlord already. Just needs 470 more gold.
Smoke up now by PP as well as Michael as they want to reveal the Blink Dagger that PP just got. Does have RP at the ready as well. But look at Save, positioned perfectly to try and break the smoke. And they'll see him. It'll just be a nice free kill for themselves. Hookshot is committed for it, but as long as nobody else dies on the side of BetBoom, they're happy.
He's gonna go down. Clockwork tried to leave the kill for his Magnus, but unfortunately the battery assault claimed the kill for him. In the end, good kill. They didn't have to commit anything. You know, you didn't find the big target, but also still have RP. You can just go for another move, keep looking for kills.
They might decide to sweep towards top. That's where Puppy is situated at the moment. But now Parker's like, well, you boys can do that. It's me, I have a date with the Ancients. I'd rather just farm. Pierre also of the same mind as he's heading to the north side to farm those Ancients.
Yeah, I'm just farming away. Tiny going for the Sanj next, so it looks like a Sanj Yasha build from Tiny. Makes a lot of sense when you play against these hard disables, the Magnus, the RP, and the Beastmaster Roar, of course. Good to get some status rest going.
Got a smoke up right now towards Puppy. He's the only one on the north side of the map. Save rolling through with GPK and Kataomi. We'll see if they connect onto him while he's at the Lotus pool. Doesn't seem like it. Looks like he'll get back in time, so does seem to be a wasted smoke. They'll have to instead satiate themselves with grabbing the tier 1 if they can.
Yeah, I think they're setting up the push at least. They realize that they're too late for the Wisdom, but now Tiny shoving the lane, Lycan showing up as well with his Dominator creep, and they place a deep ward, revealing the TB for a moment. Not an easy target.
You'll also see Michael showing up. Yeah. PP, mid lane. Oof. Close call, close call, close call.
He's quick. Gets himself to safety. He's queuing up a BKB next. Understandable in Magnus. You want to be able to cast your spells. There's a lot of disable on Dire. Honestly, kind of hard to play the game if you don't have it. This is where the advantage can start building, though. With Lycan having this hum of the Overlord creep already, having Dragon, he can start pressuring the map a lot more, whereas Beastmaster, he's still working on it, man. He needs 1,500 gold, and then he can start ramping a bit.
It still astonishes me how expensive Ultimate Orb is nowadays.
Yeah. It costs a lot. But on the other hand, it's also a lot stronger. Like, Iox Scotty feels amazing in the current patch. $35 stats is so good. Which I think is well overdue. Nice little farming ult here by Kataomi. He only has 1 point in his
Scotty was
Costello.
too mediocre for too long. Needed to justify its purchase, right? Outside of just a heal reduction.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing was that they made it not pierce debuff immunity. It used to be a BKB piercing slow, but it doesn't pierce debuff immunity, so that's the big problem with the item right now.
Kataomi. He's having a big problem with staying alive at the moment, as Michael able to bring him down. At the same time, though, Miro did pop the ultimate, so they might come in to try and punish Michael for this one. He doesn't have a way down for this one. Oh, the RP!
Oh, what a hex
It's
throw.
dodged! PP gets nothing. He gets caught inside the wall trap instead, and he will end up going down. There's a primal roll out onto Miro in the low ground here, so he dies too. Pure, as he shows up, he doesn't really have much more to contribute, so he will back up a little bit. So have a mid support traded for off-laner support. In the grand scheme of things, though, BetBoom Team did find the counter kills and they dodged the RP, so they'll be much happier with that exchange.
They did, but you could also look at, like, everything went wrong for them, and still they come out with an even trade. So I think they should be happy things weren't worse than they turned out. The Lycan getting isolated there with Beastmaster Roar, TB laying in damage to him, sort of salvaged what was an awful start to the fight.
This TB now has Manta style pretty much finished. It's coming out towards him. And GPK about to finish his BKB. But this Manta is very, very scary. Because right now, unfortunately, Tiny is still building into like real massive damage output, right? So without these big raises, getting through these illusions is fairly tough for BetBoom Team at the moment.
Yeah, the Tiny's build is also very low damage output for now. Like, it's gonna take a while before he starts hurting a lot. I'm actually surprised because Pure, I know him to be a very greedy player overall, but these are more stay strong early and fight type of items. He didn't go shard, he didn't go for some crazy Moonshard build or some Mask of Madness. Instead, he's going for just reliably being as strong as possible early. But that does mean that his physical damage, right now, he does not have enough to go through the 35 armor of the Terra Blade right now. It's just going to be very difficult for him.
We're going to smoke up right now, BetBoom. As they say, well, we have some Blink Daggers that we want to show off a little bit. Let's see if we can get them. Dire Scan will come. It will connect flush onto these Radiant Heroes. So BetBoom have an idea of where they're at. You also see Parker farming the wave. Are they going to get here in time? Now they smoke as well on the side of Edge. Big fight's about to break out here in the bottom side of the map. Who gets caught first? The Avalanche will reveal the creeps, but that does show exactly where they're at. Hookshot goes forward. They catch up onto Save first and foremost. So the Shadow Shaman is the first casualty of this fracas. Let's see who else will follow him. BetBoom Team want nothing more to do with this one. Miro popped the shapeshift just to get out. Now the rest of Edge say, well, if you don't want to fight, we know somebody who does. It's the big man in the pit. Let's just go say hello.
Yeah, they're heading over. You see the meta being committed for the mid tower and then gonna turn that into a Roche as well with the Metamorphosis. And of course, Empower giving a lot of damage. This TV is hitting for 360 damage a pop. So Roche will fall pretty damn fast. Doesn't look like they have any intention of contesting it. Just going for a tier 2 trade instead. I'm not even sure they will get it in time though.
All that's left for Parker is, as his next neutral item, if he gets a gunpowder gauntlet with the empower. That sounds sexy.
Big damage. He is queuing up the IO Scotty. Parker is one of the players who I think has a little bit of love for the Scotty, more so than certain other TB players that I see. He was known for, you know, going for a second item Scotty for some time against these big heal strats when we had a lot of death profits and so on. He recognized how to counter it. But of course, getting Scotty is just a massive power spike on TB.
What have we made of GPK on the Shadow Fiend? So we're 20 minutes into the game. What does his future look like, and how do you feel about his impact upon the game so far?
I actually feel like your prophecy that you don't like the caster SF is kind of coming true here, but I'm not surprised. I'm very surprised that he didn't go for Kayasha at all in this game. He's queuing up now, but that's very late. And so far, we haven't really seen him do a ton of damage or get big ultis out. So lackluster so far, but we'll see. He gets vision on multiple heroes, but he's kind of alone.
Yeah, he doesn't actually want to be here. He needs to get out of here very, very quickly. He's going to wrap up the ultimate, send it out. Miro takes the twin gate through to provide some additional support. Okay, that'll spook the rest of Edge into getting out. But no, actually, they cancel their TP. They're just going to re-engage here. Primal roll out onto Miro. The Lycan is dead.
I mean, they saw the SFLT on 2 illusions, the SD illusions only, so there was nothing for him to really be worried about from him anymore. And like I said, Tiny doesn't really pose a big damage threat at this stage of the game, so easy fight for them. They get the shard over on Clockwork. You and I have been emphasizing a bit how vision advantage is so big, and now having this shard as well, allowing you to reposition a bit more on the Clockwork, definitely a nice thing.
I will say another piece of my trepidation about the caster SF from the mid lane is when you're in these kind of scenarios where the game is like this, where I mentioned in the draft where you're the ones that need to fight, right? It's very clear that BetBoom needs to fight, but how? How do you do it with the draft that you have? There's no blink on Tiny. Look where Tiny's at, actually. He's in trouble. They need to get some help for him. SF is on the way. They do drop the freezing field as well for Kataomi. That'll make him a difference, but he ends up dead for it. And now PP getting the 2-hero skewer, pure as well as save, will be dragged into the waiting arms of the Parker Terrorblade. Hell, even Save's Courier can get it too. Technically 4 kills in this fight, and Parker, with this Metamorphosis pop, there's no way they're not going all the way forward until the tier 2 tower.
Oh yeah, easily tier 2 tower, straight into it. It's got the meta going still, so damage is massive. But they're just playing really good Dota right now, and a little bit too aggressive from Pure to try and push that far under the enemy tower. Expecting not to get caught, but PP, he's been on point. The skewer back up top we saw onto the Lycan, and then catching here as well together with his friends. Of course, the Clockwork was the first one started. The follow-up, the 2-hero skewer back was giving them some nice heroes to just lay in the TB damage into.
Question I have, what was Pure doing that far deep though?
I mean, he saw that they were playing top, but I mean, he overstayed. There's no easy way to say it. He just overstayed his welcome for sure. The Tormentor had already fallen by the time that he was doing this, so this was, yeah, not reading the map correctly.
Also, he's building Blink Dagger right now, right? On Pure. So the question I have for you, why didn't they just put the Tiny mid, bro, with this build?
Honestly, both the Pulse 1 and Pulse 2 are struggling to have the impact that they need. I mean, I know GPK is still 4, 2, and 3. He has had some positive impact in this game, but I do feel like both of them are kind of struggling to connect the way they want to. Whereas even the Magnus, who had a horrible laning stage, is finding much better entrance into these teamfights. And look at him. Cohesion. I said that was the difference between game 1 and game 2. And look at them all playing together. Making moves.
Well, look at them all killing Pure. Pure's dead. Pure's so dead. He is so... my friend.
No way out.
Hare boss. Hare boss. Michael's gonna go in first to set this one up, but doesn't even take them that much effort. Michael PP is more than enough. He is down for the count. And that even delays the Blink Dagger even further. And if he's not getting this Blink now, bro, when is he gonna ever buy BKB in this game?
Yeah. I mean, they're catching him at a very, very vulnerable time. He doesn't really have the damage output. He doesn't have a blink yet. This Sanjasha Echo Saber build, I haven't really seen this exact build up before, but I feel like it's very weak outside of just having a lot of HP. And you can have whatever HP you want. TP will shred through you. You will not just out-sustain against this. And with Tiny still respawning for 18 seconds, Parker's just making up the high ground, claiming this area. He's putting down a flag. Doesn't have
And
a
the
literal
flag is
banner,
me,
but
baby.
a figurative banner in all his illusions.
Does have his Aegis expiring in the next 5 seconds, so there's not the cleanest situation to remain in. They could try catch them out there. Unfortunately, we still don't have that blink on Tiny. But worse yet, we still don't have a blink dagger on Shadow Shaman. Like, they don't have any instant initiation from BetBoom at all right now.
Yeah, trying to go around. Shadow Shaman still has Ether Lens, so good range to initiate with. Like an ulti committed, this is a go.
Here they come. Coming in on the back edge. Michael, he's in position to try and break some smokes here. The rest of the team already getting into the safe areas. The Hex will come out onto Michael. So the clockwork looks like he might go down first. Poppy commits the disruption to save him. He TP's out on the Shadow Shaman. Michael, hook shots away. Will he escape from this? He will.
No way. What? How? How did all of them live, dude? That's insane. I mean, that's actually crazy. The first save there from Shadow Demon, keeping Clockwork alive for a little bit longer, and then they find a way to get every single hero out scot-free. That's crazy.
Wow. Not just got free, they got the tier 3 tower while doing it.
Oh, yeah,
so they suffered
right.
0 penalty. It's all gains on the side of Edge right now.
Even quite a bit of damage to that range rack, so even just TP Illusions going up there is going to pose a serious threat, or, you know, the Helm of Overlord creep coming over there. This is already a structural weakness induced.
We also saw that the thing we were talking about with Pierre's damage output, he's realized it as well. He's changed his mind. Yeah. He's eschewing getting the Blink Dagger, allowing the Shadow Shaman to pick that one up instead, and he will go straight for the Revenant's Brooch. They're realizing just how big of a problem the Tyrant Blade is becoming.
Yeah, I mean, right now he's doing nothing to TB, and TB's armor is just increasing. 45 armor is a lot, man. So yeah, he needs the magic damage. Brooch is your only best bet as a Tiny to try and add some. The idea is
something I actually didn't...
Yeah?
Yeah?
I was gonna say that the big connection that we need, though, is that they somehow kill off the SD so he can't save, and then let the SF ulti. But it's so hard when Beast, Magnus, and Clock all have a way to stop the SF ulti. So I think GPK is getting really in his own head that I can't blink in an ulti because any one of them can stop me. Hookshot, Roar, RP.
You know, the thing I want to say actually feeds perfectly into that, right? The reason they're having that struggle is because they have one blink on Shaman, and Shaman cannot solo kill the Shadow Demon whatsoever. Yeah. So they need the Tiny, but he's not buying blink. And another thing, you know, I told you I'm skeptical about mid SF. I've hated carry Tiny for many, many months right now, so sad as this is for BetBoom fans, I will say, for me right now, I'm experiencing quite a bit of vindication as Edge is now pushing on the high ground with the Terror Blade. Skewer back, PP. Nice reactions from Kataomi with the Frostbite. That will keep him alive, but it can do nothing for the Rax.
But the Rax is gone. They're dropping. They're trying to split push meanwhile, but Patch is coming in. Pure has he overstayed again.
He takes the tier 2 tower, but he's gonna die for this. Both him and Save caught inside the RP. Ripped to shreds by Parker and the gang.
Oh
so they get the lane of Rax bottom, they come and kill off the Tiny. Yes, he got the tier 2, but definitely not worth his life at this stage, especially without buyback.
I love Miero's inventory right now. The Observer is pointing out there's a Nullifier, Helm of Overlord, and an Aghanim. Nothing else. You cut out all the nonsense. Very straightforward item build. At least now he can turn the Tiny into a wolf and send him in, but I wonder, man. I wonder if they can take a fight against this Radiant lineup. It just seems so well put together.
You know, normally I love Nullifier when I see the enemy team has supports that buy Gold Scepters, Force Staffs, and these kind of items. My only concern, though, is let's assume he actually reaches Puppy at the back edge of the fight, right? And can cast that Nullifier onto Puppy to disable the Gold Scepter. In what universe does he actually survive in that moment? Like, he's actually not that tanky on this Viking. 2.5k HP, you know, just shy of 30 armor. Terrorblade looks at that and just scoffs and says, what is this? A wet noodle? I don't care about this.
Yeah, that's so true. The fact that he doesn't have any BKB as well means that even just a Clockwork hookshotting into cogs could be enough to keep him in place for TB to murder him with Metamorphosis. So yeah, definitely got some big issues. It's going to be hard for BetBoom the next fight. Positioning is going to be so important. On the bright side of things, though, it feels like this game is more than a 9k deficit. It feels like BetBoom are farther behind, but they're actually keeping up their net worth decently well for all the, struggles that we've seen them have.
Well, now they have to take the toughest fight they've had so far, because this time around, Parker does have BKB on the Terrorblade. Miro goes into the shapeshift. They pop the smoke onto the Shadow Shaman. They go first onto the Clockwork. Can they kill him off in time? PP, another amazing skewer, brings back Pure. And there's Parker with the right-click damage from the high ground. He does manage to get away on the Tiny. They kill off both of these supports in the meantime. Kataomi though, he's gonna die to these illusions from Parker. He buys back immediately. Puppy, he bought back, he dies back. They got to him. Now though, Pure, able to barely escape, but Miro not gonna be so lucky. The RP holds him in position, he ends up dead. Parker now also kills off save. We do see GPK with the razors, able to get through onto Vitaly, ending the killing streak. Can he get out? Does have BKB, does have the TP in 15 seconds, so he should be fine. Pure, is he fine? He doesn't have BKB, and unfortunately, Parker's right on the other side of him. So Parker will kill him off with the help of PP, who actually gets the credit for that one. So ultimately, yes, your SF survives. Yes, you force a dieback from them, but you still resoundingly lose the fight.
Yeah, and meanwhile, the top lane of range racks falls as well. So like I said, the weakness there. So now they have both lost their racks bottom and top. So annoying. Now gonna get the creep waves automatically pushing on either side. As Roshan is up and Radiant, they're heading over. I think last fight we also saw, if they commit the SF ulti and it's not to burst the TB, Parker literally cannot die. Like, he feels completely unkillable at that point. Tiny is never winning that fight. I think you could give Tiny like 40 seconds for free of just trying to kill the TB and he will just not die.
To make matters worse, that was sort of a best case scenario for them, right? They get the Clockwork first immediately. Yeah. They isolate Puppy from the rest of the team. And when Puppy comes back, right, they know exactly where he's going, onto the outpost. So he's nowhere near where the cores are, so they're actually able to get to him and kill him. And even with all of this in their back pocket, they still only barely walk away without being team wiped.
Yeah, no, it was a very, very well executed team fight by BetBoom, but they're working with, you know, outdated technology here against the TB, who is just from the future. He's the man traveling back in time with a machine gun. You know, he's looking absolutely uncontested. 6-0-6. After that TA game, Parker is pulling up another strong performance.
I kind of have a ring to it.
We have a Roche attempt starting out.
That has a ring to it. Parker the Terminator. I like that.
Yeah.
Oh, Arnold Parker. I don't know. We'll workshop it later. We'll figure it out.
They are smoking over. I think they realize if they give away this Aegis, it's just good game. You cannot stop the TB from getting mega creeps if he gets his hands on this Aegis. But look at the defensive smoke coming out.
Yeah.
The Wolf is going to tell them, but they're not in the pit.
Shadow Shaman, he breaks the smoke onto Michael. There's going to be a Horn Toss death onto the Shadow Shaman very, very quickly. He doesn't have buyback himself. Miro's already committed the shapeshift. Would like to get something going forward. Here comes Pure coming forward with the Wolf Bite, not able to get connection onto anybody. Instead, he gets hook-shotted by Michael. And here comes the right-click damage. Vitaly even supplies the Primal War as well. They want Pure, and they are going to get him. He is gone, does have buyback, however. Save has already committed the buyback, trying to come back into this fight, but he gets RP immediately as he makes an entrance into the engagement. PP locks down the entire damn team, giving an ultra kill to Parker and granting them the whole damn series. GG, well played is called. Edge win this 2-1 and send themselves very happy into day 2.
Wow, impressive stuff from Edge here. I mean, after game number 1, we were worried that we were going to have a quick 2-0. BetBoom is just too strong, but they come back stronger. They managed to find a way to turn it around, showing the tenacity. And, you know, you see the boys happy here after the performance. Definitely some big brain stuff happening as well. Credit to, you know, Puppy and Zombie as well working on the strategies here. I think the supports that they came out with both in game 2 and game 3 had massive impact.
Massive impact. They both, and across both games, they both did the same thing, right? Come when you need to assist PP in the mid lane from not just getting absolutely ran over. And then once his lane is secure and you can go back into the jungle, cool, sweet. Just play around with Vitaly. Create some space for Parker to get all of his farm on the map, and they did it to perfection. I must say, Michael, this Clockwork is proving to be a problem. Not just the vision, but man, the amount of the needles that he's able to thread with that hookshot, always catching the correct target at the correct time, is kind of incredible.
Yeah, I actually had the pleasure of casting them recently in some other tournament too, and the same thing was true there. Like, Michael plays a really, really damn good Clockwork, so I think that's a hero to look out for. At least, you know, it's hard to say that a team should ban Clock, but at least you should be prepared, have a solution for what's going to happen, because he made a lot of stuff happen this game again.
Yeah, he absolutely did. What a game coming in. Edge very happy with themselves for being able to walk away with the 2-1 victory over the side of BetBoom. I just want to remind you about something as well, something you're not going to believe, right? Across the last 2 games, Parker died once, bro. Just once.
Yeah. I mean, it's so clean. 0 deaths on the TB game, 1 singular death on the TA, and a ton of kills, right? I think he was 17, 1, and 13 in game number 1, or game number 2, if I remember. So just absolutely massive. He did everything and more that you could expect from a carry. Like you said, one of the best carry players out there. And if he just finds the right team to play in, I think he's always going to be an amazing, outstanding player.
So shout out to Edge for pulling off the first upset victory. As good a team as they are, they certainly came into this one as underdogs, and they defeated the updogs of BetBoom Team. I will say, I do think this game would have been markedly different if it was Tiny Mid and SF as the carry. I just think that they just had no presence on the map the way that they decided to set it up in this fashion.
I agree. I completely agree. And, you know, for as much as I believe in the mid Spellcaster SF, I think if you go BKB, like Blink into BKB, it's a defeatist itemization for a Spellcaster mid. You gotta have that SF swag. You gotta have the bravery to just say, bust out the Kayasha early and, you know, go for some crazy plays. Because if you don't have Kayasha, you don't have the chance to get your ulti out. All those ulti cancels, we saw them on display. And then we got Peepew who, while he struggled in lane, this man, he did not crumble. He did not fall to the pressure.
Yeah, he actually was one of the people that recovered this game, right? So many of those fights that we saw in the replays that looked like there might be a moderate chance of BetBoom recovering the engagement. In comes PP, skewer back, RP on multiple heroes, everything's just gone down the drain. So he played a really good game. Turns out the lane doesn't matter. If you're PP, you're like, dumps the mean lane, bro. I'm still going to win the game overall. So shout out to Edge for getting that upset victory. The question is, though, Waga, will we continue this underdog story? Because our next series of Nigma Galaxy versus NAVI, I do feel the gap feels a little bit bigger there between the 2 squads. What do you think? Do we have more magic left in us?
I mean, it's definitely possible. Who knows what this tournament is going to bring? And I'm just excited getting to cast some Nigma as well. They've been looking really good lately, so going to be excited to see what they bring to the table. They have interesting drafts, so don't go anywhere. If you're in the audience, you know, get yourself some water maybe, but we'll be back after a short break with the next series coming up.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Domnioara mea, să te îndori de ea și să-i spui curat că m-am însurat cu o pată de crai pe o gură de rai. Era cea măicuță să nu spui drăguță că la nunta mea căzută-ți dea că am avut nutaș, ca și pătinaș, primul smuți mari, sările mii și stele păcălii. Ciobănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de pâilii, că ai lăsat oilii și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Și-ai plecat cu fetilii, și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, duru-duru-duru-du. M-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, duru-duru-duru-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Ai, n-ai văzut un scârdioi. Mi văzut, nu le-am văzut, din păscuțel le-am păscut, prin pârloage tot sălbage, la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din cârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiț, nu mai capte din căpriu sădu.
Welcome back, one and all, for some more Dota 2 action with the final series of the day, as we have NAVI taking on Nigma Galaxy in a best-of-3 matchup here in our group stages. This one is going to be quite interesting because it is yet again another underdog matchup. Nigma Galaxy, of course, had qualified for TI. NAVI having recently been kicked from the organization, but nonetheless, there's going to be good Dota before us. And Waga, you have had the pleasure, you were mentioning in the last game, of watching this team quite a lot this year. What have you made about their progression since they formed this new iteration of Nigma Galaxy?
It feels like they've really stuck through, some of the hardships and worked their way through finding like, okay, who needs to play more active? What do we need to work towards? Who do we join? Like, they kind of got those small details down that teams really have to figure out over just repeated tries. And sometimes it can be really painful. A lot of teams, it can be easy to just say, oh, you know what, this isn't working out. Let's go with a different player or do something else. But these guys truly have just built the teamwork and atmosphere to get to a point where they can play at the top level and do it now pretty consistently. Because before it was like, oh, sometimes Nigma looked like they were playing at top level, and then it was a long drought where the fans were just like, oh, it hurts to be a Nigma fan. But lately, they're eating good, dude. Nigma fans are definitely enjoying some great Dota.
The only problem I have with Nigma, of course, is that Sumail, now he's stealing my flow. He's also got some cornrows, man. I thought I was the only one with some dreads in the scene. Their opponents, of course, NAVI, a team that has very recently been released. These 5 players will no longer be under the NAVI banner after this tournament. However, they've been through ups and downs. It's been tough for them. I don't think they've necessarily found that click. You know, sometimes a new teams form together, relatively young players, and they've yet to find that thing that can make this team have its own unique identity that allows them to reliably win.
Yeah. No, I definitely get what you mean. And that's been the difficult part for them. Overall, like, they have outstanding players for sure, but it's just really hard to find exactly how your Dota is going to be played in a way that other people can't contest you, right? Every team is a little bit different, have their own niches and changes. And for me, a big part there is Nigma bringing out certain heroes as well on their side that come as curveballs. Like, they used in the qualifiers the EWC, they used the Arc Warden, they played it in the finals even. And that's a hero that not many other teams, like basically no team, is really running right now.
Hell, they have heroes like IO, not many teams are running. They're still playing the position for Earthshaker, not many teams are doing that. A lot that Nigma Galaxy is doing that differentiates them, but it's working, right? That's kind of what we mean. Every time a team to get to the very top, it has to be identifiable. The style of Dota that Nigma has certainly gotten to the place where it's becoming quite clear what they're doing. But let's see what they're doing in this game. First pick for them, they start things off with this Batrider. Could be for Noob, could be for Sumail, could be for Omar, could be for GH. For the other side, NAVI. Of course, when you see Batrider, you're like, well, let's not play around, boys. Just pick up this Abaddon. Don't make this complicated, right?
Yeah, there's no reason to beat around the bush. You want to have a counter to that Batrider. You get one of the best ones in the game. You can now run this either as a support, offlaner, carry. The Abaddon is very flexible, so it's a completely fine first phase pick that doesn't say too much. And then they follow that up with a Shadow Shaman, hero that has been slipping through the bans a lot in our games today. Has recently been very high priority ban, but all the bans in this game kind of explain themselves as well. The DP needs no introduction. Bristleback still dominating the scene.
5 seconds remaining.
Actually, what do you think about this Abaddon, right? Do you think it's going to be a core Abaddon in this game, or is it Abaddon? Because the reason I ask is that I'm pretty sure that Nigma, after seeing this Abaddon, are going to downshift priority on the Batrider. So do you still think it's worthwhile putting the Abaddon carry, or should you just put him as support?
I think I would rather still have him as carry. Either carry or offlane is what I would prefer. Usually carry works the best.
Dire team pick.
But yeah.
Well, there's the Nigma special. We were just talking about like some of these heroes that GH has that nobody else deploys. The GH IO, baby. IO... Honestly, everybody's been out here talking about Nigma's back, the Nigma's this. This one hero makes me have some confidence that if IO is playable, then Nigma should be having a very good time at the tournament.
Oh yeah, I mean, GH IO, legendary stuff. He knows exactly how to play this hero, and can be a very tricky hero to play against. That changes almost the entire dynamic of the game. You suddenly can get outnumbered really hard, and they're able to play the map as well quite greedily. And let's see what the reaction is going to be for them as they see the IO Beastmaster. Start by picking up the Pango. Some good physical damage can be good to have against the Beastmaster. And then the Warlock.
Followed up with the Warlock as well. Okay.
I mean, this is semi-common counter. You see IO, he's always going to run really close to his co-partner, so you just Fatal Bonds the two of them and burst the IO.
Yep. It also gives them some much-needed team fight to go in tandem with this Pangolier. Beforehand, they were, they had Rolling Thunder, yes, but to create more chaos, there wasn't really that many tools. Well, Chaotic Offering turns that around. If it is indeed a Baron carry, then you're obviously going to be getting more damage out of the Fatal Bonds. If he's playing somewhere else, then whatever carry it is will get that big bonus from the Warlock. Unfortunately, Warlock doesn't have the best instant point-click disable. All of that is relying on the Shadow Shaman, so that gives Sumail Storm Spirit an opportunity to shine here in this game.
Yeah, this Storm hero is going to be difficult for them, I think, because Shadow Shaman, yes, you're great at catching, but what's the follow-up? Look at the rest of the heroes. Like, maybe you can bounce him with the Pango roll if he's in position, but otherwise it's going to be difficult to get the lockdown. Just from an internal point of view, I like Navi's draft. Their heroes work really well together, and it makes a lot of sense. They have balance and harmony with a team fight and a bit of carry, push and etc. But against that Storm, it can be tricky. And Doom is already banned as well, so not an option to get one of those easy one-click solutions.
Nigma Galaxy, now all that's left for them is to pick up a hero for Ghost. They ban out the Marcy. That's another thing that Nigma Galaxy does that not many other teams are doing. They will still run IO Marcy whenever the opportunity avails itself. And Navi realized, yeah, this would actually be a kind of scary IO Marcy type of draft. She'd basically be unkillable. Very good ban on that one.
Yeah, they end up banning the Ursa, just a hero that's really hard to lane into. But, I mean, there's still so many good options here, so I think Nigma, they are definitely not struggling with what they're going to play. They have basically, multitude of good combos. One that stands out perhaps is the Gyrocopter could come in. Fantastic to have a hero who can kill the Shadow Shaman wards while also dealing damage to the rest, or hit the Golem and also clearing out the rest. So definitely a good alternative.
My other thinking is maybe you look at this Navi draft, they don't actually have that much reach at the moment. So perhaps you take the risk of going like some Lina, some Drow Ranger, one of these long-range turret-style heroes. That way you can hit the Pangolier during Rolling Thunder. You're not really going to be too concerned about the Shadow Shaman, given how hard it's going to be for him to close you down. And then you just dominate the lane with the constant overheal from the IO.
Yeah, there's also a possibility that they just say, you know what? We have IO, but we don't run it that much with the carry. You can just activate around the Beastmaster and Storm and play around them. Definitely, a possibility. And in that case, they could take Terrorblade, who does the same thing that you mentioned. You have a great Pango killer in Metamorphosis. You just hit him during the roll. And again, a hero that can be difficult to deal with in the current patch. Definitely one of the strongest carries. And for some reason, by the way, TA is still not banned.
That is true.
I just realized, we're sitting here and thinking about different heroes, but they could just still run IOTA, which would be a super strong safe lane.
And right now, Navi don't have really the best tick damage in the world, right? What they go for, it's going to be the Gyro. All right, the more straightforward, standard solution here, I mean, it's Gyro with Beastmaster IO, right? So makes complete sense why you'd want that in the game. Also, you're one of these heroes that can keep the fight going for a very long time, not like a one-and-done style carry. So that means that a Baron can't just rely on outlasting you in the fight. At some point, you will have enough damage to kill him through all of his heals.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, I think it's going to be important for Navi to try and get someone to build towards a Spirit Vessel, deal with the IO, and otherwise this Gyrocopter is going to be very, very difficult for him to deal with.
Are there any Vessel builders left in the game that can... I mean, the Pango can build Vessel from the offlane, right? And you just get a different mid laner then.
Yeah, I've even seen mid-Pangos go for it. It's just a good active fighting item. All comes down to what they want to play.
I think I want Ember or Void Spirit. I would actually like the Void Spirit because I think the silence could be super strong in this kind of game. Having the Aether Remnant against IO is generally also super solid throughout the game as well. It's just Queen of Pain. Okay.
Okay, so they get a bunch of damage with the Queen. It's not necessarily lockdown solution to the Sumail Storm Spirit, but is quick burst. So if you ever do get the catch with your Shadow Shaman, you can lay in the Sonic Wave and burst the Storm quickly. And you can go Shard to get a little bit of silence at least as a Queen. It makes it decent to kind of initiate.
I guess part of the rationale of the Queen as well is that I'm looking at the Nigma draft and they don't have that much lockdown themselves. And all the lockdown is the Batrider ultimate, Beastmaster ultimate, and you have, Storm Spirit, Vortex. But commitment will be required to reliably lock down this Queen of Pain. And their burst damage is there, but only if they get those disabled, you know? They don't have like cheap high amounts of damage from themselves from Nigma Galaxy.
Very true. And also a game where Lincolns could be a really big value later on for Navi, getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, you know, with the timing. Obviously not perhaps first item, but down the road, you're against a Beast, Batrider, and not too many ways to break Lincolns. This could definitely be a great game for it. Is he really going for the bondage facet? We see him loaded up right now. Of course, as we can see the players and what facets they have. Looks like Ari is going to go for the big Serpent Snake. And copy on the Queen is currently queuing up the less played bondage facet, which is good against magic damage. So against Storm can be nice, but usually we see more success from Masochist.
Yeah. I guess maybe the rationale here is that, okay, they have Storm, Batrider early game, going to be doing a lot of magic damage, and then it takes Gyro a while to dish out all of the physical damage. All of his presence in the fight is from Call Down, Rocket Barrage, so maybe that's going to help me in those earlier moments, but we don't get to see it all that often. As a mid player, what's the best reason to go for it in a game like this?
So the idea is that you go for bondage, and then usually you buy a Blade Mail and become really tanky, let the enemy kind of make a question, do you go on the Queen of Pain because she's going to return so much damage back? But while I have seen it played quite a few times, it did also completely bomb out some recent players that I've seen go for it. So I feel like the reliability of just the Masochist Dagon is hard to pass up on, and I feel like this is taking a big risk going for this.
Well, Navi, they know that they're the underdog team and they will not win this series without taking some risks. We saw in the earlier series, Edge took those risks against BetBoom and it worked out for them, netting them the 2-1 victory. So we'll see if that trend will continue here with these risks from Navi.
I love Kaori using the Habibi come to TI voice line against Nigma. That's so good. Indeed. It's going to be a Habibi TI.
Oh, we're gonna see a lot of yalla, habibi, yalla.
You know, I'm so happy actually. My girlfriend is Lebanese, and for the first time she's going to TI, and Nigma managed to qualify. They got the 3 Lebanese players, the most Lebanese team ever in TI.
Nice, nice, nice. Well, unfortunately, it doesn't seem we're very far away from having any South Africans at TI, so I'll have to wait for a few years.
One of these days. At least worked the event, you know, in the backlines and so on. But yeah, no players. It's kind of hard. South Africa is really like being isolated in Dota when it comes to being able to play against people. Like server-wise, it's just so. It's on an island.
Honestly, it's kind of incredible that there's prominent South Africans at all in the Dota scene, given the reality of the situation.
Oh yeah, I mean,
as we might have an early fight here. No, nothing happens. Okay.
Yeah, there's a big cool community that dates back long in South African scene, right? There's so many people in the Dota scene. Just rough. Always having to deal with so high ping if they want to play on the EU or something.
I mean, I remember I was playing a game with one of my EU homies, and I was ecstatic because that day I was getting 150, and I was like, we're eating
that's
good today,
That's a good day then. Not the usual 175 or something, yeah.
Poor Omar. Gonna eat some damage from Ari and Yoragi right now, but I'm not sure they have the tools to kill him off just yet. Kaori even comes around to drop the Shadow Word, forcing him into the Firefly. He didn't want to have to pop that at level 1, but didn't have a choice there.
Yeah, he got forced to skill it up, and not only is that gonna hurt, you know, because he had to skill something poorly, but it also literally hurts. Now with the stoked facet, takes a little bit of extra damage from it, so it took a while for him to get his HP back.
One thing I will say as well is that if it's a support bat, at least you're not dealing with all that arsonist damage, so life might not be so bad.
That's true, but on the other hand, he can come quite quickly at you with the stoked facets, just running people down. We'll see if he can make any aggressive plays. GH is gonna try and mess with Ari, who's going for the pull through. He actually does steal the range creep connecting there onto the big camp.
So talk to me about this classic lane within Dota 2. The only lane more classic than this is like Queen of Pain versus Puck.
Yeah.
How are things looking right now between these two heroes in the mid lane matchup?
I think ever since he got Static Slide, Storm generally doesn't struggle that much against Queen of Pains, and we might just see Copy do the no Shadow Strike build here. Even though Storm is a hero you want to punish, now he goes back for it. He double points it now on level 3. So aggressive intentions to try and lock down the Storm, but I think Storm should be doing completely okay farm-wise. It's a hard hero to shut down for Queen nowadays.
What a hero Storm Spirit is.
Yeah, dead even in last hits. I mean, the Static Slide having mobility, it just makes you able to CS even when you get bullied back. But this move though, Cavalry coming in, stealing away the water. Omar actually forcing him to take it though.
Water rune taken. We'll see, as Omar's putting in quite a bit of damage onto Kaori, but he still does have the Shadow Word, so he should be fine in the long run here.
Warlock is the level 1 powerhouse, right? You don't need much, just Shadow Word is massive amount of damage and healing.
It ain't much, but it's an honest spell.
You know, I was watching T-Gov play some Warlock recently, and I realized Warlock is the only hero I can mention who has 5 abilities that get increased AoE by Gleipnir.
Oh.
He has all his abilities increased by Gleipnir in AoE. Even the bind AoE of the Fatal Bond. And then the Golem's Immolation Aura also gets buffed by it, so kind of crazy value.
Okay. If I go back to playing support, I'm going to play some Warlock. See how that goes for myself.
Yeah, we can always copy the Warlock spammer T-Jobs builds. Fun guy.
Top lane, Ghost. Still farming away on his Gyrocopter. Doing about as well as you expect. Can you actually envision for me a off-lane duo that would reliably beat Gyrocopter IO?
Oof, that's hard. I think sometimes certain like Racer matchups can be hard to deal with. But it needs to be a strong support, because Racer is also susceptible to just getting harassed down and get gone on. But if you have some aggressive support, like, I don't know, Marcy Racer can actually be tricky. Level 2, you get pulled back, static link, but it's not really reliable. It's again, yeah, this lane is very strong.
While they're farming away, we did get to see a glimpse of Sumail being forced back into the base to replenish all of his mana. That, of course, gave Copy a little bit of an advantage here in this mid lane. He should reach level 5 before Sumail does. So, is he going to go 3rd point into the Shadow Strike is the question.
Yeah, I think at some point you need to get your blink, and it might just be now, as he's going for the rune. He needs to get back to his CS anyway. Just going to skill up the blink. But so far, he's doing a good job as Queen Pain, 26 and 8, so nice last hits. But Storm, while he's struggling, Sumail, I mean, if you mention a Storm who came back after a hard laning stage, I think there is no other player that should pop up in your mind than Sumail. He's literally known for it. His TI era of just getting shut down super hard in lane and then finding, like, what, a 12-minute Bloodstone by a little bit of jungling. This guy, he knows his comebacks.
I mean, in that game you're mentioning in particular, he was 0-3 at 5 minutes and still had that 12-minute Bloodstone.
Yeah, it was absurd, man. I mean, Sumail, he's a legendary player.
Top lane. GH, the legendary IO, is being sieged upon by Boom and Ari. Ghost, though, putting in the pressure back towards them with the level 2 Rocket Barrage. They're actually chasing Boom. They want this Pangolier. Looks like they're going to get him. First blood drawn by Ghost on his Gyrocopter. Boom goes down. Gyrocopter stays up. And if you look at him, doesn't even seem like he was in a fight. Literally has full mana and full HP. Shout out IO.
It's deceptive. This IO innate is crazy good. Regenerating twice faster, or twice as fast, the tangles become super valuable. He has 17 HP per second when he eats a tangle, which is hard to go through. I mean, you're trying to chase him down, but he's just out regenerating. He even had the healing Lotus, so he knew what he was doing.
Ari will come towards middle. I think they want to try and get this kill onto Sumail before he cracks 6. Copy has 6 now, so this is the time. This is the time. If Sumail's ever going to die, it's going to be within the next 15 seconds. If he gets to his ultimate, much more difficult to accomplish in future. Ari looking for the angle.
He saw him now.
Does find it eventually, but Sumail sees him as well, so Sumail will just walk away and he'll be fine.
Yeah, playing towards the bottom rune, but Warlock is there as well. Instead, it's just going to be Batrider making more and more stacks. I wonder if maybe you let the Storm use that as a recovery method. Yeah, Haste Rune does get picked up by IO in the end.
I mean, that's a good point, right? It doesn't feel like the Beastmaster really needs it. Noob is doing pretty good down bottom. Honestly, you can just leave him alone. He actually might just get a kill with the help of Omar. Uragi falling so low, dive hawk, but they don't want to dive underneath the tower. Kaori came in as well. What a time to be alive. I think if they'd gone a little bit sooner for that one. I don't think Noob was prepared for how much damage they were actually doing.
Yeah, Noob wasn't really prepared for it. And at the same time, he doesn't have boots, so he didn't want to keep overcommitting under tower against the Abaddon who does have boots and get kited. So still good they backed out, but yeah, maybe there was a kill threat there. He could actually have gone it.
But so far in these lanes, Nigma
back to full HP, the Warlock just fixes him.
And level 2 Shadow Word, it's good stuff. We're gonna pop it again, but this time around might not be as effective. Yuragi still does not have the level 6, and indeed he's gonna die before he gets it. No way out of this one, buddy. Noob throws in the Hawk to kill him. Batrider will just pick up the Shrine, and things looking good for Nigma Galaxy.
And that was a costly death right there. They were doing really well on the Abaddon. He was having a great start, but losing him early out like this, getting a bit too greedy, trying to play aggressive for the Wisdom Rune. And that's him dying without anything committed from the mid laner.
Yeah. And the thing is, he's building Radiance as the Abaddon. Each of these deaths, you know, it's one thing if you're building like, I don't know, some Maelstrom, Falcon Blade Maelstrom as your first items. Who cares? A death or two, you can tank it on the chin. But he's building these super expensive items from jump. Really impact your progression if you die like that.
Yeah, very true. 10 seconds for the power rune, so both teams again moving towards it.
Where is it gonna spawn? They're pinging out bottom. Shackles could come out, and they do towards the Storm Spirit. Sumail in trouble. Sonic Wave will be there as well, but he is still alive. Has the level 6, so he gets up onto the high ground. Omar has Firefly, so he just moves himself away. Io is there with the heals, and look what it is. A young regen rune. Oh no, Queen of Pain. She comes in to steal it. Copy now with the shackles out onto Sumail. Maybe they get something out here. Sumail doesn't have more mana, but GH will supply it. So he's gonna be fine. Nice play coming in from Copy.
What a great steal right there. Storm didn't think that was going to happen. He had magic charges. Sumail could have gone that one if he wanted to, but he didn't expect the Queen to just blink aggressively and steal it right under his nose. Now using the Regen Rune to tank the tower. This is one of the nice things you can do with the Regen Rune as well. Just use it as a pushing tool.
Did you like the change on the Regen Rune?
I really like it. That it's more of a combat rune now and doesn't just serve as a refill. I actually think it's really fun.
Okay. I mean, I play carry, so the only time I ever see that rune is like much later in the game.
Yeah, it's a mid laner thing, right? They get the Regen Rune, now it's also a strong fighting rune no matter what hero you are. Like if you're just going on someone and you have Regen Rune, it's deceptively tanky to go through.
Well, Copy is going to try and pull some deception with the smoke as they head towards the top side of the map to find Ghost. Unfortunately, he senses that something is awry. He backs off into the jungle. Nobody's showing on the map. While his team is in the triangle, nobody's pressuring any lanes. He's like, yeah, they're coming for me. Let me just stay safe.
Yeah, he's playing to the deep areas. Not really worth going in. Even if you could find him back there, it might not really work out as the IO can TP in and heal him up very quickly. Instead, mid lane, we're going to find the Batrider. Looks to be an easy pick off.
Yeah, whatever. He was just soaking experience, trying to finish off his boots. So he doesn't really care that much.
As bottom lane has been pretty abandoned, this new Beastmaster is getting a lot of farm in this area. Abaddon is holding on to whatever he can, but it's really Beast's area.
As he's been making his journey in the offlane, Noob, I will say this is one of the heroes that he has consistently shown on when he's been playing it. His Beastmaster is always really, really solid.
Yeah.
Almost has the Helm of the Overlord, and you know, compare and contrast the Beastmaster we saw earlier on from Vitaly, how long that took, to this, night and day difference.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's getting a fantastic timing. If he keeps going at this rate, it's going to be that 12 minutes, you know, almost faster than 12-minute timing that you really look towards in a good game. Attention coming towards top lane now. Rasta doesn't have snakes yet though. Warlock does have ulti, but isn't in position to be up there.
Well, nothing's really happening as present. Everyone's just farming.
Yeah, stacks being made. Beast, Batrider stacking up a little bit for Beast or Storm to come and farm later. Or even the Gyrocopter. Just going for Academics first. Not making a pit stop for Yasha or Dragonlance or Crystallis or any of those items. Just wants the Academics. I think this is to prevent himself getting bursted. He's against Queen, very fast damage coming out, so just wants to up that max HP.
Yeah, I mean, it's Queen, it's Pango. Hell, it's even Shadow Shaman. Ether Shock is always one of those spells as a carry that you're just like, oh my god, where the hell did that come from?
Yeah, it's quick. It's quick damage coming out of nowhere.
But speaking of where they're coming from, NAVI is coming from the south side, and they're heading north. They want to catch this Gyrocopter. Io does have the relocate on GH. They're going to bait out a little bit with Boom, and now they're going towards Ghost. Do they have the ready killer? They are offering drop down. Sonic Wave is out. They're dropping everything on top of him. Eventually, he will end up falling. Now we'll see, will Nigma Galaxy get anything off the back edge? Sumail TP'd in, but he realizes the fight is already over. Yes, they got the kill, but that was a massive investment from Navi.
It did take everything in the kitchen sink to get that one, but they do bring him down. Poppy being chased by the Storm, who's pretty low mana.
Should be fine. Flame Break will not connect. Storm, like you said, out of mana, so can't complete the full zip.
A bit too short to be able to catch that, but still nice attempt. Does force the Queen to walk back to base as the shield rune bottom could still be picked up. It's Ari gonna control it though. He does not want Storm to get rune control.
I have a quick trivia question for you.
Yes.
This Beastmaster, Helm of the Overlord, right? It has been purchased in this patch 62 times on Beastmaster.
Okay.
Where in that ranking do you think Noob is on his timing?
Ooh, it has to be, I think, among this, I want to say 6 fastest or something. This has to be a really quick one.
Ah, so close. It's number 7 on the list.
No,
That's, you were very close.
That's pretty good guess though, right? I mean,
within the margin of error, we'll take it. We'll take it.
Margin of error of 1, and we'll accept it. No, this is a fantastic timing. He's looking huge, and the bigger thing is his gyrocopter is also massive. A lot of times when you have this good of a start on your offlaner, you look towards your carry and it's like, yeah, but we're struggling somewhere else. But honestly, it's only Storm who's a little bit behind, but we knew that was the good place against the Blue Ping. So they're in pretty good shape. At the same time, you can kind of spin it around and say Navi, all of the cores are getting their farm. They're kind of trucking along. I would be concerned for them though, because it becomes harder once those tier 1 towers are gone to say how they're going to play the game. Like, it's easy when they just post up on a tier 1 and siege the tower, but as the map opens up more and more, IO relocate becomes a bigger impact.
For now, we do see Nigma Galaxy posturing around this mid lane with the Ancient Granite Golem just shoving in this wave towards the tower. Ari should be able to reliably clean it up, and Copy in there might actually want to jump onto Noob. Boom does have the Rolling Thunder. For now, they'll just focus on the Ancient, looking for the free gold, but Omar says, nice try, bozos.
Wow. The little support Batrider auto attack denying it. That's some good timing coming out from Omar. Minus 250
top lane,
gold.
look at this. GH, he stole their shrine and TP'd out. What a god.
Yeah, sneaky beaky. And he didn't risk his carry as well doing it, you know? He just went for that play and then he's like, yeah, now I'm back. Take care of my carry again.
Yuragi is making his way towards the Radiance. I will say, I had assumed that Nigma Galaxy, off of the back of how crazy good the game was going for Noob, that they would try to apply more pressure towards Yuragi, but he's been given the time to finish his item. So he will have this Radiance, and that definitely will have an impact on this Beastmaster and how much influence he has in the middle of the fight with his army.
Yeah, for sure. It's a big power spike that he's gonna hit, because right now you feel kind of like creep as Abaddon, but once you get that Radiance, you're not only strong at farming, but the team fight impact of just running at people is not something you can ignore.
What do you think he goes after that? Is it an SNY game? Do you want him to go straight Blink? What's the feeling?
Yeah, hard to say. I like the Blink, honestly, just because if you get roared, you know, you get the bar time to save you, and then you Blink away to safety. I'm a big fan of that, but maybe just go straight from Manta style to have the illusions push out the lane as well. Because right now, they don't have the best ways to shove lanes.
We'll see. That is one thing about this abandoned hero. So many different itemizations. It's actually going on in mid lane, but he doesn't have his ultimate, but he does have the skill point rating. He's fine. He's okay.
Yeah, it's Aurora and then what? So a little bit awkward for Noob.
Oh, Hex going out onto Sumail. He's been caught in by Ari. Ari dropped a Giga Ward for this one as well, but Ari will be the first one to die as Ghost shows up as well with Io. They want to put in the pressure with the Gyrocopter. Copy, eating a homing missile right now. Omar hits him with the Flame Break, but doesn't have lasso. Can't hold Copy in position. Gyrocopter gets relocated back with the Io. And this fight will end up ending with just being a quick pick-off onto the Shadow Shaman. Doesn't seem like much else will happen.
Yeah, just a small outcome after a big fight, the big brawl. Now more. The Centaur Stomp to start.
Oh, this could be huge. They got the Stomp onto the Boom Pangolier. He's going to try and get out with the Swashbuckle. Big Sonic Wave to push back all of these heroes. Unfortunately, it's just not enough. What happened? I think they had to have known that there were still some heroes in the area, but they just caught him completely off guard.
He didn't know that they had vision around the tree line as well. He snuck up on him with the Centaur around the corner, and using the Observer Ward that he had, managed to get a good initiation. Pango. He was just looking for something with his diffusal, you know? You get diffu on Pango, you want to fight, you know that you're so strong early on, but unfortunately, when you're in Vision, anything can backfire very quickly on you.
Yeah. Navi start struggling right now with the 2k net worth deficit. Abaddon does have the Radiance, so he's going to try to farm as much as he can. Unfortunately, Ghost also has the full Ags and is most of the way towards the D-Lots. 300 gold remaining for this item. It's kind of crazy how quickly he got here.
Yeah, he's speeding up. He has an IO following him and speeding up his farm as well, so this is going to be a farm gyrocopter for sure. Bigger question for me is, how's Sunail's recovery going, right? He hasn't really found too many kills or involvement. I think he's respecting a lot the early game team fight of Radiant. Doesn't want to fight into the Warlock ulti. But he's kind of quietly just working his way back.
Yeah, you'd be forgiven for even forgetting that we had a Storm Spirit in this game. But he'll get there at some point. His counterpart, though, is almost at the Kaya Sanj, so it's a lot of damage output coming in from the Queen of Pain. And right now, there's a Roshan that's going in for Navi. They're in the pit with the Giga Ward. It doesn't seem like Nigma Galaxy is ready to counter this.
This ward can tank for a long time, and then they come in tanking with the Golem as well. They're committing double support ultis for this. But if you get your Aegis, it feels pretty amazing.
Now that was happening. They smoked up on Nigma, so they might try to actually catch them on the retreat here. Will they find? They come across the Pangolier. Doesn't get himself away just yet. Nice hex onto Sumail. They hold him in position too. Abaddon immediately dispels the lasso. And here comes Parker with the gyrocopter on the back edge. They've taken out the Shadow Shaman. Sonic Wave, it connects, but it's not enough damage. Primal Roar now goes back onto Copy, and Copy's gonna die. Io, he goes back, leaving the gyrocopter behind to clean up onto Groove. And now as Copy returns, he does not have any way out of here except for the blink. He does managed to do so at the last second as they killed off Sumail. Uragi now with the Abaddon and the Radiance putting in the burn damage between him and Kaori. They're gonna rinse this fight. Ghost about to die. Uragi kills him as well. It started so solidly for Nigma, but it ends up being a disaster. Fatal Bonds, baby, turning the fight around.
Fatal Bonds Radiance. I mean, that's a lot of damage coming out. So just running around. The Abaddon's damage doesn't look that high, but look at the Fatal Bonds impact. 3,300 total from the Warlock. And that was with him using Golem before the fight started. He had his Golem already used for the Roche. Of course, it was still part of the fight, but yeah. Plenty of burn coming in. A little bit overstaying their welcome, I suppose. Nigma, they started out the fight really well. I thought they were gonna dominate it with the supports not having ultis ready.
That fight also catapulted Abaddon to near the top of the net worth charts. Look at him, Uragi now number 2. Yeah. Not that far away from grabbing number 1, and like you mentioned, going straight into the Manta style after having this Radiance.
And I kind of like what we see from Queen of Pain as well, going for the Shard in this game. Oh,
Ari dropped a Giga Ward here. Will die for it, and doesn't seem like anybody in his team is nearby to help find some vengeance.
Yeah, no, he's just gonna die, unfortunately for him. No way out of that one. Tormentor has spawned, and we see Dire moving over, but Radiant are actually the ones smoking to get
Uragi will break the smoke by showing on the wave. I think they were waiting for the Pango. Might be too late. Nigma already have it. Almost down. Okay, they got it. Can they get out is the question. Omar's the one that got the shot, but he also has very little HP.
Oh, Io gonna slither away, but the Copy, Queen of Pain, he can't quite close the distance.
Oh, they might still want to jump this year. They gave Copy the Shadow Word. He could jump. Swashbuckle caught the Io and the Gyrocopter. They know where they're at. But they also know that jumping in could lead to a death knell. They didn't see the Beastmaster, so there would have been an immediate roll. Not worth the risk because Uragi doesn't have a mobility item, so just rather let it go.
Yeah, that's really nice getaway for Nigma. Thought they would get punished, but managed to take it fast enough and get to safety. And I think once they get this pipe complete on Beastmaster, the Radiance timing power spike can be mitigated greatly.
Bottom lane. Boom. Well, this is one of the things we don't get to see too much in our games because we don't get to see Io, but I don't miss this, I won't lie. Like, seeing this gives me some very bad flashbacks of some of my pubs, so I don't miss seeing that at all.
You show up on any side of the map and you just get gone on by like 3-4 heroes. It's just a different flavor of the Dawnbreaker ganks, really.
At least they don't have Nature's Prophet too. As we do see Shackles coming out. They do find a noob and he's isolated from the rest of his team. He actually dropped down the ultimate. not going to be enough to do anything. The cooldown from the gyrocopter was there, but they had to utilize the relocate to go get a kill elsewhere. Not available to encroach upon that fight.
He might as well try to defensively roar. He's going to be dead for 50 seconds anyway, so it's almost going to be off cooldown when he respawns. But they did at least use some big resources to bring him down. The Sonic Wave and Warlock ulti was popped again. But it is Navi who are making more moves while Nigma are still accelerating the farm.
We'll be able to defend this tier 2 tower with the gyrocopter. They would like to get the kill on the Chaos Golem, but it's not strictly speaking necessary. They're not going to overextend for it either.
Yeah, they even get more gold for the Rasta Snake anyway, so gonna be happy getting that kill. 292 gold. That was a high roll actually. Plenty of gold.
Witchblade for Sumail is arriving now, so I think we're going to smoke up as soon as it's available. We have Witchblade Pipe, and the Bat Rider has Blink Lasso, so...
And the
man, you're so
rune
close to
bottled up.
forced off, but yeah, you gotta go. You gotta go.
Yeah, this is goal timing. Again, they could perhaps bait with Noob, just pushing a lane like he has been doing. He's been selling this for a while, you know, just running down the lanes.
Might come across the Abaddon. They see his illusions, but they also recognize just how unpalatable a target that he is.
Yeah.
So I doubt we'll see them overcommit for this one. And yep, the cooler heads prevail. They decide to back off.
They could maybe go for it, but it's such a risky spot. And even if you reload in, I mean, you're just gonna have to fight in a place where you're gonna get outnumbered by cheeky reactions.
Mr. Navi are busy pushing through bottom, and the team is coming. Stormspur came through with the twin gate, and they're gonna go towards Ari. Gets zipped upon, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about this. Omar quickly kills him off, and they could still decide to go for more. Sumail looking towards Bloom and Kaori. Once Kaori first, Demicate will protect this Warlock for now. There's a silence still going in onto Sumail. The Sonic Wave, it misses the Stormspur. It hits the Bat Rider, sure, but Sumail is still alive, and now with the Vortex, he's bringing Copy back. Copy needs to get out. Here are Noob and the Gyrocopter trying to lay out the damage, but Juragi, he's just posting up into Noob's face, driving this Beastmaster away. They do force the ultimate out of him. Ghost decides to go back with this IO. Immediately they TP out on the Beastmaster as well. So they leave the fight from Nigma. So it ends up just being a 1-for-1 affair in the end.
They're keeping up top. They're chasing. They want the IO again. No Queen ulti, but still big damage.
They're gonna try for it. They get the shackles out onto the Gyrocopter. Copy chasing in onto GH. There's the Chaotic Offering drop down as well. But Copy's the one that's dying. The Gyrocopter damage is a little bit too substantial. They TP out with the IO. Nightfall, BKB TP out, done by Ghost. And that's it. The aggression's over. At the very least, though, they do defend the tower, but it did cost an ultimate or two to make that happen.
And this is the hardest Gyro to kill that I've seen this early on in a game. He's already at 25 minutes, 3,000 HP, has an IO that's constantly healing him, and he has a BKB built into that inventory as well. So this is just very, very difficult to burst.
All right, speaking of difficult to burst, Juragi is on that list, but he blinks away. Just finished the item, too. Keeps him alive. Waste a little bit of time from the rest of Nigma Galaxy.
Good tool to have, of course. The Aphotic Shield allowing him to always blink in safety like that.
Oh.
Tension
Look
going
at
down
some of
to
these
bottom.
neutrals. This might be the fewest Dormant Curios I've ever seen in a pro game before, up until this point. It's only one.
Yeah, not too many dormants. I don't know. Sometimes I've seen games with like 7 or something. Pro players do like to try it out. I still think that, you know, there's certain value in some of the other items, though. Some of the early tier 1 items are crazy good. Like Spark Courage, for instance, and a damage dealer. If you get that with the damage enchantment, it's just a massive increase in DPS.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
For Navi, they're trying to get a massive increase in DPS on this Abaddon, and he's building into an Orchid. And it'll be easier to build that if you can find some kills. So Navi, they smoke up, heading on the map. They do have this very nice observer ward that scouts out Noob, so the Beastmaster is underneath their vision. They're running straight towards him. Will he realize this in time? It does not seem like it.
Oh, he's
I
in
think
trouble.
we're steering towards a dead beast.
Oh,
he's gonna try. No way, no way, no way, no way, no way, no way!
No, he can't get past the pillar as well. They don't have the blink on the Rasta yet. The Ether Lens Rasta, of course, it feels amazing to have Ether Lens, but sometimes you wish you were a little bit closer. Maybe I have had that blink.
It's actually a big catch right now that they're finding onto Boom because they're going to bring in the gyrocopter with the IO, hoping to find the damage. But the shackles from Ari, making sure that the gyrocopter doing what he keeps doing what he's doing. Now they kill GH before the relocate finishes. But now here comes Sumail. They dish in the damage. They kill off the Shadow Shaman. Boom, hoping to turn the fight towards Sumail to get the silence out on top of him. He does manage to get away, just barely. Sonic Wave will be there. Sumail still living as the IO does go down. But now Sumail is out of mana. He doesn't have a way out of this fight. Can he zip away at the end? No. Dies to the Fatal Bonds. Gyrocopter at the very least able to TP into the fountain. But all he can do is watch as the rest of his team cannot do the same. Noob now surrounded by Navi. Killed off. A triple kill for Kaori. Carry Warlock, baby. You saw it here first.
I mean, as the Warlock did, Fatal Bonds is doing so much work. The IO came back into the fight, tried to heal people up, but he still had Fatal Bonds on him. So he dies because the Storm and the Gyrocopter were taking damage. And until he gets some form of Dispel, it's gonna stay this way. He is building towards a BKB on the IO, and he wishes he had it in that fight.
BKB IO, you know.
I would have expected maybe a Lotus Orb, you know, to dispel your teammates, to get rid of the Lotus.
Lotus Orb, Guardian Grease, since he already has Mech, there's options available, but nah. He's actually gonna reload. He's gonna go steal the shrine here while Navi is busy taking Roche. Ah, man, this Ari, if they had the BKB out earlier from the Gyrocopter, they maybe could have killed off Boom, but that long range, long duration shackles really did turn this fight around. Oh, hold on, go back in. There's gonna be a long lasso, dragging Copy outside of the Roshan pit with the homing missile flying towards his face. They have halted the Roche attempt for now.
That was a quick shield again by Uragi. He's really on point with his Photic Shield reactions to the lasso.
Boom, coming with the Rolling Thunder. They do manage to get the kill out onto Omar. Copy unable to finish him off. The Rolling Thunder connected onto Noob, but he's not the biggest target. At the very least, though, Copy will be there. They find the damage out. Noob forced to drop. The ultimate is not going to be enough. At the same time, there's a chaotic offering on the back end of the fight, isolating the Gyro, leaving him very far from Noob. So Beastmaster ends up dead, and now Ghost has to fight the world on his back. He's trying his best. Flat Cannon going everywhere. He's dishing out the damage. He's already got a double kill. He's about to get a triple as they bring down the Shadow Shaman too. Slip in from Sumail. He finds Copy, finds the Queen of Pain. The Queen's gonna try get in the tree. He's gonna try get out. HY was right. It's the correct decision as Uragi also backstabs them to bring down Ghost, ending the dominating streak of the Gyrocopter.
Wow, what a
As the
kill.
chaos finally settles down. The fight ends 3-2, but man, what an engagement here on the top side of the map.
I mean, they salvaged the entire fight there with the Gyro kill towards the end, just staying on him with a Golem and then finally going on him with the Abaddon, blinking in like an assassin, just getting in there. And that will allow him to finish up his Orchid. So this is going to make the game more annoying for the Storm, who does not yet have a BKB. Now he has to deal with multiple control tools, the Shard silence from Queen of Pain, the silence from Orchid. It's getting a bit difficult. And also, Queen itemized for an Aghanim Scepter as well. I really like that against IO, because you can very easily spill a lot of damage between the two of them.
I will say, I love how they broke up this fight, just forcing them into two separate locations. Even the Sonic Wave to make sure that Ghost couldn't approach. Like, this is very smart stuff from Navi.
Yeah, in live, it's just a bit of tentative poking, so no fight breaking out. We can enjoy the replay here of what happened, and look towards the very end how, you know, here, Ghost finds a ton of kills, but then they just lock onto a Gyrocopter when I thought everyone was completely fine on Dire.
Yeah. Good turnaround there. Copy, very lucky to get out of that fight, I must say.
Yeah, that blink in. The blink paying dividends for the Abaddon.
Is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Now the BKB for the Sayo will not fall prey to any of these shenanigans in the midst of the fights anymore. There will be a Roshan attempt. Giga Ward dropped inside the pit. However, Nigma clearly do know about this. The Roar has gone out. Flame Break will be there. And they're thinking about the approach. Very low on the Roche. They gotta go now if they want to make anything happen. But they are too late. Copy able to snag up the Roshan. Nigma Galaxy, are they overcommitted? Yes, they are. They're going to still try and take the fight. Nice hex from Ari onto Sumail, preventing the Storm from doing his thing. But it will not matter. Omar got the catch onto Kaori, dragged in the Warlock. The Gyrocopter damage is there. So both supports will go down. And for two supports, that's a lot of gold to be given away. Mid lane, Uragi being gone on by Sumail. They maybe want to try and bring down this Abaddon, but he pops the borrow time, he blinks away to safety, so he'll be okay.
Still big damage for them there coming in, getting two supports, and now pressuring back the Abaddon, forcing his ulti on cooldown. Copy, though, with Aegis in hand, is just standing here, throwing a big question mark at them, like, what are you going to do if I defend? He is queuing up the Lincolns that I mentioned in the draft. It's going to be a very big item in this game. If he can get her hands on that, she will be really obstructive. Hard to lock her down with the heroes that you have.
That I'm loving about this game when I look at the map. I see both teams have the same amount of tier 2 towers left. I see both teams have 15 kills. I see that there is no gold lead. I see that there's basically no experience lead. Love. This means we're gonna get some late game Dota, Waka. You excited, bruh?
Anyone's game. Anyone's game. Either late game Dota or some explosive stuff in the mid game anyway. So both teams off to a decent start. And I would say that I give, you know, a bit of a dire advantage as we head later and later. So perhaps a bit of pressure on Navi to make stuff happen with his Warlock ulti, the Serpent Wards, with the Aegis they now have in hands. You don't want to go quietly into late game against the Beastmaster Storm and Gyro. That's gonna hurt.
Speaking of Gyro, he's busy taking the Tormentor right now. He did just pick up an MKB as well, so they do finally have some Pierce to get through this Radiance evasion. At the same time, they also just picked up a BKB on the Storm Spirit. If not for the fact that Navi had an Aegis, I'd say you definitely want to smoke right now. This is a crazy power spike.
Yeah, it's really big timing. And maybe you want to smoke anyway, because it's still 3 minutes for that Aegis to time out. I wonder if they're going to be patient enough to not do anything for 3 more minutes. You just kind of lose your mid tower. It's difficult to stay active on the map this way. Starting to group up.
Doesn't seem like they'll be given a choice. They have to come back. Sonic Wave is committed onto Sumail. They can't kill him just yet. Copy has the lasso immediately dispelled off of him, but here's the Gyrocopter right-click damage. Good God.
Big damage coming out from him, but quick reactions. Uragi, I don't know, that was like the 4th or 5th time this game that he basically immediately dispels the lasso. Just, I don't know, he's so ready for these plays. You have to do something to the Abaddon, or he's always going to be there to save his friends.
Oh, we'll see if there's anybody available to save this tier 2 tower.
He's got a basher now as well. Smoking
good job. They find the Gyro. Sonic Wave is out. Ghost is in trouble. He does get a BKB or GH in the B there as well. The chaotic offering stunning them both. They finally get them back though. Gyro putting the damage back. In the meantime, Omar gets assassinated on the far side of the fight. And Sumail trying to chase down Ari, looking for the Shadow Shaman. Will be able to get him, but can he get out is the question. The answer is yes for now. On the high ground, Copy still chasing him. Uragi is there as well with the Blink Dagger. They catch up to the Storm Spirit and they do kill him. It's a 2-for-1 exchange, but one that really hurts Nigma because they don't have buyback on Sumail.
Yeah, Relocate was used to try and keep people alive there and try and keep them healthy, but there's just so much damage coming out from Abaddon and Queen of Pain. Like, they focused on going on the Pangolier, but I think he's perfectly happy with that. The Pulse 1 and Pulse 2 are doing all the damage needed.
Oh my gosh. Gyro,
Yes.
the big damage engine. Actually, can we see total team damage numbers? I want to see how far ahead Gyro is from the crew.
It'd be interesting to see the distribution here, what they have done. Okay, that's quite a bit, but Queen is ahead of him. You know, she got some pure damage in the mix there as well.
Oh,
So
man.
this Aghanim after Queen, she is having a field day. Level 23, getting closer and closer to that level 25 power spike as well.
Did you see that Kaori has more damage dealt than Sumail right now?
Oh no, is it true? Well, it's the Warlock, man. The Fatal Bonds, it's too good.
Now he's trying to leverage upheaval to put in some push on the high ground. Nigma will be back to bounce this off. And they can't be too greedy because they only have this Aegis for another 15 seconds. So probably the right time to back off.
And I like the positioning that they're holding, just playing aggressively on the triangle. Even with the Aegis is timing out, they still want to shut down Nigma's farm.
Omar, he's trying to go on the side. He has already activated the Firefly, but in comes Boom, looking for the Rolling Thunder. Ghost gets off the BKB first though. Sumail wants to try and bring down these supports. They get on top of Kaori. He's not gonna die though. The Sonic Wave pushing Sumail and Omar back. They've already managed to bring down Omar. Sumail follows him into the grave, and they get the doubles. Nobody is going to be able to defend this tier 2 tower. Uragi will just post up, take it down, and set his sights on the high ground.
Man, that is rough for Storm. He had BKB going, but he got bashed towards the very tail end of it, and he had mana to try and escape. could have tried to get to safety, but no.
Navi now looking for their first lane of racks here. They've already massaged the tier 3 tower top and middle. Tier 3 middle finally goes down. 50 seconds, no Sumail. So that means not really initiation, because it's very clear that Omar cannot initiate for you. This W from the Abaddon is just way too fast from Iragi.
Yeah, they don't have a good solution, and you can't go on the Abaddon either. You can either, you know, just pop his bar time, or you're going on an Abaddon, which feels awful in the first place. And that's one lane already claimed. Going for the next one, Iragi, no signs of stopping.
Thinking about the roads, gonna go in, they connect onto Ghost. There's no PKB available for this gyrocopter. Chaotic offering is out as well. Ghost is dead. Unstoppable streak for Iragi. Boom, rolls back in onto GH. They kill off the IO. In the meantime, Omar's already lost his life, and so is Noob as he gets railed through with the Sonic Wave. Nigma, everybody's dead. Their base is in shambles, and the GGs do not feel like they are very far away. Now, they're actually trying to force the issue. They're gonna force some buybacks coming in from Nigma. They also get the catch onto Iragi. Iragi went too far forward. He actually ends up dead. Sumail unable to catch Kaori thanks to the Glimmer Cape allowing him to survive. But what a catch and kill. Expensive, but very, very necessary for Nigma.
I mean, that was Iragi on some pub autopilot right there, going into the enemy fountain to try and buy stuff, you know. Oh, let me pick up items here, but he gets punished.
Oh no, Ghost, he can't die here, he can't die here. This could be a game-losing death, and indeed it is. He dies back on the gyrocopter. Sumail doing what he can against Copion's Boom. But what he can do is somewhat limited here. They at least get back to the base with Omar. But 95 seconds, no gyrocopter available for you.
Yeah, they can just go. The Queen of Pain is massive. Level 25 at this stage. Even if they don't have their Abaddon yet, he will respawn in time to the outpost and push before the gyrocopter is up. They can just meanwhile work on the mega creeps. They don't have to hard commit for the throne yet. Attack speed coming in here as well from the Solar Crest and Upheaval.
Upheaval Imps. A very silly, honestly, ability. Just kind of hilarious to look at. Sumail.
The Rax is slowly falling, working on the range racks first, knowing that all that is unhealable damage, as we say.
Omar gets the blink in. They will not have the Abaddon to break this in time. There is going to be a Aurora as well. But where is the damage? Boom just goes ahead and kills one Omar on the backline of the fight. And now when the stuns are down, Copy is free to do what he wants. Blinks in to silence Sumail, hits him with a Sonic Wave. Kills both him and Noob. And as the IO just has to watch in complete impotence as he can do nothing. It's a triple kill for Boom. There's multiple buybacks from Nigma, but it will not matter. GG well played has been called. Navi, who knows if they're back, but I do know that they took game one in very entertaining fashion.
It's the day of the underdogs, Snare. It's the day of the underdogs. Navi, they're fighting here, doing what they can, even landing the fist bump there. Took the second try perhaps, but he got it. It's the nerves after a game, but well done by these players, actually working their way through what was a bit of a struggle of an early game, but on the back of some great performances. We had Copy on his Queen, didn't die a single time this entire game. 7-0-18 feels crazy with the amount of fights that we've seen. And I wanna give a mention to Warlock, man. The impact he had. Sure, it's just pressing the fatal bonds, but he also only died twice. His positioning was very good.
Yeah. For me, it's not just about the amount of time. It's not just the fatal bonds. His shadow words were keeping these heroes alive for so long. Like, there were a few fights where I saw him pressing the W onto Queen of Pain. So you can blink away, he W her, give her some time so she can re-engage once more. Keep the damage train going as long as humanly possible. I mean, my man ended this game doing 12,000 heal, which is, you know, very, very solid from this Warlock hero. Did an absurd amount of damage as well, of course, as a result of those fatal bonds. But, man, Copy just put out a clinic. Like, he did really well in the laning phase. There were a lot of rotations towards him. Yes, they didn't succeed in getting those early guaranteed kills onto Sumail, but it didn't matter. Once he actually felt comfortable heading out onto the map, when you had the Kaya-san Blade Mail into the Aghanim Scepter, just felt unstoppable. Like, they always committed so many resources on top of him, but it goes back to what we're talking about in the draft, that ultimately there's actually not that much disable. So if he gets tanky enough to survive the Vortex and survive the homing missile, he can always get out of the fight.
Yeah, and of course, the biggest hero that we should also mention, perhaps in some of these fights, is the Yuragi Aphotic Shields, man. He was so clean with them all the time. I think Omar is just, you know, wanting to punch his keyboard or something after this, because every single fight we saw him jump in, try and catch someone, and he just got nullified entirely by the Abaddon pressing one button. And that's not what you want to have happen to you if you play Batrider support.
Absolutely not. Yuragi was having a bit of a tough time. He did have that one death where he was massively overextended before he had the Radiance, but seems like his team call told him, relax gang, just get the rads, you'll be cool, you'll be Gucci. And then you get this kind of reaction where you come out with the W. NAVI. 18-28, and not long before the game actually ended, it was very, very even. Like, the game was 39 minutes. At 32 minutes, it was literally dead even. There was nothing between them.
15-15, dead even. Yeah, it was a really, really close call. And I said that, you know, Navi, they don't want to go silently into the late game. They want to make something happen, and they just ended the game, man. They just went ahead and won. So that's a good way to not head to late game against this Gyro, IO combo, etc. But Nigma, there was potential for them. I think if we look towards them instead and think a little bit what went wrong, I think a big part of the story is the Batrider against Abaddon. That was really rough. But second part is probably, we didn't see Sumail get too much activation early on. It took him quite a while to start getting kill participations. So finding ways to activate him is probably what they struggled with.
You know, in retrospect, I'm thinking about it, right? Because we did see early on in the day a Beastmaster with the Storm, and we were like, okay, right, Beast can just wait for the 6, drop it on the carry hero, Storm comes in, recovers in that fashion. So now there's a different layer of why the Abaddon was so good, because Abaddon is maybe one of the only carry heroes that completely nullifies that style of gameplay, right? You simply can't make that move at that stage of the game. So you had Noob just farming, right? He couldn't do anything. He's like, well, this Abaddon, I can't really kill him. If we do kill him, the resources required will make it not worth it. That in turn affects Sumail, who can't move to that side of the map. Absolutely no way in hell is it going towards the side of the map that has a Pangolier on it. So he's stuck farming, and then when the enemy is out farming you as well, what can you do? So Sumail, unfortunately, unable to demonstrate the prowess of his Storm Spirit. However, that's only game 1, Wagga. Only game 1.
Oh, yeah.
So game 2 will still have recovery potential for Nigma Galaxy. So what do you think? Are they going to be able to come back in this one?
I think they can. I think we're going to have a 3-game series. I hope for some good Dota. You know, I get cast together with you here only for today, so I want to max this out. I'm a big fan here of Nigma turning this around.
Well, let's see if they can do that once we get into game 2 of Nigma Galaxy versus Navi here at Wallachia Season 5.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I'm here with Yuragi from NAVI, and we're going to talk Dota and Wallachia. I mean, firstly, welcome back to Wallachia, Yuragi. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm good. Glad to be here.
looking back on kind of what you needed to improve on, do you think you've made those improvements and that you're going to be stronger coming into Wallachia?
Yeah, definitely. I think the biggest theme for us was team mentality, and our atmosphere and our vibe in the team was a bit off during the qualifiers, so we're working on fixing that and making sure that everyone plays with a clear mind and having fun and doing their best in the game.
Absolutely. Do you feel like there's maybe a chance that you guys play without, because sometimes teams play better when there's no expectations upon them, or when, there's like kind of the weight's been lifted. Do you feel like that could be the case for you guys here?
Yeah, for sure. We've talked about it, and that we're playing the zero pressure method here. So.
Sounds nice. So is that going to allow you guys a bit more sort of creativity in what you're going to play? Do you kind of get to do what you want now?
Yeah. We're getting onto some new strats. It's fun.
Excellent. Navi Unhinged. I'm looking forward to it. So what about yourself? What sort of things have you kind of enjoyed most about this year, and what sort of things have you been kind of challenged by?
I enjoyed with how I've been able to play personally. I think I was mostly happy with my performances, and I wish I could help the team more, to develop more, and to come strong into these qualifiers, the final qualifiers of the year, but that didn't happen, so but yeah, I'm trying to not have any regrets about it.
Absolutely. And how do you feel about the game at the moment as well, and like how it's played, the meta? It feels like it's pretty deep at the moment, especially in the carry role. You can play like the traditional carries, or you can go into something crazy like we've seen Dawnbreakers and Omni Knights coming out in the carry role. So how does that affect you?
Yeah, it seems pretty diverse. I'd say there's no DOTA Pro tracker now, so people are actually bringing their own ideas, their own styles, like different teams. So it's quite nice, and like meta takes longer to develop. So we see more changes from tournament to tournament. So that's nice.
Absolutely. And how do you think that's going to kind of affect these big tournaments with no Dota 2 Pro tracker and everybody's data being hidden? Do you think there's still more to come in terms of like changes to how competitive Dota is sort of formed at the moment?
Maybe, but teams are still screaming each other, so probably there's not a lot of room to bring something that nobody knows about, but probably we'll see some new ideas.
Yeah. Or maybe, do you think perhaps you guys could be the catalyst for that, where teams which are taking part in those tournaments are sort of trying their ideas against you, and you kind of get a little insight into what's going to be coming up?
Maybe. I think we have some very creative players, so yeah, we'll see.
Excellent stuff. Talking about your players, can you tell me a little bit more about your team? Who you really get along with, and what they're like as players?
I mean, it's nice to play with Ari. We played with him before. Yeah. Ari's really nice. He's a really smart guy, and I love our course. Like they're just doing the job. They're good at it. So we're just gonna try to enable everyone, and we're gonna have fun.
Excellent stuff. Ari, thank you very much for coming to talk to me, and best of luck here in Wallachia.
Thank you.
Stăpâniți cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi te-o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean. Uițe, bersane, dișne, de soc, muzicei cu foc. Când abate pâinea, răzbate șuile, să strânge pe mine, mă plânge cu lacrimi de sânge. Iar dacă ai zări, dacă ai întâlni, măicuță bătrână, din ochi lăcrimând, pe când mă alergând, de toți întrebând, și la toți zicând,
Welcome back, one and all, to some more Dota 2 action here in the group stages for Wallachia Season 5. We have one game up for NAVI. Today is a good day to be an underdog if you have Snare and Waga on the mic. But unfortunately, Big Waga, you said it first. You want 3 games. They're probably going to get it. What do you think Nigma are going to change in the draft to achieve that outcome?
I'm not sure exactly what adjustments they need to make, but they need to respect, the potential that there will be this early 5-manning and strong team fight. And hero like Warlock does facilitate that. I think that was sort of driving force, allowing the early game that came out from Navi. I think Kaori actually was the sleeper carry in that team, just with the impact he had early on. So we'll see if they make any draft adjustments, but overall, perhaps they need to have heroes that can prey on those supports a little bit more, something to go in and really punish them. Because that's one thing that IO lineups don't do that well. They don't really jump the backline and pick off backliners. It's more predictable.
I will say one thing we did see as well was Ari. We didn't talk about him that much, but he also put on a masterclass on the Shadow Shaman. He was playing incredibly well. So makes sense why Nigma would just want to remove that out. He added some push potential, got too many hexes off, and some key shackles onto Sumail in particular. So going to be having what seems to be a brand new game here in Game 2.
Now, if you want to grief your pubs and you want to play Shadow Shaman, you could stack your Ancients 5 times, and one big snake will kill all of them. There you go. That's all I have to say. It does. It actually 3-shots the big creeps. It's kind of crazy how much damage it does because of the damage type along with the damage. But yeah, anyway, you could also not grief your pubs, but it's up to you, viewer, just putting thoughts in your mind.
We're changing your name from Wagamama to Pub Ruiner. What the hell, bro?
Always has been, man. Always has been. People reporting for the Vanguard Radiance Void and stuff. Yeah, I've seen.
Hey, the Vanguard Radiance Void is legit. I've played that before. It's legit, man. That stuff is good.
It was. It's always fun to see. Like, it comes back every now and then in waves. Like a year ago or so, we had some Vanguard Radiance Voids again. And I'm like, oh, that's a throwback. Fun to see. Metas come and go, but. Speaking about some stuff, we have a first pick hero from Navi that I would imagine should be your favorite hero because of the snare casting.
It does have snare, but unfortunately it also puts me to sleep. God, I hate Naga Siren. There are certain heroes that I've hated literally from the day I discovered them and what they do. Naga is high up on that list, especially right now. She's just too oppressive, provides too much to the team. Song has a stupid ability that shouldn't really be in the game. If you must keep this hero within snare, fine. Don't give her reel-in as well on top of that. Don't give heal on top of the Song of the Siren. Don't give her BKB piercing in snare. Nah, guys. I don't like this hero. But I do like it in terms of it wins games. It can be very solid. Gives you a lot of vision on the map as well with these support players just spamming the map with illusions everywhere. Comes very oppressive to play against.
Yeah, and it can also be a great thing to have that reset button, right? You mentioned the heal, but even just being able to say, okay, one enemy core committed BKB, now I'm going to press the song, and suddenly you just kind of you stifle the enemy advantage, right? You slow them down in the fight. So a good opener hero, doesn't really say too much, but it's usually a support. Carry Naga lately is just absolute dog shit. I don't think that's worth playing.
I feel like if Shiro from All Gamers Global, if he's not playing Carry Naga, hell, if Radzizi is not streaming himself playing Carry Naga, it can't be done.
Yeah, there are some heroes you can just tune into certain players. It's like, are they playing it? Okay, then it's fine, it's allowed. But if they're not touching it, it's like, yeah, you probably shouldn't either.
Oh, you know, to that point, I remember there was an era where Attacker, even he wasn't playing Kunkka because the hero was just in the dumpster. But nowadays, Kunkka is on the come up. Stocks are very high, gives you some damage mitigation. Also, one of these heroes that can lane pretty much everywhere nowadays.
Yeah, he lanes well. You can run him as carry, as a mid, as an offlaner. It doesn't really matter. The support Kunkka is a bit sketch nowadays, but we don't see teams really do that. It's fine to just flex in between the core roles. And the damage reduction on that rum is amazing. The fact that he has his own personal rum when he gets gone on, like a mini Aeon disc, is such a great quality of life.
It's also one of these Radiance builders throughout the game as well, and whenever the enemy team has either illusions or something that just holds you in position with the full song, having Radiance definitely makes a huge difference in those occasions.
Yeah, that's a good point. Even if you hold him in place, he's still going to be, you know, dealing some damage, canceling links, whatnot. So, very annoying hero to deal with.
What's Navi's response going to be? Obviously, they don't know where the Kunkka is, so you can't just pick to counter him in particular. Could see the Boom hero now or the Ari hero. I imagine that Kaori is going to be the one playing the Naga Siren, so maybe they want something that'll buy Blink for Ari to be able to play up in this game.
That's true. I think if you... okay, they go for the Hoodwink. And Battery was banned, so kind of limited on some good post-4 heroes, but gonna go for the Hoodwink. And SF comes back. Do you think this is going to be the carry SF this time?
I hope not. I hope not. Because, and the reason I don't think it's going to be, because I've seen Yoragi play carry SF before. He's one of the people that I actually saw that gave me like an inkling that there might be some potential with this SF carry. So I hope it's going to be him.
I mean, I've also seen, I've seen Copy playing a Spellcaster SF, by the way. He is good at it, so it could be either, but I want to see a carry. We had the Spellcaster earlier today. It didn't work out very well. Let's reload CM from safe lane. They already have minus armor with Naga, so pairing up the SF presence as well, it's going to be very nice for big damage output.
Hell, not even just the armor reduction, right? In lane, ensnare with the razors on the Shadow Fiend. That's a very oppressive thing to play against. Lots of damage there. But for now, Nigma Galaxy will come back for the Elder Titan Earthshaker combination. Presumably, this Earthshaker is going to be going mid for Sumail, and then ET Dark Willow will be the support duo. Although, there's a non-zero chance. I have seen them play with Noob in the off lane on the Earthshaker. I don't think they will, but I've seen them do it before.
Right. Yeah, I think more than likely that's going to be the case. And seeing 3 melee heroes and then a Dark Willow who doesn't like AoE abilities, this is the most beautiful Timber pick. Like, it's just perfect fit for him, right?
Yeah. Oh, I'd love to be Timber here. And also, looking at these heroes, not only are there lots of melee heroes, where's the burst damage that's really going to threaten me as the Timber? Like, if I eat a full Echo Slam like, around a bajillion heroes, okay, fine, it is what it is. But outside of that, this Timber should actually have a really hard time dying throughout the game.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be difficult for him to really get him killed off that quickly. At least they have pretty good lockdown. They have control spells galore, but, you know, it can be difficult to 100-0 him, especially if he gets that Agnum's timing in a decent timing. Double time.
Double time. So Navi, we ban out the Monkey King, of course, when you're playing Timber. So I imagine that Ursa is going to be the next ban to follow that up with. So that's signal to me that they do want to put this Timbersaw in the off lane. I mean, Boom, even when he was on Team Secret, this would be the hero that he'd play quite often, so that doesn't surprise me at all.
10 seconds
Yeah, possibility. I'm curious what Nigma are going to ban out along with this to ban out the Tiny. Which I can definitely see. Okay, they get rid of Pango. I think, I was about to say Navi need more team fights, because they have the song, which is nice as a reset. They had the SF ulti, which is good, but I think Pango role would have fit really well into their draft.
So what do you pick now? Maybe, how would you feel about Puck in the mid lane for Navi? The Puck Shadow Fiend combination that we haven't seen in a while?
It's good, but the lane though, you know, either you're against a Kunkka mid or a Shaker mid and both of them destroy you. It's not an easy time. Like if you're super good at Puck, you can play those matchups and come out ahead, but it's not easy. I do agree that something like that, some control spell, I would honestly not be mad at seeing Invoker come out. Like a control Quas-Wex build here, give them something to play around. And there are a lot of heroes on Nigma that really get screwed over by mana burn.
I could see that. That could be quite exciting. We'll see if they do want to get themselves in that direction. I guess as well, it would be quite nice for future setup after the song into EMP. Always one of the more devastating combos. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so they do indeed ban Ursa, so this Timber is definitely in the off lane. What's going mid? Slaughter, baby.
There we go.
Right.
They dive deeper in the minus armor using the fish from the mid lane. That's definitely a good fit. Slaughter and SF, they're best friends dating back long into Dota 1 era. These heroes can put out quite a bit of damage, and a good way to get around the damage mitigation of Kunkka is to just put a ton of minus armor on the enemies.
Were they watching our previous broadcast, bro? Because remember, we were calling for this.
Yeah,
we were like, I was saying I want to see Slaughter with the Shadow Fiend, so I'm glad they do it here.
I mean, honestly, dude, there's a lot of times when teams are waiting, sitting around, watching the previous teams playing. But I think we're just as smart as the pro players. That's what it is, Snare. You and I, we're in tune with them. We're synced up with the pro players. That's what it is.
There we go. There we go. That's the explanation I like. So, Ghost, what are we playing today, brother? We need some damage here. You can play the Kunkka, but I definitely want to see some more punch emerging from the hero. The turret heroes are dangerous because of Timber Slaughter, but this is fine. This is fine.
They didn't think about... I missed that they didn't ban the Medusa, because this is like the one thing you need to really think about if you go minus armor strat. This can be problematic, man. Medusa does not care about minus armor at all due to how Mana Shield works. I'm sure everybody watching pretty much knows this already, but it's worth repeating. Only 2% of the damage going through the Mana Shield is actually going to care about the mana armor reduction. 98% of it does not matter what your armor is.
Navi, are they thinking about maybe shifting the lanes and putting the Slaughter? No, okay. I was going to say, maybe you want to just try to play with the Bash of the Deep in the lane to pressure the Medusa early on before she's fully ready to fight, but I prefer this. They definitely need Blink Dagger from the Slaughter to open up the map, to play in tandem with the Shadow Fiend. Hey, but this Medusa is scary, gang. Like you said, she doesn't care at all about all the negative armor. The Hoodwink does have some damage that can come out of the Sharpshooter, but it's not really that deep. But crucially as well, if you song and you don't manage to like chain disable her before she gets off the ultimate, then that's just it. Your fight just ends in the opposite direction instead.
Yeah. This is, I mean, it's a beautiful last pick from Nigma for sure. Definitely tying in things together. I still think they have a pretty big glaring issue though in the first 4 heroes against Timbersaw. So Boom's game is going to be very interesting to follow. How good can he farm against the Medusa in lane? If he gets off to a decent start, then he can dictate the pace of this game easily. He's, great against the 3 melee strength heroes, but even against the Dark Willow, you're happy to be a Timbersaw.
Speaking of the melee heroes, in fact, it is, I mentioned it sort of as an off chance that this could happen, but it's happening. Noob is going to be playing the off-lane Earthshaker here. It's going to be Sumail mid lane on this Kunkka. So presumably Dark Willow, Earthshaker lane. How do you think that's going to play into this SF Naga lane on the other side?
I think SF Naga looks just to be dominating in that lane now. I think that they should be destroying. I don't know how a Shaker can even get close on that lane, but I guess a lot of work is cut out for this poor Willow to try and secure his laning stage.
Yeah, but it's tough though, right? Even if you go into Shadow Realm, the Shadow Fiend has some razors that can just get right through it anyway. So it's going to be complicated. I'm with you that I would have preferred the Kunkka being on that side of the map, but nonetheless, we're going to get into it. I really love when they do these map overviews. This is always so fun to see.
Yeah, that's really cool. I like it. I like the little logos floating as well over the teams there. We can see them. Feels nice. Reminds me of when I first got the VR headset and watched some games in Dota. It was actually a pretty good experience to use it to watch replays. Even though it wasn't really ironed out fully, it was cool to have a different way to watch. That's so long ago now though.
Here we are. Could potentially be the final game of this evening. In this series, Nigma need the W to go to game 3. But Navi want to prevent them from getting there. And outside of this Medusa, right? This Medusa is definitely going to pose a massive, massive problem. The first 4 heroes, though, I think Navi have an incredibly good solution for everything. It's just this Dusa, man.
Yeah, and one Dusa can truly become the one hero to solve everything as well. So if she gets that farm that she needs, then she can carry this game, definitely if we head to the mid and late game. And we're using the smoked illusions to try and scout where the enemy are. Nice little move that you can do with Naga.
It's many things. I'm not sure nice is the word I'd use to describe this.
Meanwhile, we have Shaker setting up to do a not so nice thing as well. He's going to Fissure block his first creep wave to get it back really far. It does mean he's not playing on the runes, so they might go 1 for 3 on the runes. And that's going to happen.
Well, Noob was telling his team, don't worry gang, I will make up for it in the laning phase. I'll get the early enough Blink Dagger to justify this.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't do this, then it's an unlaneable lane, I think. Going into the SF Naga is going to hurt so badly. Especially on level 2 power spike.
Yeah, level 2, 3 is really, really scary. I think it depends on what Uragi wants to build. Does he want to go 2 points raises? If he does go 2 points raises, somebody will die at level 3.
Yeah, definitely. It's like a guarantee with the Ensnare and the double race. It's just impossible to survive it. But we've seen carry SFs a lot of time kind of wanting not to hard commit into it. Maybe just get a single point and then go back for a right click. Let's see what he does.
Well, here we are underway. Game 2. Mid lane copy versus Sumail, the Kunkka versus the Slaughter.
More Timber.
Timber. Oh no, Boom goes down. GH. Okay, they just decide to do the 3-hero combination, giving us some flashbacks to the tri-lane days. Get a quick kill onto Boom. Very nicely done.
That's a good way to start out. If you're going to have a bad lane top anyway, then you might as well look to make your safe lane have a better start. So Omar, good choice to stick around down bottom together with his team. That will make Timber's life a little bit harder.
So talk to me about this mid lane matchup. What should we be expecting here, Kunkka versus Slaughter?
I think overall this matchup is Slaughter favored, but if you survive to level 5 without too much damage done, then Kunkka starts to recover. It's about Tidebringer getting low enough cooldown to start spamming it and, you know, dealing some damage back to the Slaughter. But right now it's difficult. Now is the struggle time.
Speaking of struggles, of course, Noob is going to be experiencing a lot of his own, but Omar dutifully brings him the creep wave here. Shout out my dog. Giving Noob an actual game. Like you said, if they don't do shenanigans in the top lane, it's actually impossible for Noob to play. I like that he's not even thinking about approaching near where the SF is.
Yeah, this is the correct way to try and approach this lane. Definitely don't want to just go up and get raced for no reason. This bottom lane, quite a bit of damage done back to the ET as he goes in to try and deal some smacks.
That's good positioning for that Timbersaw, demolishing the trees right in front of him, but things still relatively chilled for now. On Uragi, what build do you want to see from this carry SF in this game?
I think I like the idea of going for like early Power Treads Mask of Madness build, to be honest. He right now has queued up the Falcon Blade though, so telling me that he's probably going to rely a little bit more on the racist and spell farming. Otherwise, you wouldn't go for this. Oh, the pullback. We see it in action up top. Gets him pretty damn low on the Shaker, even had to commit his magic stick.
Well, he's now got level 3 and he does indeed commit to the 2 points raises, so the next time Noob is next to Kaori, he'll die for that one. He needs to be very careful about his positioning now. Doesn't have any raindrops just yet. He's still trying to queue those up, so his death can emerge before he's ready. So can Omar's. They both need to watch themselves from being massaged by this Naga Siren.
Yeah, and there comes the pull.
Here they go. Here's a real nice Bramble Maze with the fissure immediately. It doesn't allow Uragi to go over it to find the angle for the raises. Good job by the players of Nigma.
Yeah, smart by Noob. That's what he needs to do. The moment that the real in starts, if he fissures, then he might be safe still. And he'll manage to stun the SF at the same time as well, delaying his impact. Yeah, they're trying to do whatever damage they can before doing the real in combo. It's like doing the prep work, right? Before you go for a kill, you need to at least do a bit of damage here and there. Like you say, massage the enemy down.
On bottom, some massaging is happening towards Boom as Ghost is just throwing in this Mystic Snake. I must say, you know, sometimes you pick Timbersaw, penultimate pick, you're thinking, damn, this is going to just own the game or whatever. And then you end up in a lane that you were wanting to come in and start dominating. Then you play against DOTA. And you're like, oh, well, I guess it's a different game than I thought. GH, though, just ran headlong into Ari. Loses half of his HP for his efforts there.
He's got Tranquil, so he'll be fine. He's going to heal up soon again. But yeah, definitely can be difficult, especially when you have one of those psychopath heroes like Undying or ET who just run at you and constantly deal damage. There's some +5 heroes that just, they're more relentless than others, let's say.
Uragi's still just farming away, chilling. He is second in the CS department right now. Actually, speaking of heroes we don't always get to see, what happened to Hoodwink? Like, she sort of just disappeared off the face of the map in the meta.
Yeah, it was... after she got some nerfs to the what's it called, her facet, the tree bound one.
We'll talk about it in a second as they quickly kill. Oh no, it's just GH. It's fine. Keep going.
Yeah, but she used to have the really annoying facet. Now the go nuts facet is a little bit nerfed. You still have to go for it, but what I want to see is Hoodwinks start playing around the other facet. I want him to keep buffing the fast cast, the hip shot facet. So you have low cooldown ulti and can just spam it and really play more around breaking and non-stop fighting. But we have yet to see the day when that facet becomes really viable.
I've only seen one game with that facet, and it was the most hilarious thing to me because when they used Sharpshooter, I was like, what the hell? Why are they turning so quickly, you know?
Yeah.
They're strafing like they're playing Counter-Strike. What's going on here?
It's real quick, but you're always just feeling like, damn, if only I had like 200 more damage on this ulti, you know, that would have been a kill. And then you're like, yeah, I did this to myself. There are some
That's such a gift for
enormous
picking
stacks,
Hoodwink.
by the way. God damn.
Mid lane, gonna have a little bit of a conflict here because the first bolt of the game will crash in onto Slaughter. Copy is very low, but Kyrie also dropping behind the blood grenade onto GH, who eats a corrosive haze. He'll be the first one to die here. Copy, no, he doesn't die. They tried with the acorn shot. It's not necessary though. Eventually, they find the tick off thanks to some creeps providing the damage.
The creeps got both the kills for them. I think the catapult got both the last hits. MVP catapult right there. Blood grenade helped tick him down, of course. He could not get to safety. He had a bottle charge, but difficult to get that out when you're ticking down from a grenade. But yeah, these jungle stacks are going to be a fast way back into the game. I think they're going to use it for the Shaker to go and ulti it, since he's having such a bad game. If he gets level 6, goes here, get an Echo Slam, he's back in the game.
We'll see if Ari is able to get vision of this area. He's in the vicinity right now. They were hoping to try and invade on the shrine. The Fissure will ensure that they get the shrine, but they might still lose Noob's life with this one. What a stun from the Kunkka! Sumail is here trying to protect his life. Sadly, though, he will fail. Noob still ends up going down. Now Sumail needs to flee. Fortunately for him, the Bushwhack will not connect, and the Slaughter does not have Blink Dagger, so he gets out safely, but Noob is just continuing to struggle.
Yeah, that was still a very heads-up Fissure, though. Landing the Fissure, preventing them to go in. Was just barely enough to secure himself the Wisdom, so sure he died, but he got something, and while you're this weak in the top lane, I think anything you can get, you should be happy about. They're trying to play around the top area because they don't want an invasion on these stacks. SF could just clear this out so quickly. I think Kunkka is just saying, I'm taking this before SF makes a move in here.
That was my concern as well when I saw them pressuring the tier 1 tower. If you let them have that building, then they also take the stack. So
yeah,
Nigma did the right thing by bringing everybody to defend. And unfortunately, it will also require all of them to farm through. Noob is not going to get as much as he'd like because Sumail, like you said, wants all of the juice right now.
He's 1 EXP away from being able to ulti as well. 679 out of 680 experience. No farming the ancient camp just yet.
He might die though. They're coming towards him. Naga is here. Kauri has the reel in, and Yuragi, of course, has the triple raises. There's number 1. Fissure, good job coming in by Noob. Will open up the space for Omar to be able to escape in that situation. Echo Stomp also connects onto him. Maybe do they follow this up? GH is here. Sumail finds the X marks.
Oh, wait,
Will there be a boat? Not just yet. Beautiful Requiem thrown out by Yuragi to keep everybody at bay.
Yeah, the X mark dodged by the Naga Siren mirror image usage, so nicely done there. And now we saw the Echo Slam finally committed for this Ancient. Sadly, there's no big camp, so he doesn't insta-kill all the creeps, but he just bring them down with a little bit of help. Careful.
Oh my god, he's actually almost dead.
Careful. We already had someone dying to neutrals earlier today. We don't want a repeat. And there wasn't even a tip back then.
Yeah. Oh. 60 damage, he survives, he gets out of this one. Almost has his Blink Dagger. As his counterpart on Boom is also going for the early Blink on this Timbersaw, so presumably Blink higher into the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, looks like it. Looks like it. And honestly, I think Shaker should be very happy with how farmed he is considering the lane he was in. And more to that, the Slaughter, despite having a really good lane and a matchup against Kunkka, he is now finding himself massively outfarmed. Made a few moves, ran around a little bit, and Slaughter does not farm creeps as fast as Kunkka. So when you make these moves, then you're investing time and not really getting farmed. Whereas Kunkka, look at him, just clearing stacks, getting big. There are stacks everywhere.
Also,
what is this game?
Farming simulator. I mean, everybody wants their neutrals, you know? People are seeing that, well, everyone has Dome and Curios. Slaughter, Naga still need to farm a bit to get to theirs. But how many Curios are there? There's 3 of them so far. 2 Sparks of Courage, a Polywalk Charm, and a Cobalt Cup. Average stuff so far. Nothing really out of pocket.
I honestly think they should make it so that you get more tokens when you farm a stacked camp. The way we had it before, man. You used to find more neutral items when you had stacked camps, but now you don't. There's no bonus. It counts as clearing 1 creep camp, even though it was 5 stacks on it.
No way, bro. Can you just imagine how fast, like, these Lunas, these Kunkas, how fast they get their neutrals? Absolutely not, bro.
Hell yes, man. Of course. You need it. It's so sad when you go to Ancients, clear 1 Ancient stack, you get 5 neutral items for your team. Like, here you go. We're good now.
Again, I direct you all to Mr. Game Ruiner himself. Here he is. As he's in the top lane. They're hunting down Yoragi. There will be a Bramble Maze terrorized. Do they have the damage? The Bedlam is out. Kunkka gets the X marks, not even really required. Omar could have solo killed him. You should have X marks onto the Ari Hoodwink instead. Doesn't really matter though. Free kill onto SF, and this should lead into a tier 1 tower since they have a Siege Wagon as well.
Man, giving up to Omar though for that positioning. He just found himself in there like a hitman. And poor SF did not see it coming. He did go for the Mask of Madness, but we'll see if he is ever allowed to find that free farm that you want on SF. The attention towards top lane has been pretty high this game.
You know where there's been no attention, my friend? Onto the Medusa. Look at the Snake Lady go. Top of the net worth right now.
Medusa farming, so much fun.
Hoodwink just dies. Honestly, I'm one of those people that really does enjoy watching farming. I could farm and watch farming all day.
As a carry player, you know, I'm a mid/carrier. I play the 2, so I'm all for it. And if I do play mid, I'm a greedy mid anyway, so it's basically carry. Hitting creeps is enjoyable to me, but some people, you know, they see this Medusa and they're like, how can anyone do this? But I bet you Ghost, he's in the same spot. He's like, I could just hit creeps all day. As long as there's a payoff towards the end where you're super farmed and everyone else is poor, you know, you get to finally experience that power trip. Kill all the enemies up top.
Top lane. Both supports are here of Ari and Kaori. Sumail and the gang, they've been very lackluster with how they've been approaching this push, so Ari and Kaori have been able to make this take a lot longer than it should have otherwise, and Sumail has had enough. Gets to Ari, wants to be able to kill him off, and they should have the damage to make this one happen. Oh, nice. Omar hit him with the Shadow Realm hit. And Kaori, that Song of the Siren actually prevented the sharpshooter damage from connecting onto these Nigma heroes.
Yeah, rough. He didn't have time to heal him up a little bit with the max HP regen. Not quite enough. So that should mean the top is pretty difficult to defend for them now. Medusa, meanwhile, is doing some work on the bottom tier 1 tower. This is a pressed situation for Navi.
Navi's going to try and force this fight in the top lane, though. Copy has his Blink Dagger, would like to be able to reveal it. Unfortunately, Nigma seems to have cottoned on that something's happening. They smoke themselves. They're going to try and get the high ground positioning here. Oh, no, even worse, they're leaving. They're all just going to bounce. They're out.
Yeah, they're going behind the Medusa.
This is a lot of wasted time.
This is for the Wisdom Rune, so they're playing. Nigma are very, very smart, man. They're ahead of their time, going towards the Wisdom already to set it up. Being pursued by at least a Timber, but this is just going to be some feed from Hoodwink.
Free Hoodwink kill. That will at least give the opportunity for the Naga sign on the other side to grab that Wisdom Shrine. But now, Boom, also in a little bit of a prickly scenario. Getting dragged back into the boat. Oh, the blink. Oh, beautiful blink away by Doom. Unfortunately, Noob was not able to catch up to him. He does find the fissure. Oh, man, but the angle. He can't progress through it, so no additional spells onto the Timber. Great outplays coming from him.
Damn, I did not think that he would live there, but beautiful blink out quickly from the boat combo. As Ghost is running down the Naga Siren, but he has more productive stuff than chasing a support, so back to farming it is.
Must suck to know that your life is less worth than half a wave, but it is what it is.
Well, you know, he just exists to bring some minus armor for the SF, and maybe an Ensnare here or there. They're actually looking at Medusa. 20 magic stick charges.
Do they have the juice for this one? Stone Gaze will come out from the Medusa as Boom also emerges quickly. The stuns will be there. Copy those on the other side. Already has the corrosive haze out. They've already found the stun. Long range sharpshooter eviscerates her mana, and they do get the kill. To make matters worse, she actually had Manta flying in. So they kill the courier too. So when she respawns, she'll be spending 2 minutes without the Manta style.
That is some costly stuff right there. Slardar with the deep ward able to find that. And now with the pressure coming in, do you really want to defend this when Medusa dead? I guess some ultis were expended, but Sharpshooter is coming off cooldown. I mean, they really don't have a big cooldown dependency on Navi.
But Nigma are fighting tooth and nail from this top tier 1. They haven't lost the tier 1 tower yet, actually. 15 minutes into the game.
Yeah. But
This observer ward scouts Yoragi. Well, they're gonna go for the fight. New Fissure only onto illusions. They don't find the target they were looking for. Bushwhack, though, does find Omar. Ari throws in the acorn shot, and they're thinking about it. Copy really wants to make the jump, but it's a dangerous place to be.
Yeah, he's looking for an angle all the time, wants to get the jump for his team, but as SF is back farming the Ancients, I think it's gonna die down a little bit up here. And back to room control instead. Arcane
of course, with 9 heroes being top, the big winner of all of this is the Medusa, who is solo farming bottom.
Yep, she's working towards a butterfly next item. I can't really fault that. That's a standard build and looks amazing in this game. I mean, one of the best things you could ever have against Slardar is evasion. He absolutely hates this item.
You see, the Sid Slaughter gets caught a little bit here in the river, but no real follow-up from the rest of Nigma Galaxy.
I think this area is so important to play because they're trying to establish control for the Roche. If they were able to take down a tier 1 tower on either side really, but primarily Navi, then that could open up the possibility for Roche having the minus armor strats.
Four to 7 is the kill score. Navi haven't really been able to fully assert themselves on the map. So as they watch this Ghost Medusa farming, at least they're thinking about, well, Yoragi is getting closer towards having the BKB available. Then we'll feel a lot more confident. In scenarios like this, we can just post up. Even if they show up, we just BKB and drive through them anyway.
Yeah, he's laying into a tower, though the tier 1 is not really being defended anymore. They put up a good fight for a long time, but instead they're just clearing the Ancients right now, trying to get away with all the money before an invasion comes in. That is a lot of camp stacked in this amount of time, dude. That's some high numbers.
You know, in retrospect, with all of these camps being stacked and how much time has been spent farming, I really feel that if Sumail had bought Radiance instead of going for the Blade Mail BKB, it could have been so useful in this game. You're just talking about Slaughter hating to have evasion on him. The same is true for the SF. Doesn't really like having to deal with going past all of that mischance. So I really would have preferred to see the Radiance instead of this BKB.
I think I generally agree. Ronan, hold up.
Mid lane.
Fine. Trying to turn
Copy
it.
might not be fine. The X is coming in. Bedlam is out. They're going in towards him. Boat crashes onto Kaori, and it provides the damage necessary to kill Copy.
Damn, second time he doesn't manage to save with the song. It was a nice attempt, but the bolt from Sumail. I was gonna say that I think I agree with you on the Radiance, that it would be nice, I could feel it, but I think mentality is the important thing. His mentality right now is, let's survive the early game, Naga will carry this game if we survive. Great Echo Slam onto the Hoodwink. Hello and goodbye.
Ghost is actually the one that gets the credit for that kill, despite doing nothing but A-clicking.
As a carry should. The best part is when you get a kill and you don't even know. You didn't see the enemy. You just randomly split-shotting something.
No. I can tell you the best carry feeling. The best carry feeling is when you end the game with like the second most kills on your team, but you simultaneously have some of the least damage being dealt. Oh, that's beautiful.
There we go, yeah. SF wasting no time, realizing the threat that is the late game Medusa. He's starting to play towards the towers more and more. Took the top tier 1, going for the bottom tier 1, opening up the field a bit. This will give him his BKB in just 100 gold.
He'll just race through the camp, and then you should have the BKB. While that's happening, Ghost and the gang are trying to get through their own tier 1 tower. And that, you know, BKB finish, yes, for the SF, but Medusa will utilize this to finish off a full butterfly. Yeah. It's practically, well, would have been finished faster if she got the last hit, but you can't have everything in life.
He's very close. One more man style usage, push the lane, and he's gonna get it. Farm some ancient creeps as well. Meanwhile, the move is from mid tower, so SF just going tower to tower, not even waiting for the creeps to arrive. He's just saying, yeah, I'm hitting this.
You know, the D-Launch is outside of the tower range, right? So he can just be chilling. He will get X now, but unfortunately, that's just as the BKB arrives. Copy also jumps the backline. They're looking for GH, but the ET splitter demolishes Boom and Copy. Both of them die in the blink of an eye. GH God. And now Sumail trying to chase down onto Ari. The Hoodwink doing her best to try and get out of danger. She will succeed, but will Kaori? Does not seem like it. Fissure as well to interrupt the TP. He ends up dead. And it's a 3-for-0 affair. The Illusions, at the very least, do claim the tower, but Nigma Galaxy very happy with that trade.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to see the amount of teamfight control they have. Kunkka, Shaker, Willow, and ET. I mean, when the worst teamfight control they have is Medusa, who's pretty damn good, by the way, with the Stone Gaze, then you know that you're dealing with a team that's hard to fight into without the BKB timings. And sadly, for Slardar, he doesn't have one. Same for the Timbersaw, doesn't have Agamemnon, doesn't have BKB.
What a splitter from GH.
The
dealt almost
reaction
2,000
and the
damage
splitter.
in that fight.
Yeah, enormous. I mean,
Well, will be
GHET
rewarded
was
for the effort
also
of the
something
Roshan.
I've seen recently, and the same thing there. He landed some crazy splitters. This man, he just knows how to land those ultis in a way that a lot of ETs don't really get those angles.
It's almost like this guy's a TI winning level player.
I don't know, man. He's pretty good. He might be something one day, you know?
If he keeps his head down and keeps working hard, you know, one day.
Yeah, in a few years, maybe. Tormentor gets taken by the Mindsummer strat. Meanwhile, they lose out on the Roshan. So now with Aegis on Medusa, I do feel like Radiant might congregate around her.
Oh, Jules out onto the slaughter. He was just coming to try and take away this wave, but will pay for it with his life. He still doesn't have that BKB. In the meantime, they also caught out Ori. Got brought back into his death by Sumail and Noob. So 2 heroes down, more pressure onto the tier 2 tower, and more gold towards Medusa.
Things are going from bad to worse very quickly. We already mentioned how much control they have, and then you add in the Yule Scepter from Willow. It almost feels like cheating, you know? He has even more setup now for his team. He's making sure the Illusion doesn't cut the creep wave. Yule Sceptering and stunning the Illusion as Medusa needs to get the next creep wave to take this tower.
It is a bit distressing that we have to resort to lane cutting shenanigans as Naga 22 minutes into the game.
It's I think the last pick Medusa was just not really something Navi prepared for, and now they're having to deal with consequences. They don't have good spells against her. They don't have good minus or you know any damage reduction for her as well. So she is just basically doing whatever she wants.
Okay, hear me out, bro. At some point, if he can get there, right? If he can get there, you probably won't.
Okay.
But if SF could get to Disperser, maybe. I don't think he will, but maybe.
Well, we'll see. He's queuing up the datalist for now. I think the game plan from Navi's point of view is let's kill everyone else faster than Medusa kills our heroes. And that's always a race that you don't really want to get yourself into, because Medusa is pretty good at disposing of heroes.
Well, to make matters worse, they also have so many tools to stall them out, right? You've got this Coco Run coming in from Sumail. You've got the Stomps, the Earth Splitters that can just delay proceedings for so much longer. Fissures that you have to walk around and you can't play straight into. It's very hard right now for the side of Navi, as they are 5k gold behind, playing into an Aegis, and they have been really struggling to find kills. They're not going to try to do so right now. They're going to just allow this tier 2 tower bottom to fall, use this time to finish off their BKBs and perhaps a damage item for the SF.
Okay, so they have the Aghanim Scepter now on Timber. That is the biggest power spike they've had all game, I think. Finally getting something, big defensive item that also can work aggressively. The downside is Willow already has that Yule Scepter, so if she's in the right spot, actually EP also has it. Oh my god, the Aghanim Scepter is gonna be sad, dude. There's double dispel already. They can remove it. Oh, never mind. There's no power spike. Kill the supports and then you can Aghanims. There you go. That's the play.
Okay. Nice and simple. Well, a couple of years ago, we used to have this every single game. Once Medusa has Manta, Butterfly, Aegis, she's here on the high ground. Usually around the 25-minute mark, so Nigma are beating that old timing slightly. But just like in the old days, when she does this and you don't have any tools to deal with it, you just let her do what she needs to do. Huh?
She doesn't have the next creep wave though, and she went for melee Rax, so this Rax is gonna survive. Slaughter is cutting the next wave. Poppy saying, no, not today. They actually have to back up. They could have gotten the range racks if they focused it from the start, but gonna have to walk away with no racks taken. If we look at the goal difference, the game is still really close. It just feels inevitable right now that Radiant are, you know, running away with this game. But once the Aegis is out, then maybe there's some way to, you know, construct a team fight that will not be awful.
Copy has enough money to buy a Chrysalis. He's just holding off for a second, thinking if he might need the MKB rather with this Demon Edge. Just really thinking about it.
Got me all excited for a second there when you say copy, but yeah, Uragi on this
Uragi, my bad.
I was like, damn, you see? But on copy, he does have the full BKB right now, so his power spike is in. Aghanim is complete, and as you mentioned...
but he might be dead before he can connect that BKB, because he showed up in the wave, immediately got echoed by Noob. Well, he can collect the BKB by Express. They delivered it straight to the fountain, and he'll find it there.
He'll put it on his tombstone, man. As Medusa is gonna be happy with the news that one hero is gone, she's gonna just go straight back to what she started. That melee Rax has not fully recovered after last beating. He's back with the vengeance.
She has a full
and with the
Skadi. Yeah, so Skadi, Manta, Butterfly, Brigand's Blade, Power Treads, and Expiring Aegis, sure. But yeah, good luck. Good luck dealing with this hero.
It's looking real grim right now. I'm not sure how you want to take the fights on Dire. It's really difficult to say. You almost need to find them outnumbered, but Nigma are understanding this, of course, as well. So they play close to each other on the map. They have travels on Shaker anyway, so he can also rejoin if he does want to go and split somewhere.
Shaker also bought a Yules as well, so that's going to compound the miseries for the Simba.
Oh no, not a third Yules. We haven't seen a single Aghanim's usage yet, and there's already 3 Yule Scepters.
Kaori? Fisher's there. Oh, okay. Noob doesn't want to really make the jump onto the high ground. He was hoping that Kaori would go left.
He's just killing off the illusions at least.
Ghost, though, is posted up, and he's a little bit far away from the team. But jumping Ghost is definitely a suicidal play. They might lose Ari here, who's caught inside of the ancient camp. He will end up dead. Will Navi be able to avenge him?
Looking to go on the Willows.
Looking towards the supports. They still haven't jumped in just yet. Copy finally does make the initiation with the Requiem. It's on to DOTA though, but she found the Stone Gaze, so she's still good. Uragi actually got Stone Gaze. Terrorize will be there as well. He needs to get out of here. The Split Earth will be there. He actually dies.
Oh no.
Kaori just can't save anybody with the Song of the Siren. He's going to attempt to TP out now. Will Sumail find him? No. He gets out at the very least. But nobody he tries to save can do the same. And now Copy going to be forced to pull a Nightfall. BKB TP out on the 9-second version.
Yeah.
Would it be long enough to outlast the X? Yes. So he's okay.
Yeah, the early BKB is going to be fine against the X-Mark play. Nice try by Sumail, but not going to get him. Still though, GH, man, he's playing like a man possessed. He's just so good. The ET ulti there, canceling the TP out. That is just so rough, dude.
Well, for Navi, I guess now's a good time to start strategizing about Game 3, as Kaori is about to lose his life bottom. Tidal Wave pushes him back into Sumail. Noob, literally missing every spell. What the hell, bro?
The Naga innate evasion. Eel skin saved him.
Wow. Top lane. They're going on to Ghost here. And he has evasion coming in from the Butterfly. They actually just straight up kill Ari. Does have buyback though. In the meantime, BKB Timbersaw going in onto the back lines of these engagements. Activates the Ags as well, trying to do something here. But unfortunately, these heroes are just so tanky, and Ghost is just posted up on the front lines of the fight. Fissure coming back onto Boom as his BKB expires. Oh, the torrent with the Tidal Wave brings both him and Copy right to the Medusa. They both go down. Ghost just posting up right now, forcing a BKB out of Uragi by just standing still. And they know it's up. It's over. GG, well played has been called. The draft looks so promising, Waga, but this Medusa just broke it wide open for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, honestly, that was just one of those cases where a last pick changed the entire balance. I was like, oh yeah, things are looking really good, it's all fine, but then you saw that Medusa and it's like, oh, yeah. But this honestly feels a little bit like they didn't do their own homework on their own strat. When you're running a minus armor strat, Medusa is one of the few carries you definitely want to get rid of. Like, the fact that she was still in the pool as a last pick into a minus armor strat with Slaughter SF, I think they messed up, honestly. I think Navi, they hurt themselves by not banning this hero.
Yeah. I suppose it's one of those things, because they banned at the end Monkey Ursa, right? So they looked at the situation, they were like, well, okay, we want to play Timbersaw in the off lane, so let's figure out something. Let's just make sure that Boom is going to be having as good a game as humanly possible. And then you sort of forget, right? You're like, oh, snap. That just happened. It's sort of like, when you pick Medusa and you forgot to ban Anti-Mage, and then you get 24 Anti-Mage, and you're like, oh, snap, this is going to be a tough one, boys.
Oh, and this fight here, the final fight, first time that he gets to use his Aghanim Scepter, I think, actually. He used it and didn't BKB with it. I think he had to BKB plus Aghanim Scepter, and then they can't dual Scepter and maybe can do something, but honestly, the game is kind of over at this stage. It's a last hurrah kind of defense. They try, but realize that there's no way to solve the Medusa problem.
Yeah. I love Medusa, playing her as a carry, it's very fun. However, as much as Ghost did everything he was supposed to in this game, I don't think he's the reason they won. He's obviously the one that you will remember, but our boy GH on that Elder Titan, good God, that was a special performance, the kind of impact that you don't often get to see with this hero. And you were mentioning it earlier, right, that when other players will play the ET, you're just like, casual Elder Titan. GH plays ET, all of a sudden there's many core heroes dead with just him using basic spells from this hero. It's kind of amazing to watch.
I mean, as a wise man once said, sup diff, what can you do? It wasn't just GH. GH played a stellar, amazing game. I mean, every single ulti was smack on, but we also had this fantastic performance coming out from Omar. He was 6-0 and 9 on his Dark Willow too. So I think the support pairing, they get a double MVP here. We can imagine him standing right next to his friend here in GH, but yeah, GH just... He destroyed this game. Just amazing positioning, really. A class act of Elder Titan gameplay.
Yep. Very well done by GH with his Elder Titan. Hell, even the pressure he was putting onto Boom in the early game was very fun to see. That does, of course, mean that we get the pleasure, Mr. Wagga, of going to our third game of the day. It was looking a bit dicey, I'll be honest. Both of these series that we've done started out looking like they were going to be 2-0 affairs, but ended up being extremely competitive. So I really cannot wait to see what's going to happen in Game 3. I hope it's not another, all eggs in one basket strat from one of the teams, right? I do want to see a lot more fighting prowess and versatility from both of the drafts in Game 3.
Yeah, hopefully we get something close and even, but of course, we're going to have a little bit of a break before we come back with game number 3. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be the deciding one between Navi and Nigma Galaxy. See you guys soon after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, one and all, to Game 3 of NAVI versus Nigma Galaxy, the battle of the Who's Back team. And so far, it is a 1-1 affair. We cannot determine who it is really in that category. Going into this third game, Waka, one thing I found interesting is that both games were effectively draft losses, right? Game 1, they did not address the Abaddon. Despite having a Batrider, they got trounced on the side of Nigma. Game 2, NAVI didn't address the Medusa. They get trounced by Nigma Galaxy. So going into Game 3, are you hoping for a more even game, or do you suspect that we might still have somebody pull out a rabbit from the hat and walk over Game 3 as well?
I'm hoping that, you know, both the draft boards on either team are just going to be really, really sharpened for this one and try to stay, you know, vigilant to the different things that can come their way. I don't really like seeing these last picks. It's satisfying when you play in a team, but if you're watching a game or if you're casting a game, you see a last pick that just solves the game, it does take away a lot of the excitement. So I hope that these teams are really thinking ahead with their picks and bans. Interesting to mention, by the way, is that the Abaddon was like a first phase pick reaction to the Batrider, and the Medusa was a last pick. So we did have one hero solutions in the games, but one was first pick, one was last pick. And now, the TA again not banned.
Yeah, she makes her way back into the draft. First overall pick for Na'Vi, second overall in the entire game. For Nigma Galaxy, they do get one of their specialty heroes in the Doom. Omar plays this, Noob plays this, Ghost has even plied his hand at it from time to time, but certainly looks at their best when it's in the hands of Noob. Where do you think Doom as a whole is in the meta right now? I see some teams prioritize him heavily in the first phase banning, some teams ignore him completely. What's going on with this guy?
I think it's just convenient to certain teams' playstyle. I'll elaborate on that. So basically, it's like this. sometimes you have one hero problem on the enemy team that you can't really solve or can't really deal with, and then you just have to wait until you get items, get the stuff, or get a positioning where you can somehow take the fight despite that. Doom just gets rid of all that. It's like, oh, you have a one hero problem? I have a one hero solution for you. I just click this button, that hero is non-impact, and then we take the fight from there. So a lot of teams like having that convenience of just saying, okay, I mean, no matter how farmed the TA gets, if we doom her, that might just spell the end of her in some team fights anyway.
Of course, there's no Medusa, which we sometimes do see as a response to the doom.
Yeah.
Doubt that they're going to be going for the TA plus Medusa, and Medusa is a bit risky to be picking in the first phase, so you can understand why that hero was ignored. We did see the stat right now that Doom is 3-2 in the tournament. We'll see if he's able to pad those stats a little bit more.
I think overall Doom is not really overtuned in the current patch. I think that he did tank a few nerfs and is in a pretty good spot overall. But pro players in Doom, man, it's just a hero that is very, very happily used in the pro scene for the power that it has. So overall, yeah, this is mostly just pro players being happy playing the hero.
I feel like there's certain of these strength heroes that always, on LAN especially, come into vogue. Doom, Tide Hunter, you know, that profile of hero that when your back's against the wall, you're just like, well, boys, pull out the old faithful. Let's just try to make this work.
Yeah, that's very true. But we have seen teams at least experiment with a lot of interesting different picks, you know, and different things being done. I think the big case you could make for Doom in the current patch is that there are a lot of healing heroes. You know, even stuff like randomly Medusa or Naga using her song has a heal to it now. So there's a lot of heal mechanics that you can mitigate, which is always nice to have.
It also means that if Navi want to go for any of these spirits in the mid lane for copy, life becomes infinitely more difficult until you pick up that Lincoln Sphere. But both of these teams, I will say, spending a lot more time in the first phase of banning than they have throughout the game so far. And TA will not have to worry about a Medusa as that gets banned out as well. Navi are like, no, not happening 2 games in a row, man. 1 was enough.
I mean, they already have TA, and TA doesn't do well against Medusa for the same reason. It's minus armor into a hero who doesn't care about minus armor, so just get rid of it now, and that keeps the option open should they want to go more heavily into that minus armor. They did, however, ban out the Naga and the Bristleback themselves, so some minus armor options are gone.
Nah, I think that's after the type of loss you have in game 2, I've seen it too many times. That's the kind of loss that allows a team to immediately abandon the strategy.
Yeah.
Like, guys are doing something else. Don't worry about it.
And not necessarily because they should, but I agree that almost always happens because, you know, it's like, oh, we couldn't do this. But the problem was really just Medusa. Outside of that, they could have done stuff, but the carry was always this untouchable hero for them.
For Navi, burning through a lot of this reserve time right now. Presumably going to be seeing our first support emerge from their direction. The Dank one is still in the pool.
Willow.
She's been doing very well.
Would not surprise us to see her almost always gets picked here in the second pick. It's hard to get away from, and it is indeed going to be a Willow to start out things.
Man, imagine being a position 4 player and don't actually like playing Dark Willow. It must suck right now.
Yeah, it would suck, but on the other hand, Willow is such a fun hero just mechanically. Like, you can do a lot of cool stuff, and normally post 4 heroes, they don't have that much skill expression in like doing the craziest shenanigans, but Willow really is a hero that rewards knowing, you know, the limits of the hero, let's say.
Wholly agree with that. This Nigma Galaxy come back for our first Jig hero of this series. Obviously, one of the heroes that we often see deployed against the Templar Assassin. Refraction pretty much means nothing to the hero. They have now some push potential, some additional team fight, and crucially, some ground targeted damage that can also impact the Dark Willow.
Yeah, great thing to have, and get that long range TP cancel possibility as well with the Ice Path, always nice. And Jakiro is a pretty convenient hero to have just for a tower push as well. Sometimes you pick a hero like Doom off lane and you end up going like, wait, how are you destroying buildings? But Jakiro can bring a little bit of that chip damage.
Nigma Galaxy now will follow up the Jakiro by getting the GH Elder Titan once more. Well, they could swap around between GH and Omar, but given the performance GH put out on the ET, I do not see why you would take this away from him.
Yeah, he's so good at it. He knows exactly how to get the most out of the hero. Love to see him. And see what the reaction is going to be for Navi seeing these heroes. The ET and the Jakiro. I mean, I think Clockwork when I see that. a Clock to just get on top of either Jakiro or ET. Neither of those heroes do very well when Battery Assault starts going. You can't stomp, you can't cast spells if you're Jakiro even. It feels awful.
I'm also thinking Clock could be a viable partner for the Templar Assassin in her lane.
Yeah. And,
Yeah, I like Clock a lot.
the alternative, right? The cousin of Clockwork, the Tusk. The Tusk is already removed, so that hints a little bit more that Clock might be a hero to go for. They go Centaur, though.
Okay. I mean, Centaur for a very long time was one of the solutions to Doom, right? As soon as somebody gets doomed, you pop the Stampede, get them immediately out of dodge. So now you have Stampede as well as Terrorize to try and cover your retreat on the side of Na'Vi. And if it is indeed Dark Willow Centaur as a lane combination together, that is a very strong lane with some kill threat. So GH can't do the same shenanigans as he did in the previous game where he just ran headlong into them, hit them in the face and walks away. Definitely can't expect to survive if you go that deep against those two heroes.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that can happen here. And the Vengeful's pick as well is interesting. So do get a little bit of minus armor, of course. I'm just curious, is this going to be a support or going to be a core? Because Centaur is played every now and then as a support. We have seen it. It's not common, but Ari is also a type of player who happily plays some off-meta stuff. It's not too dissimilar to his Magnus support that he has played a lot in the past.
I'm going to go investigate to see if Ari has actually been playing this support. It wouldn't surprise me, honestly.
I mean, they can also just run it as a Vengeful TA lane, very nice combo, and then Dark Willow Centaur. Those lanes look perhaps a little bit more stable, but it all comes down to whether or not they want the Venge to be a core hero and get item timings.
Our bro already has one professional game on Centaur in 2023 October. Was that a TI?
So he's warmed up then. He's ready. just a 2-year time window right there. We're good.
We do this right now from Nigma Galaxy. When we saw the series earlier with Edge, when they picked the Templar Assassin, they made it a priority to remove the axe from play. And it's very, very dangerous to deal with. Can get you through the Meld Strike, some persistent damage on top of you that just annoys you. Obviously, you can get rid of the Battle Hunger easily, but crucially, a way to kill you quickly, 100-0, without you getting off your refraction. Axe is one of these heroes that's just been rising in popularity lately.
Yeah, and I think this is a reaction to seeing Centaur as well. They say, okay, there's a Centaur, carry Doom, deals very well with Centaur, he can Inferno Blade him over and over, and then we put Axe on the offlane. So this is a earlier Power Spike type of draft from Nigma, and honestly, this gives me vibes of the type of stuff they pick when they play Arc Warden. This is the type of draft they would have around it. The only thing is, I'm looking at Navi's lineup, and they have a few things I don't like if I'm an Arc Warden player, which, being a level 30 Arc Warden spammer, I am. The Centaur with Stampede and Vengeful Swap, those can really pose some issues to Arc Warden's positioning, which is always hard to manage.
Why do you always play these disgusting heroes, man?
Dude, all the gross stuff, yeah, of course. Soon adding Kest to that level 30, so it's coming in level 28 and going.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh my goodness. Just play something normal, bro. Just go play Magnus Mid or something.
You know what I realized? I looked at my my core heroes and thought, which is my best hero actually? Like, obviously I play a lot of TA, right? But my best core hero is actually Naga Siren, which is even more cancerous.
You're not beating these allegations, guy.
No,
like, you're cursed here. Nigma, let's see what hero they are going to be positioning in the mid lane, as they have banned out to protect Sumail. No Tiny, no Ember Spirit. His Storm is still in the pool, Void is still in the pool, Quap is still in the pool. You mentioned Arc Warden, Invoker is another hero he's played in recent times.
Yeah, we could see some Invoker style with early tempo, but since they don't have a traditional hard carry, I'm still thinking the Arc could come out. But okay, it's gonna be Invoker. There it is. They have fantastic setup for him. Like, you could not ask for much better of a game for having Cataclysm, for instance, later on. You got Axe Call, ET Stomp, Ice Path. All of these are amazing things to set up some beautiful combinations.
It's also probably one of the mid heroes that aggresses into Templar Assassin the most. She absolutely can do nothing. Like, if he goes for that control route, I hope he does. Maybe, actually, I'm not. Maybe he might want to get some damage, but if he's able to get around to like some Cold Snap Spirit Vessel, TA is just screwed for a vast majority of the game. There's not much he can do about that. And there is an Arc Warden, but it doesn't come from Nigma Galaxy. It comes from NAVI. It's going to be ending the game with a copy Arc Warden for the boys in yellow.
how appropriate that Copy is the guy who copies the Arc Warden from Nigma. The Copy Ninja is here taking it. Interesting. They, on the other hand, have great stuff to work with. The same abilities that are good against Arc Warden in Stampede or Vengeful Swap can both be used to help him. You can swap him into better positioning, or you can use the Centaur to get him closer. I really like this last pick. That makes this for a spicy game. I'm hard-pressed to say who I favor in this one. I mean, the last pick Arc Warden is very intriguing to me here. I'm gonna say it's the day of the underdogs, man. I'm a believer. Navi, all the way, they can do it.
Listen, I hear you, right? I hear you. And that makes sense to me, right? But at the same time, are you gonna go against Noob Axe, Sumail Invoker, GH Elder Titan? I can't find it in my heart to do so. I will say, though, that I am concerned about Ghost playing the Doom. Not that he can't play the hero, but I think he's at his best on, like, the hard carries, you know?
Yeah, right.
So we'll see if this is going to work out for him.
Who shines a little bit more, perhaps, on the Terrorblades and those heroes. But we have seen Carry Doom be played quite a bit lately to great extent and with very good success. Got the Juice and, you know, Cuts. A few different carry players have been running Carry Doom with great potential. So we'll see what he can do in this game. A lot of the pressure to carry, so to say, is taken off you if Sumail gets off to a good start. And with all these potential for Sunstrike kills, I think he can go heavy into a Sunstrike build. Maybe doesn't even need to go for the Atos, since he has so many other setups in his own team.
Yeah, it looks like you're right. He actually is going for that Exort build facet at the very least. So he wants to be able to dish out the damage. He's looking at Doom and saying, brother Ghost, just facilitate me. Don't worry, gang. I will carry us over the line into victory. So this is going to be a very fun game to witness. I do think that one of the things that Navi have in their back pocket is throughout the game, as they keep scaling, this TA Arc Warden combination feels just so deadly to play against in the late game. So that's going to be fun to watch if we arrive at that point. I don't know if we will, but I do know it's going to be an exciting game. So Waga, let's get into it. Deciding matchup. I want to give me a time prediction how long this game is going to last.
39 minutes. That's what I think. Okay. But on the other hand, I can totally see this going the distance, man. I could actually see both these teams have good high ground defense. We have fantastic stuff for protecting your racks on either side. So obviously this could go a long way. And honestly, I'm a little bit surprised we haven't had any game go to the hour mark. You know, in recent games on this patch that I've been casting, we've had plenty of games going the hour mark.
Well, let's hope that it's this one. The Sumail and the gang will be ready to try and get themselves a Game 3 victory. In this game, let's see, they have Doom Invoker, enemy team has Arc Warden, so 3 Midases in the game, I think, right?
I would say so, yeah. 3, and then you know, the clone coming in with his 4th, the copied version. At least. Sure hope we don't get to see some other random Midases where they shouldn't be.
Why not, bro? If we're going to get a 60-minute game anyway, you might as well make sure you have the economy to handle it.
Might as well. Well, Midas.
Lol. Top.
The top room.
Let's see, GH is going to get there first, but the stomp comes out, but he gets the click first. Good job, GH God. And now, boom, they're just going to harass him a little bit before he approaches the lane. Ari is there, of course, to zone back Omar. Are they going to start with a tri-lane again? Because GH and Omar... Okay, never mind. Omar's changing direction.
Yeah, it looks like he was going to head up there, but nice. Just going to take the Watcher and TP down to join his Axe. I don't think you want to leave Axe alone against the TA. It's so difficult if you get off to a bad starter on that lane. So prioritizing him instead.
So we have had some strange mid lanes today. But I do not remember the last time in living memory where I've seen Arc Warden versus Invoker in a mid lane matchup. I'm sure you've played this matchup on either side. What should we be expecting?
I would say that this matchup is playable and okay for Invoker, but definitely still favored for Arc Warden. So I would say like 60-40 for Arc Warden. There's just less wiggle room for Invoker. If you make a little bit of errors, that you can quickly get punished. Whereas Arc Warden, you're kind of just continuously outranging, out-damaging, and you have good spells. So he should be doing just fine here.
So far he's off to a good start. Top lane we see Shadow Realm required already from Ari to get him away from danger. Then of course bottom is going to be a lot of spells being thrown about. What's he going to build here for this Arc Warden? What's the current meta build on the hero?
It's usually just Midas into Maelstrom type of stuff still. Obviously, we don't have the old Gleipnir, right? It's changed now to not be from the Maelstrom anymore, so that's a little bit of a loss. But I'm curious myself to see exactly what it's going to be beyond that. The Rush Midas is already in the inventory, so that's going to happen, but we'll see what route he wants to go for. I've seen a few people play around with the Agnum Scepter, but it's also looked very lackluster. If you don't get the early team fights, then you might just lose your impact. Omar gets run out.
In a bit of danger here. He's going to eat a wave of terror. Yuragi in with the right clicks, but Omar a little bit too speedy. Able to get away safely. He's fine.
He's all good, and this wave is pushing so much. Noob is getting a lot of farm against the TA. Already has a massive 5 creeps pushing in that you can fall back on. And Yuragi?
He actually might kill Yuragi. Noob has call. Is he going to go for it? There's the Mel to try and protect him, but the TA been dragged out of it by the Berserker's call. Yuragi trying to deny himself, but not able to do so. Noob finishes him off. First blood drawn by the axe in the offlane.
That was the cost of the early attempt onto the Jakiro's life. Omar baited them. They committed a lot of resources, and now the lane was so far up. GH just gets caught out of position.
Top lane, they're putting pressure onto GH as well. He does manage to get through the brambles, but that additional travel time allows Ari to land the second right click. So 1-1 across the lanes. First blood though still did go the way of Nigma.
Yeah. Ghost is gonna commit the Scorched Earth just to secure himself the Healing Lotus. Get himself some extra healing. And as for mid lane, already 18 and 8 for the Arc Warden. So doing a good job on mid lane against Sumail's Invoker.
Sumail will have to try and catch up. He's still... What's he bringing off the courier just now? Okay, just brought in some additional regen, but he'll finish off his wand. Soon, once he gets these raindrops, he should broadly be fine against the fear of death, but Copy's still going to be able to farm unimpeded.
I like that he went for a Bracer. I mean, normally we see some Wraith Bands coming out on Arc Warden, but being a Universal Hero, you do have access to going for any of the upgrades, of course. And Bracer is the most survivable one.
Do you remember, what, quad Wraith Band Arc Warden?
Oh yeah.
Good times.
Oh yeah, I still love the early aggression that you could put with that and the pressure, but obviously nowadays people really want to get their levels, want to get that Midas as soon as possible. So just a quick pit stop for one Bracer, doesn't upgrade the other one, and then back for the Midas.
The one who's really been struggling to find CS at the moment is Yuragi. Does have a fairly decent wave coming in underneath the tower, but both him and Kaori have had to chew through resources here. In fact, Kaori is ferrying in additional resources given the harass they've suffered down bottom.
I think a big part of that is Jakiro's impact in the lane. Like, Jakiro is just a stronger laning presence than Vengeful Spirit this early on. Sure, Vengeful will bring some minus armor, and later on it will have some nice utility with ulti, but Jakiro, level 3, is already a monster.
Speaking of monsters, top lane, they might be trying to kill off... Oh, Sunstrike from Sumail! Okay, GH just debated them. I thought he was gonna die, but he was just setting them up. Beautifully done by Nigma.
That's exactly what he needs on the mid lane as well. Since the matchup is, you know, not great against the Arc Warden, Invoker depends on getting those side lane Sunstrikes. Really, that's just true for Invoker in general this patch. He's not very oppressive as a laner, but he does have massive damage with Sunstrike to side lanes.
Oh, it's gonna get him closer towards the objective of the Hand of Midas, as Noob pretty much has access to this Vanguard. Just needs to finish off one more creep or two. I'm just being reminded of these old days with double Vanguard axe.
Oh yeah, right. You give me memories of a darker time. There was a meta in Dota 1 where everyone just bought Vanguard because it had high enough damage block on ranged heroes, so people just bought it on everything. And supports with Vanguard.
Well, speaking of Vanguard, he might not have it yet new, but still putting pressure out onto Yuragi, forcing him underneath the tower. They almost demolish immediately this refraction, and now the Vanguard has arrived. So this creep skipping will never stop. This is the life Yuragi has to deal with now.
6 minutes, the Arc Warden clone is here.
There is Sunstrike connecting onto Kaori, but not able to kill him off just yet. Sumail couldn't approach thanks to the Bramble Maze. There is an Echo Stomp from GH, but no ET Splitter to follow that up with. So just have to give up the rune. It was actually denied by Sumail. Good job by the Invoker there.
The Arc Warden is playing the Runed Replica facet, by the way, so it doesn't have the Rune control, the Rune capture with the Magnetic Field. It's Meteor comboed. Hello? Painful. Just a good catch from Sumail, and suddenly what was a good mid lane for Arc Warden, not looking so hot anymore.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire are scanning.
Going on to the Axe. The TA.
Radiant are scanning.
Alright, sorry, we have some technical issues. Seems we have lost Nair for a little bit. We'll see if he comes back, but meanwhile, we'll follow the action as the aggression coming in gets punished a bit. Noob got taken down after a deep dive. TA off to a pretty decent start now after what was a hard early game with her CSing. Getting herself involved in a kill, not too bad. Attention coming top though, Copy. Trying to set up maybe a catch onto anyone he can find here. TA also coming in, bringing all the cores. Stampede available if they want to dive GH. The moment they get vision on him, just gonna go on him. First quickly to fall, I believe, as nobody really reacts to this move. We have Doom nearby, but if he shows himself, again, that Stampede is still available. Glyph comes out and Jakiro's TP safely to try and make his way over to defend.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me, sir? Mr. Waga, can you hear me? All right, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I don't know. Looks like we have a lot of gremlins in the system today, but we're all good, right? We're back. We're Gucci.
Very nice.
All right.
Things happen.
Thankfully, not too much has happened, but there might be a kill onto Ghost. Stampede going towards it, but the Doom onto Boom. Not allowing for the stop, but it's not going to matter. Ultimately, Copy and Uragi have more than enough damage in the area. However, Copy's in danger. He's inside the Macro Pyre. Does manage to dodge the Sunstrike. Blood Grenade connects, but it's not going to kill him. He's going to be okay. And they just get 2 kills clean and clear. Navi. Tier 1 tower as a reward as well.
Getting everything they want. I mean, this is perfect for them, opening up the map. And meanwhile, not really losing anything as well. The bottom side of the map is being held intact. Venge even setting up a little bit in case Axe shows himself aggressively. She could be there to swap and set up for her team.
Yeah. She is the level 6 right now. And they're coming down with the TA. Ari is also here with his Dark Willow. They would love to find this. Kaori going for it, but Noob able to back off in time.
Looks like he's gonna stay safe.
Top lane. They might be going for a kill onto Boom here, but they don't have the Doom anymore, unfortunately. We'll drop the Stomp. No Echo Stomp just yet from GH. Yeah, they'll just be happy enough to zone him from the area. As bottom. Noob needs to be careful yet again. Kaori might still want to swap it, but the core went out onto the Templar Assassin. They did swap her out to save her, so the Sunstrike doesn't connect. Tornado from Sumail thrown in onto Kaori. So they'll have to settle for the Venge kill. We'll see if they can find any more. They might not need it. Noob happy to just claim the Culling Blade kill and move on.
I think they're still happy managing to hold on to a tier 1 tower. You know, important to not lose both your safe lane and your offlane tower. Instead, they're the ones who are now sieging up. They have Jakiro. Tower's already low HP. Arclight is kind of moving over, but still kind of far away.
Nope. Just gonna keep skip a little bit here. We'll get caught inside the Bramble Maze. So here comes Copy. Looking forward with the damage. And now they throw in the stun from Kaori as well. Noob is definitely gonna die. Uragi finishes it off with the Maelstrike. In the meantime, Nigma, they actually smoked up on their 2 supports, left the area, but there's no way for the smokes to go.
I'll see where they're gonna head. The smoke break by GH as he holds the high ground, but he will get punished for it. The swap comes out immediately.
Yep. He's gone. Unfortunately, they find out, well, actually the whole team was there down bottom, so the smoke wasn't really gonna get us anywhere.
Yeah. Invasion though by Copy, now farming away the enemy triangle a little bit, and they're eyeing up the tier 1 tower. Very active gameplay, by the way. The Arc Warden deciding to go for this Midas into Aghanim Scepter build with 0 points W, maxing Q and E, is really strong early game fighting build.
Stampede, they want Noob down bottom. They should be able to find him, but no, they don't want to overcommit for that one as they see the rainbow of TPs emerging from Nigma. So they'll let them do it. This Observer Ward will scout out all of these heroes, of course. I'm sure they now regret a little bit now that they see it's only the supports that came, none of the cores, that maybe they could have dove deeper, so that's why they stick around and try for the push again.
Yeah, you can throw the clone forward. If the Jakiro doesn't respect it, he might just get swapped here.
Indeed he does. Thrown back. Uragi not in position just yet, but they have the Flux going. Oh my god. Flux, Spark Ray, Copy should be able to secure this kill with the help of Uragi. Sunstrike though, Sumail doesn't connect. Kairi able to dodge it out like a bounce.
Kaori, it's like he saw that one. He was like, nope, not walking into it, and then turns around again. Good dodging, and they do get both the Wisdom Runes on the back of this aggression. To give themselves a bit of experience advantage, but meanwhile, Nigma, they're waiting for timings, and Blink Dagger is right around the corner now. Axe just needs this Ancient Camp. He will have Blink. That will give them a chance to maybe go and start something. This has been a bit of a weak moment for them, not having, you know, too much to fight with. Midas Doom, Midas Invoker, Axe without Blink, but all that changes with the Blink in hand.
Noob is approaching middle. He has an Invoker right in front of him. Atos, Sunstrike, Chaos Meteor. Well, Noob wasn't necessary, but at least you got to be a cheerleader. Moral support is nice.
He might go for more. The Artwork is here.
Copy gets caught. ET Splitter will be there as well, but it's just a little bit shy on the range. Copy might still end up dead here though, and indeed he does. Culling Blade will be there. Ari with the tool terrorized back onto Sumail. They send back this Invoker. They need the damage to kill him. They finally find it. Ghost in the meantime throws the Doom out onto the Centaur. Gets dragged in by Noob as well. They're chasing down Boom. They want to get this kill. Looks like he will take out, but Noob might overcommit for this one. He's very far forward. Can he get out of here? Berserker's Core for the bonus armor. He's spinning for his life. They actually have to leave him alone for now. Ice Path goes forward. Ari almost got dunked, but went into the Shadow Realm. Hit long enough that they turned the tables onto Noob. Beautifully done by the Dark Willow of Navi.
Whew, some aggression coming out from Nigma all of a sudden, but it pays off pretty well for them. Sure, you lost your Invoker and Axe in the end, but you also got some big kills, taking down the Arc Warden and the Centaur right after getting a pick off on Venge. So 3 kills for them on the mid lane. Not too shabby.
Whew. Ghost as well is able to utilize some of the gold he got from that fight to contribute towards his Midas. It's coming soon. On the other side though, TA has Desolator right now, so Uragi starting to get into that danger territory of the Templar Assassin.
Nice. Off to a good start and finding a Haste Rune. He's looking for a pick on GH.
Yeah, they have Ori with them as well, so they'd love to get it. Noob, though, get the call out onto Ori. They get the Venom going, though, so Ori is doing a lot of damage. In the meantime, Uragi gone in on the backlines, decimates Omar, brings down Noob as well. And sure, they do lose Copy. Sumail able to take him out on the other side of the fight without his allies helping him. But if Navi are able to claim this tier 1 tower, this is a trade that they'll take all day, any day.
Yeah, definitely. This is where TA is happy as well, getting to activate this early with their team, taking away the towers. She's gonna go towards the Ancients, where there's already some stacks waiting for him as well. So 14 minutes or 16 minutes, he has 1400 gold. Deso Dragonlance going for the Blink Dagger.
You know, I was about to actually make a comment that he's farming well, but not yet at the pace that we saw from Parker. And then that happens, and he almost has the items, and it's like, oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, now he's back in that super steroid pace again, just getting really, really big.
Bottom lane, we're gonna have a Sumail combo going out. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get the full thing. The Terrorize messed him up a little bit.
Yeah, she also has a Yule Scepter, so tricky hero to go on at this point. And between that and Vengeful could also, if he's ready, just swap the Invoker when he tries to go for the combo on the Venge. It's not the easiest to get pick-offs now.
Boom. In the top lane, might blink forward towards Omar, but the Blink Dagger was unfortunately on cooldown, so the Jakiro able to flap his wings to safety. They pop Fortification. What was that for, actually?
I think... I'm not sure. Bottom wasn't really pushing, so I'm not sure what they glyphed there.
Well, probably
maybe there was a meatball push on the creep wave or something from the Invoker, who knows?
Top lane, they swap back Noob. He's in trouble. Won't even be able to get off the Berserker's call. He's dead in the blink of an eye. The worst part about it is that Ghost was right behind him, ready to come in and reveal this Radiance. Are unable to make it happen, so they have to just get back to farming, because what else can they do without the axe?
Yeah, without him, I think it's too hard to fight, but realizing this, Navi are wasting no time straight into Roche, and Navi are just playing really good Dota right now. The pace they're keeping is really, really high. They have good heroes for taking this Roche as well, with the Arc Warden, secure the area, and shoving in mid with this clone. Sure, the clone is gonna get killed off, but it tanked a meatball and some spells from Jakiro. It's all attention, smoke and mirrors while they take Roche.
Big Nine is gonna go down, giving the first Aegis of this game towards Navi, where I imagine it's gonna be collected by Uragi. And that is the case. He's gonna pick it up, keep going on his farm routes. Now, without any contest, the most farmed hero on the map.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's flying ahead in farm, getting real big. Meanwhile, bottom, we have perhaps an attempt by at least the supports of Nigma, but without Axe, I just don't really know if they can get the pickoffs they want.
We'll get an Echo Stomp out onto this Dark Willow.
Oh,
so Ari, wow. Damn, guys. What did Ari do?
Holy. He said something in the locker room or something.
Damn. Well,
I guess if you're Willow, you're like, well, guys, I died, but they used everything. I mean, that was a lot of spells. Splitter, Macro, and a Sunstrike as well to boot.
Wow. Okay.
This could be a big window for them to try and go for a move. We have a smoke on the Vengeful Spirits. He's being spotted by the ET and Astral Spirits, kind of chasing him. But definitely not impossible to see more plays around this Aghanim's Arc Warden.
We'll transition from that into a bot so he can just show up everywhere on the map. His counterpart, though, is about to get the critical item. This is going to be another power spike in favor of Nigma Galaxy. Once they pick up this Aghanim Scepter, Cataclysm being online will be a huge amount of damage output, but they definitely also still need to find those initial catches. Axe hasn't been able to do so for a while. Desperately needs to get to BKB.
Yeah, but when you have this Cataclysm, all you need is one good call. If he calls 3 heroes once this game, that's Cataclysm, and they just kind of run away with it from there. So, have to be very, very cautious as Navi with your positioning. They get the Tormentor. No Cataclysm to mess with that. I've seen Invoker players get Aghanims in time for the first Tormentor, and then just click a Cataclysm, and people have to dodge the Cataclysm, and then Tormentor dies to the Invoker. It's it's a tricky one. You stay, you die, you run away, he gets the shard.
We'll die for shard, bro.
Yeah,
somebody's gotta tank the death.
Yeah.
You see Kaori Interestingly enough, at this point, after the Solar Crest, this is normally where we start to see the Vengeful Spirits queue up the Aghanim Scepter. We shall see if that's still the priority for him in this game.
I think it's a good item to get. It's just about how long it takes to get there. Maybe he'll go for something like a 4-staff or something, but he's gonna swap the team.
Swap back, they got Ghost. That's the big prize, but they couldn't kill him in time. Cataclysm comes back. They've already brought down Kaori, and they found the stun onto Uragi too. He's got no way out of this one. He loses life number 1. Big terrorize from Arido onto Ghost, sends him into the brambles, into the damage, and into his death. 2 for 1 so far, but one of those wasn't Aegis. So he's back with Uragi, ready to re-engage here. Boom, wants another jump. They go forward with Copy. They find the 2 heroes stomp from the Centaur. Boom finds a kill to Omar, but with the cold snap on his head, he's feeling like he could die here, and indeed he does. Ghost brought back, wants to try and chase down Uragi, looking for the Doom. He keeps losing vision. They get the catch onto Ari, and Uragi is still juking, gets past the tornado as well. Do they have vision? They don't have vision, but they do have the Radiance Burn. If they just stick around long enough, they will get him, and they will kill him, even though it took a while.
Oh man, he tried his heart out. Uragi, first of all, he got a Sideblade kill on the Jakiro. Very nice. Then he runs away. Mel dodges the first Doom, uses the tree line, and then dodges again. Then silences Doom when he's in mid-cast animation using his trap. He really did everything he could. But at the end of the day, they were just a bit too overextended. The first go there didn't work out as well as they wanted to. Losing a hero, losing the TA importantly as well afterwards.
Looking at that replay, did GH get the ET splitter into the ice path?
I believe so.
Okay, GH got back to the game though. We have a big skirmish happening in the top lane. Kaori falling low, should end up dead here. As Noob and the gang want to go for more, but Sumail being chased down by this Dark Willow. He cannot escape. The Stampede was utilized, so Ari chases him with the Bedlam. Boom, also getting the catch onto Noob as well. So despite the fact that they had a successful fight, Nigma very soon thereafter lose some important heroes on the map.
Yeah, they're very cooldown dependent on their team right now. Like, we talk about Doom being an important long cooldown, and sure, they had that available, but just getting picked off. More importantly, the Cataclysm also important for them. TA, heals for the pick.
Omar. Will he get out of here? They almost killed him, but TA has seen what can happen if she's caught in the high spot, so didn't want to stick around long enough to secure the kill. Ari, in the end, also gets burnt down by Ghost, able to jump in with the Infernal Blade and secure the kill.
You know why I had to back? Because Sister Shroud is the best item in the game. Omar has Sister Shroud, so the TA trying to kill him there finds out that, wait, this guy just does butterfly or something, I can't kill him. Missing 3 hits in a row, man. It's not fair. How did you remove Gossamer and then add Gossamer 2.0 as a tier 1 item? It's crazy to me still.
Let me see. I don't think is it the dumbest item that's ever been made as a neutral item? No, for sure, that's Olga's Seal Totem.
Yeah, I was about to say, we've had some crazy ones. I think first version of the Helm of Undying, when it came with 50 seconds cooldown, and it was also bugged to extend duration more than it should. It's like every death should be 5 seconds extension, but instead it was 5, and then 10, and then 15 seconds extension for the third kill alone. So like, yeah, it somehow was incremental. That was the dumbest neutral item.
That's pretty bad.
You could basically have full immunity to death.
Well, Axe is hoping that he has that immunity now, because Navi, they're smoked up. They're hoping to try and catch somebody here, but Nigma not falling for it. Despite not really having the best active wards here, their vision game has been somewhat tough for them here, but they've been reading some of these moves from Navi well enough that they're avoiding these ganks.
I think they're playing cautiously. They also know that their late game is really, really strong on their own. They have some fantastic stuff to play towards, so even if they're a little bit behind at this stage of the game, I think Nigma are well aware that they can make a hard comeback here. Just waiting for people to show on the lanes, and once they see that, they're going for the move on their own.
Well, we are in the depths, the trenches of farm warfare right now. We'll see who's going to be able to break this armistice, but in the meantime, with nothing else really going on, Rube might try to get a jump onto Ari. He will get the connection. Sunstrike is there with the Cataclysm. Easy kill for Sumail.
And that also scouts people on the rest of the map. So you see Arc Warden farming up top, there's a bench over there. It's just really nice to commit the Cataclysm just for the extra bit of intel, not only to pick off. coming in.
GH just getting some high ground D wards. Almost has a Lotus Orb for himself on this Elder Titan.
So interesting to me is that Poppy is going for this Octarine build on Arc Warden. So I'm not sure he got enough value for the Aghanim Scepter for me to say that, oh, that was definitely the play. But Octarine is going to help him scale back into combat mechanics. And here comes the invisible Arc Warden clone. The Rune Replica.
It's rolling up. Unfortunately, it does fade. And, oh, Spark Wraith not going to be there in time to hold on to Noob. So he's chilling. He's fine.
Good bit of scouting at least, and forces them to run away on Nigma. As we see the Sumail BKB coming out soon, 500 gold to go.
How's our TA doing in the farm department? She also has a BKB, Blink Dagger, Deso, Shard, Serrated Shiv, D-Lance. Despite how close this game is, she is a monster right now. All that's really missing is the crit stick at this point.
Yeah, she's crazy farmed, but Doom is doing a great job keeping pace. He's only 100 gold behind, and if he gets himself some tankiness items, the Manta Style, maybe an AC, but he doesn't have it yet.
But he needs some other help here because he needs BKB to come out, and it does. Not gonna get sieged upon by Na'Vi. They realize running into Doom as our first target, maybe not a good look, so let's not take that fight. Let's get out of here.
Yeah. They did, however, force his BKB, so that's gonna make him a little bit more unwilling to go fight. Sunstrike scouts the Roche, not up yet. Of course, now we know the exact spawn of it, so we can play around, strategize correctly.
It was his BKB committed, but at least Nigma Galaxy have just picked up their other two BKBs. Invoker and Axe got them at pretty much the same time. I still think you have to smoke and go make a play with this.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. With the Sunstrike coming off cooldown now, they have it. Cataclysm is still a great way to just delete someone. And it doesn't really matter who starts. Like Centaur or Axe can start, or he can start with an EP Stun.
The fight might come towards them because Navi is smoked as well. They will interrupt the blink of Doom here. Ice Path onto Boom as well as this Arc Warden clone. But Spark Raids are starting to be laid up on the ground. They need to get out of here. Not a safe position to be in.
Yeah. That random EMP is always so annoying for the Centaur. He does have Lotus Orb, but the mana cost is massive on 175. Now,
will get scouted by the DT. Oh, almost got the jump onto Ari. Ari almost died there, but gets swapped back, put into the air. He's gonna be okay. But that means Nigma Galaxy know exactly where they are.
Here comes the long smoke. Axe leading the way with the gem as well. Just has to be careful not running over these Spark Wraiths, as they would reveal the gank.
Here they come. Can they get into the high ground here? It does seem like they'll be able to. The smoke's still not popped. There's no great target ahead of them, unfortunately. The only one left behind is Kaori. And he doesn't even die. He just breaks the smoke and gets out. What a god.
Yeah, he broke the smoke, but sadly nighttime, so Noob could not get vision on the Vengeful Spirit. They're controlling the Roche area, but a little bit awkward for them to just go in and take it as well.
They don't have the best Roche lineup in the entire world, but they're still gonna try for it. Copy with his illusion, throwing out some fluxes. There's a terrorize from Ari with the Bramble Maze as well, but he can't get in close with additional damage. BKB now activated by the Axe. Kaori's the one that's in danger through the Macropire. He dies. Sumail forced to pop BKB just to survive the right clicks of Yuragi. And now Yuragi gets himself doomed by Ghost as well. Unfortunately for Nigma Galaxy, all of this is happening very far from the rest of the team, so you can't keep them in place. And now Centaur coming forward, he found a stun onto Ghost. Ghost, is he gonna die for this one? Yes, he will. 110 seconds down for the Ghost. It's a dieback from the prior fight. The Jakiro, he's gonna join him in the grave if he gets found out in the trees, killed off. Boom finds Axe on the other side of the occasion. 3 heroes just gone from Nigma. They try to take the Roche quickly, but they failed heavily in that attempt.
We see a difference there in how good the teams are attacking Roche. One side, you have TA, you have Vengeful Spirit, very, very fast killing it. On the other hand, you have like Doom. Yeah, sure, you got them up with Solar Crest and the drums, but it was not enough to take the Roche fast enough. And that Terrorize just ruined everything for them.
Yeah. In the pit. It also made sure that this Axe was less than half HP before the fight even started. For him, the fight was already over. Couldn't realistically re-engage, but was forced to anyway, ends up losing his life.
Yeah, it's difficult for him when they get initiated upon like that. Axe always wants to be the one going first, so this is a game where initiation matters a lot. And I think Navi perhaps have a slight edge there in having Vengeful Spirit, either for saving or being the ones who go first.
Speaking of the Venge, she is indeed.
Yeah.
Yep.
You wanted it. You talked about it earlier. I think this is correct, right? You go Solar Crest into Ags, then you just become this really annoying hero. Can't get rid of her.
Yeah. I've seen some games where the Venge will stop for a Yules, but they normally, if they do that, they won't finish the full crest. They'll go Pavis, Yules, Ags, and then they'll come back for the full crest. But I think this is the more efficient option overall.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a case you could make that it would be nice against Axe to have Yules, but once he has AKD, that kind of logic flies out the window again. It's like, yeah, okay, my Yules doesn't stop him now. And if they wanted to do that, they already have Yules on the on Willow at least, so they have someone who can try and do that. Axe going in again, but he's...
Oh. Well, they're going towards each other. Boom. Coming around him here. He does have the Workhorse. Very funny stuff. Can't wait to see the TA inside the Workhorse doing damage from there.
Honestly, it's kind of insane. And a great Doom counter as well. It doesn't stop the Doom damage, but it does mean that you can't focus her anymore. There's literally no way you can keep killing her, so you have to go through Centaur first. And I think this Aghanim Scepter, I want to say, is one of the most underutilized for how good it theoretically is, Aghanim Scepters. It's just hard to make it work properly.
I love it the most if I'm playing Drawing and the Centaur in my team. I'm like, bro, just rush Axe.
Oh,
jump forward, noob.
Save.
Will have us reveal what the Axe can do as Boom able to quickly collect his TA. You know, get in the Uber gang, I got you. Cataclysm will also miss as Guragi blinks immediately, but Nigma, they smoke, don't want to go force the fight. They're TPing to the top lane. They get onto Kaori, but they don't have enough to really get the kill. Noob on him too with the BKB and the call, and they finally spin him down. It's a lot of commitment though for a position 5 Venge. Nigma would like more, but doesn't seem like they're gonna get it. Instead, they might get death and nothing more, as this noob Axe almost loses his life to the TA. Guragi would love to follow this up. There's the Stampede to give him the forward momentum. Beautiful blink by Noob to keep himself alive, but Sumail doesn't have such options. He does throw back the Tornado though towards Boom. Boom gets doomed up by Ghost. The Radiance Bird is gonna be there. The Centaur is dying, but Guragi going to assassinate the backline. Takes out the Jakiro. On the other side, Omar at least gets to watch Boom die as well, following him, but still gonna be a team fight win that Navi feel a bit hard done by with how it all shook out. Very nice. How much damage does this Doom do? 3,000. That's not the most. Markwin was very annoying in that fight though. Lots and lots of spark rays just being laid everywhere. Frustrating life for Nigma. There's a Hex now available for the Arc Warden. Hex, Aghanims, Octarine Core going into E-Blade. Woo! It's a lot of magic damage, baby. Navi now. From that fight, I want to be able to leverage the strength of this Templar Assassin. She's almost got the data list going for herself. Only really needs the recipe to accomplish the full item.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But after they get that tower, with only 45 seconds to go on this Aegis, I do not think they'll have the bravery to go up onto the high ground from this position. Maybe they'll poke it a little bit, try to force Nigma to come back. That makes the most sense.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
The Invoker just finished off getting the full Shiva's Guard right now with Gale Guard. Feeling quite strong, but just needs to be here to poke them back. Tornado, Refraction will be gone. They blink back. And I think for Navi, that's good enough. Getting confirmation that this Invoker is inside the base right now will suffice for them. Copy just being obnoxious, throwing out the Hexes onto the Invoker.
Looks like they hold their high ground. Hello, Snare. Suddenly we have more ghosts in the machinery today. I'm back to...
Oh, that's because Ghost is playing, right? I see.
Oh, yeah. Must be him. The cast is doomed. Everything is doomed. I didn't know they added a new talent. Doom the casters.
It adds global silence onto every
Cataclysm play again.
Nice call, but unfortunately the Cataclysm doesn't provide enough damage, and Noob could be in danger here. He has to get a BKB and get out of here. Kaori does have the swap, brings him right back in. They have more than enough damage to kill him, even through the BKB. Yuragi claims yet another one in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that was an optimistic go at best. There was a range creep as well that unfortunately tanked a little bit of the soundstrike damage. Otherwise, maybe they could have gone the dunk damage. But there was just no way. No way that was going to work out, it felt like.
Yeah.
High risk, pretty limited reward.
Well, 12k gold lead now for Navi. On the bright side, at least they don't have to play into an Aegis. However, the CA continues to just scale in strength. And you know, we were talking earlier about like the late game prowess that Nigma could have. Man, the problem is TA. TA is one of these heroes that if you do not find an easy way to deal with her before she approaches that 25 mark, getting that meld hit bash, heroes are dying in 1-2 shots at best.
Exactly, yeah. It's a massive power spike. Both her level 25 talents are quite amazing. And yeah, they have the mute talent ready on Doom.
Ghost? He Doom's Ari? Sorry to interrupt, but they're going to the fight. Kaori able to get him out of this immediately, and there's going to be the Cardi onto Kaori, and now they just turn back onto Ghost. He didn't get off his BKB. He actually might die for this. Barely able to get off the item. With the force off as well from his squad, they get him to safety, but man, this is sort of a story of where this game is at. Doom has to BKB, run out with everything, while supports can just walk it off.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking really rough for Nigma now. They're trying to delay the inevitable as the pressure is coming in from this TA. Now with Doom on cooldown, this is just a green light go scenario if you're Navi to do whatever you want.
Hex, oh no, Noob. He got caught by Copy. These Copy illusions with the onboard, and they've been putting in so much work. They really want Noob. He finally gets off the BKB. Kaori swaps him back. Melt hit. He goes up onto the high ground. The spark rate gets him and kills him. At the same time, Sumail did drop a pretty good Cataclysm, but nobody dies on the side of Navi. It's Sumail that has to run back to base. Echo Stomp will not connect onto anybody. For now, they've done enough to zone Navi back, but yet again, another loss on the Axe life.
So much effort, but not able to bring down even the Venge support manages to get herself to safety. Leading more kills while you have Doom on cooldown. This is just making it even harder to hold. And he's sending in the clone. Look at this. The Haste Rune in this Arcane Rune clone is nasty when he ships it forward. Especially with that Hex, as you mentioned.
Please explain to me why Vengeful Spirit has a Pyrrhic Cloak as a neutral.
She likes taking damage, man. Pyrrhic Cloak is great because nobody ever thinks about it. That's the biggest strength of the item. But it's also double-sided because you don't think about activating it yourself, and then the enemy don't think about if you did activate it. So, yeah. But honestly, a really, really strong item.
First racks taken now by Navi. For Nigma Galaxy, they do have some kind of cool neutral items. They have two of the Dazun Blood Rights for the Invoker and Jakiro for the increased spell amp and in the AoE. They wanted to deploy it into the Roshan, but unfortunately they were a little bit too late with this approach. Now they have to worry about an Aegis TA. I question the wisdom of the fight, but at the same time, I question letting this hero get to your base.
Yeah. I mean, I think taking fights in your own base right now as Nigma feels like you're playing to lose. So I respect that they're getting out on the map. Mic pause again.
You see, it's affecting them too. What a silence.
I mean, you definitely want to try and be the proactive team if you're Nigma, getting out on field and looking for pickoffs. But with both the Stampede, Venge Swap, and then the cart, the workhorse to pick people up, it's very hard to get these pickoffs that they're looking for.
And the thing is, so you say to yourself, all right, fine, let's just quickly burst the Vengeful Spirit or burst the Centaur. Well, Venge has the Aghanim Scepter, so doing so is not really going to help you that much. And Boom has 4.3k HP, 23 armor, a Pyrrhic Cloak, BKB, Blade Mail, Lotus Orb. Good luck killing him.
It's a lot to go through. We see the 4 pure cloaks in this game. Definitely a very